Chapter 137. The Silver Moon's honest encounter. Uncertain of what the Elder intended for him, Lin Mo sighed and feigned helplessness. The woman clad in black, upon seeing Lin Mo's acquiescence, could not conceal her joy and eagerly exclaimed, "Rest assured, it is not a matter of bloodshed. I merely require your assistance in delivering a message. Though my cultivation is formidable, I am bound to this stone chamber and cannot venture beyond its confines. I possess an envelope that I need you to deliver to a certain individual." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the black-clad woman, a fleeting smile gracing his features. "Is it merely a matter of delivering a message? Indeed. Do you think I require your help for anything more violent?" The woman covered her mouth in amusement, a charming smile blossoming upon her lips, exuding an irresistible allure. One could not deny that this corpse demon was captivatingly enchanting. Had Lin Mo not been aware of her true nature, many an impressionable soul would surely have fallen under her spell. "If it is simply a message delivery, then I shall gladly oblige," Lin Mo replied with a subtle smile, offering a respectful nod to the corpse demon. The corpse demon's face lit up with delight as she raised her right hand. A swirl of green light surged forth, and a black box was lifted, slowly hovering before Lin Mo. Lin Mo refrained from reaching for it, as a crimson glow flickered at his waist. A blood spirit guard, in the late stage of the core formation realm, materialized at his side. A corpse puppet. Upon seeing the blood spirit guard, the corpse demon's eyes narrowed in surprise. Still in the late stage of core formation. Hearing her astonished exclamation, Lin Mo merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. With the Spirit Eye Jade now in his possession, he felt untroubled even if tensions escalated. The blood spirit guard stepped forward to retrieve the black box, and Lin Mo's consciousness surged into it. The box was filled with vibrant spiritual energy. It was indeed the Spirit Eye Jade. Exercising utmost caution, Lin Mo, despite his immense physical prowess, would not risk taking the Spirit Eye Jade directly with his hands. As the blood spirit guard gently tapped the black box with its right hand, a red light flashed, and the box opened in response. A torrent of white light surged forth, filling the air with a refreshing spiritual essence that enveloped Lin Mo. This overwhelming aura bore a remarkable resemblance to the Nine. Consequently, with a flash of azure light from his palm, Lin Mo lightly tapped the lid of the box, causing it to open automatically. Inside lay a vast expanse of white, and a pure stream of spiritual essence instantly pervaded the entire stone chamber. Feeling a surge of curiosity, Lin Mo leaned closer to inspect the contents. Amidst the soft white light, he discerned a piece of white jade, several inches in size, shimmering within the radiant glow. To his astonishment, within this translucent jade, a small azure calf, no larger than a thumb, was animatedly wagging its tail and moving about, appearing remarkably lifelike. It was akin to the Nine, having coalesced into a tangible treasure. In terms of value, it was hardly inferior to the Nine. A slight smile played upon Lin Mo's lips. This was the first treasure gifted to him by the corpse demon. Observing Lin Mo's calm demeanor, the corpse demon grew somewhat perplexed. This Spirit Eye Jade was her most cherished possession. Why was this core formation cultivator so unfazed? Did he find it lacking? It is indeed implausible. One must understand that the Spirit Eye Jade elicits profound excitement even in cultivators of the Nascent Soul stage. Very well. The treasure has been bestowed upon you. Take this jade slip with you, and behind the stone platform upon which I sit, there lies another jade box. The box is sealed with a talisman. Simply tear off that talisman and then hand the box to me. Inside, there is a token that must accompany you as well. The corpse spirit casually tucked back a strand of her azure hair, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Lin Mo smiled faintly, his gaze fixated on the jade box behind her. If memory served him correctly, that sealing talisman was crucial for binding the corpse spirit. She had lured him here using the white fox, solely to retrieve that talisman. Now, as the truth unveiled itself, Lin Mo's smile widened as he glanced at the blood spirit guard beside him. Without hesitation, the blood spirit guard transformed into a beam of radiant light, swiftly appearing behind the stone platform. A deep hole emerged before them. The blood spirit guard grasped the jade box and, with a flicker of movement, reappeared before Lin Mo. Before him lay a yellowed jade box, exuding an antique charm. Its surface intricately carved with peculiar flame motifs, faintly revealing a humanoid figure within, as if it were howling at the heavens. On the front of the box was a golden talisman, mysterious in nature, emanating a suffocating aura of unease. This is the item, dear Lin. Simply tear apart the talisman and hand the box to me. Upon seeing the jade box in Lin Mo's hand, the woman in black could not suppress her excitement and urged him. Lin Mo cast a glance at the girl, a subtle smile gracing his lips. What if I choose not to tear it apart? As he spoke, he withdrew his outstretched hand and raised his gaze towards the woman. To his astonishment, he was met with an exceedingly grotesque sight. The black-clad beauty's eyes suddenly turned an unsettling shade of green, her features contorting grotesquely, evidently struggling to suppress her true form. Her eyes, now a vivid green, twisted her visage into a fearsome countenance, erasing any semblance of the earlier dignified elder. Seeing Lin Mo's gaze upon her, the corpse spirit seemed to recall something, her eyes flashing green as she took a deep breath. Addressing Lin Mo, she implored, "Why do you hesitate to tear off that talisman and hand me the jade box? Do not forget, I have already entrusted the rare Spirit Eye Jade to you. What further doubts could you possibly harbor?" Lin Mo smiled gently. "Corpse spirit, those before us are cultivators of the Nascent Soul stage, possessing heavenly and earthly spiritual roots and harboring resentment. Upon death, they are fated not to reincarnate. They may have the opportunity to merge their souls with their corpses, thus forming the so-called corpse spirit." With each of Lin Mo's words, the green hue in the eyes of the corpse spirit intensified, culminating in a frenzied roar. Before them, the corpse spirit sat cross-legged, its legs emaciated and thin as twigs. No thicker than an infant's arm, devoid of flesh, exuding a horrific appearance. Upon those frail legs coiled several silvery, glistening chains. A bone pierced through one end while the other lay buried beneath the stone platform, swiftly enveloped by a verdant radiance. Accompanying this transformation were the frenzied roars and the pungent stench of decay that filled the air. Moments later, the green mist gradually dissipated, revealing a singular, desiccated humanoid figure atop the stone dais, its crimson eyes fixated intently on Lin Mo. It must be said, this corpse-like creature was grotesquely hideous. Its body covered in a tough, greenish fur, with skin as pale and unyielding as stone, in stark contrast to the previously alluring woman in black. This sight was indeed repulsive. Yet, like the woman, it possessed only one arm, though the remaining right limb was robust and equipped with razor-sharp black claws. This corpse creature, known for its bloodthirsty nature, relished in ensnaring souls within its abdomen, deriving amusement from torturing them with spectral flames. Lin Mo regarded the snarling entity before him, his gaze flickering with intent. He had already devised a plan for dealing with the creature, erasing its consciousness to repurpose it as a refined corpse. In the original tale, Han Li had crafted formidable magic corpses in this manner. However, Lin Mo had yet to master the art of corpse refinement. Nonetheless, he possessed an alternative method, the blood spirit guards. The synthesis of corpse refinement with the essence of the wood spirits promised an extraordinary amalgamation, yielding a powerful physique alongside the temperance of spiritual wood, brimming with infinite possibilities. Yet, before pursuing this path, Lin Mo needed to obliterate its consciousness. A low hum resonated as he flicked his right hand, and a surge of yellow light emanated from the wolf-head Jade Rui. Within it, a diminutive silver wolf gazed hungrily at the white fox beside the corpse creature, its eyes ablaze with desire. A fragment of the corpse creature's soul resided within the fox, and it appeared the silver wolf harbored aspirations of seizing control of this ethereal fox. The creature, known as the four-eyed spirit fox, was an ancient anomaly, possessing formidable powers. Its innate magical eye abilities were, in certain respects, more fearsome than the soul-devouring prowess of the Silver Wolf clan. Utilizing it as the vessel for the Silver Wolf was indeed a splendid opportunity. With a swift motion, Lin Mo raised his right hand, summoning a sphere of golden lightning that coiled around his fingers. Observing the corpse creature confined within the stone chamber, he chuckled, "Let us see the extent of your prowess." The exorcising divine thunder cleaved through the air like a golden dragon, hurtling towards the corpse creature. Upon witnessing the impending assault, the creature's countenance shifted dramatically. It sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from the exorcising divine thunder, as if it were destined to be crushed under its might. With no time to spare, it gaped its withered mouth, unleashing a torrent of deep green mist from within. The virulent cloud clashed against the golden lightning, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds that pierced the air. Yet, it quickly became evident that the exorcising divine thunder prevailed, engulfing the corpse creature entirely in its relentless advance. Damn it! Damn it! The creature cursed, having never anticipated that Lin Mo possessed such an extraordinary force as the exorcising divine thunder. This was truly its nemesis. Its once proud toxic powers were swiftly dispelled. The formidable physique, struck by bolts of golden lightning, was drenched in blood, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries. At this moment, a white fox leapt from within the stone chamber, its sparkling eyes blinking adorably. However, Lin Mo was not deceived by its charming exterior. He was acutely aware that the spirit of the corpse demon resided within this white fox. With a smile, he beckoned it closer. A glint of cunning flashed in the fox's eyes as it leapt toward Lin Mo. As it drew nearer, a chilling gleam suddenly appeared on its claws, poised to strike fiercely at him. Suddenly, a powerful force seized the fox by the neck. It writhed in resistance, the white light dissipating, and in an instant transformed into a captivating woman with a flowing fox tail. Unfortunately, Lin Mo held her neck firmly, and no amount of struggle could free her from his grasp. You hurt me," she exclaimed, her pink tongue darting out to moisten her crimson lips, followed by a beguiling laugh that echoed with allure. She attempted to escape as a flash of white light, but the piercing thunderclaps interrupted her thoughts. No matter how she struggled, the golden lightning enveloped her neck like an iron band, binding her tightly. "You need not conceal anything. Consider this body a gift upon our meeting." Lin Mo then turned his gaze towards the silver wolf on the wolf-headed jade talisman, smiling as he spoke. "I was already aware of your existence when I acquired you." Hearing Lin Mo's words, the little white wolf's expression tightened. It glanced at Lin Mo, then at the fox demon he held, ultimately unable to resist the temptation. Even if this was a trap, it was preferable to being ensnared within the jade talisman. Perhaps there would be a chance for escape in the future. With this thought, the silver wolf did not hesitate any longer. It opened its mouth wide, and a burst of silver light erupted forth, releasing countless silver orbs the size of fists. As it did so, its form began to grow larger, eventually transforming into a silver arc that directly entered the fox demon's body. "What are you doing?" "No, it can't be. You mustn't." The fox demon seemed to witness something unimaginable, and amidst a frenzy of words, she began to scream in terror. In the blink of an eye, her wailing abruptly ceased. The woman, once the fox demon, trembled as silver and pink lights flickered over her body, each color occupying half of her form. Ultimately, these lights intertwined at her center, evidently competing for dominion over the fox demon's vessel. Suddenly, the fox demon clutched her head tightly, emitting a piercing scream. No, her voluptuous figure rolled, and in a flash of white light, she reverted to a diminutive white fox, landing heavily on the ground as the pink orbs gradually faded away. The essence of her formidable seven-tiered demon beast cultivation vanished without a trace, morphing her back into a lowly creature. The possession was a success. A smile graced Lin Mo's lips. In truth, this white fox was indeed a pitiful being, possessing an otherworldly essence, yet having been possessed by the mountain demon. It now finds itself in the hands of Silver Moon. At this moment, Silver Moon lies prostrate upon the ground, utterly still, evidently engaged in a fierce struggle for this corporeal form. Despite having expended considerable efforts, the silver radiance emanating from Silver Moon shines even more brilliantly. Lin Mo, however, pays no heed to Silver Moon, directing his gaze instead toward the distant mountain demon. It is time to bring this to a conclusion. As he speaks, Lin Mo retrieves a jade box from his grasp. Within lies the primary soul of the mountain demon. Its destruction is all that is required. In the original tale, Han Li, being merely at the core formation stage, was incapable of annihilating it and could only temporarily seal it away. In due course, when the Nascent Soul returns, its spirit shall be eradicated. Crackling sounds of piercing air resound as golden bolts of divine lightning surge forth from his right hand. The overwhelming power of golden thunder rages forth, enveloping the jade box, and soon, anguished cries echo from within. Lin Mo maintains a stoic expression, patiently awaiting the obliteration of the mountain demon's primary soul. After several harrowing screams, the essence of the corpse demon's primary soul dissipates, with the primary souls vanishing. Lin Mo strides toward the corpse demon ensnared within the stone wall. The surrounding miasma has long since dissipated due to the onslaught of divine lightning, revealing a shriveled corpse demon motionless upon the ground. Lin Mo chuckles softly, remaining vigilant as he raises his right hand once more. Divine lightning continues to surge from his hand, swiftly entwining around the corpse demon's form. In no time, Lin Mo discovers two concealed fragments of its soul. One cannot underestimate this corpse demon. It possesses the remarkable ability of soul division. Had it not been for his formidable consciousness, he might have overlooked these fragments. Gazing at the corpse demon on the ground, a smile graces Lin Mo's lips as he shifts his focus toward the chains binding its body. These are the divine chains of heavenly fire, undeniably a rare and formidable ancient treasure. With a flick of his right hand, torrents of frigid flames coalesce within his grasp. 8 shards of azure ice flames swiftly entwine and solidify into a sharp azure long sword. The swirling cold flames rapidly envelop the verdant stone floor, crystallizing into deep blue ice formations. Whoosh! The azure sword of flames descends with great force, crashing against the divine chains of heavenly fire. Being an object of utmost yang and resilience, the chains emit a continuous hissing sound upon collision with the azure flames. With a sharp crack, the divine chains of heavenly fire shatter. Lin Mo retracts the azure sword of flames and beckons to the silver chains. Instantly, the chains confining the corpse demon resemble a nimble silver serpent, transforming into 2 beams of silver light that settle into his hands. Upon closer inspection, intricate runes adorn the divine chains of heavenly fire, evidently linked to the ceiling of the corpse demon. Moreover, the stone structure, composed of lapis lazuli, is crafted from commendable materials, capable of isolating consciousness while being remarkably sturdy. It may well serve in the creation of a sealing artifact. The corpse demon. Lin Mo finally turned his gaze toward the emaciated corpse before him, chuckling. Transforming it into a blood spirit guardian will undoubtedly yield extraordinary power. With this thought, he did not hesitate, sweeping his hand to draw the corpse into his storage pouch. Meanwhile, as Lin Mo collected everything, Inu behind him was still acclimating to her new body, clumsily rising from the ground. Clearly struggling with this unfamiliar form, she took a few steps before her legs weakened, causing her to kneel before Lin Mo. Observing her predicament, Lin Mo could not help but chuckle. What's this? You can't even control this body. At Lin Mo's teasing, Inu shot him a reproachful glare, a hint of frustration flickering in her eyes. Suddenly, with a flash of white light, a graceful figure, a woman of dignified beauty, appeared before him. I have merely just taken over. I'm still getting used to it. Inu slowly raised her head, her gaze meeting Lin Mo's, astonishment crossing her features. It seems you have been quite fortunate, my friend. After several decades, you have already advanced to the Nascent Soul stage. Lin Mo, unperturbed by Inu's praise, focused intently on her form. Newly manifested, she lacked any garments for modesty. Such a captivating sight warranted a thorough examination. Could you, perhaps, provide me with some clothing? Inu quickly covered her delicate skin, feeling quite bashful under the unwavering gaze of a man. Lin Mo smiled gently, waving his hand. A robe of his own floated beside Inu. This garment was exceptionally loose, and with her petite frame, it hung rather loosely, presenting a unique charm. Feeling Lin Mo's intense scrutiny, Inu's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes daring not to meet his. You ought to tell me about your identity, Lin Mo remarked as he approached her, his consciousness intrusively enveloping her. Inu took a deep breath, hastily responding, I am called Inu, though my origins are currently unclear to me. You must know that once our spirit souls are refined into tool spirits, we lose all consciousness and are bound to the ancient artifacts. Yet for some reason, I vaguely remember being a member of the Silver Moon Wolf clan, hence I have chosen the name Inu. Lin Mo nodded slightly, fully aware of this fact, but allowing her to speak freely to alleviate her concerns. Inu was of great significance. Her master's primordial spirit could transfer to her innate magical treasure. Moreover, the spirit fox she had possessed was no ordinary creature, being a 4-eyed spirit fox, which would prove invaluable in the future. The formidable strength she had previously exuded as a 7th-tier demon beast was merely a result of the corpse demon. Now that the corpse demon had met its demise, its cultivation had dissipated, reducing it to a lower-tier demon beast. However, Lin Mo could afford to wait. There was no rush. Would you consider sparing me? Inu looked at Lin Mo, hesitation flashing in her eyes. Although she knew this was likely a futile hope, she felt compelled to try. Hee. Lin Mo chuckled softly. Retrieving the wolf head Jade Rui, he inquired, Do you truly believe that is a possibility? You. Inu bit her crimson lips, her heart filled with uncertainty. Recognize me as your master. and I shall not treat you poorly. Lin Mo gazed deeply at Inu and inquired, "What is your intention?" "Very well." Inu nodded in agreement. This was not due to Inu's eagerness to be commanded, but rather a faint memory that suggested to her that once she possessed a physical form, cultivated her secret techniques, and Lin Mo transcended to the spirit realm, she would regain her freedom. However, Lin Mo was not easily deceived by Inu's hidden intentions. "I have exhausted my spiritual energy and cannot maintain my human form for the time being." At that moment, Inu exclaimed as a radiant white light enveloped her, swiftly transforming her into a petite white fox. Lin Mo, unceremonious, reached out and grasped the nape of Inu's neck, immediately drawing her into the beast-controlling ring. "It is time to depart." With a swift motion, Lin Mo transformed into a wisp of breeze, vanishing from the spot in an instant. One must commend Lin Mo's remarkable speed, as he morphed into an ephemeral shadow and disappeared from sight. Upon returning to the medicinal garden and finding the puppet unharmed, Lin Mo felt a sense of relief. The next task was to awaken the spirit of the magical artifact. As he spoke, Lin Mo waved his right hand, and a series of array flags flew from his storage pouch, settling around the medicinal garden. In an instant, an array's luminous barrier enveloped the entire garden, shrouding everything within a veil of mist. Lin Mo walked alone into the house, shaking his right hand. Inu had already materialized in his grasp, accompanied by the Inyang 2 instruments vase and the wolf-head jade rui. Following Inu's guidance, Lin Mo quickly arranged a peculiar formation and placed the wolf-head jade rui alongside the white fox within it. He then sat cross-legged beside it, patiently awaiting the emergence of the main deity from the wolf-head jade rui. Buzz, buzz, as a series of resonant hums echoed. Torrents of white luminescence surged from the white fox, intertwining with the wolf-head jade rui. Time passed. Half a day later, the jade rui and the white fox remained undisturbed. However, the radiance on the rui had significantly dimmed, and the white fox appeared damp and disheveled, as if it had rolled on the ground, its eyes reflecting utter exhaustion. "Please retrieve your life's magical treasure," Inu asked wearily. Without hesitation, Lin Mo conjured a flash of white light. The Inyang 2 instruments vase settled steadily before Inu. A stream of light surged from within her, entering the vase. A silver glimmer flickered, and in an instant, the Inyang 2 instruments vase fused with Inu's divine soul. Lin Mo slightly closed his eyes, no longer waiting, and exited the room. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 streams of light darted past, and a snow-white jade spider materialized before him. Lin Mo regarded the blood jade spider with a glimmer of delight in his eyes. Blood jade spider, strength, level 6, species, spider, bloodline power, blood jade silk, hard body. Observing the blood jade spider, Lin Mo stroked his chin, a smile flitting across his face. A slight arch of his brow indicated a stirring in his heart. It must be said that the 2 blood jade spiders have experienced a remarkable acceleration in their cultivation speed due to the abundant resources at their disposal. In such a brief span of time, they have already ascended to the 6th level. Originally, Lin Mo had intended to entrust the 6-winged frost centipede to the devouring insect. But after the latter had consumed that pair of black beetles, it found itself in a state of evolution. Thus, this group of 6-winged frost centipedes was naturally left for the blood jade spiders. With a grand gesture, the cluster of 6-winged frost centipedes descended before him. Observing this assembly, the 2 blood jade spiders displayed expressions of delight. They opened their mouths, releasing strands of pristine white silk that sprayed forth, ensnaring the entire group of 6-winged frost centipedes and transforming them into a mass of crimson silk cocoons. The blood jade spiders leapt gracefully, morphing into ethereal crimson silhouettes that landed firmly atop the blood-colored cocoons. With their mouths agape, their sharp fangs tore into the crimson silk, consuming chunks of the 6-winged frost centipede's flesh, which was imbued with an intense chill. Waves of frigid mist coiled around the blood jade spiders, and from a distance, they radiated a faint white frost, their aura swelling in response. Should they consume more of the essence of demon beasts, perhaps a breakthrough to the 7th level would be within reach. Lin Mo gazed at the 2 blood jade spiders, a flicker of anticipation flashing in his eyes. He wondered what form these charming arachnids would take upon achieving their transformation. In the original text, the 2 blood jade spiders had remained within the Void Heaven Palace, never having the opportunity to metamorphose. Lin Mo held a modicum of expectation for these delightful creatures. Observing the blood jade spiders gradually encrusted with frost, he waved his hand, drawing them into the beast control ring. With a swish, amidst a flicker of red light, the girl-like Jukuo spirit ginseng appeared beside him, surrounded by vibrant greenery. An aura of wood energy enveloping her. Lin Mo clapped his hand on the storage bag at his waist, and with a flash of green light, a withered green-haired corpse monkey lay before him. Lin Mo continuously performed incantations, streams of light cascading onto the corpse. Meanwhile, the Jukuo spirit ginseng began to levitate slowly into the air. The corpse monkey and the Jukuo spirit ginseng fused together, two radiant green orbs fluctuating in size, sometimes appearing as a young girl, other times as a graceful woman, an utterly bizarre sight. The two cadavers merged incessantly. However, compared to the fusion with the blood spirit guardian at the core formation stage, the strength of this corpse puppet was merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul. The wood spirit guardian crafted from the Jukuo spirit ginseng was significantly more formidable than those made from ordinary spiritual wood. Humph. Lin Mo let out a cold snort as torrents of spiritual energy surged from within him, flowing into the two corpses. His cultivation level, 8 times that of the initial stage of the nascent soul, continuously infused into them. The corpse monkey and the wood spirit guardian merged ever more deeply. As time passed, when Lin Mo stepped out of the room once again, he was followed by a small girl with disheveled hair. She bore emerald green locks, a cherubic face, and her big, watery eyes glowed with a crimson hue. The corners of her mouth curved upward, and a powerful aura emanated steadily from within her. Wood demon guardian, strength, early nascent soul, species, wood corpse demon, spells, corpse poison, withered wood rebirth, wood spirit escape, divine abilities, true form of the corpse demon, body reshaping, limb regeneration. Gazing at the wood demon guardian before him, Lin Mo's lips curled into a faint smile as he remarked, quite impressive. With the addition of a second nascent soul, perhaps I could easily contend with those in the late nascent soul stage. Clearly satisfied with the wood demon guardian, Lin Mo nodded appreciatively. Your skills are remarkable, my friend. Suddenly, the cheerful voice of Inu echoed in his mind. To think you could merge the spirit wood puppet with the corpse demon. Having integrated into the Yin-Yang vessel, Inu could now converse directly within Lin Mo's consciousness. Nodding slightly, Lin Mo's gaze towards the wood demon guardian grew even more approving. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, phantoms zipped through the air. Lin Mo stroked his chin, observing the illuminated figures of cultivators above. It was not difficult to deduce that these were the disciples preparing to participate in the 3 sects competition. The storyline was about to unfold. With a smirk, Lin Mo waved his right hand, grasping a compass. As spiritual energy surged into it, a faint mist of white light enveloped his form. Lin Mo's figure vanished from sight. One must admit, the compass formation handed to him by Exuding before her departure proved to be quite useful. Even a cultivator in the nascent soul stage might struggle to detect his presence without careful scrutiny. With a flick of his wrist, the wood demon guardian transformed into a green light and entered his storage pouch. In an instant, Lin Mo morphed into a mere shadow, disappearing from his original location. The 3-sect sword trial would ultimately select 10 disciples to enter the Spirit Eye tree and acquire the precious essence. This essence had captured the attention of the 6 demonic sects, with several nascent soul cultivators from both the heavenly evil sect and the illusory sect vying to seize it. Of course, the essence was merely a means to an end. It was intended to revive the Shantian vine. The Shantian vine was a treasure of the realm. In the original tale, Hanli utilized a small green vial to catalyze the Shantian vine, leading to its flowering and fruiting, creating the Shantian spirit-slaying sword. Transforming into a colossal mountain ape, he wielded the Shantian spirit-slaying sword, which was Han Li's ultimate move. The Spirit Eye tree was a necessity for Lin Mo, just as the Shantian vine was essential. With this thought, Lin Mo chuckled softly, concealing his form as he swiftly made his way to the western mountains of Yunming Mountain. In a vast valley surrounded by towering peaks, the headquarters of the 100 Crafts Academy was located. Thousands of disciples, clad in garments of various hues, gathered in the central square of the valley, animatedly discussing and creating a cacophony. Many gazed up at the sky, their expressions revealing impatience, as if anxiously awaiting something. This was the site of the 3-sect sword trial. Once the competition concluded, the seal would be lifted, granting access to the depths of the mountains. At that point, the Spirit Eye tree would be within reach. Lin Mo smiled lightly, resolute in his decision. The Spirit Eye tree was something he must possess. The subsequent events were undeniably tedious, as I watched the cultivators in the Chi refinement and foundation establishment stages engage in combat, which proved rather monotonous. However, the playful banter with Silver Moon made the experience somewhat enjoyable. Our rapport had indeed grown more familiar over time, having spent countless years within the Void Heaven Cauldron. Silver Moon yearned for human interaction. Our conversation revealed her candid and genuine nature, which greatly appealed to me. On the evening of the 5th day, in the heart of Yunming Mountain, there lay an unnamed valley nestled against the mountains. This secluded valley, shrouded in perpetual mist and ominous shadows, was so dim that one could scarcely see their own hand in front of them, drenched in an oppressive dampness. Within this haze, countless venomous creatures, such as scorpions and snakes, lurked ominously. Yet, on this particular day, the fog in the valley appeared even more disorienting than usual, especially near a seemingly chaotic pile of stones that concealed a deeper mystery. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the scene, and two figures materialized from thin air. It should suffice. They exchanged glances, their faces adorned with smiles. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, a faintly glowing white formation unexpectedly emerged in the competition arena. The 10 victorious disciples displayed expressions of joy as they gazed at the formation before them, fully aware that it would transport them to another location. As the white light flickered, a white-clad cultivator and a robust middle-aged practitioner from Baijiao Academy were the first to be sent through. Following them, the remaining disciples paired up and proceeded in the same manner. Observing this, I swiftly transformed, becoming a fleeting shadow that trailed behind one of the foundation establishment disciples. Upon reopening my eyes, I found myself amidst a desolate stone heap, enveloped in thick mist and damp air. Instantly, I ascended into the air, hovering gracefully. My consciousness surged like a tide, probing my surroundings. Despite the exquisite details nearby, my formidable spiritual awareness allowed me to discern the presence of several core formation cultivators in the vicinity. Nonetheless, they were merely at the initial stage of core formation, posing little threat. An elderly man clad in gray, observing the arrival of the group, rose leisurely. With a subtle gesture, he cast a yellow spell that vanished into the mist. The surrounding fog began to roil, and then, facing us, it suddenly dispersed, revealing a moss-covered stone wall nearby, suggesting that no one had ventured here before. Listen carefully. The spiritual liquid has been prepared and must be used immediately to cleanse your vision, granting you the opportunity to enter the 3 sects forbidden area. Once inside, you may stay for only 1 day and night. On the 2nd day, you must depart without fail. The area is heavily restricted, and any reckless trespassing will bear dire consequences, the white-clad scholar warned, his tone icy, evidently well acquainted with the inner workings of the place. A cold smile crept across my lips. This white scholar was an insider from the 6 sects of the demonic path. His ability to disguise himself was remarkable. Had I not been privy to the unfolding narrative, his true nature would have eluded my grasp. As anticipated, upon our entry, the stone chamber resounded with piercing cries of anguish. The consciousness swept through, and the presence of the scholar with the surname I had already vanished. Clearly, this scholar had either been captured or slain. At that moment, the stone door opposite silently split into 2. Suspended in midair, Lin Mo immediately felt a wave of pure spiritual energy surging forth from within the door. The Spirit Eye tree. Without the slightest hesitation, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and directly entered. Inside the stone door, he found himself in a vast cavern adorned with stalactites. The cave stretched several hundred feet in length and width, soaring to heights of 20 to 30 feet, giving the impression of stepping into an underground realm. To his astonishment, the ground was dotted with stalagmite columns of varying sizes, forming a natural stone forest that densely enveloped most of the cavern, resembling a miniature maze. At that moment, a gray-robed cultivator stepped forward, retrieving a mirror and deftly performing a series of hand seals. A beam of radiant light struck the array with a resounding impact. Instantly, the stalagmite columns emitted a pearlescent glow, and waves of golden light surged from the forest, causing some columns to begin a dazzling dance of movement before the onlookers. A long, winding path appeared before Lin Mo. His eyes narrowed as a petite spirit tree came into view. Indeed, it was quite diminutive, standing merely a little over 10 feet tall and as thick as an arm, its hue a pale green, resembling a grayish stone column, though exceedingly unadorned. It exuded a torrent of spiritual energy far beyond that of an ordinary spirit tree. Surrounding this Spirit Eye tree was a veil of faint golden light, enveloping it entirely. The gray-robed elder and other cultivators gazed upon the tree with fervent eyes. If a cultivator could directly cultivate beneath this tree, as long as they did not encounter a bottleneck, it could potentially have their training time. The gray-robed elder slowly approached the golden veil, extending his right hand to pass through it. He raised a single hand, resting his palm upon the central part of the spirit tree. With a gentle infusion of spiritual power, green light flickered at the tips of his 5 fingers. The others outside the protective barrier, though largely unaware of his intentions, instinctively held their breath, fearing to disturb the gray-robed cultivator. After a brief moment, the elder shook his head slightly and withdrew his fingers, the green light vanishing in an instant. The pure liquid within the spirit tree was not yet at its optimal extraction time. It required another 3 to 4 hours of waiting. Following this was a prolonged period of anticipation. Hours later, a thunderous sound echoed, shaking the entire cavern. A cultivator clad in yellow suddenly burst into the cave. "This is bad. Something has happened. The 6 demonic sects are plotting to seize the Spirit Eye tree." With cries of alarm ringing out, chaos erupted within the cavern. Drip drop. At the same time, droplets of clear, spiritual liquid began to trickle down from the Spirit Eye tree. "The spirit tree, I will take it." Chapter 138, Nangong Wan. Entangled. Lin Mo's figure suddenly materialized. As a flash of thunderous light streaked across the sky, it instantly manifested within the golden barrier. The spirit spring tree vanished into thin air with a swift motion. "What? Who are you?" With Lin Mo's arrival, Mu Peeling in the crowd gasped in astonishment. She could hardly believe that the disciple tasked with guarding the medicinal garden was, in fact, a formidable nascent soul cultivator. Upon obtaining the spirit spring tree, Lin Mo cast his gaze upon the members of the Falling Cloud sect and the demonic cultivators present. With a crackling sound, the Qianlan thunder wings fluttered gently behind him, allowing his form to disappear into thin air. Not to mention the early-stage nascent soul cultivators. Even those at the god transformation stage would find it challenging to keep pace with Lin Mo. As the Qianlan thunder wings swept through the area, torrents of ice crystals engulfed the cavern, compelling the Foundation establishment and core formation cultivators to retreat in succession, daunted by his presence. The originally dark cave was now cloaked in shimmering blue crystals. With a slight shift of his figure, Lin Mo ascended to the mountaintop. Gazing down at the undulating mountain range below, he could distinctly sense several nascent soul cultivators pursuing him. A soft chuckle escaped his lips as he waved his wings. With another crackle of thunder, Lin Mo's form flickered and transformed into a phantom, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, the pursuing nascent soul cultivators were left behind. "If you dare to chase further, I shall not show mercy." A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as the Qianlan thunder wings fluttered behind him, transforming his figure into a ghostly blue silhouette that disappeared from the scene. Following Lin Mo's disappearance, the entire Falling Cloud sect and the 6 demonic sects were engulfed in rage. The Fire Dragon Boy's eyes widened in fury. "Whoever this person may be, for seizing my Spirit Eye tree, they are destined for death." In contrast to the anger of the 3 sects, the 6 demonic sects were even more incensed. Without the essence of the Spirit Eye tree, how could they hope to revive the mysterious Xiantian vine? At that moment, both righteous and demonic factions were still awaiting news about the essence of the Spirit Eye tree from the Mulan grasslands. Without bringing back the essence, how could they hope to resurrect the Xiantian vine? Lin Mo remained unfazed by the collective ire, leisurely flapping the Qianlan thunder wings as he transformed into a phantom and retreated into the distance. In his mind, the congratulatory voice of Silver Moon echoed, "Congratulations, friend, on acquiring the Spirit Eye tree. This spiritual tree is no ordinary find." Hearing Silver Moon's words, Lin Mo smiled slightly. They are merely early-stage nascent soul cultivators. The melodious laughter of Silver Moon rang in Lin Mo's ears. "Surely even late-stage nascent soul cultivators would be no match for you." Lin Mo smiled in silence. This was indeed true. Without rare ancient treasures or spiritual artifacts, late-stage nascent soul cultivators posed little threat to him. It was said that a century ago, the 6 sects of the Yu Kingdom had been forced to retreat into the alliance of 9 nations after their defeat. With limited cultivation resources, The alliance was naturally reluctant to allow another sect to compete for their resources. However, if they were to refuse outright, the alliance was equally disinclined to sever ties. After the 6 factions of the Yu Kingdom incurred some costs, they established a sect in the northern Liang Kingdom, which had the fewest cultivator sects among the 9 nations. Despite the scarcity of sects in northern Liang, ranking among the bottom in the 9 nations alliance, the 6 factions had engaged in overt and covert strife for over a century, barely managing to take root through their own strength. However, they could not compare to the dominance of the Yu Kingdom, which monopolized the spiritual veins and spiritual mountains. Yet, after years of cautious perseverance, the 6 factions had gradually regained some vitality and significantly increased their influence within the 9 nations alliance. As the most powerful sect among the 6 factions, the Yan Yu sect naturally occupied a location rich in spiritual energy on the Linglong Mountain, situated in the westernmost part of northern Liang. The cultivators of the Yan Yu sect surrounded this spiritual mountain, casting spells to construct numerous pavilions and halls, and establishing various restrictive formations. This was the new mountain gate of the Yan Yu sect. Linglong Mountain was roughly divided into 3 tiers. At the base of the mountain were the residences and cultivation areas for the low-ranking disciples. From the foot of the mountain to the middle, only cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above were permitted to enter. The uppermost tier, above the waist of the mountain, was exclusively reserved for those at the core formation stage and above. Although foundation establishment cultivators were insignificant in the eyes of those at the core formation stage, they were regarded as pillars of the sect by the newly initiated disciples still lingering at the Qi refinement stage. The various overseers within the Yan Yu sect were naturally astute individuals who had successfully established their foundations. Yuan Kuan was one such overseer, responsible for procuring mundane items for the sect. One day, Yuan Kuan appeared in the nearest mundane town to Linglong Mountain, accompanied by 2 disciples of lower cultivation, visiting several shops to purchase daily necessities. Unbeknownst to him, after visiting a couple of shops, a faint yet powerful divine sense emanated from a nearby tavern, circling around his overseer attire before quietly coiling around him. Before long, Yuan Kuan successfully procured all the items and departed the small town with his 2 subordinates, soaring towards Linglong Mountain. However, just 30 li outside the town, a flash of white light suddenly appeared before them, revealing a youth clad in white. "We are disciples of the Yan Yu sect. May I ask who you are, esteemed senior?" Though Yuan Kuan's cultivation was modest, the peculiar emergence of the youth indicated that he possessed considerable strength. He hastily invoked the name of the Yan Yu sect, hoping to instill some caution in the stranger. Lin Mo smiled faintly, waving his right hand to release a cloud of pink mist that enveloped the 3 of them. The mist was dense, and within moments, the 3 disciples appeared entranced, as if their consciousness had faded away. Given his arrival, Lin Mo anticipated that the developments might diverge from the original narrative, and having not heard recent news regarding the so-called marriage of Nangong Wan, he decided to seek her out first, planning to approach Nangong Wan discreetly. He aimed to avoid any unnecessary complications that might arise from a formal visit, thus necessitating a better understanding of the specific circumstances within the Yan Yu sect on Linglong Mountain. In that small town, a day was spent in search of the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect. With Lin Mo's formidable spiritual awareness, no matter how many cultivators were present in the town, they could not evade his search. What has become of Nangong Wan now? Listening to Lin Mo's words, Yuan Kuan, who led the group, was momentarily taken aback and then said dreamily, "Master Nangong is currently cultivating on Linglong Mountain. Is there any dual cultivation ceremony?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and glanced at Yuan Kuan. "None." Soon, Yuan Kuan divulged everything he knew in detail. Lin Mo nodded slightly, casting a deep gaze at Yuan Kuan, and inquired, "Who is currently in charge of the Hidden Moon sect?" "The Grand Elder." Yuan Kuan responded vacantly. It appeared that, as in the original text, it was Nangong Wan's senior sister who held the position of Grand Elder in the Hidden Moon sect. As for the former Grand Elder, it was unclear whether he had entered seclusion or had passed away. After obtaining the desired information, Lin Mo waved his right hand, causing the pink mist surrounding him to dissipate instantly, and his eyes regained their clarity. What just happened? Did I forget something? Did I perhaps not purchase everything I needed?" Yuan Kuan scratched his head, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had already vanished without leaving a trace. At the foot of Linglong Mountain, a white-clad cultivator slowly ascended the stone path leading up the mountain. With each step Lin Mo took, His form shimmered momentarily. After a few paces, he vanished entirely from sight. Ah, this concealment formation is truly marvelous. At that moment, Inyu's voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind. I hadn't expected fellow Taoist Lin to be a master of formations. Hearing Inyu's words, Lin Mo smiled gently. This is all a gift from Ruin. Such an intimate address clearly indicated a relationship beyond the ordinary. What charm must this lady named Nangongwan possess? As Lin Mo listened to Inyu's playful remarks, a softness flickered in his eyes. He was soon to meet Nangongwan. As he continued his ascent, Linglong Mountain fully unfolded before him. Despite its name, Linglong Mountain was anything but petite. Rather, it was quite robust and peculiar, resembling a solid rock formation. Along the way, Lin Mo encountered numerous cultivators in the foundation establishment and even core formation stages. However, these cultivators could not detect the concealed Lin Mo unimpeded. He swiftly reached the summit. Before a cave enveloped in a crimson glow, Lin Mo came to a halt. A lively young girl stood at the entrance, clad in a playful light yellow short-sleeved attire, idly scanning her surroundings. Xiaozhen. Upon seeing the familiar figure, a smile crept upon Lin Mo's lips. Over a century had passed, yet Xiaozhen had not been idle. Her cultivation had reached the late foundation establishment stage. With the right opportunities, breaking through to the core formation stage might not pose much difficulty. Upon encountering Xiaozhen, Lin Mo felt no need for further concealment. With a wave of his hand, the transparent barrier surrounding him gradually dissipated, revealing his form. You. The sudden appearance of Lin Mo truly startled Xiaozhen, who gazed wide-eyed at him and exclaimed, Senior Lin, please take me to meet Nangongwan. Lin Mo cast a deep glance at Xiaozhen and smiled gently. All right. Xiaozhen nodded repeatedly and led Lin Mo into the cave dwelling. Nangongwan's abode was not particularly large. Xiaozhen guided Lin Mo along a short corridor and through a few modest rooms before arriving at the so-called hall. The hall was elegantly adorned, with exquisite decor. In one corner, an unknown type of sandalwood incense burned, while at the entrance stood two antique-style flower stands, each holding two exquisite and rare herbs, glistening in vibrant green. In the center of the hall, a small square wooden table was set, flanked by two pale green rattan chairs. Seated in one of the chairs was a girl in white with flowing black hair, her gaze lowered upon a gleaming silver sword. Next to the table lay a wooden box with its lid half ajar, revealing its emptiness. Upon seeing Lin Mo, the girl's right hand trembled slightly around the silver sword, and she lifted her head to gaze intently at him. A visage that had haunted Lin Mo's dreams countless times appeared before him. A delicately pointed chin, a graceful nose, enchanting clear eyes, and a pure white neck. All of this felt achingly familiar to Lin Mo. Xiaozhen. You may leave, Nangongwan said softly, waving her hand toward Xiaozhen. I wish to speak privately with Lin Mo, taken aback by these words. Xiaozhen in her yellow attire hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement and leaving. As Xiaozhen departed, Nangongwan felt a burning gaze fixed upon her. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her delicate brows furrowed. It truly is you. Hearing the sorrow in her voice, Lin Mo smiled faintly and stepped forward. Wanner, it has been a century since we last met. I have missed you dearly. Feeling Lin Mo's warm breath, Nangongwan felt herself weaken and fell into his embrace, letting out a soft sigh as she looked up at him. This time, you won't leave, will you? In the century of Lin Mo's absence, great changes had swept through the state of you. Although Nangongwan had not encountered any significant dangers and had advanced to the Nascent Soul stage, her longing for Lin Mo only intensified, especially given their vast distance apart. She was unaware of his safety. I will not leave, Lin Mo replied, reaching out his right hand to caress Nangongwan's cheek, feeling the smoothness and elasticity of her skin. As she felt his touch, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly remarked, You are truly something, acting this way upon our reunion. By the way, what about your cultivation? Nangongwan slowly lifted her head, her gaze fixed on Lin Mo, unable to contain her curiosity. Why can't I sense your cultivation? Upon hearing her words, Lin Mo smiled faintly. With a release of his concealed aura, his formidable cultivation fully revealed itself to Nangongwan. Early stage of the Nascent Soul. A look of surprise crossed Nangongwan's face as she sensed the powerful energy emanating from him. It seems you have not wasted your time all this while. Lin Mo chuckled softly at her words. When did you break through to the Nascent Soul, Wana? Decades ago, after our Kenyang sect firmly established its presence in this land. A fortunate breakthrough occurred. Lin Mo nodded slightly, recognizing that Nangong Wan's cultivation aura was profound. With a few more decades, she might very well ascend to the mid-stage of the Nascent Soul realm. However, one must inquire, when did you return? Why has there been no word from you? Nangong Wan lifted her beautiful eyes, fixing her gaze on Lin Mo with curiosity. Where have you been? Hearing Nangong Wan's words, Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly admit to having spent decades mingling with the Ghost Spirit Sect, followed by a sojourn at the Falling Cloud Sect. Clearing his throat, Lin Mo deftly deflected. Speaking of which, how have you fared at Kenyang Sect? As for me, Nangong Wan cast a deep glance at Lin Mo, a smile gracing her lips. Although my senior sister often puts me in difficult positions, overall, it hasn't been too bad. Puts you in difficult positions? Lin Mo arched an eyebrow, glancing at Nangong Wan. Is it that fairy Nishang? No. Nangong Wan shook her head. My senior sister Nishang is still merely at the peak of the core formation stage and cannot trouble me. Oh, in the original text, the sister who arranged for Nangong Wan to marry Wei Liqing remained unnamed thus. Lin Mo had always assumed it was fairy Nishang. He was quite curious as to how, in such a short span of 6 months, her cultivation had surged from the core formation stage to the mid-stage of the Nascent Soul realm, a rate seemingly faster than that of Nangong Wan, who possessed a heavenly root. At this moment, Lin Mo realized that this mid-stage Nascent Soul sister was indeed someone else. He wishes to marry me off to Wei Liqing. Nangong Wan sighed wryly. I encountered Wei Liqing several years ago during an outing, where I unwittingly met an elder from the Huai sect. This individual is almost the epitome of a hypocrite, outwardly suave, yet harboring a heart full of debauchery. It is said that he has several female disciples, numbering between 7 and 8. Moreover, I have heard rumors that he has secretly practiced the art of yin-yang manipulation. If he proposes to me, it is highly likely that his intentions are far from benevolent. Thus, I firmly declined at that time. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. The plot remained strikingly similar. However, in comparison to the original narrative, Nangong Wan had not yet reached that perilous juncture, for at the very least, there were no restrictions within her. Alternatively, one might say that his timing in arriving here was significantly ahead of Han Li. This was only natural, as Han Li had cultivated at Falling Cloud Sect for 30 years before ascending to the Nascent Soul stage and then arriving at Kenyang Sect. Having come here several decades earlier, there was no reason for him to harbor such concerns. At that moment, Nangong Wan suddenly turned her gaze towards Lin Mo, her bright eyes sparkling with intensity. Do you know about the 3 major Nascent Soul cultivators of Tiannan? Without waiting for Lin Mo's response, she continued. The Zhengma Sect and the 9 Kingdoms Alliance each possess a cultivator at the late Nascent Soul stage, merely a step away from entering the God transformation stage. Otherwise, the major factions could not have maintained their balance until now. As for our 9 Kingdoms Alliance, there exists a mid-stage Nascent Soul couple skilled in cooperative techniques. Together, they can barely withstand a late-stage Nascent Soul cultivator. Lin Mo smiled slightly. Is Wei Liqing related to Wei Wuyo? Regarding Wei Wuyo, Lin Mo harbored no significant malice. In the original tale, upon discovering that Han Li was with Nangong Wan, he did not persist unnecessarily. Nangong Wan's expression bore a hint of bitterness, her delicate fingers intertwining nervously. Indeed, this Wei Wuyo is the uncle of Wei Liqing, one of the 3 great cultivators. As a senior elder of the 9 Nations Alliance, he practices an obscure poison art known to few, capable of taking lives effortlessly with a mere gesture. His supernatural powers vastly surpass the imagination of ordinary cultivators. Lin Mo stroked his chin and murmured, it seems that the matter of Wei Liqing is trivial. What truly matters is the presence of Wei Wuyo behind him. This was the crux of the matter. Nangong Wan adjusted her hair and gazed intently at Lin Mo. We are both at the early stage of the Nascent Soul realm. Even if we are no match for Wei Wuyo, should we wish to escape, he cannot hinder us. She cast a steadfast look at Lin Mo, clearly choosing him resolutely over her sect. Lin Mo regarded Nangong Wan, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, why should we flee? Hearing his words, Nangong Wan furrowed her brow, unable to suppress her concern. My senior sister will surely aid Wei Liqing against us. Merely a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Lin Mo responded with a gentle smile, reaching out to caress Nangong Wan's cheek. As long as I am here, even if Wei Wuyo comes, he cannot harm me. This was not mere bravado. He possessed the strength to back it up, especially after the fusion of the wood spirit guard and the corpse Xia. This corpse Xia guard alone, with its physical prowess, could contend with a mid-nascent soul cultivator, and coupled with the strength of a second nascent soul. They need not fear Wei Wuyo. Nangongwan slowly lifted her head, her gaze fixed on Lin Mo, a glimmer of astonishment in her eyes. But Wei Wuyo is a grandmaster of the nascent soul. Observing her surprise, Lin Mo smiled faintly, waving his hand. A flash of green light appeared, revealing a small girl with emerald hues. Waves of potent spiritual energy swirled around the corpse Xia guard, and with another flash, the second nascent soul merged into the corpse Xia guard, radiating with mid-nascent soul energy. Mid-nascent soul, Nangongwan exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Lin Mo chuckled softly, glancing at the corpse Xia guard before turning his gaze back to her. Are you reassured now? Nangongwan pursed her lips. Looking at Lin Mo, I wonder what you have experienced over this century. While others might marvel at Lin Mo's formidable strength, Nangongwan, as an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, understood the arduous path of cultivation. To possess a puppet with mid-nascent soul capabilities came at a considerable cost. Lin Mo stepped closer to the blushing Nangongwan, saying, Allow me to recount my journey in detail. A silver-white fox slipped from his sleeve, gazing back at the tumultuous scene with a hint of shyness in its eyes. Truly, it was a sight to blush over. Silver Moon silently chanted a phrase and hurriedly retreated into the distance. In contrast to the bashful Silver Moon, Nangongwan gazed at her retreating figure with a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. Who was that silver fox? Evidently, Nangongwan, whose cultivation had reached the early stage of the nascent soul, had detected Silver Moon's anomaly. Lin Mo gently caressed Nangongwan's delicate skin and smiled. Let me see how much you have changed over the century, Wanner. Lin Mo's words instantly flushed Nangongwan's cheeks with a rosy hue. Today, she donned a palace outfit that accentuated her alluring and sensual charm. Her mature and voluptuous allure radiated from every part of her being. Looking down, one could behold a pair of dark, clear eyes, soft, full red lips, and a dainty, exquisite nose. Her beautiful, pure, and elegantly serene visage, complemented by her gracefully contoured cheeks and a porcelain complexion, rendered her a breathtaking beauty of unmatched grace. Her figure was elongated and enchanting, with arms as soft as snow lotus, elegantly rounded legs, and a youthful, enticing aroma. Nangongwan's dreamy eyes turned towards Lin Mo, her brows arched, cheeks blushing like fresh lychee, a delicate nose, cherry lips slightly parted, revealing pearly teeth, and her flowing dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Her sparkling eyes shimmered with a blend of shyness and joy, exuding an aura of innocence and elegance. Wanner, it has been so long since we last met. I have missed you dearly. 10 days later, Lin Mo gazed at the radiant Nangongwan in his embrace, her complexion rosy and her eyes brimming with spring-like vitality. Utterly content. Lin Mo, what shall we do next? Listening to Nangongwan's inquiry, Lin Mo did not respond immediately, but tenderly caressed her face. Of course, we shall remain at the Moon Concealment Sect. Lin Mo chuckled gently. Now that I have returned, there is no reason for me to leave this place. What about my senior sister? Nangongwan looked at Lin Mo, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. Although her senior sister was not a virtuous person, she was reluctant to become adversaries with her, considering their past connections with Shermin. Do not worry. Since I have come here, this matter shall be entrusted to me. Lin Mo's words indeed brought a sense of relief to Nangongwan. For a century, she had relied solely on herself for everything, and Lin Mo's arrival granted her a sense of support. This feeling was wonderful and reassuring. The days that followed were remarkably leisurely. Each day was spent cultivating within Nangongwan's boudoir. The 5 elemental spirit infants were already in hand, yet the cultivation levels of the earth, fire, metal, and water spirit infants were only at the core formation stage. To elevate these 4 spirit infants to the nascent soul stage, one must proceed gradually. Unfortunately, all the spirit stones had been depleted, and advancing these 4 spirit infants would require further measures. Lin Mo stroked his chin and murmured, Nothing is faster than obtaining spirit stones this way. With a sharp sound echoing through the air, a spirit eye tree landed before him. An intense fragrance wafted towards him. The rich liquid dripping from it had already been collected by Lin Mo, understanding the narrative. Lin Mo was well aware that this exquisite liquid could not revive the Xiantian vine. Only the yang water proves effective. Could this possibly be the Spirit Eye tree of the falling cloud sect? As the rich and refreshing fragrance enveloped her, Nangong Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this in your possession? Her lips pressed together. She whispered, a few days ago. I received news that a cultivator skilled in ice magic seized the Spirit Eye tree from the 3 sects during the sword testing event. So, it seems that person is you? Nangong Wan's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Lin Mo awkwardly scratched his nose and smiled. You truly are audacious. If the 3 sects discover your involvement, the Hidden Moon sect won't be able to protect you. Listening to Nangong Wan, Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Rest assured, they haven't identified me. Nangong Wan furrowed her brows, unable to restrain her curiosity. As far as I know, the essence produced by the Spirit Eye tree is only effective for cultivators below the golden core stage. It should be of no use to you. Lin Mo nodded slightly. Without a substantial amount of essence, the Spirit Eye tree indeed holds no efficacy for him. However, Lin Mo's objective is the Spirit Eye tree itself, not merely the so-called essence. I need to refine this Spirit Eye tree into a magical treasure. Lin Mo smiled faintly. It is of great importance to me. Upon hearing his words, Nangong Wan nodded slightly. Will it create much commotion? If it does, I can arrange some laws around to conceal the aura. Listening to her, Lin Mo smiled reassuringly. I have already masked the aura. There is no need for concern. As he spoke, Lin Mo gestured towards the 4 corners of the room where the array flags were positioned. They glimmered brightly, transforming into wisps of white light that completely enveloped the room. Even if there were considerable noise within, there would be no disturbance outside. Then I shall not intrude any longer. Nangong Wan smiled gracefully at Lin Mo and turned to leave the room. As she departed, a chill instantaneously enveloped Lin Mo. The water element spiritual energy from the water spirit infant surged forth around him. Water spirit infant, strength, golden core stage, physique, water spirit infant, spiritual root, water spiritual root. It is time to refine the 3rd magical treasure of the 5 elements spirit infants. Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he extended his right hand and gently patted the storage bag at his waist. A verdant spirit wood appeared before him, lush and emanating a dense blue mist. The rich, ethereal aura wafted invitingly. The Spirit Eye tree, having previously crafted 72 Xianin B-Cloud swords from the Xianhuang spirit wood. Forging these 72 flying swords is indeed second nature to Lin Mo. Gazing at the Spirit Eye tree before him, a stream of pale blue light surged from his dantian. The water yuan infant continuously radiated soft blue light, vibrant with color. His mouth slightly parted, a delicate blue flame flowed forth. As the blue light intensified, Lin Mo opened his mouth, and a slender, thread-like blue flame burst forth, landing perfectly upon the Spirit Eye tree before him. With a crackling sound, a gentle azure aura entwined itself around the surface of the Spirit Eye tree, unceremoniously isolating the Dan fire and preventing it from approaching even a step closer. Although the Dan fire consumed a considerable amount of spiritual energy, Lin Mo's internal reservoir of spiritual power was exceptionally abundant, rendering the consumption of mere Dan fire trivial. After 3 days had elapsed, the pale blue radiance enveloping the Spirit Eye tree finally dissipated, extinguished by the depletion of the tree's own spiritual energy. Unimpeded, the azure Dan fire directly began to refine the very essence of the Spirit Eye tree. Days later, signs of melting appeared on the tree's surface, with certain areas beginning to glisten faintly, oozing a multitude of small, colorful droplets. After a succession of days, the Spirit Eye tree was finally purged of impurities, transmuted into a fist-sized, viscous azure liquid. With a subtle movement of his fingers, Lin Mo sent strands of spiritual threads cascading onto the liquid from the Spirit Eye tree. Under the guidance of these threads, the liquid began to rotate and morph. A portion of the azure liquid separated itself from the main mass, floating gracefully in the air nearby. Then came the second piece, followed by the third. Once the final piece was detached, 72 equally sized droplets hovered in the air. What followed was the most pivotal moment as streams of radiant light surged into the 72 droplets, visibly coalescing into sword forms resembling the azure bamboo B-Cloud sword, albeit in a delicate azure hue. Months passed, and with the scorching heat of the Dan fire, 72 azure flying swords finally floated before Lin Mo, the Xianming B-Cloud swords. Observing the flowing, ethereal aura emanating from each sword, Lin Mo's lips curved into a slight smile. The 5 elements spirit sword of the water element had taken shape, with his mouth slightly parted. He inhaled the 72 Xianming Be-Cloud swords, which seamlessly entered his body and settled within his dantian. A total of 216 flying swords now hovered within him. With just 144 more, he would complete the assembly of 360 flying swords of the 5 elements. Lin Mo's smile widened, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Sister, what brings you to this place? A girl in a red dress strolled in from outside. Nangong gazed at the ethereal figure of the rainbow-robed fairy as she stepped forward, her smile radiant. Hearing Nangong's words, the rainbow-robed fairy's cheeks flushed slightly, and she murmured, I cannot accept such a title, sister. By cultivation standards, I ought to address you as Nangong Shirshu. Responding swiftly, Nangong replied, in my eyes, you shall always be my sister. The rainbow-robed fairy gazed at Nangong, lost in thought. She noted that compared to several months prior, Nangong's complexion had brightened considerably, as if brimming with spiritual energy and having significantly advanced in cultivation. Sister, have you recently encountered some fortuitous opportunity? Have you consumed some miraculous elixir? Might you be on the verge of another breakthrough? The rainbow-robed fairy's words caused Nangong's cheeks to flush with embarrassment, prompting her to recall the 10 days spent in Lin Mo's company. Sister, please don't tease. Nangong waved her hand and remarked, you have yet to disclose the purpose of your visit. Sighing, the fairy of the rainbow garment responded, it is none other than the Grand Elder who has sent me to persuade you. In my opinion, Wei Lichan is quite commendable. At such a young age, he has already reached the early stage of the Nascent Soul realm. Marrying him would greatly benefit our Hidden Moon sect. As she spoke, the fairy slowly lifted her head. I understand your heart is still tethered to that Lin Mo fellow. Yet, at that time, he was merely at the core formation stage. He may very well have perished by now. Upon hearing the fairy's counsel, Nangong's expression turned complex, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. In truth, Lin Mo has returned. The fairy's countenance shifted, her eyes widening in astonishment as she exclaimed, that lad has come back? Cough, cough. What is his current cultivation level? Is he worthy of you? Wei Lichan is already at the early stage of the Nascent Soul. Before the fairy could finish her sentence, the door behind her creaked open. Lin Mo, clad in white, stepped out from within. Fairy of the rainbow garment. Lin Mo cast a glance at her and slowly approached Nangong, his nascent soul cultivation radiating without the slightest concealment. You, the fairy, feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Mo, narrowed her eyes and gasped. You are actually a nascent soul cultivator. How can I not be one? Raising an eyebrow, Lin Mo glanced at the fairy and replied coolly, according to sect regulations. How should you address me? Lin, Master Uncle Lin. The fairy bit her lip, her eyes filled with humiliation. A century ago, during their first encounter, Lin Mo had called her fairy master uncle. After achieving the core formation, he referred to her as fairy senior sister. Now, the roles had reversed, and she was to call him master uncle. Lead me to see the current Grand Elder of the Hidden Moon sect. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. If you continue to suggest that Nangong marry another, do not blame me for my ruthless actions. Do you truly intend to meet the Grand Elder? The fairy looked at Lin Mo and said softly, though you are a nascent soul cultivator, you must understand that the strength between each realm of the nascent soul varies greatly. Thank you for your kind reminder. Lin Mo smiled faintly and then shifted the conversation. But still, take me to meet the Grand Elder of the Hidden Moon sect. He vaguely recalled that the Grand Elder from a century ago was that elderly woman from whom he had managed to procure numerous treasures. Are you serious? The fairy glanced at Lin Mo and then could not help but look at Nangong beside him. Nangong nodded and said, Sister, please lead us there. Sighing, the fairy of the rainbow garment gazed at Nangong and said, Since you both insist, I shall not press further. Meanwhile, several thousand miles away from Linglong Mountain, a throng of foundation-building cultivators clad in crimson garments rode upon flying steeds that shimmered with radiant light. In the center of the procession lay a jade couch, upon which reclined a dashing young man in red, languidly remarking, Why have we not yet arrived at the Hidden Moon sect? An elderly woman, standing upon a lotus-shaped flying artifact, approached the jade couch and clasped her hands in greeting, stating, I estimate we are merely a few hours away. I can hardly contain my excitement. Wei Lichan snorted lightly and promptly replied, Increase our speed. I long to behold the enchanting Nangong beauty. heeding Wei Lichan's words. The elderly woman did not dare to be negligent and quickly affirmed, "Yes, I shall urge on," with a huff, as the elderly woman departed. A slight smile graced Wei Lichan's lips. Meanwhile, as Wei Lichan soared towards the Hidden Moon Sect, Lin Mo and Nangong Wan, under the guidance of the ethereal Ni Chang, arrived at the pinnacle of Linglong Mountain. There stood a resplendent palace of white stone, exquisite in its craftsmanship. Outside the stone hall, several disciples of the Hidden Moon Sect, clad in pink garments, greeted the arrival of Ni Chang with reverence. Bowing in unison, "We pay our respects, esteemed ancestor." Ni Chang nodded slightly and directed her gaze towards a female disciple at the entrance, whose cultivation had reached the foundation establishment stage. "Xiaoyu, go and inform the Grand Elder. Just say that Ancestor Nangong has arrived." Upon hearing Ni Chang's command, the disciple named Xiaoyu produced a red talisman, channeling her spiritual energy into it. A flash of crimson light surged forth, darting into the stone hall. Lin Mo closed his eyes in tranquil meditation, exuding an air of leisure. A torrent of powerful spiritual consciousness continuously emanated from within him. This consciousness, like a tide, effortlessly penetrated even the layer of barriers designed to obscure it, soaring into a side chamber. Inside, a strikingly beautiful woman sat cross-legged on a mat, her skin pale and icy, appearing to be in her 20s, radiating a faint aura of chill. The crimson light swiftly reached her, and as if sensing its approach, she slowly opened her eyes, frowning slightly, and beckoned to the red glow. Instantly, the light transformed into a fireball the size of a fist, landing directly in her palm. The icy woman regarded the flame with an impassive expression, remaining silent, until she suddenly flipped her hand, extinguishing the fireball in an instant. "Nangong Wan," she murmured to herself. This woman was evidently decisive and swift in action. She transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly exiting the setting sun palace and heading in a specific direction. Chapter 139, Nangong Wan. She is my woman. This woman, who had exhibited such decisiveness, soon appeared before the gathered crowd, her luminous form descending gracefully. As the brilliance dimmed, the light dissipated. The Grand Elder surveyed the assembly and finally fixed his gaze upon Nangong Wan. "Junior sister, have you truly made your decision?" Upon hearing her senior sister's inquiry, Nangong Wan's eyes flickered with determination as she affirmed, "I have made up my mind." The Grand Elder's expression brightened at her response, and he promptly declared, "I am heartened to see you considering the sect's welfare." With that, Nangong Wan slowly approached Lin Mo and introduced, "This is Lin Mo, my disciple." Lin Mo? The Grand Elder, upon hearing this name, swept his consciousness over Lin Mo, perceiving the formidable aura radiating from him. A Nascent Soul cultivator? Although not intimately familiar with Nangong Wan's disciple, the Grand Elder still held some recollection of him. Regardless of the circumstances, the emergence of an additional disciple at the Nascent Soul level within the Moon Concealing Sect is undoubtedly a splendid development. Indeed, a hint of color flickered across the pallid visage of the Grand Elder. Since you have now attained the initial stage of the Nascent Soul, you are entirely qualified to assume the position of an elder within our sect. The Grand Elder cast a deep gaze upon Lin Mo, his eyes brimming with mirth. After being away for so long and achieving a breakthrough into the Nascent Soul stage, your choice to return truly demonstrates your devotion to our Moon Concealing Sect. If all our external disciples were as dedicated as Lin Mo, how could our sect not flourish? With this, the Grand Elder's face radiated with joy as he continued, "If you have any requests, our sect shall surely accommodate them." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing at the Grand Elder, a smile gracing his lips. Naturally, the Grand Elder nodded vigorously in response. Whoosh! With a sharp sound slicing through the air, a figure appeared in the distance. The aged, flower-haired figure of the Cheong Old Monster descended before the Grand Elder. Observing the tense atmosphere, the Cheong Old Monster hastily clasped his hands and announced, "Wei Lichang has come to propose." Upon hearing these words, the Grand Elder's face lit up with ecstatic joy, as if salvation had arrived. "Quickly, bring him here." Listening to the Grand Elder, Lin Mo directed his gaze towards the corpse demonic guardian before him, no longer in a rush to take action. Why expend effort unnecessarily when one could resolve the matter in a single blow? The Cheong Old Monster produced a red jade token and infused it with his spiritual energy. As a flash of red light erupted, the token transformed into a streak of brilliance, darting towards the distant formation barrier. After completing this, the Cheong old monster turned to Lin Mo with a peculiar expression. A nascent soul cultivator. Especially upon recognizing Lin Mo's familiar visage, he couldn't help but furrow his brow and inquire softly, Are you not Lin Mo? Lin Mo surveyed the vigilant Grand Elder across from him, then offered a slight smile to the Cheong old monster. Cheong old senior. It has been a century since we last met, and you have indeed reached the nascent soul stage. Ahem. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the Cheong old monster couldn't suppress a light cough, though he had fortuitously broken through to the nascent soul realm. The disparity between him and Lin Mo was akin to that of clouds and mud. Ha ha. Simultaneously, laughter echoed from afar, accompanied by a procession of scarlet-clad chariots. Winged beast-like creatures soared at the forefront. In the center of the convoy, a flash of radiance appeared as a young cultivator flew into the air. His gaze fixated on Nangong Wan beside Lin Mo. Fairy Nangong. Wei Liqing emanated arcs of light as he saluted Nangong Wan. Observing Wei Liqing, Lin Mo's aura surged. Wisps of icy brilliance coiling about him. The nearby Fairy Nishong wore a peculiar expression, glancing between the Grand Elder, Lin Mo, and Nangong Wan. A flicker of unease crossing her mind. This young man wouldn't dare be so reckless, would he? Just as Fairy Nishong pondered. Lin Mo chuckled softly. I want Nangong Wan. Nangong Wan's cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of embarrassment flickering in her eyes. What? The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression filled with astonishment. Little did they expect Lin Mo to possess such audacity, daring to demand Nangong Wan right before their eyes. Are you aware that Nangong Wan is the woman desired by Wei Liqing? The elder glared coldly at Lin Mo, stating, The sect will not offend Wei Waya for your sake. Nangong Wan is mine. A glimmer of frost flickered in Lin Mo's eyes as he retorted, Even if Wei Waya were to come here, I would certainly slay him. Who do you think you are? Wei Liqing's gaze was filled with murderous intent, for his uncle was one of the great nascent soul cultivators of Southern Heaven. How dare someone vie for his woman? Are you seeking death? Upon hearing this, the elder merely chuckled. Rest assured, young Master Wei, this person has just broken through to the nascent soul stage and is unaware of his own limitations. The elder's expression turned sinister as he observed Lin Mo, who remained unfazed. A flicker of determination crossed the elder's face, and with a sudden flourish of his long sleeves, 2 flying swords emerged, one white and one black. They spiraled before expanding into 2 massive swords, each nearly 10 feet long. The white sword gleamed like freshly fallen snow, emanating a chilling aura, while the black sword radiated an unbearable heat, flickering with dark flames, forming a rare pair of yin-yang ice-fire swords. Wei Liqing smirked, but did not advance. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back, patiently awaiting the elder to deal with Lin Mo. Lin Mo surveyed the crowd and declared, Since we must engage, do not blame me. As he spoke, a green light flickered at his waist. A girl-like corpse puppet descended at his side, exuding a dense, malevolent aura. A mid-stage nascent soul corpse puppet. Sensing the formidable presence of the corpse puppet, the elder's pupils constricted in disbelief. He never anticipated Lin Mo's strength to be so formidable, possessing a mid-stage nascent soul corpse puppet. If combined with Lin Mo in his early nascent soul stage and Nangong Wan, the odds were hardly in his favor. However, Lin Mo wasted no time allowing the elder to recover from his shock. A surge of green light erupted from within Lin Mo and enveloped the corpse puppet. In an instant, the corpse puppet's form transformed, evolving from a young girl into a graceful woman. The vibrant green energy surged forth, causing the surrounding flora to wither and the spiritual insects to decay. A corpse spirit? Were they not all sealed away in ancient times? The elder gasped, recognizing the formidable nature of corpse puppets, known for their indestructible bodies and lethal toxic miasmas. Judging by the aura radiating from this particular puppet, it surely possessed the power of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Perhaps only a late-stage nascent soul master could contend with it. Yet, with the confrontation now unavoidable, the elder steeled himself. A cold glint flashed across her face as she pointed at the 2 flying swords before her. The black and white light flickered, and the swords began to rotate gently in midair, unleashing a tempest of cold and heat, forming a bizarre dual-layered light barrier, white on the outside, black on the inside, resonating with an interplay of icy chill and fiery warmth. As the emerald-hued poison barely grazed the protective shield, it emitted a sharp, crackling sound. Akin to a mud ox plunging into the sea, the barrier remaining utterly unaffected, as if it bore no consequence. However, the expression of the Grand Elder revealed that resisting this toxic miasma was no trivial matter. Qianglao, it is time for you to take action. The Elder Qiong's face displayed a complex expression. He was reluctant to confront the disciples of the sect on behalf of the so-called Wei Liqing. Regrettably, given his control over the sect, refusal was not an option. No sooner had he manifested than Nangong appeared before him. Senior Qiong, I beg your pardon, she said, performing a slight bow, her scarlet lips parting as a flash of crimson light erupted forth. The vermilion bird ring transformed into a colossal fireball, roaring with vigor as it hurtled into the arena. Seeing this, Elder Qiong waved his sleeve, and a defensive artifact materialized, hovering protectively in front of him. A transparent luminous barrier enveloped him entirely. Humph! Wei Liqing snorted coldly and suddenly soared towards Lin Mo, raising his hand to reveal a dagger-like artifact of deep green hue. It stirred the winds and skies, accompanied by a pungent and foul odor. Lin Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, remaining utterly still. Why should he exert himself against such insignificant foes? Was there any need to expend energy on refining the five-element spirit infant? Whoosh! Whoosh! A series of piercing sounds echoed as spiritual energy erupted from the mouth of the corpse phantom guardian. 72 green bamboo becloud swords, infused with potent exorcising divine thunder, darted towards Wei Liqing. Wherever the golden exorcising thunder passed, the toxic mist dissipated. The bamboo swords swiftly struck the green dagger. Crack! With a crisp sound, the dagger shattered. What kind of treasure is this? Why is it so formidable? Wei Liqing's eyes widened in alarm as he hastily retreated. Damn it, do not be reckless. Upon witnessing Wei Liqing's peril, the Grand Elder immediately bellowed in fury, his right hand sweeping through the air. A radiant arc flashed, and with a soft pop, a five-colored beam, as thick as a bowl, erupted from the corpse poison. Wherever it passed, the toxic miasma was swept away like a hot knife through butter. The luminous mirror. Lin Mo's lips curled into a faint smile as he recognized this ancient treasure. It was one of Nangong Wan's renowned artifacts, possessing immense power. To put it into perspective, the Qingming mirror wielded by the Treasures of Blood Trial was merely a simplified imitation of this ancient artifact, its might not even amounting to 1% of the luminous mirrors. Yet, despite its lesser power, the Qingming mirror was well regarded among lower-tier cultivators, more than sufficient to rank among the top-tier artifacts, thus illustrating the formidable nature of the luminous mirror. Now, with the emerald poison completely scattered by the beam, it posed no further threat. The cold figure of the woman re-emerged, her presence once again revealed within the black and white shield. One hand forming seals while the other held the mirror. This mirror, not much larger than the Qingming mirror, gleamed jet black, its surface obscured and giving an eerie, profound sensation. Yet, from its depths, a radiant five-colored beam of light emanated, creating a stark and peculiar contrast. If one intends to employ this puppet against me, is it not a grave underestimation? Sister Nangong Wan cast a cold gaze at Lin Mo, eager for confrontation. You wish for me to act? Do you believe yourself worthy? Lin Mo replied, his brow slightly raised, voice laced with indifference. Whoosh! Whoosh! No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of piercing sounds sliced through the air. 72 Xianhuang becloud swords, and 72 Xianming becloud swords, one yellow, one blue. Over 100 flying swords hovered ominously behind the corpse puppet. Each sword radiated an aura indicative of exceptional magical artifacts. If this puppet wielded 200 flying swords, one could only imagine the formidable nature of its master's own life treasure. At this juncture, the Grand Elder found himself devoid of alternatives. With a flick of his hand, he executed a spell, directing it towards the. Instantly, the light column within the mirror quivered slightly before splitting into a finer beam that shot forth with the swiftness of lightning towards the Xianhuang becloud swords. The Xianhuang becloud swords. 72 yellow flying swords plunged menacingly towards the Grand Elder. Enveloped in the weighty essence of Xianhuang, they were not to be easily restrained. Boom! As the beam of light collided with the Xianhuang becloud swords, a series of cracking sounds echoed, the force shattering the light beam as if it were mere glass. Simultaneously, the corpse puppet flickered, transforming into a green phantom, and abruptly appeared before the Grand Elder. Its once delicate jade-like hand morphed into a pair of emerald claws. With a swift motion, the sharp claws pierced through the elder's neck. A torrent of viridian corpse energy surged into the Grand Elder's body, turning his complexion a ghastly green. Having completed its task, the corpse puppet flickered once more, coalescing into a green light that settled beside Lin Mo, retreating instantly, without hesitation. The Grand Elder hastily retrieved a handful of translucent pills, shoving them into his mouth. This venom from the corpse puppet was no trifling matter. Despite his cultivation being at the mid-stage of the Nascent Soul, he could not withstand it. Lin Mo glanced at Wei Liqian hovering in the distance, whose expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing Lin Mo effortlessly dispatch the Grand Elder, casting a glance in his direction. Panic ensued within him. "My uncle is Wei Wuyo. You." Before he could finish, the 72 Qingzhu cloud swords sliced through the air, appearing before Wei Liqian in an instant. The banishing divine thunder, glowing a golden hue, surged downward like a celestial dragon towards Wei Liqian. A piercing scream echoed as a streak of light flashed by, and he vanished without a trace. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, observing the fleeing nascent soul of Wei Liqian, and with a flick of his sleeve, the corpse puppet shimmered and vanished from sight. Moments later, it reappeared before him, holding a storage bag, which it presented to Lin Mo. Though Wei Liqian was merely a novice in the nascent soul stage, his uncle, Wei Wuyo, must have left him with a trove of treasures. Meanwhile, Nangong Wan's senior sister gasped slightly, a stream of blood tainted with a foul, black ichor spewing forth. The poison was exceedingly potent, and despite her repeated consumption of elixirs, it proved futile. Following the elder's defeat, the enigmatic elder Qiong flickered, transforming into a wraith-like figure that settled beside the fallen elder. His gaze fixated on the elder's green-tinged visage, his brow furrowing slightly. "Lin Mo, spare the elder," Qiong implored. After all, she acted with the sect's interests at heart. Upon hearing Qiong's plea, Lin Mo cast a penetrating glance at the elder, whose face was now a deep shade of green. Nangong Wan stepped forward, whispering, "The sect has treated me well. If my senior sister perishes, the sect of the Veiled Moon will surely languish at the bottom of the 6 factions." This statement bore truth. Although the senior sister's actions were less than noble, she still considered the sect's welfare. "I shall grant you a reprieve," Lin Mo said with a slight smile, as he approached and seized the senior sister's slender neck, lifting her effortlessly as one would a chick. With a buzz resonating around them, the greenish poison surged like a tide, drawn into the body of the corpse soldier. As the poison dissipated, the senior sister's pallid complexion began to recover. However, soon a wisp of ethereal blue ice flame materialized in Lin Mo's hand, with his spiritual energy entwining it. The blue ice flame coalesced into a crystalline blue flower. The exorcising thunder roared with a golden radiance, enveloping the blue ice flame. While death may be averted, the sins of the living are inescapable, Lin Mo remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as the blue crystalline lotus plunged into the elder's body. A chilling light pierced through to her very core. The elder's face turned ashen as she exclaimed, "What have you left within me? The blue ice flame. Once it blooms inside you, will ensure your demise, even with your nascent soul cultivation," Lin Mo declared. Should the elder attempt to dispel the exorcising thunder, the blue flame would erupt in full force, sealing her fate. The only chance for survival would be if she could elevate her cultivation to the later stages of the nascent soul, a feat she was unlikely to achieve given her current prowess. As he spoke, Lin Mo slowly rose, turning his gaze to Nangong Wan. "Wanner, let us depart." With a slight sway, he transformed into a blue-white arc of light, vanishing from sight. Nangong Wan immediately followed suit, leaving behind the elder, Qiong, and the celestial fairy in Aichong. "This young man is truly unfathomable," Qiong mused, astonished by Lin Mo's displayed prowess, which, despite being at the nascent soul's early stage, had allowed him to defeat Wei Liqian and the elder with ease. Such strength might well rival the great cultivator Wei Wuyo. Reflecting on this, Qiong could not help but exclaim, "The future of the sect of the Veiled Moon will undoubtedly depend on Lin Mo." Listening to the words of the ancient elder, the Grand Elder's face was cloaked in frost, momentarily at a loss for words. Just moments ago, he had exuded such arrogance. Yet now he found himself akin to a prisoner of lower rank. His life and death rested in the hands of others. Lin Mo moved with astonishing speed, transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from his original location. At this moment, he arrived before the cave dwelling. In the original narrative, Han Li, accompanied by Nangong Wan, had fled directly from the Yin Yu sect. However, Lin Mo harbored no such intentions. The life and death of the Grand Elder of Yin Yu sect were still within his control. In the future, he would remain safely within the confines of the sect. Once the five-element spirit infant achieved a breakthrough to the Nascent Soul stage, or he himself advanced to the mid-Nascent Soul stage, he would wed Wanner and announce it to the world. A glint of resolve sparkled in Lin Mo's eyes as he made his decision. Lin Mo, your strength. Upon entering the cave, Nangong Wan gazed at Lin Mo, her eyes filled with astonishment. You even possess a corpse puppet now. Observing her shock, Lin Mo smiled gently. I have acquired some fortunate opportunities. By the way, I may need to travel to the kingdom of you. He turned to Nangong Wan, offering a slight smile. Her expression tightened, and she couldn't help but inquire, are you leaving again? After a century apart, their reunion was bittersweet. Fear not, I shall return swiftly. Lin Mo extended his right hand, softly caressing Nangong Wan's delicate visage. But before I go, I shall spend some time with you, master. At this, Lin Mo embraced Nangong Wan. Upon hearing the term master, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. You have already reached the initial stage of the nascent soul. Why do you still call me master? Nangong Wan bit her crimson lip and softly murmured, how mortifying. For Lin Mo, addressing her as master at this moment was undeniably exhilarating. Master, let us enter. With a click, the door swung open, granting them entry. Her raven hair cascaded like clouds. A forehead as smooth as white jade, delicate willow-like brows, and eyes deep as autumn waters, radiant as stars, exuding an air of cold indifference and pride. Her slightly elevated nose, alluring crimson lips, and elegantly sculpted chin formed an exquisite visage that could captivate any heart. Truly a beauty that could eclipse the moon and shame the flowers. A flicker of brilliance danced in Lin Mo's eyes as he raised his right hand. A snow-white garment fluttered down like falling snowflakes, enveloped in swirling mist, appearing both ethereal and enchanting. 5 days passed swiftly. A beam of blue light suddenly shot forth from within the chamber. As the blue light radiated, it surged skyward, leaving a crystalline blue trail in its wake. With the Qian blue wind thunder wings gently fluttering, Lin Mo transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the grand trading fair convened at the northernmost point of Tiannan, in the kingdom of Yu. Nestled within the deep mountains of this realm, the Tian city served as the headquarters of the Nine Nations Alliance, the sole city of cultivators in Tiannan. Every resident, regardless of age or gender, possessed a spiritual root. Among those above the mid-nascent soul stage within the Nine Nations Alliance, there were 6 or 7 formidable figures residing in this city, capable of annihilating any cultivator who dared to provoke trouble or challenge them on the spot. Thus, regardless of whether it be the righteous or the malevolent, the Heavenly Tao Alliance or the unruly loose cultivators, none dared to act recklessly in this place. In the months preceding the Grand Trade event in Tiannan, the Nine Nations Alliance, as the host, began to lift most of the restrictions on the famed city's protective barrier, the Yuan Mian Mingguang Array. This was prompted by the arrival of several distant cultivators, with some eager individuals setting up stalls in various marketplaces ahead of time. Indeed, other cultivators approached to inquire about prices and engage in transactions. After all, during the official days of the trade fair, while treasures and rare materials abound, they are far from affordable for the average cultivator. If one truly desires to procure somewhat rare and suitable materials, it is prudent to seek them out early. The once tranquil Tian city soon became bustling with activity, resembling an ordinary city of mortals in its liveliness, though the streets were lined with cultivators of considerable prowess. The sole currency accepted for trade was the Spirit Stone. The city's only auction house, also operated by the Nine Nations Alliance, began accepting consignments and appraisals of various rare items. Gradually, the entire Tian city became vibrant with excitement. As the trade fair approached within a fortnight, a radiant figure traveled from thousands of miles away, gliding towards the city. As the light drew nearer, it became clear that it was a young man clad in white, Lin Mo, who was merely passing through on his way to the kingdom of Yu, fortuitously carrying several hundred dragon inner elixirs and materials, all acquired from slaying dragons in the chaotic Star Sea. Though dragon inner elixirs and materials were quite rare even in the chaotic Star Sea, They were exceedingly scarce in Tiannan, naturally commanding a significantly higher price. Meanwhile, Han Li, having reached the pinnacle of the core formation stage, soared towards the city on a verdant flying sword. Perhaps at this foremost auction in Tiannan, he might discover a means to break through to the Nascent Soul stage. Enveloped in a green aura, Han Li transformed into a shadow and darted into Tian City. Suddenly, the melodious sound of drums wafted through the air, and golden light flickered on the horizon. A procession of warriors clad in golden armor and helmets, resembling celestial soldiers, surrounded a resplendent beast cart as it glided towards them. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and murmured softly, "Could that be the South Long Marquis?" The South Long Marquis. At the pinnacle of the mid-nascent soul stage, and a loose cultivator of notable lineage, was closely associated with the righteous sect, Tianji men. In the original tale, he had fortuitously returned alive from an expedition alongside Han Li. In a matter of moments, the golden-armored warriors and the beast cart drew near. Lin Mo stroked his chin and murmured, "What a grand display. I must admit, the South Long Marquis possesses quite the presence." The warriors wielding halberds, while imposing in stature, were merely at the foundation establishment stage. However, the two spirit beasts pulling the dazzling cart were indeed extraordinary. A creature adorned with azure scales and a peculiar horn atop its head resembled a mythical qilin, while another boasted resplendent fiery plumage, golden eyes, and elongated feathers, akin to a magnificent phoenix, a seventh-tier demon beast. Yet, the avian entity possessed the bloodline of the fire phoenix. If vanquished and refined, it could potentially enhance the bloodline power of my three-legged crow. Lin Mo's eyebrows arched slightly, his gaze brimming with anticipation. Within the chaotic sea of stars, he had only encountered aquatic beasts, rarely encountering a demon beast bearing the fire phoenix lineage. Thus, the sight of such a creature naturally stirred his excitement. As the beast cart approached the city gates, a golden radiance enveloped it, and the sounds of drums dissipated. Following a brief flash of golden light from the beast cart, it dimmed, revealing three figures seated within its vast interior, one man and two women. The man donned a purple python-patterned robe, adorned with a jade crown, his long beard cascading to his chest, positioned between the two women. The women, clad in snow-white palace garments and possessing beauty that rivaled flowers, leaned gracefully against the man. This long-bearded gentleman was undoubtedly the Marquis of Nanlong, while the two women beside him were likely concubines. Although their cultivation levels hovered around the foundation establishment stage, they radiated elegance and charm. In this light, the Marquis of Nanlong appeared to share Lin Mo's carefree disposition, though his fortunes had sadly taken a turn for the worse, ultimately leading to his possession by a demon, a true misfortune. The Marquis swiftly embraced his two companions and vanished into the city. Upon entering Tian City, Lin Mo was greeted by rows of neatly arranged stone houses. Interspersed among these structures were unevenly wide blue stone streets, dense as a spider's web, bustling with passers-by. After navigating through numerous thoroughfares, Lin Mo finally arrived at a shimmering white barrier. Beyond it lay an array of serene and elegant pavilions, each distinct in style and exquisitely crafted. As other cultivators passed by the barrier, their gazes filled with awe and envy upon glimpsing the pavilions within. Without strength surpassing the Nascent Soul stage, one could not breach the barrier before him. Lin Mo raised his right hand, gently making contact with the white barrier. With a series of crackling sounds, a singular opening appeared, permitting only Lin Mo to pass. In an instant, he transformed into a blue specter, slipping through the gap. Inside the barrier, exquisite pavilions awaited. Any unoccupied space could be chosen freely. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo selected the innermost room. Upon entering, a stream of radiant light emerged from his storage pouch, releasing an array of formation flags that settled around the room. A transparent formation barrier enveloped the space entirely. Seated cross-legged, Lin Mo retrieved Wei Liqing's storage pouch. His consciousness surged like a tide, continuously flooding into the pouch, revealing a substantial collection of mid-tier spirit stones along with several high-tier spirit stones. In terms of spirit stones alone, his wealth rivaled that of a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Among the treasures that materialized before him were several magical artifacts. Yet none captured Lin Mo's interest. Suddenly, a curious exclamation escaped Lin Mo's lips as his gaze was drawn to a jade box, radiating abundant and rich spiritual energy. He grasped the jade box in his hand. With a soft click, the jade box was opened, revealing a palm-sized blue spirit leaf. Its surface shimmered with a chilling radiance, an overwhelming aura of coldness clinging to it, coalescing into frost. What spirit leaf is this? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, feeling the bone-chilling cold emanating from it. Suddenly, he felt a tremor from the spirit beast pouch at his waist. The blood jade spider. A flicker of joy crossed Lin Mo's eyes as he gently patted the pouch, and two blood jade figures instantly appeared before him. Blood jade spider, level 6, species, spider, bloodline power, cold jade silk, sturdy body. Possesses a trace of true dragon bloodline, listening to the system notification in his ears. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed. He whispered, after devouring the six-winged frost centipede, it actually possesses a trace of true dragon bloodline? Lin Mo swallowed hard, a glimmer of delight shining in his eyes. If he were to encounter further opportunities, perhaps a breakthrough could be achieved. If the blood jade spider's strength could ascend to level 8, it might even attain the ability to transform. He wondered what it would look like after transformation. Chirp, chirp. The two blood jade spiders opened their mouths slightly, producing a series of chirping sounds, their eyes fixated on the blue spirit leaf in Lin Mo's hand. Go ahead. Lin Mo was quite willing to share with the two blood jade spiders. Although he was aware of the spirit leaf's immense value, enhancing the spider's strength was paramount. With a swift motion, two strands of silk shot forth, instantly splitting the spirit leaf in two. Each spider devoured half of the leaf. As the spirit leaf was consumed, a blue glow radiated from the two blood jade spiders, their bodies shimmering with cold light. Having tidied everything up, Lin Mo wasted no time and stepped out. Accompanying him was a wave of azure ice flames that surged from within, instantly coalescing into a frosty mask upon his visage. Without the perceptive abilities surpassing the late stage of the Nascent Soul, one could not discern Lin Mo's true appearance. Looking around, he noticed several Nascent Soul cultivators. Although they were primarily at the early stage, accompanied by several Foundation establishment and even core formation attendants, Lin Mo ambled to a white, jade-like pavilion. The three-story structure tapered in size, adorned with an antiquated silver-edged plaque that bore the words Crystal Dragon Pavilion in golden characters. This was the largest trading fair in Tiannan. I hope to gain something from this, Lin Mo thought, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, Lin Mo let out a soft exclamation as he recognized a familiar face. Han Li? He saw Han Li, clad in white, following a diminutive boy as they entered the Crystal Dragon Pavilion. Truly, Han Li is fortunate to have arrived here. Watching Han Li follow the fire dragon boy inside, Lin Mo smiled faintly. At this moment, Han Li had reached the pinnacle of core formation, just a step away from the Nascent Soul stage. Should fortune favor one, a breakthrough may occur at any moment. Perhaps coming here is merely a quest for opportunity. With this thought, Lin Mo turned and stepped through the door. As the light dimmed, the patrons outside the loft vanished in an instant, like ephemeral bubbles. The celestial crystal Taoist excelled in illusionary arts, and these were merely tricks to obscure reality. Lin Mo's formidable spiritual sense rendered such illusions utterly ineffective against him. A casual glance revealed the space to be desolate, shrouded in a faint gray mist, save for an ancient wooden table at the center, upon which rested a bronze oil lamp. Seated behind the lamp was a kind-faced Taoist in gray robes, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, who regarded Lin Mo with a smile. This Taoist's aura felt unfamiliar, yet a guest must be welcomed. Please, take a moment to wait here. The gray-robed Taoist beamed, gesturing warmly. Lin Mo returned a slight smile and performed a respectful gesture towards him. The Taoist suggested, please proceed to the second floor for the trading event. I must await further guests. As the celestial crystal Taoist cast a glance at the blue ice crystal mask adorning Lin Mo's face, his hand, which had lifted the mask, paused. He then turned and chanted a spell, which dissipated the dense white mist, revealing a shimmering staircase leading to the second floor. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo flickered and transformed into a wraith, appearing directly on the upper level. The second floor was brightly illuminated, with numerous fist-sized moonlight stones embedded in the ceiling and walls, numbering in the hundreds, casting the area in a daylight-like glow. In contrast to the first floor, this loft was considerably more spacious. Against the walls stood rows of tables, each occupied by cultivators of varying attire, men and women of diverse ages. Lin Mo's spiritual sense swept across the gathering, revealing that most of these individuals wore masks. Although capable of obstructing spiritual perception, such measures were inconsequential to Lin Mo, whose spiritual sense was at the late stage of the Nascent Soul realm. He was well acquainted with the Nascent Soul cultivators of the southern region, but had encountered few in person. A cursory glance indicated that over 20 Nascent Soul cultivators congregated on the second floor. What if one were to eliminate them all? Lin Mo mused, stroking his chin as this thought flickered through his mind. Here, there were no late-stage Nascent Soul cultivators, and those of mid-stage strength numbered no more than 5. If a confrontation were to arise, perhaps only 2 or 3 could escape. Han Li, trailing behind the fire dragon boy, felt a chill run down his spine. An unsettling sensation as if a knife were poised at his throat. He scanned the surroundings and suddenly spotted a cultivator in white robes. The blue ice flame mask appeared strikingly familiar. Could it be mere coincidence? Han Li swallowed hard, silently pondering. Is Senior Lin here as well? At that moment, several impatient Nascent Soul cultivators had gathered, their lips moving as they communicated through spiritual transmission. They occasionally opened their storage bags, retrieving jade boxes and small vials, initiating discrete transactions among themselves. However, such individuals are always in the minority. The majority remain with their eyes closed, patiently awaiting the arrival of exquisite treasures. Consequently, the entire second-floor attic is enveloped in an eerie silence, creating an oppressive atmosphere for some maidens and attendants in the core formation stage. Opposite Lin Mo, a voluptuous female cultivator is playfully winking at him. Although her face is obscured by a mask, her eyes, glimmering with allure, are captivating. A practitioner of the Harmony Sect. Lin Mo raises an eyebrow, sensing the seductive aura emanating from her, a flicker of excitement coursing through him. Beside her sits an extraordinarily corpulent man, his waist nearly 3 to 4 times the girth of an average person, causing the wooden chair beneath him to bend and warp. He wraps one arm around the petite woman beside him, as if fearing Lin Mo might seize her away. The rotund enchantress of the Harmony Sect. Lin Mo gently touches his nose, silently reflecting. According to the descriptions in the original text, the dual cultivation techniques of these two can contend with mid-stage Nascent Soul practitioners. After a brief tea time, the Celestial Crystal Master finally approaches, prompting all seated cultivators to simultaneously open their eyes and gaze in his direction. This signifies the commencement of the trading session. The Celestial Crystal Master strides to the center of the second floor, raises his hand, and gestures to one side, summoning a wooden table enveloped in white light. With a smile, he announces, "The time is ripe. Those who ought to be here have arrived. If there are no objections, let the exchange begin." The Celestial Crystal Master is exceedingly courteous, though personally, he is indeed growing impatient. "Shall I start then?" A robed practitioner seated beside him speaks with a gentle smile. "Haha, since you are so eager, my friend, please proceed." The Celestial Crystal Master chuckles lightly, stepping back to genuinely invite the robed practitioner to commence. "Very well, since Brother Celestial Crystal insists," the robed practitioner replies, slightly taken aback, but then stands with grace, offering a slight bow to those around him before lightly tapping his storage pouch. A flash of red light reveals a palm-sized wooden box in his hand. This box, crafted from an unknown rare wood, flickers with a flame-like red glow, and upon its lid are affixed gold and silver sealing talismans, lending it an air of mystery. At the sight of this, all eyes are drawn towards it, each gaze reflecting a variety of expressions. These cultivators are well-versed and knowledgeable, understanding that the contents of the box are extraordinary. To witness such a treasure at the very onset of the exchange invigorates them all. The robed practitioner surveys the crowd with satisfaction, then extends a finger to delicately touch the 2 talismans. Streams of golden and silver light cascade over the talismans, and with a snap, the jade box opens. Instantly, a fiery red object begins to rise from within, revealing an extraordinary spirit mushroom shrouded in crimson mist. This Ganoderma, though merely a few inches in size, radiates a fiery crimson hue, its surface smooth and glistening, adorned with wisps of red clouds swirling about it, reminiscent of ethereal energy encircling a celestial treasure. Chapter 140, Yin Ruyin begins again. The Scarlet Essence Mushroom, a remarkable specimen boasting 3,000 years of cultivation. Such a rarity thrives solely within the molten depths of lava, beyond the reach of mere mortals who could never hope to encounter, let alone possess it. Truly, my fellow practitioner possesses exceptional skills. A cultivator cloaked in black sighed deeply, murmuring softly, whether out of envy or admiration. The 3,000-year scarlet essence mushroom, a fire elemental spirit treasure, is indeed extraordinary. The robed cultivator, upon recognizing the scarlet essence mushroom, allowed a fleeting smile of pride to grace his lips, then remarked, "Since you have identified my possession, I shan't elaborate further." One scarlet essence mushroom of 3,000 years, a premier alchemical material for fire-type elixirs, is priced at 100,000 spirit stones, or may be exchanged for equivalent materials of the earth element for alchemy or artifact forging. 100,000 spirit stones. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. This price was rather modest, comparable to that of a high-tier demon core. He harbored intentions regarding this scarlet essence mushroom, as it would be the ideal sustenance for the three-legged chicken, the best choice indeed. After all, this place lacks the abundance of demonic beasts found in the chaotic star sea. Therefore, the upcoming enhancement of power for the three-legged chicken and the blood jade spider would rely on these spirit herbs. As Lin Mo pondered, several cultivators began to take an interest. A few approached, whispering to the robed cultivator, subsequently offering various items in exchange. However, the robed cultivator merely cast a glance and promptly declined without hesitation. "Is there anyone else?" This 3,000-year specimen was acquired through immense effort over 5 or 6 years, and I am offering it for a mere 100,000 spirit stones, which is quite reasonable. The robed cultivator clearly wished to part with this 3,000-year scarlet essence mushroom, but upon noticing the lack of buyers, he appeared somewhat anxious. "I possess an earth element demon core." Lin Mo stepped forward, retrieving a jade box from his storage pouch. The robed cultivator paused momentarily, regarding Lin Mo. "The demon core is commendable, yet this is a 3,000-year scarlet essence mushroom. It requires at least a 7th-tier demon core for exchange." Lin Mo promptly opened the jade box, revealing a yellowish demon core before the robed cultivator. Though 7th-tier demon cores are indeed rare in the chaotic star sea, they pale in comparison to the scarlet essence mushroom. However, in Tiannan, the situation is markedly different. Even 5th and 6th-tier demon cores are seldom encountered, as high-tier demonic beasts hardly exist on the land of Tiannan. For Lin Mo, trading a 7th-tier demon core for this 3,000-year scarlet essence mushroom was quite worthwhile. The robed cultivator opened the jade box, his consciousness sweeping inside, and upon discovering the yellowish demon core, his pupils constricted in delight. "Deal," he beckoned, sealing the scarlet essence mushroom back into the wooden box and handing it to Lin Mo, swiftly storing Lin Mo's jade box into his own storage pouch. Satisfied with obtaining the crimson essence mushroom, Lin Mo returned to his position. Not far away, the fire dragon boy gazed at him with astonishment, recognizing a familiar visage. The sight of the blue ice crystal mask adorning Lin Mo's face stirred something within him. Hearing the fire dragon boy's words, Han Li's expression shifted slightly, yet it soon returned to calmness, revealing no hint of deviation. "Well, our esteemed friend has completed their exchange. Now, might we proceed in order?" The celestial crystal master suggested with a smile towards another female cultivator seated near the robed figure. "Of course, allow me to present my treasure." The woman clad in delicate green replied elegantly. She then rose gracefully, stating, "Unlike our esteemed companion, I do not possess such fortuitous opportunities to acquire rare treasures. However, I am proficient in the art of crafting artifacts. I have fashioned an unbound immortal capturing ring. With a simple recognition ceremony, it can serve as a personal treasure." As she spoke, she gently stood, her long sleeves fluttering slightly. Suddenly, a white ring, several inches in size, shot forth from her sleeve, fluctuating in size and shimmering incessantly, with silver runes visible, exuding an astonishing aura. Not to boast, but while this treasure is crafted from ordinary materials such as golden essence, its potency is undeniable. It serves excellently for trapping foes or self-defense, a truly dual-purpose artifact. I intend to exchange this ring for a vial of elixirs that promote cultivation for those in the Nascent Soul stage. If such exists, I would appreciate a glimpse of the elixirs," she said, reducing the ring to the size of her palm, speaking nonchalantly. Although most present were formidable Nascent Soul cultivators, each possessing powerful personal treasures, this artifact had its merits. It was a rare binding treasure, making it an exceptional choice for personal use or for disciples. The gathered Nascent Soul cultivators were equally intrigued by the artifact. Several offered cultivation elixirs in exchange. The woman selected one, and the exchange was completed smoothly. Following her, another cultivator stood up without needing further prompting from the celestial crystal master, stepping forward to present his offering. I bring forth a box of star steel sand. And here, I possess an egg from a 6th-tier demonic beast. The subsequent auction proceeded without any notable excitement, as each item presented by the Nascent Soul cultivators was a rare and precious find, far beyond the reach of ordinary core formation cultivators. During this time, Han Li seized the opportunity to procure a century-old spirit-connecting grass, rumored to enhance the chances of advancing to the Nascent Soul stage. Although the grass was rare, it was regrettably only a century old, yet Han Li managed to acquire it at a bargain. The Fire Dragon Boy, meanwhile, presented a bowl-sized tricolored extraordinary flower, a material for alchemy, but it paled in comparison to the previously presented crimson essence mushroom, leaving no one interested. The Fire Dragon Boy could only sheepishly stow it away into his storage bag. Soon after, Han Li emerged. I possess 1 6th-grade water and fire attribute demon core each, along with 2 Qianling herbs, and I seek to exchange them for a piece of Gung essence. If there is no Gung essence to be found, I am also willing to exchange for any information regarding its whereabouts. As soon as Han Li uttered these words, he flicked his hands, and a flash of azure light ensued. 2 jade boxes simultaneously opened, revealing 2 demon cores of red and blue hues, alongside 2 emerald green spiritual herbs, all displayed within the perception of the gathered cultivators. Gung essence. The moment Han Li spoke, the surrounding cultivators exhibited expressions of intrigue. Although these demon cores and millennium herbs were precious, they paled in comparison to the value of Gung essence. In terms of exchange, they would likely yield only a minuscule quantity, hardly sufficient for anything substantial. However, proposing to trade merely for information about Gung essence, using a 6th-grade demon core and a millennium herb seemed rather generous. It appeared that Han Li intended to infuse Gung essence into the Qingzhu Fengyun sword. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Han Li, his gaze shimmering with intrigue. Yet, contemplating the future costs Han Li would incur in removing the Gung essence from the Qingzhu Fengyun sword, he couldn't help but shake his head. The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to respond. Lin Mo stroked his chin, observing those before him, and slowly approached. With a flourish of his right hand, a jade box appeared on the table. An 8th-grade poison-type demon beast core. With a flick of his wrist, the box opened, releasing a rich aroma of the inner core. I offer exchanges for gold, water, fire, and earth spirit stones. Lin Mo's eyes glimmered as he calmly stated, I only require spirit stones. An 8th-grade demon beast core. What a jest! Who would be willing to part with such a treasure? The crowd exchanged excited glances, visibly thrilled. Lin Mo maintained a stoic expression, silently observing them. Had they known that Lin Mo's storage bag contained hundreds of 7th and 8th-grade demon beast cores, and even a few 9th-grade ones, their jaws might have dropped in astonishment. Truly, Lin Xuanjun was impressive. He actually possessed an 8th-grade demon beast core. Han Li watched as several Nascent Soul cultivators stepped forward to negotiate with Lin Mo. A peculiar sensation flickering within him. I must break through to the Nascent Soul stage. Han Li resolved within himself. Once this trading session concludes, I shall retreat to cultivate. With the Qianling herbs, I am certain I can reach the Nascent Soul stage. After successfully selling 3 8th-grade demon beast cores, Lin Mo's waist was adorned with several bags filled with mid-tier spirit stones. Although he had only sold 3 8th-grade demon beast cores, the attention of several Nascent Soul cultivators remained fixated on him. Clearly, Lin Mo's display of 8th-grade demon beast cores had ignited their envy. A slight smile graced Lin Mo's lips as a surge of murderous intent welled within him. He had been contemplating robbery, and if someone were to seek their own demise, it would be all the more convenient. After some time, the final cultivator finished exchanging their desired items. Master Tianjing then returned to the center. Smiling as he addressed the assembly, it seems most of you have successfully obtained what you sought. It matters not if one has not made a trade. As of now, only a mere 10th or so of the esteemed Yuaning friends have arrived in Tian City. There will be ample opportunities in the future. To speak of others, I, Tianjing, shall host another grand exchange meeting, and I hope all esteemed friends will continue to participate. However, before that, I have a few items I wish to exchange with everyone. Lin Mo smiled gently and took a few steps forward. Before long, the revered Tianjing raised both hands, radiating a brilliant white light. He swiftly retrieved 7 or 8 items from his storage bag, filling the entire room to capacity. Puppets of initial stage golden core strength. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Ever since acquiring the wood spirit guards, his puppet techniques had somewhat stagnated. Now, gazing upon these 8 puppets of golden core caliber, he could not help but ponder the ancient puppet arts. He wondered if it were possible to merge the ancient puppet art with the wood spirit guards and the corpse refining techniques. What transformations might arise from such a fusion? Lin Mo stroked his chin, fixating on those puppets. He held little ambition regarding the initial stage golden core puppets, save for perhaps a substantial interest in the ancient puppet arts. Meanwhile, the jovial figure from the Huan sect, seated diagonally across, had already spoken up with a grin. "Oh, Tianjing, when did you take up puppet arts? Are you perhaps abandoning your original cultivation of the crystal light technique to pursue puppetry?" "Haha, Brother Jew, you jest. At my age, how could I possibly change my cultivation method? These puppets were discovered by me some time ago at an ancient ruin." Upon reaching this point, the revered Tianjing let out a sigh. "Currently, my resources are scarce, and I can only barter them for something of value. Though these items may not possess great power for us, they can still prove remarkably effective in certain special circumstances." The gathered yuan cultivators exchanged glances, showing little interest in the puppets that merely rivaled golden core strength. Apart from gifting them to family disciples, these puppets held little other utility. Tianjing replied with a smile. "Hee, the item I wish to trade is rather rare, an ancient artifact known as a soul stone. 1 soul stone in exchange for one of my puppet beasts." These puppets were crafted by ancient practitioners, and it is likely that such high-level puppets no longer exist in this realm. The revered Tianjing spoke calmly. "Soul stone." As this exceedingly unfamiliar term was uttered, the assembled cultivators displayed expressions of confusion. Such a thing had never crossed their ears. It was indeed quite alien. However, Tianjing was evidently well prepared. Gently stroking his waist storage bag, a flash of red light appeared, and in his palm, there materialized a thumb-sized, emerald green crystal. Judging by its color, this emerald crystal was evidently a wood attribute spirit stone. Yet, upon probing with their spiritual senses, they discovered that the crystal emanated an extremely cold wave. Soul stone. Lin Mo gently touched his own storage bag. He indeed possessed some of these soul stones, acquired from the puppet beast within the Void Sky Hall. Perhaps some fellow cultivators had such items, but did not recognize them. "I happen to have one here. Esteemed friends may first assess its authenticity." The old sage cradled the crystal stone and spoke slowly. "How peculiar. It bears some resemblance to the essence of spirits, yet it is far more refined." A sorcerer shrouded in dark energy inquired with astonishment. "I too am uncertain of the substance contained within this crystal, but it is undoubtedly not mere soul energy. Otherwise, would I part with such a treasure for mere puppets?" The celestial crystal master replied with a subtle smile. Lin Mo, privy to the unfolding narrative, recognized that the man was merely masquerading. He possessed 2 intact puppets, yet required these soul stones to animate them. These 7 or 8 puppets, only at the initial stage of the golden core realm, were hardly worthy of the soul stones. Contemplating this, Lin Mo's lips moved as he sent a thought transmission to the celestial crystal master. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and departed. The celestial crystal master, receiving Lin Mo's message, paused in disbelief. When he turned back, he discovered that Lin Mo had vanished. Upon leaving the second floor, Lin Mo distinctly sensed several divine consciousnesses that had previously been focused on him dissipate. His figure flickered and transformed into a shadow, disappearing from sight. He reappeared on the cobblestone street. Gazing at the avenue before him, Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim softly, a glimmer of delight flickering in his eyes. Not far ahead, a figure radiating warmth like fire caught his attention. Yin Ruyan. Surprised, he had not anticipated encountering Yin Ruyan here. Yin Ruyan furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze lingering for a moment on Lin Mo, who wore a blue Qianlan ice flame mask. Although masked, the aura emanating from Lin Mo felt strikingly familiar to her. Could it be Lin Mo? Just as Yin Ruyan was taken aback, she noticed Lin Mo approaching her. "Ruyan," as that familiar voice reached her ears. A joyful expression spread across her face. She hurried to Lin Mo's side, her surprise evident, and asked, "What brings you here?" As for Yin Ruyan, as the young mistress of the Ghost's Spirit Sect, with her cultivation at the initial stage of the Nascent Soul realm, she was naturally representing her sect at such a grand occasion, bringing along items of little use to the sect for trade. Splashing sounds echoed as the water flowed. and the mask of Qianlan ice flame on Lin Mo's face began to dissolve, revealing his features to Yen Ruyan. Did you come alone? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on Yen Ruyan, unable to suppress his curiosity. Although Yen Ruyan had reached the initial stage of the Nascent Soul realm, carrying so many treasures could easily attract unwanted attention, just like those two Nascent Soul cultivators from the Harmony Sect, who could employ secret methods to reach the mid-Nascent Soul stage. Elder Wang, my uncle Wang Tiangu has also come, Yen Ruyan remarked with a raised eyebrow, speaking softly. Though I have reached the initial stage of the Nascent Soul, the sect still harbors doubts about me. This Elder Wang claims to be here to assist me, but in reality, he is merely here to oversee my actions. At this point, a cold light flashed in Yen Ruyan's eyes. If one wishes to fully grasp control of the Ghost Spirit Sect, it may require. Though the words remained unspoken, Lin Mo had already grasped the intent of Yen Ruyan. A faint smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he reassured her, "Rest assured, I am well aware of all this." Yen Ruyan responded with a gentle smile, prepared to continue her discourse when suddenly, a crimson shadow darted past in the distance. Lin Mo focused his gaze and beheld a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his demeanor refined, appearing not far away. It was Wang Tiangu, the second brother of Wang Chan, the current leader of the Ghost Spirit Sect. As Lin Mo assessed this cultured man, he sensed that his cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the Nascent Soul, hardly a cause for concern. Yen Ruyan, who might this be? Wang Tiangu approached with quick strides, his gaze fixed on Lin Mo beside Yen Ruyan, filled with overt hostility. However, upon sensing the immense spiritual power emanating from Lin Mo, his expression shifted to one of feigned amiability as he inquired, "This friend seems unfamiliar to me." Maintaining his composure, Lin Mo replied, "I am Lin Mo of the Hidden Moon Sect." Upon hearing the name of the sect, Wang Tiangu's pupils constricted momentarily, his earlier demeanor vanishing in an instant. "Oh, so it is a friend from the Hidden Moon Sect." The grievances of a century past were determined by the 6 sects. "I hope you do not hold it against us." To the uninitiated, such words might convey a sense of reasonableness. Yet, Lin Mo, privy to the underlying narrative, recognized this as mere fade. In the original tale, Wang Tiangu had been invited to join the treasure-seeking expedition of the South Long Marquis, conspiring with an elder surnamed Yun to undermine the Marquis, ultimately leading to the retrieval of the Tsang Kuan portrait for the Ghost Spirit Sect. Later, when the sect discovered the method to enter the valley, he and Wang Tiansheng, among others, fell prey to ancient demons, perishing in an explosion when the demons broke free from their seals. Observing Wang Tiangu before him, Lin Mo offered a courteous nod, naturally. "Yen Ruyan, the hour grows late. Let us depart." Upon hearing this, Wang Tiangu glanced at Yen Ruyan. The auction is about to commence. The auction hosted by Master Tianjing was but one of many in the city. There were larger events to attend. It was evident that Wang Tiangu and Yen Ruyan were headed to such venues. Yen Ruyan inclined her head slightly to Lin Mo and smiled, "Friend Lin, I shall take my leave now." "Indeed." Lin Mo nodded gently, his gaze following the slowly departing Yen Ruyan, a smile lingering on his lips, saying little more. With an abundance of demon cores in hand, Lin Mo intended to take advantage of this trading event to exchange a portion of them. Selling them all at once seemed impractical. The most prudent course would be to part with a fraction. After all, while using inner cores for alchemy was advantageous, it also required spiritual herbs and ores as auxiliary materials, significantly increasing costs. It would be far more beneficial to directly exchange for 4 types of spiritual stones to enhance the cultivation of his 4 nascent souls. Once the 5 elemental nascent souls were merged, he could then plan for the Yuan Magnet Divine Mountain. Lin Mo licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with ambition. In a fleeting movement, he transformed into a shadow and vanished from sight. In the ensuing hours, Lin Mo frequented various auctions, periodically trading for several 7th and 8th grade beast inner cores. As night descended, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. As Lin Mo glanced at the dimming sky, he softly murmured, "It's about time, I should pay a visit." He silently exited the loft and made his way towards a certain pavilion in Tian City, Jinglong Pavilion. Observing the 3 golden characters above, Lin Mo strode confidently into the building. "Indeed, you are a punctual individual." Upon entering, the room instantly illuminated. The venerable Tianjing sat at the long table, smiling warmly at Lin Mo. With a calm demeanor, Lin Mo advanced decisively, and a white shadow flickered by his waist, revealing a luminous green soul stone that emanated a dense aura of yin. Instantly, it captivated the attention of Tianjing, whose eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of surprise flashing within. What you said is indeed true. I wonder how many of such quality soul stones you possess, Brother Lin. I am willing to exchange them for spirit stones and materials. Please, do speak up. Seeing Lin Mo possess such a high-grade soul stone, Tianjing's expression turned excited, his eagerness palpable. Lin Mo smiled faintly. I am not interested in puppets, but I am intrigued by the art of puppet mastery. These ancient puppets must surely be obtained from the ruins by you, Master Tianjing. With a playful smile, Lin Mo continued, I only require the ancient puppet techniques. Tianjing chuckled softly. Well, that depends on how many soul stones you can offer. Though the puppet techniques are precious, the materials required are rather extravagant. Such trivial items, I am more than willing to exchange with you. With a flick of his right hand, Lin Mo let fall a handful of over a dozen soul stones onto the table. If you are willing to trade, take these soul stones. They are a portion of what I acquired from the Void Heaven Palace. He had extracted merely a fraction of them. In the original text, Han Li had produced 20 to 30, entirely oblivious to being deceived by Tianjing. A dozen soul stones were more than sufficient. Perhaps this is insufficient. Tianjing rubbed his hands together, chuckling with glee. Hearing this, Lin Mo chuckled lightly and made a sweeping gesture. The soul stones on the table were swiftly absorbed into his storage pouch. In that case, the transaction is concluded. Before Lin Mo could finish his sentence, Tianjing hastily raised his right hand, exclaiming, Oh wait, let us proceed with the trade. Very well. Here are the jade slips for the crafting of ancient puppets. Consider them a gift. With that, the old sage quickly retrieved a pure white jade slip from his storage pouch and presented it to Lin Mo, revealing a cunning glint akin to that of a sly fox. Lin Mo accepted the jade slip, his consciousness flowing into it. As expected, like in the original text, the materials necessary for crafting ancient puppets were indeed rare, including the ancient 10,000-year ironwood. Maintaining his usual composure, Lin Mo stored the jade slip in his pouch, clasped his hands in gratitude towards Tianjing, and turned to depart. Lin Mo's calm demeanor left Tianjing momentarily taken aback. The celestial being of the jade tablet, Tianjing, was naturally aware of the outrageous materials required to forge ancient puppets. Yet, why did Lin Mo appear so nonchalant, as if he had long been privy to this knowledge? In the ensuing days, Lin Mo sporadically sold demon cores and inner elixirs at the trading fair. The wealth amassed in his storage pouch had already reached several million low-grade spirit stones, sufficient to elevate the strength of 2 elemental puppets to the pinnacle of the core formation stage. Lin Mo caressed the storage pouch cradled in his embrace and let out a sigh of relief. Regarding the enhancement of the elemental puppets' prowess, he favored elevating them to the Terra and Aqua spirit infants, primarily because these two had already acquired their respective innate treasures, thus becoming formidable allies. On the 4th night, a familiar voice called out from outside, Lin Mo. It was Yin Ruyan. Lin Mo furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing, waving his right hand with a smile. Come in. The transparent barrier at the door gradually dissipated. Yin Ruyan, clad in a crimson robe, gracefully approached, her snow-white legs intertwined alluringly, captivating the beholder. Gazing at Yin Ruyan before him, Lin Mo swallowed hard and beckoned, Come closer. Hearing his words, Yin Ruyan's cheeks flushed crimson, her scarlet shoes creaking softly against the wooden floor. Her cloud-like black hair cascaded freely, revealing a forehead as flawless as white jade, adorned with delicate, arched brows and eyes deep as autumn waters, radiant like stars, exuding a demeanor of aloofness, pride, and a hint of melancholy. Her slightly upturned nose, sensuous crimson lips, and perfectly sculpted chin were the epitome of irresistible beauty. Where have you been all this time? Yin Ruyan's scarlet lips parted slightly as she spoke in a hushed tone. Sensing the underlying sorrow in her words, Lin Mo chuckled softly. Is this the right moment for such discussions? In the days that followed, Yin Ruyan wiped the corner of her mouth and slowly donned her red robe, stating, The Marquis of Nanlong has invited our ghost spirit sect to partake in an expedition. I believe there may be opportunities, hence I wish to invite you along. Pondering her words, Lin Mo stroked his chin and queried softly, In what capacity shall I attend? After all, I am an outsider in Wang Tiangu's domain. Accompanying the ghost spirit sect might not sit well with him. He jested, if all else fails, I could simply eliminate Wang Tiangu. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. With the aid of Silver Moon, masquerading as Wang Tiangu would be a trivial matter. Yin Ruyan frowned slightly, unable to suppress her concern. There are prohibitions against dueling within the city. If you were discovered, it would spell disaster. Alarmed by Lin Mo's intentions, she hastily intervened. Lin Mo's eyes shimmered with a frigid light as he replied calmly, if I were to slay Wang Tiangu, no one would be the wiser. That. Yin Ruyan's expression flickered with hesitation as she murmured, if you are determined to kill Wang Tiangu, I shall accompany you. Despite viewing Lin Mo's plan as perilous, she chose to stand by his side, regardless of the risks involved. Hearing her words, Lin Mo extended his right hand and gently patted her hair. I shall go alone. In the midst of their conversation, Lin Mo's figure shimmered and transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the spot. Lin Daoyu, could this be too perilous? The words of Silver Moon echoed in his mind. If the strike fails, we may only be able to flee this place. Until now, Silver Moon had only witnessed the power of the second Nascent Soul and had yet to behold Lin Mo's true capabilities. A sense of apprehension lingered regarding the likelihood of success. Conceal your aura. Lin Mo offered no further explanation but spoke directly. Hearing his words, Silver Moon sighed. Wisps of pink mist swiftly enveloped Lin Mo's entire being. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Moments later, Lin Mo stood before a wooden door. His gaze fixed upon the cabin ahead, where he could sense a faint crimson array casting a veil over the entire structure. The aura emanating from the pale red array felt decidedly sinister. Observing the cabin, Lin Mo raised his right hand. With a flurry of resonant sounds, a piercing blue sword flame coalesced in his palm. Entwined around the azure flame were tendrils of golden exorcising lightning. Having prepared himself, Lin Mo hesitated not at all. His entire form transformed into a fleeting shadow, disappearing from the spot. Suddenly, a sharp sound of air being sliced through echoed as Wang Tiangu, within the cabin, widened his eyes in alarm, exclaiming, not good. No sooner had he spoken than a white figure appeared before him. With a swift motion, Wang Tiangu slapped his storage pouch at his waist, and a round bronze mirror materialized before him. The bronze light swiftly enveloped his body. The ensuing golden exorcising lightning struck the bronze screen, causing its previously solid form to waver. The piercing blue sword flame followed closely, directly penetrating the bronze barrier. Lin Mo extended his crystalline-like white hand, reaching through the azure flame's breach in the bronze shield, seizing Wang Tiangu by the throat. Who are you? Wang Tiangu's words faltered as the surging blue ice flame erupted from Lin Mo's right hand. The chilling flame cascaded, enveloping Wang Tiangu completely. In an instant, he transformed into a block of blue ice, which soon melted into a pool of blood under the relentless heat. At that moment, Yin Ruyan, arriving belatedly, swallowed hard. Lin Mo, have you dealt with him? We are speaking of a practitioner in the early Nascent Soul stage, not merely a foundational Qi cultivator. Nascent Soul practitioners can crush their foes with ease. This is a renowned Nascent Soul cultivator. Even a late-stage Nascent Soul master might struggle to accomplish such a feat. Yin Ruyan was profoundly astonished. How could Lin Mo's strength be so formidable? Gazing at the tardy Yin Ruyan, Lin Mo chuckled softly, swiftly reaching out to grasp Wang Tiangu's storage pouch. As his consciousness surged within, he was greeted by the sight of an abundance of mid-grade spirit stones. Why are there so many spirit stones? This multitude is worth several million low-grade spirit stones. The ghostly spirit gate has come here to peddle many useless treasures and materials from various sects. Yin Ruyan pointed to the storage bag in Lin Mo's hand, saying, all of this is overseen by Wang Tiangu. Lin Mo sneered softly. With so many spirit stones in hand, a few 5-element spirit infants at the core formation stage should be able to break through to the late core formation or even its peak. He was one step closer to merging the 5-element spirit infants. With this thought, Lin Mo felt no hesitation and directly tucked the storage bag into his bosom. Next, he should be preparing to participate in the Nanlong Marquis expedition, right? Lin Mo stroked his chin and looked at Yin Ruyan, asking, when do we depart? In 3 hours. She replied. However, the Nanlong Marquis is at the mid-yuan Ing cultivation level. Can you manage to conceal yourself from him? Upon hearing Yin Ruyan's words, Lin Mo smiled faintly. A surge of dark red mist began to pour from his body. Along with it came a transformation in Lin Mo's appearance. Moments later, Wang Tiangu had already appeared before them. Yin Ruiyan's consciousness surged, landing on Lin Mo, noting that he was indeed flawless. Truly worthy of being my man. Not only is he powerful, but he possesses such extraordinary abilities. Yin Ruiyan's beautiful eyes flickered as she slowly approached. Lin Mo, we still have 3 hours. Let us cultivate a bit longer. Upon hearing Yin Ruiyan's words, Lin Mo immediately reverted to his original form, his silver moon's face flushed with embarrassment. How utterly mortifying. All he thinks about is this. The silver moon's figure flickered and flew out from Lin Mo's sleeve, landing on a table not far away. Drooping its head, it looked at the figures of Lin Mo and Yin Ruiyan, letting out a resigned sigh. Before a seemingly ordinary stone house, Lin Mo and Yin Ruiyan approached slowly. Before they could knock, the wooden door opened on its own. An elderly man with a jade crown and a purple robe emerged, his long beard flowing. Taoist Wang. Fairy Yin, you have finally arrived. Allow me to introduce a few fellow cultivators for you to meet, the Nanlong Marquis said, appearing quite pleased. Thank you for your patience. Your Excellency. Lin Mo cupped his hands politely and then followed the Nanlong Marquis into the stone house. Inside the room, no one was present, but wisps of thick mist obscured the surroundings, clearly indicating the presence of a concealed formation. At the same time, the Nanlong Marquis noticed Lin Mo's actions. He smiled slightly and said, "This little trick of mine is naturally not hidden from you, Taoist. Please follow me." As he spoke, the Nanlong Marquis casually formed a hand seal. An array of golden light shot from his sleeve. After the golden light passed, a seemingly inconspicuous spot on the floor suddenly glimmered with white light, revealing a dark stone staircase. Without further ado, the Nanlong Marquis descended, and Lin Mo expressionlessly followed behind him. The staircase was short. Just as Lin Mo stepped in, he found himself in a modest underground hall. A few moonlight stones emitted a soft white glow, illuminating the area with a flickering light, rendering it both dim and clear. Within the hall, 5 cultivators were seated, all at the Yuaning level, and among them was a white-clad, beardless elder with a cultivation level equivalent to that of the Nanlong Marquis at mid-Yuaning. If I am not mistaken, this individual should be the elderly figure with the surname Yun, who conspired against Lord Nanlong in the original text. Although possessing mid-stage nascent soul strength, he poses no threat to me in Lin Mo's eyes. Even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would be easily subdued by me. As Lin Mo observed, the Yun elder slowly turned his face, offering a slight nod accompanied by a faint, cold smile. Noticing this, Lin Mo reciprocated with a smile. As the initiator, Lord Nanlong stood in the center with a solemn expression, speaking in a deep voice. Some of you are practitioners of the righteous path. Some hail from demonic sects, while others are solitary wanderers. However, one thing is common among all of you. Your spiritual senses are exceptionally powerful. This is precisely why I have invited you all to gather here. Some among you are already aware of the general situation, while most have yet to be informed. Thus, I shall recount the details once more, after which you may decide whether to partake in this matter. If you are unwilling, I shall not impose. Lin Mo closed his eyes slightly, shaking his head in contemplation, patiently awaiting Lord Nanlong's continuation. The purpose of calling everyone here is, in fact, to request your company on a journey to the Mulan grassland. After surveying the assembly, Lord Nanlong spoke slowly. Mulan grassland. Upon hearing this, most cultivators present were taken aback. Lord Nanlong, you cannot be serious. We are to go to Mulan grassland? Inquired a cold-faced cultivator, his brow furrowed as if struggling to believe his own ears. The expressions of the other cultivators were not much better. However, those seated here, being nascent soul veterans, had weathered countless storms to reach this point. Thus, despite their surprise, they maintained their composure, silently observing how Lord Nanlong would respond to this inquiry. You have misunderstood, my friend. When I mention Mulan grassland, it does not entail venturing deep into the plains, but rather remaining at the outskirts, a mere 100 miles away, Lord Nanlong explained, maintaining his calm demeanor. At this revelation, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Lin Mo stroked his chin, casting a sidelong glance at Lord Nanlong, his expression brightening with a smile. Lord Nanlong is a descendant of the revered Master Tsongkuen, all of whom are progeny of the demon realm. In ancient times, when the demon ancestor descended upon the human world to battle the ancient cultivators, he became trapped in the valley of the fallen demon, ensnared in his own primordial spirit. Master Tsongkoan and Lord Nanlong are descendants of the demon ancestors' subordinates brought from the demon realm. In the original narrative, Master Tsongkoan once possessed a fragment of a remnant soul, which he placed within a soul-nurturing wooden artifact crafted from the shavings of a soul-nurturing tree, allowing it to recuperate and transform into the spirit of the artifact. Lord Nanlong's fate, however, was more tragic. He had conspired with Lu Weiying to discuss a blood curse gate, and after breaking the restrictions, he was usurped by the blood flames. This was due to his lineage from the demon realm. Otherwise, other nascent soul cultivators would have been easily possessed. If that were the case, the human world would have long been annihilated by the demon realm. Chapter 141. The Mulan Invasion, Seeking Votes. This endeavor is exceedingly perilous. I have heard that the Mulan people have been gathering strength of late, and may soon stir into action. The edges of that grassland are truly perilous territories. I fear that many practitioners of our rank have also gathered there. The cold-faced monk shook his head, expressing his evident trepidation regarding the matter at hand. Should we be discovered, even if we manage to escape with our lives, it would be exceedingly difficult to retreat unscathed. Observing this, Lin Mo's eyes flickered slightly, and he slowly rose to his feet, speaking with deliberate calmness. Given this, Brother Nanlong intends to venture to the Mulan grasslands. It seems that place harbors something extraordinary. Otherwise, Brother Nanlong would not risk such peril. Ha ha, Brother Wang knows my intentions best, Nanlong Ho responded with a chuckle. Have any of you heard of the esteemed name of Master Tsongko? With a sudden shift in topic, Nanlong Ho mentioned a name that resonated with the listeners. Master Tsongko, the formidable figure who dominated both the righteous and demonic paths 5,000 years ago. An elderly woman, who had remained silent until now, was suddenly stirred, her murky eyes brightening considerably. Heh, our destination this time is a secret cave meticulously arranged by Master Tsongko before his ascension, Nanlong Ho stated gravely. Impossible. Wasn't that madman slain by a multitude of enraged cultivators? The elderly woman shook her head vigorously, clearly unconvinced. In response, Nanlong Ho merely smiled gently. Just as he was about to elucidate, another elder clad in white, whose cultivation had reached the mid-stage of Yuan-ing, interjected. Master Tsongko was not slain. Rather, he was forced to self-detonate his two puppet avatars and employed a ruse to escape, he asserted. Myself and Brother Nanlong discovered his final resting place and gleaned this information from the remnants left behind. It appears that after his disappearance, he attracted the attention of the abyss of demonic fall, daringly infiltrating it, and astonishingly, he became the first to emerge alive from the abyss. Surviving the abyss of demonic fall. How can that be? The elderly woman exclaimed sharply, her face alight with excitement. All present, save for Lin Mo, inhaled sharply at this shocking revelation, their minds racing to assess the truth of such claims. For a moment, they exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. The abyss was fraught with peril, and even those as strong as Yuan-ing cultivators could hardly emerge unscathed. The prospect of surviving such a place undoubtedly implied the possession of some extraordinary treasure or secret, igniting envy among the Yuan-ing cultivators present. Beside them, Yin Ruyan remained composed, her excitement tempered as she turned her gaze toward Lin Mo. From her eyes, he discerned her eagerness. In Yin Ruyan's view, although the journey to the Mulan grasslands bore risks, they paled in comparison to the potential treasures awaiting them. Such an opportunity was indeed rare, and thus, none would dare forsake it. Nanlong Ho, observing the enthusiastic reaction of the group, was quite pleased. Since no one is withdrawing, I must clarify one point with all of you. Should we successfully enter the cave, each of us shall select one treasure, and the remainder can be shared evenly. Listening to Nanlong Ho's words, Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile as he replied, I, Wang Tiangu, concur. Beside him, Yin Ruyan rolled her eyes at Lin Mo, her crimson lips moving in agreement as she echoed his sentiment. As time flowed by, several days passed. Beneath the cover of the silver moon, Lin Mo exuded a faint, dark crimson glow. A dense aura of murderous intent enveloped him, rendering even Nangong Wan unable to recognize him. Leading Yin Ruyan, Lin Mo departed from the pavilion. The duo transformed into two arcs of light, swiftly making their way towards a secluded hill, 1,000 miles south of Tiantian City. After the passage of half a tea's worth of time, upon their arrival, they discovered that the others had already gathered. Nanlong Ho and the elderly man in white stood at the forefront, both possessing mid-stage yuanying cultivation, the highest among all the yuanying practitioners present, thus naturally taking the lead. On this day, Nan Long Ho appeared less ostentatious, clad in a simple light yellow scholar's robe. Upon spotting Lin Mo and Yin Ruyun, he decisively smiled and proclaimed, "Everyone is here, let us depart." With his words, the group of 7 instantly transformed into ethereal shadows, quietly departing Tian City in the direction of the southern Mulan grasslands. The nations of the 9 kingdoms allied with the Mulan grasslands did not share an actual territorial border. Instead, they were separated by nearly 10,000 miles of barren lush wilderness. This desolate area, characterized by sparse vegetation and perpetual dust storms, had become the battleground for the 9 kingdoms and sorcerers to engage in their duels. Over the years, countless cultivators had perished in this very place. Even in the absence of Mulan incursions, the region remained perilously treacherous. For various reasons, many practitioners from both sides roamed these lands, some brazenly seeking to kill and plunder, while others sought to break through their cultivation bottlenecks amidst the life and death struggle. Regardless of their motives, one thing remained constant. Those who ventured here possessed unwavering confidence in their own strength. Otherwise, why would they risk their lives? The majority of cultivators in this area were at the foundation establishment stage, with the occasional appearance of a few at the core formation stage. When core formation practitioners manifested, the lower-tier cultivators would swiftly retreat, fearing collateral damage. As for the ancient yuanying beings, they seldom graced such minor skirmishes with their presence. Thus, when Nan Long Ho and his entourage entered this region, the assembled practitioners could not possibly associate them with yuanying cultivators. For Lin Mo and the other yuanying practitioners, the mere distance of 10,000 miles was but a day's journey, easily traversed. Consequently, the 7 of them proceeded at a leisurely pace. Nan Long Ho and the elderly man in white led the way, while Lin Mo and Yin Ruyun brought up the rear. Along their journey, they encountered numerous low-tier cultivators, whom they ignored, passing overhead like ethereal shadows. Suddenly, the air was pierced by a series of howling winds from the distance. Following closely was a massive yellow wind, rising over 100 feet high, sweeping across the land. Where it passed, sand and stones were sent flying, the yellow dust swirling like a rampaging dragon, thick with malevolence. Some nearby foundation establishment cultivators had no opportunity to evade, being engulfed by the tempest, their anguished cries echoing in the air. Gazing into the distance at the immense tempest, everyone found themselves momentarily frozen in place. A fierce wind seemed to have suddenly arisen ahead, which felt rather unsettling. The elderly man with the surname Yin squinted, his expression grave as he spoke. "What does this gust signify? Is it not normal for this place to experience some wind?" The Duke of Nanlong remarked with a hint of curiosity, and after speaking, he extended his consciousness to probe the area. He understood that the elder in white would not have made such a statement without reason. Yin Ruyun felt a stir in her heart, and could not help but glance at Lin Mo beside her. Lin Mo slightly nodded at Yin Ruyun, and upon witnessing his reaction, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. This wind was indeed not merely unusual, it was far from being a natural occurrence. Once the elderly woman retracted her consciousness, her expression darkened as she stated, "Upon entering the swirling sands, I felt a disorienting heaviness, only able to vaguely sense a distance of several dozen zhang. Further exploration yielded the same obscured conditions, akin to a thick fog." The Duke of Nanlong exchanged glances with the middle-aged cultivator in white, both reflecting surprise in their eyes. "This is the wind spirit technique of the Mulan people. The sorcerer I once battled employed this very technique, which manifests as a myriad of worldly illusions. When unleashed, this technique not only severs consciousness, but also employs the raging sands and winds to protect and ensnare adversaries." The Duke's expression grew somber as he continued. "However, the astonishing density of the current sands suggests that the range of this technique has been magnified exponentially, which is quite peculiar. The practitioners of the Mulan clan refer to themselves as sorcerers." The elderly man in white nodded in agreement and remarked, "You are correct, my friend. In my estimation, the potency of this spell conceals an unknown number of cultivators within." The elderly woman questioned incredulously, "What purpose do the Mulan have in mobilizing such a multitude?" Lin Mo stepped forward slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Madam Tai, it has been a century since we last entered a truce with the Mulan, has it not?" As he spoke, He imitated Wang Tiangu's demeanor, letting out a scoff. If my conjecture holds true, it may not be long before a new round of conflict ensues. The Duke of Nanlong murmured softly, a hint of resignation crossing his face. What Brother Wang says is indeed accurate, yet we remain unaware of how many cultivators may fall this time. In contrast to the Duke's melancholy, the elderly man in white waved his hand and stated solemnly, "We should deliberate on our next course of action. At present, we face two options. The first is to retrace our steps, and the second is to confront the situation head-on and forge onward." The group exchanged glances, understanding that a conflict with the Mulan would not be resolved in mere years. If they chose to turn back now, it would be uncertain when they could return to this place. At that moment, the elderly man in white cast a deep gaze at Lin Mo before stepping forward. In my view, it would be prudent to conceal our presence and attempt to maneuver past discreetly. If we can evade the vanguard of the Mulan, we can surely sidestep them and seize the treasures with ease. Upon hearing this, the group shared hesitant glances, but after a moment's consideration, it was evident that this was indeed the most prudent course of action. After all, no one wished to forfeit such a precious opportunity. As the myriad of colorful lights flickered by, a group of individuals swiftly converged their cultivation energies, veiling their presence, and vanished instantaneously from their location. In the blink of an eye, they traversed a distance of over 100 miles. The oppressive, grayish-yellow sandstorm loomed ominously from the horizon, as if conjured by malevolent forces from the earth. Before the sands arrived, powerful columns of wind surged forth, howling with ferocity. These wind columns varied in size, with the largest boasting a diameter of over 10 zhang, while the smaller ones still measured several zhang across. Shadows flickered indistinctly within the tumult, indicating the presence of sorcerers concealed amidst the chaos. However, these sorcerers appeared oblivious to the gathering of yuanying practitioners, resolutely speeding forward. In this fleeting moment of delay, an overwhelming haze of sand descended from the heavens, engulfing the group entirely. The surroundings were immediately shrouded in a profound darkness, suffused with a heavy yellow hue that instilled an oppressive sense of foreboding. "Be cautious. This sandstorm is peculiar and can sever our spiritual senses," called out the calm and collected Nanlong Marquis. "We must not lose our way." Although the group could effortlessly disperse the haze, doing so would inevitably expose their whereabouts. Fortunately, it seemed the yellow sands would soon pass. Thus Lin Mo and his companions could only draw closer together, continuing to conceal their forms as they advanced with utmost caution. Suddenly, Lin Mo lifted his head, gazing intently at a nearby void, a faint smile gracing his lips. There, within the fabric of space, lurked a colossal creature. Had it not been for his formidable spiritual perception, he might have overlooked it entirely. In an instant, Lin Mo's figure melded into the swirling sands, disappearing without a trace. Moments later, tranquility returned to the area. Crack, crack. With a series of jarring sounds, a pitch-black, gaping maw emerged without warning. From this abyss, a colossal black worm, measuring approximately 6 zhang in length and 4 zhang in width, crawled forth. Its visage was grotesque, featuring a triangular head adorned with numerous eerie yellow compound eyes, elongated antennae, and a pair of enormous, razor-sharp fangs that glinted ominously. Perched upon the creature's back stood 3 figures of varying heights. One radiated a blinding white light that rendered direct gazes unbearable. Another was shrouded in a mysterious green mist, their form barely discernible, and the last crackled with faint blue arcs of electricity, resembling a thunder god descended from the heavens. "Great Master, shall we simply allow them to depart? That seems rather unwise," spoke the luminescent figure, casting a glance toward the direction Lin Mo and the others had vanished. An undercurrent of concern evident in their tone. "Humph, do you truly believe that mere illusions can confine them?" retorted another figure. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Nanlong Marquis finally exhaled a sigh of relief as he observed the windswept sands dissipating behind them, a smile breaking across his face. He subsequently slowed his pace. After such an extended period of exerting substantial magical energy, even the mid-stage yuanying cultivator found it somewhat taxing. The others followed suit, easing their speed as well. Lin Mo, brimming with spiritual energy, found the minimal consumption from their flight negligible. However, Yin Ruyan beside him appeared somewhat pale. Clearly, Yin Ruyan was struggling to keep up with the rapid pace of their flight. After all, she had not spent much time since breaking through to the Nascent Soul stage. and her spiritual energy was insufficient. Indeed, they had encountered no difficulties thus far. Even if the Mulan people regretted their actions, they could not catch up with them now. The dark-faced man expressed a quiet confidence, believing they had escaped danger. However, the elder in white shook his head, cautioning against complacency. Just as he finished speaking, he abruptly turned to look behind them. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming, blinding light flickered, revealing a spirit carriage the size of 3 people, hurtling towards them at an incredible speed. This is bad. It's a wind chariot, filled with nascent soul cultivators. The elder exclaimed, instantly recognizing the flying object. Lin Mo's spiritual sense swept over the situation, and he remarked calmly, there are 5 early-stage nascent soul cultivators. We cannot match their strength. We must not engage. We won't be able to escape in a short time. We should separate and flee. South Long Marquis hurriedly added, producing a jade slip. Here are several jade slips, one for each of you, containing an address. Let us reconvene here in 3 days. Meanwhile, the wind chariot became increasingly visible in the distance. Take care, my friends. We shall meet again in 3 days, South Long Marquis declared, not wasting any more time. Enveloped in a golden aura as he shot off in a diagonal direction, the elder in white, with a grim expression, transformed into a white rainbow, departing in a direction different from South Long Marquis. After receiving the jade slips, the old woman and others did not linger either, promptly activating their secret techniques to disperse. The dark-faced man ignited a few feet of pale yellow spiritual fire, diving into the ground and disappearing, employing the earth escape technique. In an instant, several nascent soul cultivators showcased their unique abilities, swiftly vanishing from the sight of Lin Mo and Yen Ruyan. Lin Mo remained unhurried, observing the few individuals before him. With a wave of his right hand, a mist of blood enveloped the two, and as the crimson light flickered, they transformed into phantoms, vanishing from their original location. As everyone departed, the enormous spirit carriage finally arrived, its form revealing itself. It was a square beast carriage of pure white, lacking a spiritual beast in front, but flanked by a pair of dark red wooden wings, 7 to 8 feet tall, adorned with floating runes and glowing with light, evidently forged from the bones of a spiritual beast. As they watched the fleeing figures, the wind chariot came to a halt, its white light shimmering. 3 men and 1 woman disembarked, exchanging glances before discussing briefly, and then they transformed into phantoms, darting forward. Suddenly, the wind chariot trembled slightly, its white light flashing as it pursued Lin Mo's direction. Observing this scene, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and murmured, "They have come right to our doorstep." Startled, Yen Ruyan quickly inquired, "Do you intend to annihilate them?" "I have no habit of fleeing," Lin Mo replied with a cold laugh, then swiftly darted off in the distance. Though the murderous intent brewed within, it was prudent for Lin Mo to maintain a distance from the southern Long Ho and his companions. Should his true identity as Wang Tiangu be unveiled, it would undoubtedly invite a multitude of troubles. Thus, Lin Mo deliberately slowed his pace. Consequently, the 2 luminous entities, a blood-red light in the lead and a white radiance trailing behind, began a chase, separated by a distance of over 10 miles. As Lin Mo sensed the pursuit of the Yuanian cultivator from the Mulan sect behind him, he could not help but murmur, surely this should be far enough. With this thought, Lin Mo promptly halted his steps, turned around, and gazed at the distant shadow behind him. Go! With a swift motion of his hand, 72 azure bamboo cloud swords soared into the air, entwined with dazzling golden anti-evil divine thunder. The melodious sound surged forth, and all the sword lights converged, transforming into a colossal azure wave over 100 zhang long, rolling towards the opponent. Acutely aware of the formidable power of the anti-evil divine thunder, the Yuanian cultivator in the wind chariot evidently did not dare to underestimate the threat. The wooden wings of the wind chariot stirred slightly, propelling it backwards for over 10 zhang in an instant. Then, a blinding white light burst forth, and a figure suddenly emerged from within, hovering atop the chariot. At that moment, the azure giant rainbow formed by the cloud swords was already hurtling towards them, striking fiercely. The figure on the chariot, however, remained unruffled. Raising a hand with poise, a burst of blue light erupted, and a deep blue barrier materialized several zhang above his head. As the azure wave collided with the barrier, a deafening explosion ensued. Although the barrier shimmered and trembled, the golden thunderous energy from the cloud swords surged forth, Crackling sounds resonated as the golden lightning intertwined, shattering the barrier. Witnessing the destruction of the barrier, the sorcerer's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, "What a remarkable technique." Subsequently, he executed a spell with one hand, causing a device atop the wind chariot to swiftly shrink, eventually becoming the size of a palm and falling into the sorcerer's grasp. This figure, an elderly man in his 60s, bore peculiar azure tattoos on either side of his face and donned an unusually designed blue silk robe. Judging solely by his cultivation, he was evidently a peak early-stage yuan practitioner, on the verge of breaking into the mid-stage. However, despite this, the notion of surviving against Lin Mo seemed utterly fanciful. The sorcerer raised a fist-sized orb, from which torrents of spiritual energy surged forth. A massive blue python coiled around him, trailing a chilling mist that swept across the ground, raising waves of frost. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. This artifact could indeed be a valuable asset, perhaps enhancing the potency of his Yin-Yang 2 instruments bottle. With this thought, Lin Mo's body swayed slightly, and the Qian blue wind thunder wings materialized behind him. The blue wings unfurled instantaneously, conjuring a blue phantom that vanished from sight. When Lin Mo reappeared, he stood directly before the Mulan sorcerer. The sudden appearance of Lin Mo truly startled him. As a practitioner, one would never anticipate that someone would forsake their spells to confront challenges with mere flesh. The surging layers of brilliant glass-like light enveloped Lin Mo, the overwhelming aura pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. Witnessing Lin Mo's choice of a desperate gambit, the cultivator Mulan's eyes flashed with a sinister glint. And without further ado, he raised the azure gem in his hand. His lips parted slightly, and a mouthful of vital blood was instantly sprayed onto the azure orb. The gem flickered with blue light, spinning rapidly in midair, unleashing strands of azure silk that coalesced into a massive blue web beneath the luminous screen. Simultaneously, the elder chanted incantations, forming intricate hand seals, and a surge of azure spiritual light erupted from his body, coalescing into a gigantic blue orb that hovered precariously above him. Merely a trivial technique. Lin Mo chuckled lightly, waving his right hand as 8 azure sword flames materialized instantaneously. They intertwined seamlessly, quickly condensing into a singular form. The crisp sound of slicing air echoed as the golden exorcising divine thunder descended with a swift thrust of the azure sword flames, cleaving the aquamarine barrier with little resistance. The exorcising divine thunder struck squarely upon the elder's chest. Damn it! He could only let out a pained cry before his corporeal form was obliterated. A blue phantom swiftly escaped from his mouth, followed closely by a small, pitch-black mountain that erupted from his remains. The black mountain swelled in size, momentarily reaching dozens of yards and continuing to expand. Meanwhile, the elder's nascent soul showed no hesitation as he turned to flee. What kind of entity have I provoked? How can one with merely early-stage nascent soul cultivation possess strength comparable to a divine master? In the realm of Mulan, any practitioner who advanced to the nascent soul stage was honored as a master. Those at mid-stage were called great masters, and upon reaching late-stage nascent soul, they were revered as divine masters. By the time of the Tian-Nan-Mulan conflict, Mulan had a total of 4 divine masters. Observing the fleeing cultivator, Lin Mo remained composed, raising his right hand once more. A bolt of verdant divine thunder surged forth, resembling a green dragon as it lunged toward the elder's nascent soul. At that moment, the pitch-black mountain loomed ominously above Lin Mo. The oppressive weight was palpable. Beside him, Yin Ruyan summoned her spiritual power. Crimson light enveloping her as tendrils of blood coalesced into arms reaching toward the black mountain, clearly attempting to assist Lin Mo in resisting its impending descent. Lin Mo cast a glance at the towering dark mountain above. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the air, positioning himself at the base of the black mountain. Extending his crystalline right hand, he struck upward. Crack! The colossal mountain fractured in response, revealing an unfathomable chasm upon its surface. The sheer force of a single-handed strike rivaled that of a magical artifact. Yet, the black mountain rapidly began to mend itself, as if it had never been shattered. In the distance, the elder's nascent soul let out a shriek as the verdant divine thunder crushed him utterly. The once magnificent black peak, bereft of its master, diminished to the size of a palm, its radiance extinguished in an instant. With a flick of his right hand, Lin Mo summoned the small, obsidian mountain into his grasp. Curiously, he weighed it in his palm and discovered it bore no weight, easily held aloft. Upon closer inspection, he noticed 3 faint golden characters etched beneath the peak. Qian Chong Feng. Lin Mo murmured the name, a faint smile gracing his lips. He found himself quite fond of this treasure, primarily due to its area of effect capabilities. A single strike could either decimate or severely injure an opponent. With another gesture, he summoned the elder's storage bag into his hand. "Let us go," Lin Mo said, turning to Yen Ruyan with a smile. "We shouldn't keep the Marquis of Namlong waiting." Yen Ruyan's crimson lips parted slightly as she spoke softly. "Lin Mo, your strength is remarkable. This is an adept at the peak of the Nascent Soul stage. Even those at the later stages of Nascent Soul cannot match your ease." Hearing her praise, Lin Mo smiled modestly. "Perhaps it is due to my focus on health and physical cultivation." Yen Ruyan furrowed her brows, recalling Lin Mo's earlier murmurs in bed about certain postures being beneficial for physical training and frequencies enhancing cultivation. Her lips slightly parted as she regarded him with curiosity. "Is that truly how you cultivate your body?" Coughing awkwardly, Lin Mo met Yen Ruyan's gaze and asked, "Would you like to learn?" "Naturally," Yen Ruyan replied without hesitation. "If I were to enhance my physique further, I might not be able to withstand it." Lin Mo licked his lips, gently pinching her delicate skin with a smile. "I shall teach you upon our return." "Excellent." Yen Ruyan nodded vigorously, her aura swelling as she conjured a dense mist of crimson energy around her. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, opting for a moment of relaxation, sat down and retrieved the storage bag belonging to the slain Nascent Soul adept. He drew it into his grasp and, without delay, immersed his consciousness within for a brief examination. The contents proved gratifyingly surprising, alongside several mid-tier spirit stones. The bag contained only mundane refining materials and a few vials of pills. Upon opening the vials, he found nothing extraordinary among the ordinary elixirs. It seemed the Mulan grassland was indeed impoverished in resources for cultivation, as even a Nascent Soul adept possessed so few valuable items. To his disappointment, the coveted jade slips and similar treasures were conspicuously absent from the bag. No wonder the Mulan sought to invade the Nine Nations alliance. Lin Mo sighed, realizing that with such abundant resources in the Nine Nations, it was only natural they would not wish to remain in the barren Mulan grassland. After a swift journey, a prominent hill appeared before Lin Mo, surrounded by tall wild grass devoid of any human presence. However, it wasn't long before flashes of red light flickered on the horizon, and 2 crimson rainbows hurtled toward him. Moments later, they soared above the hill, circling once before, with a gathering of azure light, revealing Lin Mo and Yen Ruyan in the sky. "This must be the place," Lin Mo silently chanted, flicking his sleeve, and a burst of sanguine light descended instantaneously. This crimson radiance, suspended 20 to 30 zhang above the surface of the hill, suddenly erupted. An almost imperceptible veil of pale white light materialized out of thin air. Within this shimmering curtain, 5 individuals awaited once more: the Southern Long Marquis, the elderly man in white, the matronly woman, the Taoist Yu, and a dark-complexioned man. Everyone had gathered. The corners of Lin Mo's mouth curled upward as his form flickered, transforming into an ethereal shadow that directly appeared outside the luminous barrier. "Haha. It is indeed a fortunate event that my ancient friend has arrived safely." The Southern Long Marquis stroked his long beard and laughed heartily. Then with a wave of his hand, the shimmering veil abruptly vanished. At that moment, a sound of shattered spiritual energy echoed from afar, as a white figure raced towards them with great speed. "Oh, the Taoist Yu has also arrived. It seems our luck is quite splendid, as we have all reached this place safely." The Southern Long Marquis looked skyward, his face brimming with joy. Upon hearing this, the others could not help but smile. If it had been the case that the absence of even one individual could prevent them from seizing the treasure, they too would have felt considerable discontent. However, something was amiss. The Taoist Yu appeared to be pursued, looking rather beleaguered. The elderly man in white, who had remained silent and isolated until now, suddenly spoke with gravity. Upon hearing this, Yen Ruyan and the others were taken aback and quickly turned to look. Indeed, in the distant sky, a white arc was rushing towards them, closely followed by 2 streaks of green and red, relentlessly in pursuit. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the small hill where the Southern Long Marquis and the others stood. The Marquis's expression darkened immediately. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, murmuring, "It seems the Taoist Yu has encountered trouble." A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in the Marquis's eyes as he declared, "In that case, let us act together." The others exchanged glances, and without significant hesitation, they vanished from sight. Several beams of varying hues surged from the mountainside to confront the white arc of light. The arc, initially fleeing, quickened its pace upon sensing their approach. In an instant, it reached Lin Mo and the others. As the brilliance dissipated, the cold-faced cultivator, Yu, emerged. His complexion was pallid, indicating considerable depletion of his vitality. "Thank you, fellow friends, for coming to my aid. I am profoundly grateful." The cold-faced cultivator clasped his hands in salute, the anxiety on his face replaced by a hint of gratitude. "Glad to see you unharmed. However, how is it that 2 practitioners are pursuing you? I recall there was only one initially." The Southern Long Marquis, having halted his luminous flight, floated in midair, seemingly concerned as he inquired. "No harm done, but I had to contend with one of them for the better part of the day. When the other arrived as reinforcement, I had no choice but to lead them on a chase for 2 days and nights, causing some depletion of my energy." The cold-faced cultivator sighed bitterly, expressing a sense of resignation. "That is hardly surprising, given the circumstances. Facing 2 practitioners of the same rank simultaneously leaves us, aside from the Southern Long Marquis and the Taoist Yun, with little choice but to evade their might." The old woman sighed and remarked, "However, the 2 pursuing Taoists possess not only remarkable skill, but also considerable audacity. They have yet to show any intention of retreating. Do they truly wish to strike a stone with an egg?" Upon witnessing Lin Mo and the others, the 2 sorcerers exchanged glances, their faces betraying surprise. And without a moment's hesitation, they hastily retreated into the distance. Clearly, they had learned that a Yuanian cultivator had fallen by their hand. Otherwise, they would not have fled so readily. The methods of the Mulan individual were indeed formidable, managing to convey information before meeting their end. "This is quite fortuitous." The Yun surname cultivator smiled slightly, stating, "It is paramount to preserve some spiritual energy for the treasure hunt." The Nanlong Marquis, observing this, nodded in agreement, saying, "What Taoist Yun says is indeed true. Although these 2 are no match for us, should they attempt to delay us and attract other Yuanian cultivators, it would pose a dilemma." Thus, under the guidance of the Nanlong Marquis and the elderly figure in white, the group transformed into streaks of light and swiftly departed the area. They traveled along the edge of the grassland, heading westward towards a barren little stone mountain. This mountain, though only a few hundred zhang high, was devoid of vegetation, its surface covered entirely with enormous grayish-white stones. Upon sighting this mountain, Yen Ruyan and the others expressed astonishment. Could the abode of the heavenly being be concealed within this unassuming stone mountain? The spiritual energy here was scant. Had it not been for the Nanlong Marquis leading the way, they would have been unable to locate this place. "Ah, this is the spot. Taoist Yun and I will first unlock the outermost restrictions. You fellows must keep close," the Nanlong Marquis instructed gravely to Lin Mo and the others. He then stepped forward alongside the elderly figure in white, each retrieving a small flag from within their robes. These flags were mere inches in size, one emanating a dazzling green light, while the other appeared golden, with symbols subtly shifting upon its surface, clearly not ordinary artifacts. The 2 began to chant incantations, their low voices flowing steadily, as the flags began to shimmer and tremble, seemingly poised to take flight. Almost simultaneously, the Nanlong Marquis and the elderly figure released the flags, which shot forth in a flash of brilliance, disappearing into a stone on the mountain's surface without a trace. Moments later, all returned to stillness, devoid of any sound. As the old woman lightly coughed, preparing to inquire, the ground beneath them suddenly quaked violently, causing most to sway precariously. Amidst the earth's fierce tremors, a slender fissure vertically split the little stone mountain from peak to base, emanating a soft white light. It appeared as if the mountain would cleave in twain. Yen Ruyan and the others gasped in awe, their apprehension toward the Nanlong Marquis and the elder's formidable abilities deepening. Lin Mo nodded slightly. Should these 2 join forces, they might momentarily withstand his second Yuanying. However, at most, it would only last for the duration of a brief tea ceremony. Though Yen Ruyan and the others were profoundly shocked, they quickly regained their composure. The incantations of the Southern Duke and the elderly man in white persisted without a moment's pause. After a brief interval, the stone mountain finally split in 2, revealing a massive fissure approximately 10 yards wide. Within this crevice, a set of azure stone steps leading into the depths of the earth emerged before the onlookers. "Let us proceed," the elderly man in white urged with a fleeting glimmer of excitement in his expression, taking the lead into the abyss. The Southern Duke, as the instigator, merely smiled faintly and followed behind. Observing this dynamic, Lin Mo felt a stir of intrigue. He pondered when the Southern Duke would make his move. If concealment proved impossible, it seemed that a bloody reckoning would be inevitable. For Lin Mo, a straightforward resolution would be ideal. Yet if circumstances demanded otherwise, he could not be held accountable. Here, it appeared that even the Southern Duke was inclined to take his lead. The other individuals, perceptive as they were, exchanged knowing glances yet refrained from discussing the matter, maintaining their impassive expressions as they followed suit. The staircase was lengthy, flanked by luminescent white moonstones. However, as they descended, the atmosphere grew increasingly frigid. Before long, the group ventured into the depths of the stone mountain, approximately 100 yards below. The moonstones no longer emitted a soft white glow. Inexplicably, their light transformed into an eerie green hue, casting the passage into a shadowy gloom, suffused with an ominous aura. As they continued, the group suddenly distanced themselves from one another by over 10 yards, evidently each harboring their own schemes and wary of one another. After a duration equivalent to a leisurely meal, Lin Mo and his companions finally entered a mysterious hall. To describe it as mysterious would be an understatement. The entire chamber sparkled with a crystalline blue light, reminiscent of an expanse of blue jade, dazzling in its brilliance. Standing within this vast hall, spanning dozens of yards, astonishment was etched upon the faces of all present. Naturally, these objects could not be mere jade. As Lin Mo swept his consciousness across the wall, it rebounded immediately. Unable to penetrate, even slightly, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the fact that even his own consciousness could not infiltrate this space. Could this be the site of an exceptionally intricate divine prohibition? It seemed the Southern Duke had not exaggerated. Lin Mo stroked his chin, feeling a flicker of interest in this ancient formation. At that moment, Madame Tai furrowed her brow, her visage of wrinkles suddenly breaking into a smile. "Not long ago, I acquired a treasure adept at overcoming various prohibitive shields. Perhaps I could give it a try?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of delight flickered in the eyes of the elderly man in white, who promptly replied, "If Madame Tai possesses such a remarkable artifact, by all means, do give it a try." The Southern Duke, naturally, would not object, nodding in agreement. Observing the nods from the two mid-stage Nascent Soul cultivators, Madame Tai refrained from further comment, grinning mischievously. "Since both of you have agreed, I shall not be modest. Should I succeed in unraveling this barrier, may I have the privilege of selecting treasures alongside you?" At her words, the expressions of the stoic cultivators shifted subtly, and they could not help but glance towards the Southern Duke and the others. To ascertain the number of treasures contained within, one may wonder what would transpire should another item be selected. Would it not diminish the bounty in the hands of the masses? Yin Ruyan furrowed her brows, unable to resist casting a glance at her companion. Lin Mo offered a slight smile and conveyed through thought, "Rest assured, she will find it impossible." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Yin Ruyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Although the treasures belonging to Lady Tai were indeed remarkable, breaking the ancient restrictions was an arduous task. A flicker of surprise crossed the face of South Long Marquis, who then turned to the elder in white beside him. They exchanged glances and declared, whether it be Lady Tai or any other fellow cultivators, as long as one can break the restrictions, they may choose their treasures after we have made our selections. At this, South Long Marquis directed his gaze toward Lin Mo. "Friend Wang, you too shall have the same privilege." The dark-faced man and the one surnamed Yu displayed displeasure, yet none voiced their objections. Lin Mo, however, merely smiled, a hint of mirth gracing his lips. What a jest it would be to divide treasures. Each item within belonged solely to him. Observing the tacit agreement among the crowd, South Long Marquis chuckled and turned to the elderly woman not far away. "It appears that no one has any objections. Lady Tai, you may proceed." The elderly woman felt a surge of joy, for she held an unwavering confidence in her treasures. Provided the restrictions were not of the illusory array type, she felt assured of her abilities. Otherwise, she would not have risked inciting the ire of her companions by proposing this matter. Without further hesitation, Lady Tai reached into her voluminous sleeves and soon produced an item measuring a few inches in size. This object was tapered at one end and broad at the other, its entirety of vibrant red, resembling a pointed cone. A smile graced the woman's lips as she opened her mouth, directing a spray of vital essence onto the pointed cone. With a resounding boom, the treasure radiated a brilliant red light, and scorching waves of heat emanated from it, causing the entire hall to become noticeably warmer. This thunderfire cone was indeed a rare, ancient treasure. Lin Mo stroked his chin, intrigued by the thunderfire cone. Simultaneously, a flicker of white light danced upon it, followed by a faint crackling sound emanating from within. The onlookers paused momentarily, lifting their gazes. They beheld the flames entwining the thunderfire cone, with arcs of white electricity flickering upon its surface. Lady Tai maintained an impassive expression, casting a lingering glance at the blue wall ahead, before deftly flicking her wrist. She hurled the thunderfire cone forward, and immediately, a brilliant blaze erupted, accompanied by an incessant roar. The pointed cone spiraled rapidly above her head, transforming into a hue of thunderous fire, vanishing in an instant. All that remained was a faint red and white silhouette racing through the hall with astonishing speed, so swift that it rendered the onlookers breathless. Its velocity rivaled that of the wind and thunder wings. Alas, its lack of combat prowess hindered its potential as a truly remarkable ancient treasure. Go! Lady Tai extended her wrinkled finger, pointing forward. In an instant, the red and white light surged forth, and the thunderfire cone appeared upon the blue crystalline wall. Crashing down with great force, a muffled thud echoed through the air, followed by a sudden eruption of electric arcs and flames that engulfed the surface of the wall, obscuring the view within. The force of this strike was comparable to the combined might of two azure sword flames. Even a mid-stage Nascent Soul cultivator would be at risk of injury from this thunderous fire cone if caught unawares. Regrettably, it seemed rather impractical to dismantle the barrier before them. As the thick smoke dissipated, the intact crystal wall came into view, with the thunderfire cone hovering on its surface, having failed to even leave a crack in the wall despite the full-force assault. This treasure possessed considerable power, yet it fell short of breaching the profound divine restriction. Beside them, the South Dragon Marquis displayed a hint of disappointment on his face, but still smiled as he suggested. Perhaps fellow Taoist Tai could examine if any other companions possessed the means to dismantle this barrier. Humph. The elderly woman, Tai, snorted lightly and waved her sleeve, striding away. Since no one wishes to attempt it, let us commence. At that moment, the South Dragon Marquis suddenly spoke up. You may directly manifest your consciousness and strike the barrier before us. Hearing his words, the group exchanged glances before stepping forward eagerly. Lin Mo, already aware of the unfolding plot, could not help but chuckle and shake his head. Everyone was in collusion with Wang Tiangu, likely planning to act the moment the barrier was breached. With a series of resonant hums, strands of surging white consciousness took form, launching from the center of their brows towards the blue crystal wall. 7 distinct manifestations of consciousness emerged, each unique in appearance. Lin Mo's consciousness coalesced into a white flying sword, which struck directly against the blue crystal wall. Boom! As a cacophony of deafening explosions erupted, the entire wall quivered, emitting a series of piercing sounds. Simultaneously, the barrier within the crystal wall seemed to respond, bursting forth with a dazzling array of multicolored light that illuminated the entire crystal wall in a breathtaking display. It's almost there, everyone, push harder, South Dragon Marquis exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he noticed the dimming brilliance of the wall. With just a bit more perseverance, they could obliterate this restriction. As the stream of consciousness poured in, the surrounding blue warning walls flickered erratically, chaotic light patterns flowing across them. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds reverberated through the air. With a thunderous roar, the radiant light shattered, plunging the entire hall into darkness. The once surrounding crystal walls vanished in an instant, replaced by ordinary stone walls. Among these, one stone wall bore a grand door, towering 7 to 8 zhang high and 3 to 4 zhang wide. Excellent. We have finally succeeded. The South Dragon Marquis beamed with excitement at the sight before him. The elderly man in white also smiled broadly, his gaze filled with fervor. Brother Nanlong, let us see what treasures lie within. Surely, there are no further restrictions. The enthusiastic cultivator, Yu, expressed his eagerness, tinged with a hint of concern. Rest assured, there will be none. According to the words of the venerable Tsang Kuan, this cave abode is encumbered by merely 2 layers of restrictions, proclaimed the confident Nen Longho. Upon hearing this, the elder clad in white, surnamed Yun, abruptly raised his right hand, and a silver wheel shot forth, striking Nen Longho with the swiftness of lightning. A muffled thud resounded. In disbelief, Nen Longho watched as the silver wheel cleaved through his protective golden aura and struck his chest directly, forcing him several steps back and leaving a significant indentation. Blood spilled forth, glistening like gold. As Nen Longho, infuriated, regained his composure, he swiftly flicked his sleeve, and a golden small sword surged from his palm, ruthlessly aiming at the elder surnamed Yun. However, the elder deftly evaded, appearing beside Lin Mo in an instant. Raising his hand to retrieve the silver wheel and deflect the golden sword, his gaze coldly fixed upon Nen Longho's chest. Beneath the tattered hem of his garment, a piece of azure-hued armor glimmered, deeply embedded yet miraculously unscathed. "So, you indeed wear the azure rhinoceros armor close to your heart," murmured the elder surnamed Yun, his expression devoid of emotion. "Very well, I did not expect you to have been bribed by them as well." A flush of crimson spread across Nen Longho's cheeks as he pressed a hand to his chest, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the elder, each word punctuated with intensity. Though the radiant golden sword stood protectively before him, the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth revealed the severity of his injuries. "Fellow cultivators, exercise caution. We must not allow this scoundrel to escape. Else, with his level of cultivation, we shall find ourselves in dire straits," the elder surnamed Yun admonished, disregarding Nen Longho entirely and addressing Lin Mo instead, as if he had become a stranger in an instant. It is noteworthy that the elder and Nen Longho shared a profound bond, having known each other for a century. Unbeknownst to Nen Longho, this elder from the Ghost Spirit Sect was solely devoted to the sect's interests. Upon learning of the treasures within this locale, he did not hesitate to inform the Ghost Spirit Sect, orchestrating the entire affair. Even the other 4 Yuanian cultivators were allies of Wang Tiangu. Regrettably, he had not anticipated his demise at Lin Mo's hands midway through their endeavor, rendering his efforts fruitless. Gazing at Nen Longho ahead, the elder surnamed Yu chuckled ominously. "Fear not, with so many of us here and him injured, he shall find it impossible to escape this time." As he spoke, a series of pristine white flying daggers hovered around him. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. It was ironic that this elder, who had once been saved by Nen Longho, now repaid kindness with malice. Truly, a farcical turn of events. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Mo quietly observed the unfolding spectacle. "Do you truly believe you can detain me?" Nen Longho intently regarded the 6 Yuanian cultivators before him, then lifted his right hand to sweep across his chest. As wisps of soft, white light began to envelop him, the depression in his chest visibly healed at an astonishing rate. The expressions of the elder surnamed Yu and his companions shifted dramatically, while the elder surnamed Yun and Wang Tiangu displayed subtle signs of concern. Yet the elder Yun maintained his composure, stating, "There is no need for alarm, esteemed colleagues." He merely employed a secret technique to temporarily mitigate his injuries. The elder with the surname, Yun, spoke these words in a chilling tone, unhurriedly gesturing towards the silver wheel before him. This artifact instantly transformed into a streak of silver radiance, soaring above his head, subsequently showering him with a cascade of silvery light that enveloped his entire form. Within the luminous aura, the elder's figure appeared almost ethereal. It was evident that the elder Yun was acutely aware of the South Long Marquis's intense animosity towards him, who was intent on his annihilation. The elderly woman and the dark-faced man, witnessing this, also unleashed their artifacts, gradually encircling the scene. The cultivator of the Yu surname chuckled softly, a pale jade rui silently slipping from his sleeve, stepping forward with a smirk that danced on the edge of amusement as he approached the South Long Marquis. Beside him, Yin Ruyan turned to glance at Lin Mo, her eyes flickering with a hint of hesitation. Hearing Yin Ruyan's words, Lin Mo's gaze shifted slightly, and he communicated through sound transmission. "Wait until they are mutually wounded before we intervene." Upon hearing Lin Mo's counsel, Yin Ruyan furrowed her brows, unable to suppress her curiosity as she transmitted back, "If we eliminate the South Long Marquis, will we be capable of dealing with the remaining few Yuanian cultivators?" Lin Mo offered a faint smile, a glimmer of assurance gracing his lips. "Rest easy." As he spoke, Lin Mo leisurely began to tap the storage pouch at his waist, a flurry of array flags continuously emerging. They transformed into streams of flowing light, completely enveloping the pit. The onlookers regarded this with indifference, presuming it was merely a precaution to prevent the South Long Marquis from escaping. Little did they know, Lin Mo was scheming to employ the formations to confine these Yuanian cultivators within this very spot. At that moment, everyone was encircled around the South Long Marquis, opting against any immediate assault. This was not out of lingering camaraderie, but rather a shared understanding that the South Long Marquis was now a cornered beast. Should he decide to strike, the ensuing chaos could be catastrophic, possibly resulting in one or two adversaries perishing alongside him. A desperate counterattack from a mid-stage Yuanian cultivator was a terrifying prospect, well understood by these seasoned individuals. Naturally, none were eager to be the first to attack, bracing for the potential of suffering a fatal blow. Moreover, they were undeterred by the South Long Marquis's potential for delay. As long as he lacked the time to meditate and recuperate, his injuries would only worsen, ultimately working to their advantage. Curiously, the South Long Marquis remained stationary, seemingly unconcerned about his injuries. Yet, the crimson hue on his face had intensified, now resembling blood in its vividness. Let the battle commence. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, then turned his gaze towards Yen Rian. Understanding his intent, Yen Rian's body was soon enveloped in a surge of bloodlight, which erupted into a torrent that darkened the skies. The sanguine waves surged forth, and a blood demon true spirit materialized behind her, its visage twisted and menacing, unleashing a stench of blood as it transformed into a blood-red apparition, lunging towards the South Long Marquis. As the blood shadow approached, the South Long Marquis's demeanor shifted from trepidation to delight. His eyes gleamed as he suddenly transformed into a blinding beam of golden light, charging towards Madame Tai behind him. Clearly, he had noted the previous breach of the restriction, and Madame Tai had utilized an ancient treasure, depleting considerable energy. With Lin Mo by Yen Rian's side, the most advantageous breakthrough lay with Madame Tai. Startled, Madame Tai summoned a flash of yellow light, a small earthen shield artifact materializing before her. Instantly, the golden light and yellow radiance intertwined in a fierce clash. The Southern Duke, enveloped in a radiant golden aura, was poised to charge forth with unrestrained vigor. However, the others, upon witnessing this, hastily activated their magical artifacts to jointly thwart his advance, successfully halting him in his tracks. Yet, the Southern Duke seemed to have employed some arcane secret technique, causing the golden light surrounding him to intensify and thicken, transforming him into a veritable figure of gold. Simultaneously, he summoned several formidable ancient treasures, engaging in an all-out brawl with his adversaries, showing no signs of retreat. Lin Mo, unfazed, levitated gracefully into the air. A glimmer from the storage pouch at his waist heralded the sudden appearance of a small girl beside him. The girl emanated a vibrant emerald aura, coiling around her form. From a distance, one could discern the foul stench of putrid corpse poison wafting through the air. The Ancient One, Wang Tiangu, possessed such a trump card? Observing the corpse sentinel, which exuded the initial energy of a nascent soul, the elderly man with the surname Yun raised an eyebrow and murmured softly. However, as a verdant spectral figure burst forth from Lin Mo's lips, the elder soon realized something was amiss. The ethereal nascent soul bore no resemblance to Wang Tiangu, and the energy radiating from it was unmistakably that of a wood element nascent soul. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a sharp sound of slicing air pierced his ears. Upon turning around, a stranger materialized before him, clad in a white robe. The figure was enveloped in a chilling blue frost that surged around him. In his hand, he wielded a long azure sword flame, entwined with strands of golden, exorcising divine thunder. The razor-sharp azure sword flame lunged violently towards him. The elder's countenance paled, and without a moment to ponder, an ancient artifact resembling a copper ring shot forth from his waist, shimmering with a violet luminescence that flowed along its surface, emitting a resonant hum. In an instant, the golden exorcising divine thunder coiled around the azure sword flame, erupting with overwhelming destructive force, crashing down upon the copper ring. With a resounding crack, the elder's pride, the ancient artifact, was utterly shattered under the onslaught of the azure sword flame, proving to be no match for its might. Cursed be it! Who are you? The elder could only utter a desperate scream as the piercing azure sword flame pierced through his chest, swiftly followed by an unrelenting surge of icy fire that enveloped his form entirely. The blue azure sword flame encased him, transforming him into a solid block of unyielding ice. Meanwhile, the corpse sentinel, now manifesting its second nascent soul, was enveloped in a swirling greenish poison mist. 216 flying swords relentlessly soared towards the gathered crowd. 72 azure bamboo cloud swords targeted Lady Tai, while 72 yellow-black cloud swords clashed with the cultivator of the Yu surname. As for the Xianming cloud sword, it was entwined with purifying energy, assaulting the dark-faced man. The corpse sentinel then unleashed its true form, morphing from the guise of a young girl into a graceful woman, her snow-white garments billowing gently, revealing her enchanting physique. The tender 5 fingers have sprouted dark, menacing claws, with starkly contrasting eyes that shimmer with a crimson glow. The corpse demon. As the corpse demon guards lunged forward, Lord Nanlong's gaze narrowed without a hint of hesitation. In an instant, a golden aura enveloped him, and he swiftly turned, transforming into a streak of blood-red light that vanished from sight. One thread in 10,000 miles. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow at the sudden disappearance of Lord Nanlong. He chose not to pursue the fleeing figure. After all, Lord Nanlong was a decent individual, and Lin Mo was not one to indulge in indiscriminate killing, especially since he had not yet seen the man's true form. Let him flee. Perhaps future encounters would prove more intriguing. There were still 3 big fish to catch. Lin Mo turned his attention to the 3 nascent soul cultivators, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Simultaneously, the corpse demon guards also turned, their own sneers evident. In that moment, the faces of the 3 nascent soul cultivators turned ashen. Moments later, Lin Mo gently brushed the blood mist before him, surveying the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. With an expressionless gesture, he summoned their storage bags and ancient treasures, which floated before him. How terrifying you are. Yen Ruyan slowly lifted her head, her gaze fixed on Lin Mo. She suddenly exclaimed, "Aren't you at the initial stage of nascent soul cultivation? How is it that even mid-stage cultivators stand no chance against you?" Hearing her astonishment, Lin Mo lightly patted Yen Ruyan's hair. "My cultivation technique is rather unique," he replied. "The difficulty of my training is several times that of an ordinary person, thus my power is correspondingly greater." As he spoke, Lin Mo pointed towards the stone wall ahead. "Let us see what lies within." Yen Ruyan nodded eagerly, clearly intrigued by the relics before them. "Follow me." Lin Mo strode forward, gently sweeping his sleeve across the stone door, which slowly creaked open. "What is this?" Upon glimpsing the scene beyond the door, Yen Ruyan gasped in astonishment. Behind the door was a hall several times larger than the previous one, with a petite, exquisite loft positioned in the center. This loft was intricately carved from gleaming white jade, towering over 10 zhong, with only 2 stories yet remarkably detailed. Above the loft's tall door were inscribed the silver characters Yuchi Pavilion. Before the loft stood an ancient, blackened altar upon which rested a silver-white scroll several feet long, shimmering with an otherworldly luster, suggesting it was no ordinary artifact. The rest of the area was barren, devoid of any additional items or doorways. Could the treasures be hidden within the loft? Yen Ruyan couldn't help but glance at Lin Mo. Lin Mo smiled slightly and replied, "You shall find out if you follow me." Without a moment's hesitation, he approached the altar. With a flick of his sleeve, the silver scroll floated into the air. With a wave of his right hand, radiant light intertwined with the scroll. As the scroll unfurled with a swift motion, it revealed the silhouette of a scholar, sword on back, gazing skyward. "This is the image of the celestial master Tsangkuan." Yen Ruyan furrowed her brows slightly as she gazed at the embroidered image, exclaiming in astonishment, "Why has the celestial being placed this here? It is hardly a precious object." Lin Mo gently caressed the scroll in his hand, choosing not to provide extensive explanations. Concealed within it lies a fragment of the celestial being's residual soul, which could prove useful in the future. Let us ascend to the attic. Lin Mo gestured towards the nearby loft with a smile. With a creak, the attic door swung open, revealing radiant spiritual light that momentarily dazzled Yen Ruyan, causing her to turn her face slightly. The first floor of the attic was filled with 3 slender ebony racks, brimming with extraordinary treasures. Chapter 143, Master Nangwawan. The racks were arranged in 3 rows, centrally positioned for easy viewing. The first row contained an array of ancient artifacts, each radiating a unique brilliance, totaling as many as 16 items. The second row showcased rare materials of various shapes and colors, including fist-sized iron-like objects and blood-red stones that sparkled like gems. The third row held the fewest items, consisting solely of several small bottles a few inches in height, presumably containing elixirs. Yin Ruian's face lit up with joy as she beheld the treasures before her. These medicinal materials are perfectly suited for us nascent soul cultivators. As one's cultivation progresses, it becomes increasingly challenging to find elixirs that can enhance a nascent soul's abilities. Unlike the foundation and core formation stages, which allow for the use of common herbs to concoct elixirs, ascending to the nascent soul stage requires the pursuit of exceedingly rare spiritual herbs and fruits. Furthermore, one must explore ancient ruins to discover precious elixirs left behind by ancient cultivators. This explains why so many prodigies struggle to advance after breaking into the nascent soul stage. If they were to be brought to the spirit realm, their chances of breaking through to the transformation stage would significantly increase. In contrast to Yin Ruian's enthusiasm, Lin Mo maintained a stoic expression, gesturing toward the treasures before them. Choose what you desire. Yin Ruian's expression brightened as she eagerly inquired, Really? Are there any rare ancient treasures among them? There must be more than just these fine items. Lin Mo smiled faintly and pointed towards the second floor. Compared to the treasures on the first floor, those on the second are far superior. Heeding Lin Mo's words, Yin Ruian hurriedly followed him up the stairs. The two ascended quickly to the second floor, which exuded a more refined ambience, filled with the fragrant aroma of sandalwood. Looking up, they noticed a shrine nestled in the corner near the staircase, housing a statue of a three-headed, six-armed demon god, its expression fierce and lifelike. In front of the shrine rested a small crimson cauldron, from which delicate wisps of white mist emerged, the source of the sandalwood fragrance. The visage of the statue bore a striking resemblance to the demonic beast depicted on the copperplate of the Brahma Saint True fragment in Yin Ruian's possession, even sharing the same fierce expression and 6 arms raised towards the heavens. It became evident that the celestial being had an undeniable connection to the demon clan, as he had chosen to enshrine such a demonic figure in this place. At a distance of several paces to the left of the shrine, there stood an unremarkable table accompanied by a wooden chair, adorned with an array of items including an inkstone, a brush, and bamboo slips. Opposite the shrine, a blue jade bed exuded a chilling aura, palpable despite the distance. At one end of the jade bed lay 3 jade boxes of varying sizes, strikingly eye-catching. This second tier appeared to be the sleeping quarters of the esteemed Elder Tsonkoan. On the other side, there were also 3 boxes of similar dimensions. Observing these 6 jade boxes of differing sizes, Lin Mo's face brightened, and he murmured, These 6 are undoubtedly the greatest treasures. With a swift motion of his right hand, Lin Mo grasped all 6 boxes. As he opened the first brocade box, he discovered a jade slip containing an introduction to the moon-watching technique of Elder Tsonkoan, a method capable of advancing to the transformation stage, yet of little utility to Lin Mo. Upon opening the second brocade box, he was met with a ring, dark as night and devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. However, Lin Mo recognized it as an auxiliary artifact that would prove exceptionally effective when entering the abyss of the demonic falls. Only those possessing this ring could traverse the passage filled with the primordial light of the north. A pair of 2 instruments rings should exist, Lin Mo muttered, subsequently opening another jade box to find yet another dark ring, primarily for defense and control, both now in his possession. Next, Lin Mo turned his attention to the 4th brocade box. Inside was a small vial, which, although unopened, emanated a pungent, acrid odor. 10 absolute poisons. The 3rd brocade box contained a vial filled with the infamous 10 absolute poison, derived from the saliva of the demon bird known as the azure-billed cuckoo. This poison was renowned for its extraordinary toxicity and unforgettable stench, a favorite among the world's deadliest insects and a crucial item for entering the abyss of the demonic falls. Lin Mo then opened the 5th brocade box to reveal a purple pouch. Isn't this the purple celestial pouch? He exclaimed, recognizing it as a notable ancient treasure from the primitive era. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment echoed in his mind. It was Silver Moon, clearly recognizing the identity of this ancient artifact. Do you recognize it? Lin Mo inquired, examining the treasure in his hand. I don't distinctly remember, but I have a vague recollection. Silver Moon replied. This purple celestial pouch is a top-tier ancient treasure, primarily defensive in nature. When deployed, it can obscure a range of hundreds to thousands of paces, making it a rare area effect artifact. Of course, it is also quite effective for trapping enemies. Capable of releasing the true fire of Jade Yang with considerable power, Listening to Silver Moon's detailed account, Lin Mo smiled faintly. In that case, I shall entrust this ancient treasure to you. With that, he directly stowed the purple pouch into his own pouch. His gaze then fell upon the sixth jade box. Upon opening it, he was presented with a sprig of ghostly blue spiritual grass, accompanied by an overwhelming chill that surged forth, piercing to the bone. The icy energy contained within this spirit herb is remarkable. Lin Mo gazed at the herb before him, raising an eyebrow slightly, then deftly stowed it away in his storage pouch. Surely, there is nothing more to be found. Yin Ruyan surveyed the two-story pavilion and murmured, "It is time to depart. After all, this is the Mulan Prairie. One can never know when one might encounter a Mulan sorcerer, so returning early is undoubtedly safer." Yin Ruyan's sentiment was quite reasonable. Lin Mo nodded, sweeping his gaze over the pavilion to ensure nothing was overlooked. "Let us go." With a flourish of his sleeve, a glint of cold light flashed, and the divine wind vessel appeared before him. "Come aboard." Lin Mo gestured toward the vessel, then leaped gracefully onto it. Yin Ruyan's figure flickered, transforming into a streak of crimson light as she landed on the divine wind vessel. Today, Yin Ruyan was adorned in a striking red garment, her powerful aura swirling around her, causing the air to stir without a breeze. The vibrant hue of her scarlet lips contrasted beautifully against her fair, porcelain-like skin. "Why do you gaze at me so intently?" Yin Ruyan slowly lifted her head to meet Lin Mo's gaze. Hearing her words, Lin Mo smiled gently, taking hold of her delicate hand and stepping onto the vessel. A soft blue wind surged, enveloping the divine wind vessel entirely. Whoosh! With a sharp, resounding boom, the vessel transformed into a white arc, darting swiftly into the distance, quickly vanishing from the Mulan Prairie. In the ghost spirit sect, within a dimly lit pavilion, flickering azure candle flames cast eerie shadows, rendering the entire room ominously foreboding. Wang Tiansheng, the leader of the ghost spirit sect and father of Wang Chan, stared at the shattered jade tablet on the shelf, a flicker of malevolence crossing his features. Damn it! Damn it! The repeated curses sent tremors through the sect's ancestral hall. Suddenly, Wang Tiansheng produced a jet-black jade slip and squeezed it forcefully. Several streams of dark light erupted from the slip, slicing through the air and dispersing across the various areas of the sect. With a series of piercing sounds, several figures clad in red and black abruptly appeared outside the hall. Has Tiangu perished? Could it be that the relic of the Tsang Kuan immortal is too perilous? Voices of several Nascent Soul cultivators echoed from beyond the door. Wang Tiansheng slowly raised his head, looking outside, and spoke gravely. "But Yin Ruyan's life token remains intact." "What? Yin Ruyan is unharmed? Could there be some hidden intrigue?" Hearing Wang Tiansheng's words, the Nascent Soul cultivators exchanged glances, then declared, "Regardless, this cannot continue. If the Yin family is allowed to grow any stronger, our ghost spirit sect will inevitably bear their surname." Wang Tiansheng nodded and inclined his hand to the group of Nascent Soul cultivators outside, saying, "However, we must wait for Yin Ruyan to return before taking action. After all, she is a celestial root, having cultivated to the Nascent Soul stage at such a tender age. If we do not bring her under the control of the ghost spirit sect, she may become a future calamity." Following this, a moment of silence ensued outside, and several voices echoed in unison, agreed. In an instant, the entire ghost spirit gate became steeped in an atmosphere of foreboding. Wang Tiansheng transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing above the Yinhuang Hall in a heartbeat. A torrent of divine consciousness surged forth, akin to the mighty ocean, descending towards the hall below. Yet, as soon as the divine awareness touched down, a faint white array materialized before it. Wang Tiansheng uttered softly, sensing the fluctuations of the formation, and could not help but murmur, "There exists a layer of formation prohibition outside the hall." A hint of perplexity flickered across his brow. "Humph," Wang Tiansheng scoffed, declaring, "Let us see if this formation can elude my perception." As he spoke, his pupils narrowed slightly, and the overwhelming divine consciousness coalesced into a razor-sharp spike, which he thrust down with great force. With a resounding crack, the formation shattered, revealing before Wang Tiansheng several enchanting women, each possessing the cultivation of the core formation stage, radiating with abundant spiritual energy. "Who are they?" Wang Tiansheng furrowed his brow, sensing that the techniques they practiced were neither of the Yin family nor of the ghost spirit gate. "Humph. Regardless, I shall capture them first." With this thought, Wang Tianxing waved his right hand, and a torrent of crimson light shot skyward. The surging blood-red energy coalesced into an exceptionally sharp crimson spear that he grasped firmly. Whoosh! Wang Tianxing swung the spear with force, slicing through the air, instantly appearing beyond the formation, within the Yinhuang Hall. Suddenly, Exuding opened her eyes. Her gaze directed towards the sky, exclaiming in alarm, "This is bad. Someone is attempting to breach our defenses. How is that possible? Isn't this the palace of Yanrian?" Chun Xiaoqian gasped, alarmed, and quickly shouted, "Does anyone dare invade the entire Ghost Spirit Gate? Could it be?" At this juncture, Chun Xiaoqian ascended into the air, looking towards the heavens. There, outside the restrictive formation, a thick cloud of crimson mist loomed ominously. Its overwhelming aura palpable even within the palace. A Yuanying stage cultivator. Chun Xiaoqian's expression shifted, and she could not help but turn to Exuding, asking, "Is there a way to resist? Perhaps we can only hold them off for a brief moment." Exuding's delicate brows knitted together as she gazed at the towering blood flames, uncertain of her chances. "We can only try our best." With this thought, Exuding extended her slender jade finger, and a streak of light flashed. Her innate treasure manifested before her, a meticulously crafted array disc, enveloped in an aura of profound mystery, with threads of pale white silk continuously entwining upon it. In an instant, the previously indistinct array light curtain became more defined. Boom! The blood-red spear sliced through the air and struck heavily upon the light curtain. A crack, the size of a palm, began to manifest upon the array's surface, spreading at a visible pace. Observing this scene, Exuding's complexion shifted. Her ruby lips parted slightly as a mouthful of essence blood was directly sprayed onto the array light curtain. With each resonating crash, the cracks upon the formation began to visibly mend. In midair, Wang Tianxing gazed at the changes in the luminescent barrier below, involuntarily exclaiming softly, "Such mastery of formation. It is a pity you are not one of my ghost spirit sect." As his words fell, a cold glint surged in his eyes. "Then you must perish." Wails of anguish echoed incessantly as shadowy specters emerged from behind him, each possessing the formidable power of the core formation stage. With a single leap, they conjured a chilling wind. With a thud, the vengeful spirits crashed heavily against the barrier, akin to moths drawn to a flame, resulting in a spectacular explosion. A faint white crack appeared on the barrier, shimmering ominously. With the impact of a second specter, the fissure widened, allowing Wang Tianxing, suspended in midair, to glimpse the two women within the formation. "What is happening? Sister Exuding, has something gone awry with the formation?" At that moment, Yuan Yaoyan and several others, sensing the urgency, transformed into streams of light, appearing behind Exuding. Their gazes reflected anxiety as they looked upon the crumbling formation. "Is there a way to remedy this?" Though the youngest, Ziling, exhibited remarkable composure as she turned to Exuding. "We must try." Exuding furrowed her brow, continuously channeling incantations into the formation array before her. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to shift. The earth shattered, and emerald green bamboo sprouted forth, enveloping the entire hall of radiance in a dense bamboo grove. The verdant mist coalesced into an ethereal fog, rendering the women invisible. Simultaneously, the restrictive formation disintegrated, and Wang Tianxing transformed into a crimson beam of light, hovering above the bamboo thicket. His gaze fell upon the mist-entwined grove below, a slight frown etching his brow as a cold smirk danced upon his lips. "What trickery is this?" As he spoke, he forcefully waved his hands, unleashing scarlet flames that cascaded toward the dense bamboo sea below. To his surprise, as the blood flames touched the emerald mist, they crackled ominously, releasing a foul stench and morphing into a thick, red vapor, creating an eerie spectacle. Meanwhile, outside the ghost spirit sect, a pale blue divine wind vessel materialized as a phantom, hovering at the sect's entrance. The atmosphere felt uncanny. Yanrian stared at the dense blood aura surrounding the ghost spirit sect's protective formation, her brow furrowing slightly. This nine-nether formation is not typically activated. As she sensed the thick, ghostly fog enveloping the formation, Lin Mo, too, perceived something amiss. It might be related to Wang Tiangu's demise. Lin Mo reacted swiftly, pondering how Wang Tianxing might be provoked by Wang Tiangu's death. Chun Xiaoqian, Ziling. The thought of the women flickered a chill in Lin Mo's eyes. as the surging azure sword flames enveloped him, resembling a blue orb from afar. Wherever he passed, blue ice crystals formed in midair. The formation ahead posed a formidable challenge. Perhaps we should deliberate our strategy further? Gazing upon the shimmering array of the formation, Yin Rian could not restrain herself from offering a caution. Within the Ghost Spirit Sect, there are 7 Nascent Soul cultivators, 2 of whom have attained the mid-Nascent Soul stage. If we charge in recklessly, it may prove perilous. Lin Mo scoffed derisively. The Ghost Spirit Sect is likely unaware of the current circumstances. As he spoke, a series of sharp whooshing sounds emanated from the storage pouch at his waist. Streams of light surged forth, with 18 blood spirit guards being the first to emerge, their bodies radiant with a striking crimson glow. Notably, the leading lightning spirit guard and flame spirit guard exuded an overwhelming and formidable aura. Accompanying them were mournful wails as the 9 Nether Soul banner floated beside him. Spectral figures swirling about it, with Madame Wong partially discernible within. Perhaps this time, the Ghost Spirit Sect might allow me to fill my 9 Nether Soul banner. Since its crafting, I have yet to find an opportunity to infuse it with spirits. As for Madame Wong, her strength remains at the core formation stage. Zombie Spirit Guard. As Lin Mo slightly turned, a verdant-hued girl appeared beside him, her large, watery eyes exuding an innocuous charm. Were it not for Yin Rian's previous encounter with the Zombie Spirit Guard's prowess, she could never have associated this seemingly harmless child with the grotesque nature of a zombie spirit. Outside the Hall of Radiance, a shadow flitted by. Wang Tiansheng furrowed his brow slightly, turning to an elderly man with white hair. Elder Zhong, has something transpired? The newcomer possessed formidable cultivation, brimming with spiritual power. Having reached the mid-nascent soul stage, and was one of the strongest elders of the Ghost Spirit Sect. Elder Zhong nodded slightly and gestured toward the formation barrier several dozen miles away, saying, "Let us investigate." Hearing Elder Zhong's words, a flicker of unease crossed Wang Tianxing's mind as he glanced at the women in the bamboo grove below, his form blurring before vanishing from sight. Upon arriving at the formation, 5 Nascent Soul cultivators had already gathered. "Tiangu, you have arrived?" Master Soul Shatter surveyed Wang Tianxing and Elder Zhong, remarking, "Dare one to provoke the Ghost Spirit Sect at its doorstep." Wang Tianxing looked up to see 18 fearsome blood spirit guards relentlessly assaulting the mountain-protecting formation. The late core formation blood spirit guard struck forcefully against the barrier, creating ripples but yielding no further effect. However, following the 18 blood spirit guards, a seemingly innocuous girl hovered in midair, encased in tendrils of verdant corpse poison that resembled a misty emerald sea, obscuring the sky. As the greenish poison made contact with the formation barrier, it hissed ominously, and the barrier emitted a corrosive sound. A mid-nascent soul zombie spirit. Elder Zhong regarded the zombie spirit outside the formation with a cold smirk. "Do you truly believe that a mid-nascent soul zombie spirit can annihilate our Ghost Spirit Sect? I shall ascertain the true measure of this zombie spirit." With that declaration, Elder Zhong waved his right hand, summoning a golden zombie puppet that soared into the air, the sound of metallic clanking resonating as it moved. "I too wish to witness the strength of this zombie spirit." With a flick of his sleeve, the soul-shattering master summoned a skull-shaped artifact, as pristine as jade, into his grasp. A surge of ominous energy emanated from the skull, and a ghostly apparition flickered in and out of existence above it. As spiritual energy flowed steadily into the jade skull, a blood-red specter manifested before the soul-shattering master. Wailing mournfully, the chilling cries of the crimson specter sent shockwaves through the air, causing the nearby Ghost Spirit Sect cultivator, who was merely at the core formation stage, to blanch and clutch his head in agony. A golden-armored corpse and a vengeful spirit of the nascent soul early stage. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. The true form of the corpse wraith. As Lin Mo's flower fell, the second nascent soul instantaneously unleashed its full might. A torrent of emerald green corpse energy enveloped the corpse wraith guardian, and in that moment, the form of a green-skinned girl began to shift dramatically, transforming into a graceful young woman. Her black and white eyes gleamed with a hint of bloodlust. Raising her right hand, she swept her blood-red claws through the air, unleashing a formidable malevolence that crashed heavily against the white barrier of the formation. Crack, crack. Several fissures appeared out of thin air, only to knit themselves back together almost instantly. The formation was indeed peculiar. The full-force strike from the corpse Wraith Guardian had failed to shatter the array before them. Whoosh! Whoosh! The corpse Wraith Guardian opened her mouth, and a myriad of flying swords surged forth. 216 swords of azure bamboo, yellow, and dark mysterious clouds soared like three-colored dragon serpents, hurtling towards the formation ahead. The azure bamboo flying cloud sword shimmered with golden exorcising divine lightning. The yellow flying cloud sword pulsed with an overwhelming density, as heavy as mountains, accompanied by the sound of howling winds. The dark mysterious flying cloud sword exuded a pure essence, cleansing all impurities in its path, including the tainted barrier of the formation. The exorcising divine lightning followed closely behind, crashing against the pitch-black formation with a cacophony of sounds. The dark barrier shattered instantaneously, and the yellow flying cloud sword, imbued with the weight of the yellow energy, arrived last, obliterating the formation's barrier entirely. What manner of sword formation is this? Over 200 rare flying swords, each possessing power rivaling that of high-grade artifacts. The onlooker's eyes widened in disbelief. Particularly, the two mid-Nascent Soul elders, Elder Zhong and the Soul-Shattering Master, understood the formidable nature of the mountain-guarding formation. Even they could not breach its defenses. Yet, this corpse wraith had effortlessly dismantled the mountain's protective array with a single strike, revealing power that was truly unfathomable. With the mountain-guarding formation destroyed, the golden-armored corpse and the red-clad specter were now upon them, observing the two ghostly entities. The corpse Wraith Guardian maintained a stoic expression, raising her right hand to unleash a bolt of golden lightning. Crackle! The exorcising divine lightning erupted in a dazzling display, striking the golden-armored corpse with immense force, leaving a charred imprint upon its form, as the yellow azure bamboo flying cloud sword followed closely behind. Heavy and imposing, it struck squarely upon the chest of the golden-armored corpse. Ack! A mournful cry escaped from the golden-armored corpse as the formidable, shin-yellow B-cloud sword pierced through its chest in an instant. The golden-armored corpse, possessing the strength of an early-stage nascent soul, was unable to withstand even a single blow and met its demise on the spot. Damn it! Elder Zhong's expression darkened as he hastily commanded, "This young man is powerful. We must attack together." A series of glimmering silver corpses materialized behind him. Compared to the earlier golden-armored corpse, these silver corpses exuded a considerably weaker aura, yet they were still of the golden core stage. With a leap, the silver corpses soared into the air, colliding with the blood spirit guards. Though these guards were also of the golden core stage, they were at the late phase, complemented by the wood spirit guard's ability to utilize wood-based evasion techniques. The silver corpses stood no chance against the blood spirit guards. With a mere flick of its claws, a blood spirit guard effortlessly shredded one of the silver corpses apart. Witnessing this, Wang Tianxing's expression shifted, and with a wave of his sleeve, a mist of blood coiled around him, summoning a host of crimson creatures that surged towards the corpse demon guards. Meanwhile, on the other side, the soul-shattering true man raised his right hand. A jet-black cone materialized in his palm, accompanied by a howling wind. Whoosh! The black cone, an ancient treasure, transformed into a shadowy figure, appearing before Lin Mo in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo's body swayed slightly as the Qianlan wind thunder wings instantly manifested behind him. The blue wings radiated a chilling aura as they flapped forcefully, morphing into a blue shadow that vanished from sight. When Lin Mo reappeared, he was already beside the soul-shattering true man. With a flick of his hand, 8 Qianlan sword flames materialized before him, intertwining to form a single sword flame, approximately the height of a person. Go! Lin Mo gestured with one hand, and the elongated Qianlan sword flame shot forth, transforming into a phantom. It collided directly with the jet-black ancient cone. Although this conical treasure possessed considerable power, it was incomparable to the Qianlan sword flame, which rivaled an 8-fold full-force strike of an early-stage nascent soul. With a crack, the conical ancient treasure fell to the ground, and an onslaught of Qianlan ice flames surged forth, engulfing it and transforming it into a block of blue ice that plummeted from the air. At that moment, the remaining nascent soul cultivators' innate treasures were drawing near. Lin Mo's expression turned frosty as he harnessed his spiritual energy. Dragon transformation technique. Waves of radiant golden light swirled around him, and the overwhelming aura of a true dragon surged forth, exerting immense pressure that condensed the surrounding spiritual energy in midair. Golden dragon scales manifested upon Lin Mo's skin, and a dragon-shaped shadow flickered behind him. A true dragon? Yin Rian's pupils constricted as she gazed at the formidable aura emanating from Lin Mo, alongside the spectral dragon form, unable to contain her astonishment. The Nascent Soul elders of the Ghost Spirit Sect were equally taken aback. It is worth noting that true dragons are legendary beings, now revealed before the eyes of all. Naturally, one is at a loss for words. At this moment, Lin Mo, with an expressionless visage, gazed at several ancient treasures nearby. He raised his right hand, and a luminous, glass-like radiance flowed over it. As a flying dagger, resembling a weapon, approached, Lin Mo extended his hand and grasped the dagger directly. With a crisp snap, he exerted a gentle force, shattering the flying dagger into fragments. A cry of anguish escaped from a nearby elder of the Ghost Spirit Sect, who was in the early stage of the Nascent Soul realm, as he spat a mouthful of blood. The destruction of his innate treasure inflicted severe damage upon him. How is this possible? Is this within the realm of human capability? The onlooking Nascent Soul cultivators widened their eyes, disbelief etched upon their faces. Simultaneously, the elders of the Nascent Soul realm gazed at their own innate treasures, their faces turning pale with fear. They hastily performed a spell, attempting to summon their innate treasures back to them. Lin Mo chuckled coldly, surveying the ancient treasures. With a powerful flap of the azure wind and thunder wings on his back, he executed a lightning escape, appearing several dozen feet in front of the two innate treasures. Clenching his fists, he struck heavily upon the two treasures. With another crack, two more treasures were destroyed, and the two accompanying Nascent Soul cultivators suffered grievous injuries as well. Lin Mo cast a glance at Wang Tiansheng in the distance, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. It was time to conclude the battle. With that thought, Lin Mo vanished like a specter, reappearing behind Wang Tiansheng. An enormous blue sword, forged from the fusion of 8 azure sword flames, pierced directly through Wang Tiansheng's chest. The icy flames surged forth, spreading from the wound. His eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed a trembling finger at Lin Mo. Yet, the overwhelming power of the azure ice flames enveloped him, and blue ice crystals began to form upon his body. A humanoid ice sculpture stood before him. As the cold flames surged, the ice sculpture was instantaneously reduced to a puddle of blood upon the ground. With a swift motion, Lin Mo retrieved a storage pouch and stowed it away in his pocket, then turned his gaze towards Elder Zhong not far away, flapping his wings. A golden lightning flash erupted, and Lin Mo vanished from his previous location, darting towards Elder Zhong. Elder Zhong was evidently much calmer than Wang Tiansheng. A dark sheen emerged upon his muscles, followed by the withering of his physique. From a distance, he resembled a desiccated corpse. Yet, amidst that shriveled form, streaks of dark light flowed, emanating a pungent odor. With a clap of his withered hands, a thick, black-red blood mist surged forth from his palms. Where the blood mist passed, the rocks sizzled, transforming into pools of pitch-black liquid, deadly poison indeed. Lin Mo maintained his composure, gripping a crystalline lotus entirely formed from azure ice flames in his left hand. Go, he uttered softly, and the azure ice flame lotus took flight from his grasp. Its speed was astonishing, slicing through the air and colliding with the dark mass of blood. Boom! As Lin Mo's words fell, the blue ice crystals, coalesced from the azure blue flame, erupted instantaneously. Thunderous roars echoed. From within the surging azure lotus, the azure flames continued to surge forth. The tumultuous blue flames spread along the inky blood, encasing it in ice mid-air. With another shattering sound piercing the air, a flash of light appeared. When Lin Mo reemerged, he was already behind Elder Zhong, forcefully cleaving down with the azure sword flame. The withered form was split cleanly in two. Simultaneously, the corpse demon revealed its true form, moving with ghostly swiftness. In its wake trailed over 200 flying swords, conjuring waves of exorcistic thunder, auras of profound yellow, and wisps of ethereal mist. This directly obstructed the retreat of the soul-shattering true man, whose venomous claws sank deep into his neck. In an instant, his once pristine neck transformed to a vivid green. Whoosh! A pitch-black nascent soul darted out from the mouth of the soul-shattering true man thinking of fleeing. Lin Mo chuckled coldly, and with a flick of his fingers, a deep blue lotus of azure flame shot forth, embedding itself within the nascent soul. Following a wretched scream, The nascent soul dissolved into threads of blue liquid, vanishing into the ether. Lin Mo turned, gazing at the remaining nascent soul cultivator, eager for clarification. However, the elderly woman hastily pleaded for mercy. Please spare me. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the old crone. Her cultivation was merely at the nascent soul's initial stage, and her foundation appeared unstable, evidently having just recently broken into this realm. Lin Mo glanced back at Yin Ryuan. With so many mid-nascent soul cultivators from the ghost spirit sect perished, if this one were to be left behind, the sect's disbandment would be imminent. Can you control her? Lin Mo pointed at the white-haired elder, stating, if she cannot be managed, then let us just eliminate her. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Yin Ryuan smiled gracefully. Rest assured, Lin Mo, I possess enough means for this. Lin Mo smiled slightly, waving his right hand, grasping the storage bags of these individuals. This one is entrusted to you. With that, Lin Mo's azure wind and thunder wings gently flapped, transforming into a blue shadow and soaring away. Inside the Yinghuang Hall, Exceedingly sensed the stillness outside the formation, her delicate brows furrowing. Could it be that the nascent soul cultivator is preparing to unleash a grand maneuver? Ziling's eyes closed gently, her consciousness unfurling. Lin Mo? It is Lin Mo returning. Ziling's face lit up with joy as she turned to Exceedingly. Exceedingly immediately stowed the formation compass in her hands, the emerald green spiritual bamboos dissipating in an instant. The women looked up to see a familiar figure suspended in midair. Lin Mo? Joy spread across their faces, and Ziling transformed into a purple light, swiftly appearing before Lin Mo, her delight evident. You have finally returned. Lin Mo gently patted Ziling's hair, then turned to Exceedingly. I owe you my gratitude this time. Although Exceedingly may not possess the highest prowess among the women, her mastery of formations is undeniably formidable. It is indeed her strength that has withstood Wang Tianqing's full-force attack. Prepare yourselves. It's time for us to depart. Lin Mo turned to Qin Xiaoqian, who was not far away. Xiaoqian, we are about to meet an old friend. Qin Xiaoqian furrowed her delicate brows, a look of confusion crossing her face. An old friend? Could it be the Zhuo Alliance? Her quick wit allowed her to grasp the situation immediately. I wonder how Huangfeng Valley is faring now. For Qin Xiaoqian, Huangfeng Valley held a significant emotional connection. Indeed, Lin Mo smiled gently, casting a glance at Xiling Yuyao and the other women. My sect is the Yinhua sect, which, along with the 6 sects of Yu Kingdom, is now part of the Zhuo Alliance. I wonder how my husband's master is doing. Qin Xiaoqian couldn't help but think of Nangong Wan and inquired. It has been a century since we last met. I wonder if Elder Nangong has made any advancements in her cultivation? Cough, cough. Upon hearing Qin Xiaoqian mention Nangong Wan, Lin Mo coughed lightly and replied, she is doing well and has successfully advanced to the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. I wonder what kind of person your husband's master is. Xiling's beautiful eyes sparkled as she smiled. To have trained such a powerful individual as your husband. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Mo rubbed his nose and said, you would understand once you meet her. The expressions of the women when they meet each other candidly would be quite a sight to behold. The women acted swiftly, wasting little time. In the span of half an incense stick, they were ready to depart. Whoosh! Amidst the surging bloodlight, Yin Ryuan rode the blood cloud and flew before Lin Mo. Are we leaving? Yin Ryuan's gaze lingered on Lin Mo, her beautiful eyes filled with complexity. She was quite reluctant to see him go. Lin Mo gazed deeply at Yin Ryuan and smiled. I will return to seek you out for cultivation when I have the chance. Yin Ryuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she fixed her gaze on Lin Mo. During this time, I will diligently practice my body refinement techniques, and when we meet again, I shall challenge you. After parting from Yin Ryuan, the group stepped onto the divine wind boat, transforming into a streak of blue light that swiftly departed from the ghost spirit gate. The speed of the divine wind boat was astonishing, and within a few days, they had arrived at the territory of the Zhuo Alliance. Suddenly, Lin Mo let out a soft exclamation, and the speed of the divine wind boat decreased as he looked down at a corner below. What is it? Qin Xiaoqian, sensing Lin Mo's unusual behavior, couldn't help but ask, is there something amiss? This person is related to you. Lin Mo smiled slightly, turning his gaze towards Qin Xiaoqian as the divine wind boat transformed into a fleeting shadow, heading towards the distance. As they approached, the group could see the spiritual energy swirling ahead, radiating with brilliance. It turned out that cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle. In the blink of an eye, they were within several hundred zhang of the combatants, who remained oblivious to their presence, consumed in their own confrontation. For men and one woman were divided into opposing factions, all at the initial to mid-stages of the core formation realm. Yet the side comprising 2 men and 1 woman found themselves thoroughly overwhelmed by the 2 opposing cultivators. However, this was not due to the superior magical prowess of the opposing cultivators, but rather the sight of 2 practitioners, 1 tall and 1 short, commanding a swarm of hundreds of enormous moths that encircled the trio of men and woman. These terrifying moths, each the size of a hand, flapped their wings to release a dazzling array of toxic powder, showering down upon them. The 3 individuals on the opposite side were occupied with casting spells to shield themselves from the impending onslaught. Chapter 144. Chun Xiaoqian returns home. Third brother. You are third brother. Chun Xiaoqian's expression shifted as her gaze fixed on a scholar clad in a brocade robe, exclaiming in astonishment. Especially upon witnessing the scholar brandishing a silver giant brush and a golden scroll, she recognized him as her elder brother, Chun Xiaotian. At that moment, the 2 cultivators controlling the toxic moths also noticed the newcomers, their faces betraying alarm. They hastily scanned the area with their spiritual sense, and their expressions changed dramatically. Which esteemed elder has graced us with their presence? We, the disciples of the Spirit Control Sect, pay our respects, the 2 cultivators stammered, quickly retracting their magical artifacts while leaving the swarm of moths entangled with the 3 individuals, retreating to the side to bow respectfully towards Lin Mo. The Spirit Control Sect. You 2 are disciples of the Demon Sect. Upon hearing that it was the practitioners of the Spirit Control Sect addressing her brother, Chun Xiaoqian's demeanor altered. She turned to Lin Mo, evidently seeking his counsel on whether to eliminate them. After glancing at the 2 Spirit Control Sect cultivators, Lin Mo slightly nodded. Gaining Lin Mo's tacit approval, a glint of coldness flickered in Chun Xiaoqian's eyes. An ethereal blue orb materialized before her. With a mighty rush, torrents of water coiled around the orb, erupting into 2 water dragons that streaked forward with a piercing sound toward the 2 cultivators. The expressions of the 2 Spirit Control Sect practitioners shifted dramatically. They realized that the individual before them was a late-stage core formation cultivator, accompanied by a man in white whose strength was at the Nascent Soul stage, leaving them with no hope of victory. With a sharp sound slicing through the air, the 2 cultivators turned and fled into the distance. Flee! Chun Xiaoqian scoffed, as the orb in her hand became enveloped in swirling blue waters. Blue dragons erupted from it in relentless pursuit of the fleeing Spirit Control Sect practitioners. Buzzing. Suddenly, the moths entangled with the 3 individuals transformed into phantoms, darting toward the 2 blue water dragons. The collision of the moths with the dragons released deep purple toxic powder that instantly enveloped the blue dragons in a violet hue. The noxious mist rapidly spread, threatening to invade the blue orb in Chun Xiaoqian's grasp. In a flash, a blue flying sword soared through the air, slicing the atmosphere and piercing the chest of 1 Spirit Control Sect practitioner. A flash of blue light mingled with a spray of blood as the pale blue sword emerged from the heart of the Spirit Control Sect disciple, continuing its trajectory toward another disciple. Upon witnessing the demise of his companion, the remaining Spirit Control Sect disciple's expression changed drastically as he hastily patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist. A multitude of pitch-black centipede-like beasts surged forth from the spirit beast pouch, their speed slicing through the air as they darted towards the ethereal blue flying sword. These centipede creatures possessed merely a level 4 strength, evidently summoned to obstruct the assault of the magical artifact, hoping to facilitate an escape. The centipedes, alongside the swift poisonous moths, reached Chun Xiaoqian in an instant. Maintaining her composure, Chun Xiaoqian gently tapped the blue orb in her hand. A torrent of water gushed forth from the orb, coalescing into a robust water shield before her. The impact resounded as the feeble level 4 beasts were utterly incapable of breaching the water's protective barrier. Observing the fleeing beastmaster from a distance, Lin Mo promptly raised his right hand. A spectral blue sword flame transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. When the sword flame reappeared, it had already arrived before the foundation-building cultivator of the Beast Spirit Sect. The piercing cold of the blue sword flame penetrated the body of the cultivator, swiftly encasing him in a torrent of frost, rendering him a lifeless blue crystal on the ground. Meanwhile, not far away, the trio from Huangfeng Valley exhibited expressions of delight as they materialized before Lin Mo. Overjoyed, the group exchanged glances before hastening toward him. The leading middle-aged scholar stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and spoke with sincere gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your timely intervention. My siblings and I are immensely grateful. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Upon noticing Lin Mo's youthful visage, the scholar was taken aback, glancing at Chen Xiaoqian beside him. Recognizing her, he exclaimed, "You are my little sister." Chen Xiaoqian looked at the man before her, exclaiming, "Third brother." Hearing her words, Chen Xiaotian's face lit up with surprise as he hurriedly asked, "Where have you been all this time?" After a century had passed, he had feared the worst for her well-being. Now, witnessing her safe and sound, his heart brimmed with joy, and he couldn't help but remark, "And your cultivation?" His astonishment grew as he sensed her peak foundation-building prowess, knowing well that his own cultivation had only reached the mid-foundation stage through diligent effort. "This is a lengthy tale," Chen Xiaoqian replied with a gentle smile, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. The matters concerning the Chaos Star Sea were not to be disclosed without Lin Mo's consent. At that moment, Chen Xiaotian's attention shifted to Lin Mo beside Chen Xiaoqian, sensing the formidable aura emanating from him, clearly a powerful being of the Nascent Soul stage. Lin Mo of the Hidden Moon Sect. Lin Mo cast a glance at Chen Xiaoqian and offered a slight bow. Upon hearing the name of the Hidden Moon Sect, Chen Xiaotian exhaled a sigh of relief. As fellow cultivators of the 6 sects of the U-Nation, they were assuredly allies, not foes. "What has become of our family?" Chen Xiaoqian inquired, as if recalling something urgent. Alas, Chen Xiaotian sighed heavily. Under the invasion of the 6 demonic sects, Huangfeng Valley guided us to the alliance of the 9 nations. However, the resources of the Liang nation within this alliance are shockingly meager. Coupled with the grievous losses Huangfeng Valley has suffered in numerous battles, it is said that Ancestor Lu, whose lifespan draws to a close. Chen Xiaoyan's gaze shifted slightly as he added, "At that time, who knows where the Chen family will go?" Listening to his words, Chen Xiaoqian couldn't help but turn her head to look at Lin Mo. "May I return to take a look?" she inquired. Lin Mo smiled faintly, responding, "Why not?" As he spoke, a red light flickered at his waist, and several blood spirit guards appeared before them in an instant. "These blood spirit guards will accompany you," Lin Mo indicated with a slight smile at the 6 guards before him. Each of these blood spirit guards possessed strength at the late stage of the core formation realm. Together, they could hold their ground against Nascent Soul cultivators for a time. Chen Xiaoqian nodded vigorously, a smile gracing her lips. A blue flying sword materialized before her, and with a swift motion, she steadied herself atop the shimmering blade. Transforming into a fleeting shadow, Chen Xiaoqian sped away into the distance. The Chen family resided in a mortal town within the Liang kingdom, their ancient city divided into inner and outer layers. The inner city housed cultivators with spiritual roots, while the outer city was home to those without such gifts. In recent years, the Chen family's elder had been quite disheartened. Since the arrival of Huangfeng Valley in the Liang kingdom, a lack of resources had prevented any cultivator from breaking through to the Nascent Soul stage. The only Nascent Soul cultivator, Elder Li Hu, was nearing the end of his lifespan. Should no disciples within the sect manage to reach the Nascent Soul stage, Huangfeng Valley might face a bleak future. As a family force aligned with Huangfeng Valley, the Chen family naturally shared in both its fortunes and misfortunes. Sighing deeply, the elder murmured, "Our family lacks any new female cultivators who have broken through to the core formation stage. Otherwise, we might establish a connection with Elder Su of the Hahuan sect." At this moment, the elder suddenly raised his gaze toward the outskirts of the city. He beheld several figures soaring through the air, with Chen Xiaotian leading the way. Following closely behind him was a young, graceful maiden, her smooth skin and crimson lips embodying the essence of an 18-year-old girl. Yet, sensing the formidable aura radiating from her, the elder's eyes widened in astonishment. Late stage of core formation, perhaps even peak? This figure seemed strikingly familiar. Observing Chen Xiaoqian's countenance, the elder knitted his brows and murmured softly. Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind. Chen Xiaoqian. Wasn't she the one who had rushed to the Jin Gu Yuan to battle in a fit of anger? After all these years, he had assumed she perished on the battlefield. How unexpected it was to encounter Chen Xiaoqian again here. Most importantly, Her strength had astonishingly reached the late stage of core formation. Wasn't this girl supposed to possess dual spiritual roots? How could she possibly cultivate to such a level within a mere century? The elder frowned slightly, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Could there be some underlying secrets at play? While the elder pondered these thoughts, Chen Xiaoqian and Chen Xiaodian had already descended before him. Elder. Chen Xiaodian saluted respectfully. I have found my younger sister. Chen Xiaoqian cast a glance at the elder, her expression complex. Though she held little affection for him, her ties to her siblings ran deep. This is also the reason why Chen Xiaoqian chose to return to the Chen family. Ancestor. Chen Xiaoqian reluctantly bowed to the elder. Over the past century, the elder of the Chen family had not been idle, having advanced to the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm. However, the gap between him and Chen Xiaoqian was still significant. It was unexpected that the young girl from back then had now reached the late stage of foundation establishment. The elder of the Chen family smiled, his gaze fixed on Chen Xiaoqian. Fortunately, you did not marry that scoundrel from the Qin family. The Qin family had betrayed the 6 sects of the Yu kingdom. Hearing her ancestor's words, Chen Xiaoqian nodded slightly. I returned this time mainly to see my brothers and sisters. She held no affection for this ancestor. Otherwise, she would not have wasted her breath. Hee. The elder of the Chen family chuckled awkwardly and replied, You should go take a look. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Chen Xiaodian, saying, Xiaodian, quickly take your sister to explore our new residence. Observing the elder's enthusiasm, Chen Xiaodian smiled awkwardly and led Chen Xiaoqian away, soaring into the distance. Before long, Chen Xiaoqian's figure had vanished from sight. Watching her retreating silhouette, the elder of the Chen family furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, This girl is so cold. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had arrived at the Hidden Moon Sect aboard the Divine Wind vessel. Gazing at the swirling cold mist enveloping the sect, Xian Rian expressed her surprise. Is this the mountain gate of the former 6 sects of the Yu kingdom? Lin Mo glanced at her and nodded. This is indeed the mountain gate of the Hidden Moon Sect. As he spoke, several white phantoms flew out from within the mountain. Upon closer inspection, these cultivators were all at the late stage of foundation establishment. Who are you? This is the mountain gate of the Hidden Moon Sect. Depart at once. Hearing the women's words, Lin Mo waved his right hand, revealing a jade talisman that he held. As spiritual energy surged into it, a flickering light emanated from the talisman. An elder of the sect. Upon seeing the identity talisman, the women stepped back, their faces breaking into smiles. We have been rude, and we hope the elder will not take offense. Lin Mo waved his hand lightly, saying calmly, It's nothing. Where is Nangongwan now? Nangong. Elder Nangong is on the main peak. The leading girl quickly bowed her head in greeting. Good, I understand. Lin Mo waved his sleeve, and his figure flickered as surging blue cold mist enveloped the divine wind vessel. In an instant, the vessel transformed into a fleeting shadow, disappearing from its original location. On the main peak, the fairy of the rainbow garb cast a complex glance at Nangongwan, who sat in the primary seat. While opposite her was the former chief elder of the Hidden Moon Sect, now wearing a disheartened expression and unable to meet Nangongwan's gaze. Sigh. The fairy of the rainbow garb sighed, truly lamenting the unpredictability of life. Previously, the Hidden Moon Sect had been coerced by the late-stage Nascent Soul cultivator, Wei Wuyo, to force Nangongwan into marrying Wei Liqing. And now, a miraculous turn of events, with the sudden appearance of that young man, Lin Mo, had completely reversed the situation. Without even lifting a finger, he had utilized a corpse puppet to defeat the chief elder and eliminate Wei Liqing. Humph. The grand elder let out a cold snort. Casting a glance at Nangongwan, Wei Wuyo demands an explanation from our Canua sect. What is your perspective on this matter? Nangongwan maintained her composure, gently sipping her hot tea, and replied softly, If he has the capability, let him come. After uttering these words, she slowly lifted her gaze. There is no need for the grand elder to be overly concerned. Should Wei Wuyo truly arrive, I shall provide him with an account. The grand elder swallowed, observing the current atmosphere, which had indeed transformed him into a different person. Do not underestimate a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, he remarked, slightly turning to the side. Do not treat the sect as a jest. Thank you for the reminder, Grand Elder. Nangongwan set down her teacup delicately, her eyes drifting toward the outside of the hall, suddenly revealing a look of joy. Is Lin Mo back? The moment the others noticed her change, they were taken aback. The ancient figure below furrowed his brow, and as his consciousness surged, a familiar silhouette appeared within the grand hall. Lin Mo? Yet, aside from that familiar figure, there were also several unknown female cultivators present. These women were not weak, having all reached the pinnacle of the core formation stage. Only a stroke of fortune away from breaking through to the Nascent Soul stage. Wei Wuyo intends to come to Qinhua Sect? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. To him, a late-stage Nascent Soul master was indeed intriguing. However, he wondered if he could showcase some of his own prowess. Yet according to the narrative, the Mulan were currently invading the Nine Nations Alliance, and Wei Wuyo, as the supreme elder of the Huai sect and one of the three great cultivators of Tiannan, surely had no time to visit. Judging by the timeline, it seemed the battle between Tiannan and the Mulan would soon commence. Lin Mo was eagerly contemplating the Xiantian vine there. He absolutely had to go. A great battle was imminent. Chapter 145. Mother, I shall go cultivate. An estimation, not quite. Nangongwan shook her head slightly, laughing. It is merely a request for an explanation. The ancient figure chuckled awkwardly. Now that the Mulan have invaded the Nine Nations Alliance, he is already overwhelmed. How could he possibly find the time to come here? Nangongwan glanced at the group of women behind Lin Mo, her heart understanding the situation. Turning her head towards the Grand Elder and the ancient figure, they exchanged knowing looks and promptly rose to bow. Since that is the case, we shall take our leave. As the group departed the Grand Hall, Nangongwan slowly stood and approached Lin Mo. These sisters appear quite unfamiliar. As she spoke, she shot Lin Mo a mock glare, seemingly conveying her displeasure at his return after a century with so many women. Each of these women was exceptionally beautiful, with the veiled girl in purple being the most enchanting among them. Even by Nangongwan standards, she found no fault. Xiaozhen, please take them to be Shui Peak to rest. Nangongwan's voice trailed off melodiously into the hall. Clad in emerald green, Xiaozhen swiftly entered. Esteemed seniors, please follow me. Though Xiaozhen's cultivation was no match for the women, she naturally regarded herself as a junior. The women exchanged glances with Nangongwan before their eyes inevitably turned towards Lin Mo. As Lin Mo nodded, Ziling led the group of women out of the hall. Once everyone had departed, Lin Mo turned his gaze towards Nangongwan. Are these individuals all from that place? Nangongwan asked softly, her beautiful eyes scanning Lin Mo. He did not conceal much and nodded. Indeed, they were all brought from the Chaos Star Sea. Humph. Nangongwan let out a light snort, her gaze fixed on Lin Mo as she could not help but exclaim, how foolish of me to worry about you in Tiannan. Hearing her words, Lin Mo awkwardly rubbed his nose and slowly walked to her side. He extended his right arm, pulling her gentle figure into his embrace. In his arms, he tenderly caressed Nangongwan's soft hand. This matter was indeed handled improperly on my part. I have already disseminated the news. Lin Mo's warm breath made Nangongwan feel weak and powerless, as if she had lost all strength. What news? A hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. Naturally, it is the news of our impending marriage. As soon as Lin Mo's words fell, a deep blush adorned Nangongwan's face. This was the first time he had seen her so bashful after their long acquaintance. Looking at her, Lin Mo softly asked, Master, do you perhaps not wish for this? Do not call me master. Nangongwan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly broke free from Lin Mo's strong embrace. Her gaze turned towards him, muttering, You may call me that only within the cave, but not outside. As for the marriage news, Nangongwan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she could not help but say, Now is not the right time. At the very least, we must resolve the invasion of the Mulan sorcerers first. Otherwise, I shall not marry you. Lin Mo contemplated for a moment and found her reasoning sound. After all, with the Mulan sorcerers invading, the cultivators of the Nine Nations Alliance were preoccupied, leaving no time to concern themselves with the marriage of the elder of the Hidden Moon sect. Moreover, this was contrary to Lin Mo's own intentions. The matter of his marriage to Nangongwan was not something to be settled hastily. The city of Tian is currently seeking our Hidden Moon sect's assistance. Who do you think would be most suitable to send? Nangongwan furrowed her brow, thinking of the invading sorcerers, and could not help but inquire of Lin Mo Tian City. Lin Mo stroked his chin and smiled slightly. In that case, I shall make a trip myself. Upon hearing this, Nangongwan nodded. With you going, everything may indeed go smoothly. Lin Mo smiled. However, I have some matters to attend to first, which may delay me for a while. The appointment is also set for half a month later, so I will go then. Lin Mo, This is the hall. You shameless. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Chun family, the old ancestor of the Chun family looked at a middle-aged woman kneeling before him and asked, "What did you find out? Does Qiao Qian wish to stay in the Chun family?" The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment, but ultimately bit her lip and replied. She said her heart belongs elsewhere and that she merely returned to see us. Bang! The old ancestor of the Chun family raised his right hand and slammed it heavily on the table, his voice filled with anger. Regrettably, despite the meticulous nurturing by the Chun family, she harbors no desire to remain with them. I had been contemplating whether to bestow her upon the old demon Su, but it now appears that this is indeed the most prudent course of action for our sect. With these thoughts, the venerable ancestor of the Chun family rose slowly. When the old demon Su arrives, you sisters must first persuade him. It would be best if he were to comply willingly. Should he remain reluctant, we will have no choice but to compel him to act. Upon hearing this, the woman beneath trembled slightly, a flicker of fear evident in her eyes. You may leave. The ancestor of the Chun family waved his hand gently and then produced a pale blue talisman. With a sharp crackle, as spiritual energy surged forth, the talisman ignited, transforming into a blue, ethereal shadow that vanished into thin air. In a beautifully adorned courtyard of the Chun residence, several cultivators of varying appearances gathered within. Chun Xiao Qian's face radiated joy. Third brother, fifth sister. The sight of Chun Xiao Qian's return brought immense delight to all. This time, it was fortuitous to have encountered Chun Xiao Qian. At that moment, Chun Xiao Tian approached his sister with a smile. Were it not for you, dear sister, I might have fallen victim to the treachery of the spirit control sect. Xiao Qian, how have you achieved such remarkable prowess? You have already reached the pinnacle of the core formation stage. Hearing the praises from her family, Chun Xiao Qian smiled gracefully. It is merely the result of fortuitous circumstances. Meanwhile, Chun Xiao Qian had witnessed Lin Mo's formidable strength. However, noticing her sister's reticence to speak, Chun Xiao Tian chose not to press further. Just then, a woman clad in white approached from outside the room, her expression fraught with concern. She gazed towards the surrounded Chun Xiao Qian and whispered, "Xiao Qian, come with me." Fourth sister. Chun Xiao Qian felt a stir within her heart. Glancing at the white-clad woman, she did not hesitate and swiftly followed her. The two soon arrived at a secluded chamber. Is what third brother said true? Are you truly planning to leave the family? As they settled, fourth sister looked intently at Chun Xiao Qian, her eyes filled with confusion. In fourth sister's view, as a child of the Chun family, one must prioritize the interests of the family above all else. Now that Chun Xiao Qian had broken through to the pinnacle of the core formation stage, she was undoubtedly the strongest within the entire clan. To leave the family now would be seen as an act of betrayal. I will offer the family some spirit stones and treasures. Consider it compensation for the resources invested in my cultivation. Chun Xiao Qian sighed, retrieving a storage bag that shimmered with light, clearly filled with numerous treasures and spirit stones. The family head has spoken. Fourth sister gazed deeply at Chun Xiao Qian and remarked, "If you wish to part ways with the family, it is indeed regrettable. However, you must assist the family with one more task." Upon hearing this, Chun Xiao Qian felt a sense of relief. If it meant freeing herself from the family ties, it could indeed be a blessing. What does the family head mean? Fourth sister gazed intently at Chun Xiao Qian and stated, "The family head desires for you to marry an elder of the Harmony sect." Impossible. Chun Xiao Qian immediately rejected the proposition as soon as the words were uttered. I have already pledged my heart elsewhere, as I declared a century ago. First, it was the proposal to marry into the Qin family, and now you wish for me to wed an elder of the Harmony sect. How can our family casually sell us as if we were mere commodities? Observing Chun Xiao Qian's reaction, the fourth sister furrowed her brow slightly. Isn't it quite advantageous for you to marry that elder of the Hawan sect? After all, you have reached the peak of the golden core stage. Having a nascent soul cultivator to support, you would significantly aid your breakthrough into the nascent soul realm. Can your suitor truly compare with that elder of the Hawan sect? Upon seeing the fourth sister's authoritative demeanor, Chun Xiao Qian let out a light laugh. Even the three great nascent soul masters of Tian Nen cannot rival his prowess. The fourth sister chuckled, covering her mouth. If Chun Xiao Qian claimed that Lin Mo possessed the initial stage of the nascent soul, she might have believed it. However, to assert that he was on par with a nascent soul master, the fourth sister considered Chun Xiao Qian to be a victim of a heartless deceiver. lost in her own delusions. If you do not believe, then I have nothing more to say. Chun Xiao Qian, disinclined to elaborate further, sighed. Sisters share a bond. I forewarn you. The fourth sister, with a complicated expression, gazed at Chun Xiao Qian and gently patted her shoulder. Old Demon Su of the Hahuan sect will soon arrive at the Qin family. With that, the fourth sister turned and exited the room. A nascent soul cultivator? Chun Xiao Qian furrowed her brow, hesitating over whether to leave immediately when her storage bag at her waist suddenly emitted a dazzling red light. Noticing the abnormality from the storage bag, Chun Xiao Qian quickly patted it. As the red light flickered, a charming young girl materialized before her. The girl had a sweet visage, with tendrils of pale green poison swirling around her. Her striking black and white eyes locked onto Chun Xiao Qian, and a smile graced her lips. You need only wait for that elder of the Hahuan sect to arrive. Lin Mo, upon seeing the girl, Chun Xiao Qian's face lit up with delight. When did you sneak into my storage bag? Because I was worried about you. Lin Mo replied with a gentle smile. When that elder of the Hahuan sect arrives, we shall confront the Chun family's ancestor together. Hearing Lin Mo's intention to deal with the Chun family's ancestor, Chun Xiao Qian's expression brightened as she whispered, "Thank you." Lin Mo shook her head slightly and replied, "There is no need for such formality between us." As they spoke, the corpse demon guardian spiraled in the air, enveloped by thick green corpse energy. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several days had flown by. Suddenly, a colossal black bird flapped its wings, soaring above the town. A pale-faced cultivator perched atop the bird, stroking his long mustache with a grin. I wonder what this Chun family girl looks like. As he spoke, he extended his right hand and gently patted the massive bird's body. The beast flapped its wings, transforming into a shadowy silhouette, vanishing from sight. In the inner city, the Chun family's ancestor gazed at the descending black bird, exhaling a long breath. I hope everything goes smoothly, granting the Chun family the protection of the Hahuan sect. Though Chun Xiao Qian was still young and had a significant chance of breaking through to the nascent soul stage in the future, the invasion of the Mulan people was imminent. Without the protection of a nascent soul cultivator, the Chun family could very well become casualties on the front lines. If it weren't for the impending end of Old Fox's lifespan, I wouldn't have to resort to such measures. However, upon reflecting on the success of the Yan family a century ago, the patriarch of the Chun family felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within. If success could be attained, why could he not, like the ancestor of the Yan family, transcend into the nascent soul stage? Just as the Chun patriarch envisioned a promising future, a dark figure suddenly descended upon the square. Observing the elder of the Harmony sect, whose aura radiated with the strength of the nascent soul's initial stage, the Chun patriarch dared not exhibit the slightest negligence and promptly approached with purposeful strides. He bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to you, Elder Su. Elder Su glanced at the Chun patriarch, his impatience evident as he inquired, where is the peak golden core female cultivator? Having lingered in the nascent soul's initial stage for many years, plagued by an inability to break through to the mid-nascent soul stage, he had recently acquired a furnace cultivation technique. With the assistance of a peak golden core female cultivator, he believed there was a 20% chance of achieving that coveted breakthrough. This was precisely why he had promised the Chun patriarch protection for his family. Noticing Elder Su's eagerness, the Chun patriarch's delight grew, and he quickly replied, "Do not worry, Elder. I shall personally escort you." Elder Su nodded with visible excitement. Then let us not tarry any longer. With that, the Chun patriarch led Elder Su to the rear courtyard, where a woman clad in yellow was admiring the flowers. Seemingly oblivious to the elder's arrival, Elder Su chuckled heartily and waved his hand to the Chun patriarch, saying, "You may go now." The Chun patriarch hesitated, but seeing Elder Su before him, he felt compelled to comply. Just as he intended to depart, a sudden resonating sound echoed around them. Brilliant light erupted, and a barrier of shimmering energy manifested, enveloping the entire courtyard. Elder Su's eyes widened in astonishment at this unexpected display of a formation's restriction. "Are you plotting against me?" Elder Su's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to the Chun patriarch, who was equally wide-eyed, exclaiming, "No, it wasn't me." At that moment, a series of footsteps approached from the distance. A diminutive young girl gradually made her way forward, leaving a trail of emerald green poison that corroded the grass beneath her feet. The formidable aura emanating from her caused the Chun patriarch to hold his breath. too fearful to make a sound. A nascent soul cultivator. He swallowed hard, astonished to encounter a fellow practitioner of the nascent soul stage in such a place. Elder Su bowed politely towards Lin Mo, asking, "May I inquire your name?" Lin Mo smiled faintly, the corners of her mouth lifting. Why ask so many questions of the dead? With a flick of her sleeve, a multitude of flying swords surged into the air. 72 Xianhuang Fengyun swords appeared before Lin Mo, their weight magnified by the dense Xianhuang energy surrounding them, cutting through the air with a piercing whistle. Cursed be it. Elder Su never anticipated that Lin Mo would be such a formidable individual, striking without hesitation upon their first encounter. The 72 Xianhuang Fengyun swords, accompanied by their fierce howling, exuded an overwhelming presence. Elder Su narrowed his eyes, not daring to exhibit the slightest hint of carelessness. With a soft clap of his right hand against the spirit beast pouch at his waist, a flash of crimson light erupted. A fiery red monkey materialized before him, emanating a surging aura. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a 7th-level spirit beast, with waves of blazing flames continuously enveloping its form. A gentle flick of its right hand sent forth serpents of fire spiraling through the air. Whoosh! 72 Xianhuang black-clad swords coalesced into a colossal Xianhuang flying sword, which plunged down heavily toward the red monkey. Crackle! The relentless, scorching flames continued to sear as the fiery serpents, akin to crimson chains, swiftly entwined around the Xianhuang black-clad sword. Merely a facade. Elder Su scoffed coldly, then gestured with one hand, channeling a stream of red light directly into the body of the fiery monkey. As the radiant glow dazzled, the form of the fiery monkey began to expand dramatically. Roar! The fiery monkey bellowed, its body growing at a visibly rapid pace, soon reaching the size of 3 men. Muscles rippled across its frame, with tendrils of searing flames wrapping around it. The previously summoned fire serpents erupted with intense heat. Boom! Soon, the Xianhuang black-clad sword collided fiercely with the fire serpents. The formidable Xianhuang energy shattered the serpents into fragments. The sharp sword maintained its velocity, piercing directly through the chest of the monkey beast. Ah! The beast let out a mournful cry, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing the tragic demise of his spirit beast, Elder Su's expression changed drastically, his mouth agape. A magical golden brush appeared in his hand. With a flourish, the brush sent golden ink cascading through the air. Under the influence of the golden ink, dozens of golden bees materialized mid-flight. These bees were peculiar, yet exuded a presence that rivaled the peak of Foundation establishment. The swarm of golden bees blotted out the sky as they surged toward Lin Mo, remaining unfazed. Lin Mo observed the formidable golden bees, and with a single wave of his hand, emerald green poison erupted forth, showering down upon the swarm. The sound of sizzling filled the air. Humph! Elder Su snorted coldly, his mouth slightly ajar as he spat a drop of essence blood onto the golden brush. The surge of spiritual energy transformed the original golden ink into a blood-red hue, exuding a strong scent of blood. The crimson essence coalesced into a silk-like strand, soaring through the air toward Lin Mo. Wherever the blood-red silk passed, a pungent stench lingered, causing the flowers in the garden to wither. Lin Mo remained composed, seemingly unaffected by the threat posed by the blood-red ribbons. With a wave of his right hand, a golden shadow flickered, followed by the 72 Qingzhu black-clad swords. As they traversed the space, the exorcising divine thunder morphed into a golden dragon, pouncing forth. The golden exorcising divine thunder devoured the blood-red silk, while the 72 Qingzhu black-clad swords intertwined with the 72 Xianhuang black-clad swords. A total of 144 flying swords pierced through Elder Su's chest, leaving him only time for a sorrowful cry before his breath ceased. In the Linglong mountain of the Xianyu sect, Lin Mo returned to his cave abode, still yearning for more. The women were settled by Nangong Wan in a cave not far from his own, making it convenient for him to visit. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed. Lin Mo slightly parted his lips and said, "Come in." As the words fell, the stone door opened in response. A young girl dressed in a flowing purple gown stepped through the entrance. "Xiling, darling." Xiling smiled as she approached Lin Mo. "I miss my mother." Upon hearing Xiling's words, Lin Mo's storage bag glimmered. The 9 Nether Soul banner swept through, casting a dark shadow that settled steadily before him. From it emanated a chilling aura, and a beautiful woman in white floated into view. Her gaze fell upon Xiling, and a smile graced her lips. Chinger, mother. Observing the heartfelt exchange between the two women, Lin Mo chose not to intervene, instead turning his attention to his own acquisitions. In the Ghost Spirit Sect, he had vanquished numerous Nascent Soul cultivators. And even from the Tsang Kuan Master, he had amassed nearly 10 storage bags belonging to these cultivators. He laid them out before him, channeling his consciousness into each one. A steady stream of mid to high-grade spirit stones emerged from the bags. A cursory glance revealed a staggering total of 500,000 to 600,000 spirit stones. This was in addition to the nearly 1 million spirit stones obtained from Wang Tiangu. Such an abundance of spirit stones could potentially elevate several of his avatars to the false infant stage. However, transcending to the nascent soul stage required more than just spirit stones. It necessitated certain fortuitous circumstances. Once he skillfully transferred the spirit stones into his storage bag, Lin Mo directed his gaze toward the other items within. Aside from an extensive collection of spirit stones, the remaining contents consisted of magical treasures, spirit herbs, and elixirs, none of which particularly caught Lin Mo's eye. He sought to find a ghostly cultivation method suitable for Madame Wang. The Ghost Spirit Sect, known for its expertise in subduing spirits, yielded dozens of jade slips, all containing such techniques. The Een Soul Fierce Curse. After reviewing all the ghostly cultivation methods, this particular technique stood out. Although it could only be cultivated up to the core formation stage, it was ideal for solidifying one's foundation and could help in forming an extremely ghostly body, making it an excellent choice for Madame Wang's foundational training. As for methods that reached the higher nascent soul and divine transformation stages, suddenly, Lin Mo's heart stirred as he recalled the wizard Mulan. Among them was a celestial cry wizard who practiced a formidable technique known as the Heavenly Destruction True Demon Art. With this thought, Lin Mo smiled gently, looking towards Madame Wang who floated in midair. This is a cultivation method for refining a ghostly body. You may take it and practice. While speaking, Lin Mo lightly shook his right hand, causing the jade slip to soar into the air, gradually hovering before Madame Wang. Thank you, Senior Lin. Madame Wang accepted the obsidian jade slip, a smile gracing her lips. Xiling gazed at Lin Mo and slowly moved to his side, observing the scene before her. The already deceased Madame Wang was fully aware of her surroundings. With a slight tremor, she transformed into a shadow and merged into the 9 Nether Soul banner suspended in midair. A subtle smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he instinctively embraced Xiling. Chapter 146. The Spider, a female, significantly important on the following morning. A streak of black light flashed by, revealing a 3-legged black golden feathered cockatrice landing before him. 3-legged cockatrice. Level 7. Species cockatrice. Bloodline power. Body of the cockatrice. Black fiend. True fire. Fire escape. Possesses a trace of the 3-legged golden crow bloodline. Its body extraordinarily resilient, harboring a life-bound demonic fire. After consuming the previously purchased crimson essence mushroom, the cockatrice's strength had significantly increased. Its aura brimmed with spiritual energy, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to an 8th-level beast. However, this transition to an 8th-level beast, akin to the human race's nascent soul, represented a formidable threshold. Particularly, it marked the time when the beast would undergo its first transformation tribulation. With a flurry of excitement, the cockatrice appeared exuberant in front of Lin Mo, flapping its wings and pecking at his shins with its sharp beak. Thud, thud, thud. With each muffled grunt from Lin Mo, he remained unfazed, while the cockatrice's head began to spin. With a flick of his right hand, Lin Mo deftly sent a crimson beast core directly into the cockatrice's mouth. Upon ingestion, a torrent of fiery energy surged into the cockatrice's body. Its eyes sparkled brightly as it flapped its wings, absorbing the fiery essence within the beast core. Lin Mo settled into a cross-legged posture, retrieving a stalk of azure spiritual herb. Although he was uncertain of the herb's specific nature, its chilling energy was undeniably potent. He had his own intentions for this herb. He planned to have it consumed by the 2 blood jade spiders, having absorbed the 6-winged frost centipede. The blood jade spiders now possessed a trace of the bloodline of the ice true dragon. The biting cold emanating from them endowed these spiders with formidable ice powers. Blood jade spider. Level 6. Species spider. Bloodline power. Cold jade spider silk. Sturdy body. Possesses a trace of ice true dragon bloodline. Gazing at the 2 blood red spiders, Their skin was enshrouded in a layer of frost. Even from several paces away, Lin Mo could sense the overwhelming and piercing chill. The icy energy was formidable. With a slight smile, he pointed to the jade box before him and said playfully, "Little ones, share this among yourselves." Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the two blood jade spiders exhibited no hesitation. With a leap, they transformed into shadows, landing before the spiritual herb, their mouths agape to reveal sharp fangs. They relentlessly tore into the herb, shredding its leaves, which instantly released a torrential, frigid mist that surged into the blood jade spiders. The pure white frost swiftly encased the two spiders, freezing them in place. Observing the unusual behavior of the two blood jade spiders, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, startled. He had never anticipated such an anomaly would occur. "Silvermoon, have you ever witnessed such a phenomenon?" Regarding the demon clan, Lin Mo could only consult Silvermoon to see if she could offer any advice. Two blood jade spiders were on the verge of breaking through. A hint of joy laced Silvermoon's words as she chuckled. "Congratulations, my friend. If all goes well, the next time we meet these little creatures, they should have reached the 7th level." Upon hearing Silvermoon's words, Lin Mo's heart soared with delight. With a grand sweep of his hand, a mass of azure ice flames enveloped the two small beings entirely. With the protection of the azure ice flames, perhaps these little creatures could safely undergo their breakthrough here. Whoosh, whoosh. Gently tapping his storage bag with his right hand, spirit stones flew out in succession. In a brief moment, hundreds of high-grade spirit stones scattered around the room, followed closely by tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. As the stones fell, a wave of spiritual energy surged forth. The flags of the spirit-seizing formation descended one by one around the room. As the flags settled, a torrent of spiritual power continued to flood into his nostrils. With eyes slightly closed, he immersed himself in cultivation. News of the formal battle between the Nine Nations Alliance and the borders of Fengyuan and Yugua quickly reached the Hidden Moon Sect. The Grand Elder turned his gaze toward Nangongwan before stating, "We have received a distress signal requesting immediate dispatch of Nascent Soul cultivators to assist." There was no room for procrastination. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Nangongwan raised an eyebrow and softly inquired, "Has the Nine Nations Alliance been defeated?" "Indeed." The Grand Elder nodded. "The main forces of the Nine Nations Alliance have been retreating steadily, suffering 3 consecutive defeats. They are now forced to rely on several great prohibitive formations to barely protect their key locations." "That seems improbable." Nangongwan displayed a look of confusion. "Though the Milan people are formidable, it shouldn't have been so swift a victory. According to our disciples from the Hidden Moon Sect, the Mulan sorcerers have somehow summoned ancient wild beasts." The Grand Elder continued, "They caught the cultivators of the Nine Nations Alliance completely off guard." At this point, the Grand Elder's gaze turned toward Nangongwan, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Is there any news of Lin Sr.?" The mere thought of Lin Mo's formidable prowess made the Grand Elder's heart tremble, compelling him to refer to him with utmost respect. "He is currently in seclusion, and it may take some time before he emerges." Nangongwan glanced outside the hall, murmuring softly, "Buzz, buzz." Suddenly, the winds shifted dramatically, and torrents of potent spiritual energy surged from the nearby mountain into a cave not far away. The intensity of the spiritual fluctuations seemed capable of distorting the very heavens and earth. The spectacle was utterly grand. Witnessing this scene, the Grand Elder's heart jolted, and he could not help but inquire, could this be another breakthrough? It was known that Lin Mo's strength had already surpassed his own. If he were to break through again, how formidable would he become? With this thought, the Grand Elder instinctively held his breath, focusing intently, unwilling to gaze directly at the distant mists. As a resonant cry echoed, a white phantom suddenly darted forth from afar. Its speed was astonishing, and in an instant, it hovered in midair, garments billowing without wind, long black hair swirling around. "Lin Mo?" Nangongwan's face lit up with joy as she waved her sleeve, transforming into a streak of red light that floated before Lin Mo. She gazed at Lin Mo, exclaiming in surprise, "Could it be that you have made a breakthrough?" A breakthrough seemed unlikely. One could only say that there had been a notable enhancement in strength. Host: Lin Mo. Strength: mid-stage nascent soul. Physique: dragon's roar body. Spiritual root: ice spiritual root. Cultivation techniques: 10,000 swords spirit communication technique. True demonic art of the venerable saint. First layer of the dragon transformation technique. Spells: water light escape. Fourth layer of the Grand Transformation Technique, Advanced Puppet Technique. Intermediate Talisman Technique, Sword Control Technique, Breath Restraining Technique, Thunder Escape Technique, Secret Techniques, Yin-Yang Attraction Technique, Body Refinement Technique in the Room, Yin-Yang Complementation Technique, Spirit Taming Seal, Mysterious Moon Yin Absorption Technique, Second Nascent Soul, Divine Abilities, 9 Transmutations Reincarnation Technique, Qian Blue Sword Flame, Treasure, Yin-Yang 2 Instruments Bottle, Demon Refining Pot, Qian Blue Wind and Thunder Wings, Void Sky Cauldron. Not only had all 4 of the spiritual infants reached the late-stage core formation, but Lin Mo had also advanced to the mid-stage nascent soul during this period. It was truly a delightful surprise. One must acknowledge that with the dragon's roar body, combined with the ice spiritual root, and the enhancement from consuming the celestial restoration pill, Lin Mo's aptitude had surpassed that of a typical heavenly spiritual root. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Nangong Wan smiled gracefully. It is remarkable that you have achieved another breakthrough in such a short time. She was well aware that the higher one's strength, the more challenging it became to attain further improvements. Lin Mo's ability to achieve consecutive breakthroughs was indeed enviable. In response to Nangong Wan's praise, Lin Mo merely smiled in silence before inquiring, "Have there been any recent developments within the sect?" "Not particularly," Nangong Wan shook her head. "Only that the cultivators of the 9 Nations Alliance have suffered defeat in their battle against the Milan Law Envoy." Lin Mo's gaze shifted slightly, and he murmured, "If that is the case, could they be sending someone to request assistance?" "Indeed." Nangong Wan nodded in affirmation, replying, "If you do not wish to reveal yourself, I intend to go myself. Though your cultivation is considerable, participating in battle entails certain risks." Lin Mo immediately waved his hand in refusal, asserting, "I shall undertake this journey alone." "Then please be cautious on your way." Nangong Wan nodded without further hesitation. At that moment, outside the gates of the Hidden Moon Sect, a verdant phantom soared through the air. Amidst the dazzling light, a young girl trod upon the emerald-green toxic mist. Following her was Chen Xiaoqian, clad in a light yellow dress. "I must trouble you to assist with the arrangements." Lin Mo awkwardly rubbed his nose, glancing at Nangong Wan, and smiled. "This is Chen Xiaoqian." Chen Xiaoqian? Upon hearing her name, Nangong Wan felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had heard it before. Observing Chen Xiaoqian closely, she inquired, "Might you be a disciple from Huangfeng Valley?" "Indeed." Chen Xiaoqian stepped forward gracefully, bowing, "Sister Nangong, since that is the case, I shall take my leave." With a flick of his sleeve, Lin Mo summoned a green light, which transformed the corpse puppet into a flash that vanished into his storage bag. "Rest assured, I will take proper care of these delicate matters." Nangong Wan cast a glance at Lin Mo, a smile gracing her lips. Lin Mo shook his sleeve, and a divine wind vessel appeared before him, enveloped in a chilling blue light, sharp and piercing. Whoosh! The Shinkansen swayed slightly, transforming into a luminous arc of blue light, vanishing into the ether. Soon, Lin Mo beheld the towering city constructed of immense stones. The previously imposed restrictions on airspace had been lifted, and the protective formation activated was the Upper Yuan Destruction Array. An eerie, almost imperceptible wave enveloped the city. Without hesitation, Lin Mo became a streak of blue light, slipping into the city. At the city gate stood 7 or 8 cultivators, with the foremost being an elder at the core formation stage, while the others were primarily foundation establishment practitioners. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Lin Mo, the elder's consciousness swept over him, and his expression immediately altered. "Welcome, esteemed senior, to participate in the Alliance meeting. May I inquire your esteemed name for registration?" The elder spoke with utmost reverence. Hearing the elder's words, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. "Yuzong, Lin Mo?" Upon hearing Lin Mo's name, the elder showed no inclination to verify it, promptly stepping aside to respectfully usher Lin Mo into the city. Lin Mo nodded slightly, maintaining a composed demeanor as he entered. In contrast to the trading event, the streets of Tiantian City were noticeably less crowded with cultivators, each bearing a look of concern. It seemed that news of an unfavorable initial battle had already spread. Once inside Tiantian City, Lin Mo noted the considerable presence of Nascent Soul cultivators. Powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy emanated from many of the buildings. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Lin Mo caught sight of a familiar figure not far away, Hanli. His aura surged mightily, indicating he had broken through to the early Nascent Soul stage. A nascent soul cultivator. Lin Mo thought, a smile creeping onto his lips. What a coincidence to encounter you here. Lin Sr., Han Li exclaimed, his gaze shifting to Lin Mo. In the mid-nascent soul stage? He mused, his eyes widening as he sensed the overwhelming aura from Lin Mo. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hope to catch up to Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at Han Li and inquired, which sect are you affiliated with now? Han Li promptly clasped his hands in respect, his face filled with admiration. I am with the Falling Cloud sect. Is Lin Sr. here to assist the Nine Nations Alliance? Lin Mo nodded in affirmation, responding, as a disciple of the Yuzong, it is only natural to lend support while in the Liang Kingdom. Hearing Lin Mo's lofty words, Han Li's expression reflected admiration. Why not accompany me to the assembly? Lin Mo, indifferent to the suggestion, nodded. Let us proceed. The duo swiftly arrived at a grand hall. Within, a multitude of nascent soul cultivators were present, including elders from both the righteous and demonic factions, as well as a few seasoned rogue cultivators. The sheer number of attendees caught the hosts of the meeting, Beizong's Kuanping and Huai Min's Madame Qi, somewhat off guard. Both were seasoned nascent soul practitioners, not lacking in strength. Yet the assembly boasted over a dozen nascent soul cultivators, a sight Lin Mo had not previously witnessed. The meeting proved tedious, dragging on for half a day before assigning tasks to the gathered nascent soul cultivators. By fortunate coincidence, Lin Mo and Han Li were paired together to provide support at a border of the Yu Kingdom. Han Li's face brightened with joy. Being able to accompany Lin Mo undoubtedly ensured greater safety. In addition to the two of them, there were also 2 nascent soul cultivators and 7 or 8 core formation cultivators. Their mission was to advance to the border to support the critical locations where the prohibition formations were stationed. This area was a crucial passage for the sorcerers invading the Nine Nations Alliance, and if the Mulan people did not thoroughly cleanse it, their peace would be severely disturbed. This was the reason for their considerable efforts in dealing with these formidable prohibitions. Otherwise, given the flight speed of the Mulan sorcerers at the core formation and nascent soul levels, it would take merely over a month for them to reach the vicinity of Tian City. The group of 4 moved swiftly, leaving a shadow in the air as they approached a towering mountain peak. From a distance, one could see the entire mountain brimming with the sorceress army. Yet only a single nascent soul cultivator from the Nine Nations Alliance was stationed there. Considering the intensity of past sorceress invasions, having one nascent soul cultivator in charge, coupled with the defensive formations, was usually sufficient to hold off a certain number of sorcerers. However, given the current sharp offensive of the sorcerers, such manpower would be challenging to withstand. Accompanying Lin Mo and Han Li was an elderly man from the Orthodox Alliance's Howling Pavilion, Mr. Ma, who was slender and spry, exuding an air of ethereal grace. The other was an elder in a green robe named Gu Shuangpu. Elder Gu cast a sidelong glance at Lin Mo, a flicker of barely perceptible wariness flashing in his eyes. This individual seemed eerily familiar. Although Lin Mo had concealed his aura during the incident at the Spirit Control Sect when he seized the 5 elements Spirit Infant, nascent soul cultivators were exceptionally perceptive. Gu Shuangpu felt an uncanny sense of recognition towards Lin Mo. Both of these individuals were at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. While they appeared on par with Han Li in terms of cultivation level, their combined strength would likely still fall short against Han Li. Despite lacking the Qianlan sword flame, Han Li's prowess was not to be underestimated, rivaling that of a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Senior Lin, shall we proceed with all our strength? Gu Shuangpu suggested with a smile directed at Lin Mo. He held great respect for Lin Mo, who had reached the mid-nascent soul stage. Lin Mo regarded Gu Shuangpu with a deep gaze and nodded slightly. These core formation cultivators are a tad slow. Let us move ahead and allow them to catch up. Throughout the journey, the elderly Mr. Ma was quite talkative, engaging in lively banter with Lin Mo and Han Li, as if they were merely embarking on a scenic excursion rather than preparing to confront sorcerers. In stark contrast, Gu Shuangpu from the Spirit Control Sect maintained a solemn demeanor, remaining silent for a long time, lost in his own thoughts. Aware of the unfolding narrative, Lin Mo recognized that Gu Shuangpu was indeed an insider for the Mulan sorcerers. Perhaps he could turn the tables and execute a grand scheme. Half a month later, atop Huanglong Mountain near the border of Yugua, a magnificent jade pavilion stood. Inside, a burly man in his 40s with a bald brow paced anxiously in the hall, a trace of worry etched on his face. After a moment, he sighed deeply, plopped into a chair, and drained his teacup in one gulp. Gradually, his restless heart began to settle. At that moment, a sudden flash of crimson light darted through the air, swirling above the grand hall in a graceful dance. Witnessing this spectacle, the burly man exhibited a look of joy and promptly captured the red light into his grasp. As spiritual energies surged within, the crimson glow dissipated. The man's expression darkened instantaneously. He withdrew a small azure bell and gently struck it. With a resonant chime, the sound reverberated throughout the entire hall. Echoes emerged, revealing a procession of cultivators clad in an array of peculiar garments, soaring forth from the yellow dragon mountain. In an instant, a mass of verdant mist enveloped the entire mountain range. At that moment, a transmission talisman materialized before the burly man. He received the talisman, and, upon hearing its message, his face lit up with delight. For fellow practitioners at the Nascent Soul stage have arrived. The burly man smiled broadly, forcibly suppressing the excitement bubbling within him. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the emerald fog, Lin Mo and his companions surveyed the verdant array before them. The entire formation was ensnared in a boundless expanse of green mist. Seemingly endless, this mountain range's formation was formidable, yet it paled in comparison to the Ghost Spirit Sect and the Spirit Master Sect. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to fend off some ordinary Nascent Soul cultivators. Without keeping the group waiting for long, a sudden flash of white light pierced through the green mist. The mist roiled, revealing an opening large enough for 3 individuals. With a swift whoosh, a fierce sound of air being sliced through echoed. A brilliant radiance flashed, and a bald-headed man appeared, hovering before them. Haha! Thank you, fellow practitioners, for traveling such a great distance to offer your assistance. Are these two not Elder Ma and Elder Gu? The bald man did not linger on Elder Ma and Elder Gu, but instead turned his gaze towards Lin Mo and Han Li. Especially upon sensing Lin Mo's profoundly deep fluctuations of spiritual energy, he was taken aback and exclaimed, "Mid-Nascent Soul, may I inquire about your esteemed name, fellow practitioner? You are unfamiliar to me." Lin Mo waved his hand slightly and replied nonchalantly, "I am Lin Mo of the Hidden Moon Sect." "Ah, it is indeed fellow practitioner Lin." The bald man clasped his hands in respect towards Lin Mo, then turned to the other 3, smiling, "You have arrived at the perfect moment. I just received news that a troop of sorcerers has breached the Tiantai Valley, which fellow practitioner Bu was guarding, and they are now advancing towards us. In no more than half a day, the comrades from Tiantai Valley will arrive here. It would be prudent for the 3 of you to prepare for their reception." Before Lin Mo and the others could respond, Elder Ma eagerly took charge, saying, "I shall handle this matter. Since Elder Ma is so confident, I shall refrain from interfering." Gu Shuangpu chuckled lightly in agreement. Lin Mo glanced at Gu Shuangpu, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, the bald man addressed the group. "You have all worked hard on this journey. Please return to the mountain to rest." As he spoke, several core formation cultivators flew in from the distance, guiding Lin Mo and his companions into the mountain. From afar, intricately carved railings and exquisite palaces came into view, captivating their eyes. "The esteemed elder, feel free to choose any room." A graceful maiden clad in azure garments turned around, smiling charmingly at Lin Mo. Lin Mo cast a glance at the young woman, noting her formidable cultivation, which had already reached the initial stage of the golden core. What is your name?" Lin Mo inquired, gazing intently at her. The maiden, taken aback, had not anticipated that the venerable Yuanying would suddenly take an interest in her. She promptly bowed and replied, "I am the humble Liangning." Oh! Upon hearing the name Liangning, Lin Mo was reminded of the character Mo Yuzhu from the original tale concerning the Mo sisters. This Liangning must indeed be the daughter of Mo Yuzhu. What a delightful coincidence. If only she could meet Han Li, given his character. He would surely bestow upon her some treasures for her protection. With this thought, Lin Mo scrutinized Liangning once more and gestured toward Han Li, who was clad in green attire in the distance. "I shall grant you an opportunity." Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Liangning's face brightened with joy, and she hurriedly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder. Seek out that venerable Han. Simply reveal your identity to him." With that, Lin Mo ceased further conversation. In a swift motion, he vanished into one of the rooms. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of ethereal blue formation flags flew from his storage bag, settling around the room. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The flags emitted a continuous hum, followed by wisps of blue light that enveloped the entire room. Having completed these preparations, Lin Mo gently patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist. In a flash of white, 2 blood jade spiders landed steadily before him, exuding a chilling aura. Blood jade spider, level 7, species, spider, bloodline power, cold jade silk, sturdy body. Frosty mist, possesses a trace of true ice dragon bloodline. Observing the 2 blood jade spiders before him, Lin Mo smiled. They have reached level 7. I wonder what they will become once they break through to level 8. He had a keen interest in these spiders, which were female. Apologies, I require a day off, as I am in considerable pain. Chapter 147, Border War, Request for Monthly Votes. With a flick, he tossed out 2 ice serpent inner pills. The 2 blood jade spiders, seeing this, displayed delight and eagerly opened their mouths to consume the inner pills. Level 8 is a significant threshold, according to Lin Mo's estimations. For these blood jade spiders and the 3-legged crow to ascend to level 8, it would take no less than several decades. However, Lin Mo had ample time to wait. The upcoming battle would witness the appearance of Master Milan. Lin Mo smirked coldly. In that case, let us proceed to eliminate them. Now at the mid-stage of the yuanying, Lin Mo was confident that even a transformation stage cultivator would find it challenging to contend with him, especially since they could not display their full strength in the human realm. He had no cause for concern. Once the invasion by Master Milan was resolved, he would marry Nangong Wan, providing her with the finest wedding imaginable. Lin Mo sat cross-legged, allowing streams of radiant energy to continuously emerge. The golden spirit infant, the wood spirit infant, the water spirit infant, the fire spirit infant, and the earth spirit infant. 5 ethereal spiritual infants hovered gracefully in midair, each emanating radiant orbs of light, with the luminous essence of the wood spirit infant surpassing all others. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, his eyes sparkling with intensity as he murmured, only awaiting these 4 spiritual infants to transcend the nascent soul stage. With a swift motion, a streak of light darted by, and the golden spirit infant instantly surged into Lin Mo's body. He gently tapped his waist storage bag, and streams of golden light flickered forth. The golden artifacts acquired from vanquished cultivators now lay before him. The 100 refinements technique, fueled by the golden spirit infant, continuously emitted a soft golden glow, enveloping Lin Mo in a shimmering aura. With a single hand, he formed a seal and invoked the 100 refinements technique upon the treasures before him. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the artifacts trembled, releasing torrents of golden light that flowed into Lin Mo's being. The radiance of the golden spirit infant intensified. These treasures were exceedingly rare, some even ancient relics, harboring immense reserves of golden energy that replenished the golden spirit infant within his dantian. Days later, the once brilliant treasures lay dimmed and lifeless upon the ground. Crack! Lin Mo extended his right hand and grasped one artifact, applying gentle pressure, which caused it to shatter into fragments that scattered across the ground. Lin Mo's lips parted slightly as a waft of murky energy escaped him. Whoosh! The water spirit infant transformed into an ethereal silhouette and descended into Lin Mo's body. Although the 100 refinements technique was primarily a cultivation method for those with a golden spirit root, the presence of the golden spirit infant allowed the absorption of energy from the other 4 elemental artifacts. With a sweeping motion of his hand, numerous treasures, each radiating diverse streams of light, materialized before him. As time passed, Lin Mo consumed all the useless artifacts amassed over the century. Bang! 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 A cacophony of thunderous booms resonated, and surging azure mist enveloped the entire mountain. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Mo felt a sense of foreboding. An array plate ascended into the air, and a luminous barrier swiftly enveloped the entire grand hall. From the outside, only thick swirls of white mist were visible. Simultaneously, an increasing number of spiritual lights appeared, gradually coalescing into a vast expanse of blue clouds. In a short while, the sky within a 100-mile radius was adorned with an endless display of 5-colored radiance. Within this brilliance, the sounds of wind, rain, and thunder erupted, as fragments of colorful clouds churned violently, converging rapidly towards the center. Dazzlingly bright, they formed a colossal orb of light with a diameter of about a yard, its luminous essence swirling in a manner that rendered it nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. Suddenly, a thunderous clap reverberated through the air, causing the entire stone mountain to shudder violently. The surging blue mist completely enveloped the grand hall. What is this? Several miles away, Hanli, having just emerged from the palace, gazed at the scene above with astonishment. He could not help but exclaim, could this extraordinary phenomenon signify someone is breaking through to the nascent soul realm? As one who has just achieved this stage himself, Han Li understood the significance of the unfolding events. Over there lies the abode of Senior Lin. Gazing at the distant palace, Han Li murmured softly, but isn't Lin Senior at the mid-stage of the nascent soul? How could he possibly break through to the late stage? Curious. Shaking his head, Han Li turned and entered the grand hall. At that moment, the water spirit infant transformed into an ethereal shadow and swiftly entered Lin Mo's body. Water spirit infant, strength, nascent soul stage, physique, water spirit infant, spiritual root, water spiritual root, technique, Xianming art, destined artifact, Xianming Be Cloud Sword. As Lin Mo beheld the Xianming Be Cloud Sword before him, his eyes shimmered with brilliance, a slight smile gracing his lips as he exclaimed, the water spirit infant has finally come to fruition. The water spirit infant emanated a surging blue radiance, its power formidable beyond measure. Now, only the final 3 nascent souls remained. Lin Mo cast a glance at the 3 colorful spirit infants, awaiting their ascension to the nascent soul stage. Lin, your methods are truly remarkable. Silver Moon exclaimed in his mind, you are not intending to elevate all 5 elemental spirit infants to the nascent soul stage, are you? Lin Mo nodded and replied, you are correct. I desire all 5 elemental spirit infants to advance to the nascent soul. Only when the 5 elemental spirit infants reach the nascent soul stage can he attempt to merge them into one. The 5 elemental spirit infants would then be able to cultivate the primordial magnetic divine light, thus mastering the primordial magnetic divine mountain. Having accomplished this, Lin Mo did not linger idly. With a wave of his right hand, exquisite jade boxes descended before him. Within the boxes lay the ethereal forms of dragon spirits. Appearing faintly, these were the hundreds of dragon souls he had slain in the chaotic star sea. Incorporating them into his artifacts as spirit companions would surely enhance their power. While others possessed but a single spirit companion, Lin Mo intended to prepare 360 dragon spirit companions for his corpse guardian. Thus, each flying sword would host a dragon spirit. Given Lin Mo's considerable slaughter of dragons in the chaotic star sea, amassing such a number in Tian Nen would be nothing short of a pipe dream. With this thought, Lin Mo waved his hand, causing a Qingzhu Be Cloud sword to hover before him. He deftly performed a technique, directing a stream of light to fall upon a green poisonous dragon spirit. With piercing cries of anguish, the dragon spirit twisted and compressed, coalescing in an instant into a size akin to a fingernail, which was then absorbed into the Qingzhu Be Cloud sword. As the green dragon spirit surged into the Qingzhu Be Cloud sword, the blade radiated an eye-catching green brilliance. Its aura significantly strengthened. Continue. Lin Mo then turned his attention to the remaining 71 Qingzhu Be Cloud swords. One by one, dragon spirits fell upon the swords. With Lin Mo's formidable strength, within just a few hours, the 72 Qingzhu Be Cloud swords exuded a dazzling green light, their formidable aura magnified several-fold. With a wave of his right hand, he absorbed the 72 swords into his being. The Xianhuang Be Cloud sword transformed into a flurry of yellow ethereal shadows, floating before Lin Mo, accompanied by more dragon phantoms. These were refined into spirit companions, merging seamlessly with the Xianhuang Be Cloud sword. The 216 fated swords had completely merged with the dragon spirit of the artifact. Observing this scene, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Simultaneously, a beam of white light shot forth from outside, and Li Yingming's voice resonated from within it. Senior Lin, Senior Ma has returned. The Murins are in pursuit. Upon hearing Li Yingming's words from outside the hall, Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he glanced at the few spirit beasts before him. With a flick of his sleeve, he drew them into the spirit beast pouch. Then, his figure shimmered and transformed into a wisp of shadow, vanishing from sight. When Lin Mo arrived at the grand hall, he discovered that Han Li and the others were already present. Elder Ma, who had gone to greet them, was engaged in a discussion with a pale-faced cultivator in a brocade robe, whose back was slightly hunched. The burly man with a bald head saw Lin Mo's arrival and promptly gestured towards the brocade-clad cultivator, saying, "This is Taoist Bu Yunhe, the head of Tiantai Valley." Lin Mo cast a cursory glance at Taoist Bu and inquired, "Taoist Bu, how many grandmasters are among the Murins this time?" The grandmasters among the Murans are akin to the nascent soul cultivators among ordinary practitioners. Taoist Bu sighed and replied, I fear I may disappoint you, Taoist Lin. Although I have not engaged in battle, I have witnessed 2 of the grandmasters who made their presence known. As for those who remain hidden, I cannot ascertain their number. I see. It seems prudent to assess the enemy's strength before proceeding. Should they prove too formidable, we may need to rely on the formation to confront them. After all, our current task is merely to buy some time for those who follow. The burly man raised an eyebrow at this remark, while Gu Shuangpu furrowed her brow but chose to remain silent. Han Li nodded, his gaze directed toward Lin Mo, clearly indicating that everything hinged upon Lin Mo's decisions. Suddenly, a resounding drumbeat echoed from beyond the formation, its sound growing louder and more pronounced, like thunder on a clear day. The expressions of those within the hall shifted drastically as they turned their gazes toward Lin Mo, only to find him seemingly unperturbed, as if nothing had altered. It appears the Murans are pressing forward with urgency. I am curious to see what tactics they will employ, Lin Mo remarked with a cold smile. Glancing at the bald man. Very well, let us meet the adversary and discern what formidable figures are present among these cultivators. This time, I must ask for the efforts of the 4 of you. The burly man first clasped his fists in respect to Lin Mo and the others, then turned his head toward the 2 golden core cultivators who had retreated alongside Taoist Bu, instructing, you 2 should accompany us as well. After all, you have engaged with them before and can provide early warnings of any sinister tactics they may employ. One of the 2 cultivators, with thick brows and bright eyes, and the other with a horse-like face and slender brows, exchanged glances before promptly responding with clasped fists. To the south of Huanglong Mountain, a vast throng of Murans was seen riding an array of bizarre flying artifacts, suspended in the air, their forms twisting and turning. They emitted a kaleidoscope of luminous colors, creating a stunning spectacle that stretched for miles ahead, appearing to be a magnificent tapestry of vibrant hues. At the forefront of the group of mages stood a dozen sorcerers, each emanating a radiant glow. Among these, 3 figures were particularly striking. One was enveloped in a fiery red aura, with a grotesque serpent of flame, as thick as a bowl, coiling menacingly around his form. Another was gaunt and towering, resembling a mere stick, as if a gust of wind could easily topple him. The third was shrouded in a black robe, obscuring his face, yet a sinister darkness radiated from him, accompanied by faint ghostly wails that sent shivers down the spine of all who dared to approach. The gazes of the other mages towards this figure were furtive and steeped in reverence. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a trace of disdain hidden beneath their awe. This was evidently the crying mage. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, recognizing the identity of this individual. The ghostly practitioner possessed the very techniques that Lin Mo sought, intended for Madame Wang. As his mother-in-law, Lin Mo could not afford to be negligent, and thus, it was only fitting to procure a commendable set of skills for her. In essence, Madame Wang, residing atop the 9 Nether Soul banner, served as a significant ally. Meanwhile, the 2 mages across the way huddled together, murmuring in hushed tones, seemingly deliberating on how to breach the formation. After a brief consultation, a streak of light zipped past them, culminating in a fireball that flickered ominously, halting 50 or 60 paces before the crowd. Even at such a distance, the searing heat emanating from the flames caused the spectators to frown in concern. The power displayed was formidable, significantly surpassing that of ordinary fire-related techniques wielded by cultivators. Lin Mo stroked his chin, glancing at the opposing mages with a growing intrigue regarding their spiritual arts. As the master of the fire sect, since you have emerged, shall we first engage in a contest of abilities? Will it be one-on-one, or shall we indulge in a chaotic free-for-all? A faint silhouette shifted within the fireball, followed by a thunderous voice resonating from within. Lin Mo smirked, turning his attention to the assembly. I shall take the lead. With these words, a divine wind vessel materialized before him. In a flash of cold light, the vessel transformed into a blue streak and vanished from sight. When Lin Mo reappeared, he stood directly opposite the master of the fire sect. This is splendid, he scoffed, raising his right hand to reveal a radiant blue sword flame. A mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Feeling the formidable aura emanating from Lin Mo, the master of the fire sect's pupils constricted in surprise, realizing that Lin Mo was an ice-based cultivator. Haha, splendid. This aligns perfectly with my intentions. I shall be your first adversary. Who among you will step forward? After a maniacal laugh, the figure within the fireball boldly issued a challenge. With a flick of his right hand, the fire serpent coiled around him writhed vigorously. With a sudden tremor, the fiery python on his body radiated a brilliant red light, soaring into the sky. In that crimson glow, a single horn sprouted from its head, and sharp claws emerged from its belly, transforming it into a dazzling crimson dragon, which danced menacingly above. The fire spirit had taken form. The bald-headed man watching below was taken aback, involuntarily exclaiming in surprise, while Gu Shuangpu beside him turned pale. In contrast to the gasps of the crowd, Lin Mo remained remarkably calm. With a single wave of his hand, the azure flame of the Qianlan sword vanished instantaneously, morphing into a blue-cold dragon that surged towards the fiery dragon. The two dragons, one red and one blue, collided with a thunderous crash, enveloped in a swirling mist, obscuring the scene within. Instantly, the cultivators below and the sorcerers in the distance turned their curious gazes towards the commotion. Boundless red flames gushed forth from the dragon's mouth, seemingly intent on engulfing the cold dragon. However, upon contact, the formidable power of the Qianlan sword's flames completely encased the fiery dragon in ice. From a distance, it appeared as a fiery ice sculpture. The Qianlan sword's azure flames did not wane. They pierced through the flames and suddenly materialized before Ku Yao. Chapter 148. The Traitor of Mulan. Ku Yao barely had time to let out a shriek before the Qianlan sword's flames pierced through his chest. The bone-chilling ice spread relentlessly along his torso. No, no, Ku Yao cried out in panic, frantically striking at the flames in a desperate attempt to dispel the Qianlan sword's fire. The ethereal blue ice flames, like a relentless parasite, burrowed deeper into his body. In the blink of an eye, his entire form was consumed by the Qianlan sword's flames, leaving him a mere blue ice statue. Even as an ice sculpture, Ku Yao retained a look of shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. Clearly, Lin Mo's speed had left him no time to react, ensuring his swift demise. Lin Mo extended his right hand, pointing at the storage bag at Ku Yao's waist. Instantly, it was drawn into his sleeve, and he then raised his gaze towards the distant sorcerer from Mulan, sneering. Next, who will meet their demise? The Grandmaster is dead. With a single move, he vanquished the Grandmaster. How could the Nine Nations Alliance possess such a powerful cultivator? Shock spread across the faces of the onlookers, their eyes reflecting disbelief. It was well known that the Grandmaster's strength rivaled that of a mid-stage Nascent Soul cultivator. To obliterate him so effortlessly was indeed terrifying. The Mulan sorcerers gazed at the shattered Ku Yao, their spirits shaken. This young man possesses remarkable skills, but I am not afraid of him. The black-robed cultivator's expression shifted slightly, a cold smirk escaping his lips. I shall take the next turn. The several cultivators behind him exchanged glances, refraining from speaking. Given Lin Mo's formidable prowess, they dared not take risks. The black-robed figure floated gracefully towards Lin Mo, his sleeves waving as if moved by an unseen wind, swiftly positioning himself directly opposite Lin Mo. You have killed Ku Yao. Today, I shall take your life. The black-robed man rasped, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. Lin Mo's expression remained unperturbed as he gently waved his right hand. The Qianlan sword's azure flames reappeared in his grasp. Humph. The tactics that worked on Ku Yao will not suffice against me. The heavens wept as the monk let out a cold laugh, an icy chill enveloping him while his eyes transformed into a sinister shade of dark green, exuding an otherworldly aura. Simultaneously, tendrils of ink-black mist began to emanate from his being, accompanied by a cacophony of ghostly wails. In that moment, the air grew heavy with ominous winds, resembling a realm of spirits. Are you frightened? I shall extinguish your life, rasped a voice from within the dark robe, as the surrounding black mist surged, rendering the figure nearly indistinguishable. I have no patience to linger with you. Surrender your life now. The figure in the black robe sneered from within the swirling darkness, gesturing with his hands to cast a spell, instantly transforming his form into a towering giant, several times larger than an ordinary man. Horns began to protrude from his head, and sharp fangs emerged from his mouth, which explained why many cultivators regarded these unfamiliar sorcerers as aberrations. This transformation bore a slight resemblance to the metamorphosis found in the Six Paths True Demon technique. However, it was evidently of inferior caliber, possibly only sharing superficial similarities with a fundamentally dissimilar essence. In terms of power, the disparity was even more pronounced. Prepare to perish. The giant snarled, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he swept his massive hand through the black mist. A shadowy projectile hurtled towards the spirit matriarch, only to vanish into thin air as it exited the black fog. Witnessing this, Lin Mo remained expressionless, raising the Qianlong sword flame in his hand and turning to face the void on his right. Suddenly, a colossal green ghostly claw materialized and swiped through the air. Lin Mo flicked the Qianlong sword flame with a single finger, which erupted into a blinding blue apparition, crashing down with a resounding force upon the green ghostly claw. The formidable power of the Qianlong sword flame was not something that the mere green claw could withstand. The icy blue flame, like a serpentine creature, swiftly coalesced into a block of ice suspended in midair, forming a magnificent ice sculpture. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering ice echoed as the sculpture fragmented into numerous palm-sized blue crystals that plummeted to the ground. "Ah!" The demon giant exclaimed in surprise as his attack missed its mark. "You possess some skill, but now I shall reveal my true prowess," he declared ominously, preparing for a swift resolution as he suddenly tilted his head back and let out a piercing howl. The shriek was sharp and ear-splitting, as if it could shatter gold and split stone. The black mist swirled violently, and an astounding surge of demonic energy erupted from within. Following this, a colossal black shadow shot forth from the tempest, accompanied by a series of phantoms, reaching Lin Mo in the blink of an eye. With a slight movement of its arms, a vast array of dark claws enveloped Lin Mo, intending to rend him into countless pieces. Lin Mo chuckled coldly at the sight of the obsidian claws, raising his right hand. Golden exorcism thunder coiled around his hand, weaving together streams of golden light, coalescing into a radiant golden glove. In the distance, Han Li exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it truly possible to utilize it in such a manner?" Although Han Li had also mastered the exorcising thunder, he had only ever employed it to vanquish enemies from afar, never daring to entwine it around his own hand. He was acutely aware of the formidable power wielded by the exorcising thunder. Could it be that Senior Lin's physical form had grown so powerful? Han Li swallowed hard, his eyes wide with disbelief. As he gazed at the approaching black claw, Lin Mo exerted a forceful twist, ripping the claw apart with overwhelming strength. The shadow felt an intense, tearing sensation engulfing its entire being, its eyes widening in incredulity. Its ghostly claw, which even late-stage Nascent Soul cultivators would hesitate to touch with their flesh, was effortlessly subdued by this individual. How peculiar! Before the shadow could ponder further, the golden net was suddenly released. A brilliant radiance emanated, followed by an indescribable wave of agony surging from the claw. The golden light expanded, forming a net of golden arcs that descended upon the shadow. The golden arcs, hadn't he heard of them before? Could it be? In that fleeting moment as the golden net descended, the shadow finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was none other than the exorcising thunder, which the elder who had imparted the demonic arts to him had warned was most feared by the true demon technique. Ever since he had begun practicing this technique, he had been nearly invincible among his peers. This was precisely why he had let his guard down. Otherwise, he would never have allowed the exorcising thunder to approach so closely. Gazing at the golden exorcising thunder before him, the shadow's visage turned ashen, a palpable sense of dread washing over him. Damn it! Instead of resigning himself to capture, he roared in fury. His once towering form abruptly shrank, transforming into a diminutive figure of merely 3 feet in height, swiftly escaping the range of the exorcising thunder and darting away into the distance. Thinking of fleeing? Such a dream. Lin Mo cast a glance at the shadow, a cold smile gracing his lips as he raised his right hand. The previously vanished azure blue sword flame reappeared behind the shadow. With a whoosh, the chilling azure blue sword flame enveloped the black gnome. In that instant, the dark phantom crystallized into delicate blue ice strands. A scream echoed through the air as the black gnome remained suspended, its body fragmented. Yet, the black form had already been tainted by the azure blue sword flame, solidifying into an icy structure. With a flick of his right hand, Lin Mo shattered the crystallized figure of the Tianku cultivator, which exploded into numerous fragments of blue crystal that cascaded from the sky. He swiftly retrieved his storage pouch, tucking it securely away. Indeed. In a mere span of moments, Lin Mo had comprehended the fates of 2 great masters. This feat invigorated the ranks of the 9 Nations Alliance cultivators behind him. Well done. In the distance, the cultivator with the surname Bu and Han Li exhibited astonishment, soon followed by exclamations of joy. To single-handedly annihilate two great masters was a significant blow to the Mulan sorcerers. Meanwhile, the remaining tall and thin sorcerers stood in stunned silence, clearly unable to grasp the unfolding events. The cultivator from Tian Nan was unaware of the black-cloaked man's true nature, but he certainly was. These enigmatic monks hail from a realm beyond the Merlin grassland, their skills and powers surpassing those of their counterparts in the southern celestial cultivation world. Before the true battle commenced, two nascent soul cultivators from the south had already fallen to their might, instilling deep confidence in the Merlin Grandmaster regarding the cloaked figure. Otherwise, he would not have permitted this individual to engage in the second round of combat. However, to everyone's astonishment, the ice cultivator's strength proved to be immensely formidable. With a single strike, they annihilated their opponent, leaving not even a nascent soul capable of escape, which left the tall, slender mage utterly astonished. Simultaneously, a faint whisper reached the tall mage's ears, almost imperceptible. After the loss of two grandmasters today, it is unwise to continue the fight. As for the death of Tian Ku, I shall explain it to the master myself. The voice, ambiguous in gender, carried an undercurrent of command. Upon hearing this, the tall mage hesitated not a moment, turning sharply to command his fellow mages. Retreat. After a brief moment of unrest among the mages behind him, none voiced dissent. They swiftly reorganized and fell back. May the next encounter bring me delight. Lin Mo scoffed, observing the fleeing mages without making a move. To him, they were mere insects. It was the high-ranking grandmaster in the late nascent soul stage who was his true target. As for these grandmasters, he held little regard. Suddenly, the sound of slicing air echoed behind him. Lin Mo turned to see that the leader was none other than Gu Shuangpu. Shall we pursue them? Gu Shuangpu inquired, gazing at the retreating army of mages with confusion. Lin Mo cast a glance at Gu Shuangpu, a smile gracing his lips as he replied meaningfully, "Let it be. Now is not the time to strike." The burly man with a shaved brow nodded in agreement. Although the Merlin forces are in retreat, charging in would likely lead us into a trap. It is best to rely on the grand formation and wait for an opportune moment. As he spoke, his gaze turned to Lin Mo, filled with astonishment. Lin Mo's singular feat of vanquishing two grandmasters had indeed taken the cultivators by surprise. This time, Lin Daoyu's decisive strike against the high-ranking mage is truly commendable. I shall certainly report this to the Alliance, and you shall be generously rewarded. The burly man bowed slightly to Lin Mo, a smile illuminating his face. Lin Mo glanced at the group, his tone indifferent as he remarked, "Just two grandmasters, nothing more." Throughout his journey, Lin Mo had consistently defeated foes of higher ranks. To him, two grandmasters of the same realm were hardly noteworthy. Hence, he felt no sense of pride in their praise. Observing Lin Mo, the expressions of several nascent soul cultivators subtly shifted, revealing a hint of respect and awe. Lin Mo remained composed, his gaze sweeping over Gu Shuangpu in the distance. As the figures of the mages gradually faded from view, everyone returned to the hall. The vicinity of Huanglong Mountain soon fell into silence, leaving only an endless expanse of emerald mist. The area around Huanglong Mountain regained its tranquility, shrouded in a boundless green fog, serene and undisturbed. The elder with a bald brow entered the grand hall alone. As he settled down, a slight furrow crossed his brow as he glanced toward the side chamber, exclaiming, "Who is there?" "Step forward." With a series of footsteps echoing, a figure emerged from the shadows. "It's nothing. I merely stumbled upon a secret and felt it necessary to discuss it with you." The bald man paused, taking a moment to appraise the newcomer, a flicker of confusion flashing in his eyes. Lin Mo of the Inua sect could very well be a spy for the Murans. Without hesitation, the visitor advanced slowly. A spy? The bald man, upon hearing this, was not alarmed but rather amused, responding with a smile. "Are you in your right mind? Lin has just vanquished two Yuanying period sorcerers today. How could he be a spy?" The newcomer sighed, a wry smile forming on his lips as he slowly extended his right hand. Amidst a radiant glow, a jade slip of emerald green materialized in his grasp. "I know Brother Lu will not believe me, but I possess evidence. You will understand upon seeing it." The bald man displayed surprise, hesitating for a moment before extending his hand. Just as he was about to grasp the jade slip, the visitor's expression suddenly shifted. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as the jade slip shone with verdant light, transforming into a small emerald snake. In a flash, it struck fiercely at the bald man's wrist. The man's face turned to one of astonishment, just as he intended to plead for mercy. His complexion darkened and turned a deep shade of purple, collapsing silently to the ground, motionless. The visitor's face lit up with delight as he murmured, "This double-tailed emerald snake is indeed as renowned as the legends claim. In terms of venom, it likely rivals the fabled 10 absolute poisons." The green snake, having released its deep purple fangs, swayed its tail before landing in the visitor's palm, its mouth agape, revealing its sinister blackish-purple core and eerie green eyes. He then beckoned with his right hand, causing the storage pouch from the corpse to fall into his grasp. His consciousness surged within, searching meticulously. "Impossible, where's the token? I distinctly saw it being placed into the storage pouch." After a moment, he gasped softly. Unwilling to relent, he appended the storage pouch onto the ground. As the radiant light shimmered, a heap of inferior magical artifacts and low-tier spirit stones scattered across the floor. This hardly resembled the belongings of a Yuanian cultivator. Realization dawned upon him that he had clearly fallen into a trap. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, transforming into a streak of green light as he raced toward the hall's exit. Alas, an ethereal figure manifested outside the hall, observing the fleeing Gu Shuangpu. Lin Mo's lips curled into a faint smile as he remarked, "A fellow from the Beastmaster Sect, unexpectedly an insider for the Murants. How intriguing." Meanwhile, the walls shimmered with silvery light, layers of silver screens rippling like waves, forming a colossal barrier that enveloped him completely. Gu Shuangpu snorted coldly, tapping his waist pouch containing spirit beasts. A pitch-black pangolin-like spirit beast flew from the pouch, colliding against the barrier ahead with a resounding thud. The silver barrier remained utterly unyielding. Instead, the pangolin-like spirit beast suddenly sprang forth. Gu Shuangpu was taken aback, but quickly gritted his teeth and unleashed a blue flying spear that soared into the air. The artifact of escape merged into one, landing heavily upon the barrier. However, a thunderous sound erupted almost immediately, causing the blue light to rebound several zhang away before crashing down once more. "Brother Gu, there's no need for your efforts. This grand hall is the very heart of the Huanglong Mountain Formation. Now that you've arrived here, you shall not escape." A familiar voice resonated from within the hall, that of the bald, thick-browed man. As the blue light flickered, Gu Shuangpu found himself suspended in midair, his complexion pallid, clearly taken aback by the turn of events. Outside the hall, the figure of the bald man emerged amidst a flash of white light. He gazed at Gu Shuangpu within the light barrier, then at the puddle of blood that had once been his substitute, and remarked with a faint chuckle, "Heh, to expend such a puppet only to draw out a traitor like Brother Gu, who colludes with the Milan people, was not a waste of my precious spirit stones." Gu Shuangpu's face twitched momentarily, and he fell silent. After a pause, he coldly inquired, "From your tone, it seems you anticipated my arrival and had a substitute ready. Did you discover my presence at Huolong Mountain?" The cultivator surnamed Lu slightly shook his head. "Not quite. I have no reason to suspect the elder of the Yuling sect without cause. I merely received a warning from Senior Lin." As he spoke, two figures materialized on either side of the stone walls of the hall, revealing Lin Mo and Han Li. Elder Ma, with a pained expression, lamented, "I truly did not expect you, Gu, to commit such a heartless act. I wonder how much the Milan people have offered you in return." "Humph, I am indeed one of the Milan people," Gu Shuangpu retorted coldly, fixing his gaze on the elder. "What do you mean by heartless?" At this revelation, the bald man and his companions were momentarily taken aback, caught by surprise. "Of course, how could you possibly comprehend the scarcity of cultivation resources on our Mulan prairie? Each year, countless low-tier cultivators perish without the aid of pills or spirit stones, turning to mere bones. Why should you in the southern heavens possess such abundant resources? If we had such wealth, we could vanquish the 2 U.S. celestial masters and dominate the entire Mulan prairie." As he spoke, a glint of madness flashed in Gu Shuangpu's eyes. Hearing this, the bald man and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their astonishment. Lin Mo, casting a glance at Gu Shuangpu, replied matter-of-factly, "Do not harbor such delusions. The Mulan people will inevitably be annihilated by the 2 U celestial masters." Chapter 149. The Tribulation of Transformation. "Impossible! Impossible!" As Gu Shuangpu's anguished cries echoed within the formation, Lin Mo remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. For him, having personally exterminated countless cultivators along his journey, numbering in the thousands, these cries held little significance. Were it not for the difficulties in employing ghostly techniques, he might have summoned the 9 Nether Soul banner to ensnare Gu Shuangpu's soul within it. Gu Shuangpu indeed possessed considerable audacity. Daring to communicate with the Mulan sorcerer amidst the fierce battle, blatantly disregarding Lin Mo entirely. How truly foolish it is to believe one can effortlessly vanquish 2 formidable mid-stage Nascent Soul masters. Is it possible that one's consciousness cannot detect their communication? Suddenly, a tearing sound emanated from the distant, erased luminous barrier. An ethereal figure materialized above the glowing screen of the formation. As the apparition approached, the barrier was rent asunder, creating a gaping void. Upon glimpsing the scene within, the bald man and the elderly gentleman surnamed Ma both gasped in shock. Lin Mo maintained an impassive demeanor, his right hand resting upon the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Gu Shuangpu was nowhere to be found, yet within it lingered a creature that was half human, half demon, a serpentine monstrosity. This being, an uncanny fusion of human and demon, donned Gu Shuangpu's garments, its exposed skin adorned with vibrant green scales, and its eyes emanating a chilling coldness. Its fingers were sharp, and 2 serpentine tails, each several feet long, lightly tapped upon the ground. The visage, unmistakably that of Gu Shuangpu, bore a terrifying detail. From between its slightly parted lips extended a purple-black snake tongue, hissing ominously, sending shivers down one's spine. This was an ensoulment technique. He had indeed merged with the dual-tailed emerald serpent. Upon witnessing the creature's form, the elderly man turned pale, his voice trembling with panic as he exclaimed, "Isn't the ensoulment technique a long-lost secret? Did he not fear being barred from the cycle of reincarnation?" The bald man, clearly familiar with the bloody legends surrounding the art, also displayed a sudden shift in countenance, revealing a mixture of shock and fury. The serpent demon cast a sinister glance at the 4 individuals outside the barrier, its tongue flicking rapidly, and its maw suddenly gaping wide. In an instant, a torrent of purple-black venom erupted forth, racing towards Lin Mo with astounding speed, fueled by an evident hatred. "Begone!" Lin Mo flicked his hand, and a Qian blue sword flame soared into the air, landing firmly upon the venomous spray. The cold flames entwined with the venom, swiftly crystallizing into deep blue ice. The venom, rendered powerless, plummeted onto a mountain peak. As the ice shattered, the venom spilled forth, transforming the verdant landscape into a sickly yellow, soon to be engulfed by darkness, accompanied by a pungent stench that assailed the senses. Observing this scene, Lin Mo remained unfazed, his right hand descending once more to the spirit beast pouch. A streak of light then burst forth, revealing a 3-legged black-gold chicken at his side. The comically plumed creature radiated an aura that caused the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. A 7th-tier demon beast. Unperturbed by the startled reactions of those behind him, Lin Mo cast a glance at the 3-legged chicken and commanded, "Go." With his words, the 3-legged chicken transformed into a golden blur, darting toward the serpent demon. In truth, Gu Shuangpu's half-human, half-serpent form was merely that of a venomous snake. Upon sighting this hybrid creature, the 3-legged chicken's eyes sparkled with excitement as it flapped its black-gold wings vigorously, becoming a striking blur of black and gold. With a swift motion, Gu Shuangpu soared away. As he gazed at the approaching 3-legged black chicken, his brows slightly arched, a flicker of bewilderment crossed his eyes. Did it truly believe that a mere 7th-tier demon beast could contend with him? His mouth parted slightly, and another stream of emerald venom erupted forth. However, as the 3-legged black chicken drew near, his eyes widened in astonishment. The creature opened its beak wide, unleashing a surge of pale golden flames that erupted forth in an instant. The flames roared fiercely, as if they could obscure the very heavens. They collided directly with the venom, producing a cacophony of sizzling sounds. Amidst the intertwining black and golden luminescence, thick black poisonous mist began to rise incessantly. This was deadly poison. Even the slightest contact would lead to utter annihilation of the soul. How could such a trivial 7th-tier demon beast withstand it? Yet, observing the dense black mist, the 3-legged black chicken displayed no hint of fear, vigorously flapping its wings. It transformed into a golden phantom, darting into the poisonous fog. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before Gu Shuangpu, its sharp claws plunging deeply into his half-demon, half-human form. Vivid crimson blood surged forth. The three-legged black chicken had more than just this in its arsenal. It slightly parted its beak, and specks of golden flames streamed forth, enveloping Gu Shuangpu in an instant. A chilling scream echoed as the serpent demon's body was relentlessly consumed by the three-legged black chicken. Lin Mo's gaze shifted, observing the serpent demon being devoured. A smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I wonder what transformation the three-legged black chicken will undergo. As the serpent demon was swallowed, radiant light shimmered across the creature's belly, as if a flow of luminescence coursed within. With a flurry of wing beats, the three-legged black chicken descended before Lin Mo, emanating an overwhelming aura, as though on the cusp of a breakthrough. A glimmer of joy flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. If the three-legged black chicken could ascend to 8th tier, it would indeed be a momentous occasion. Come back. Lin Mo gently patted his spirit beast pouch, gazing at the three-legged black chicken before him. The creature understood, flapping its wings and transforming into a black golden phantom that swiftly entered the spirit beast pouch. Lin Mo did not need to intervene. Simply relying on his spirit beast had left the several yawning cultivators behind him wide-eyed in astonishment. Since the matter has been resolved, I shall retire now. When the law enforcers arrive, my friends may summon me. Lin Mo's expression remained composed as he cast a glance at the group, speaking calmly. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the burly man with the bald brow showed a glimmer of respect in his eyes. Rest assured, Brother Lin. I, along with Taoist Ma, shall keep watch here. Lin Mo offered a slight smile, cupping his hands in acknowledgement, and without further ado, turned to exit the hall. In this skirmish with the law enforcers, he had vanquished that Tian Ku cultivator, and he still owed his mother-in-law for the ghostly cultivation technique. Additionally, with the three-legged black chicken having consumed the serpent demon, some changes were likely. He needed to return promptly. In a flash, Lin Mo transformed into a blue phantom, vanishing from the spot. Dear Brother Liu, it appears that both of us have underestimated this Lin Taoist. His strength is indeed unfathomable. One cannot help but wonder if he has already reached the formidable level of a Nascent Soul Grandmaster. The elderly man of the Ma clan spoke with a wry smile after Lin Mo exited the Grand Hall, his figure gradually fading from view. Indeed, although his cultivation is only at the mid-Nascent Soul stage, the golden electric arcs and the blue icy flames he wields could very well rival even those of a late Nascent Soul practitioner. The burly man with the shaved brows expressed a hint of envy, exclaiming, "If only I could possess such power." This statement holds merit. However, while I have never heard of that blue icy flame, the golden electric arc seems vaguely familiar, though I cannot quite recall its origins. The burly man nodded slightly, his brow furrowing as he turned to Hanli. Friend Han, do you have any insights? Hanli, feeling a bit awkward, touched his nose and replied in a hushed tone, I have only just broken through to the Nascent Soul stage. I am not privy to such secrets. It is only natural that Lin Taoist is unaware, as this is my first encounter with the golden electric arc as well. The elderly man of the Ma clan nodded in agreement, stating, even Nascent Soul practitioners cannot escape its grasp. Its might is indeed remarkable. The burly man waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Regardless, the stronger Lin Taoist becomes, the better it is for us. Let us discuss matters concerning tomorrow. Matters concerning tomorrow? Han Li inquired, momentarily taken aback, a hint of astonishment flashing across his mind as he hurriedly asked for clarification. Since the Mulan faction has sent spies to sabotage the Grand Formation, we might as well turn the tables on them, the burly man said ominously, a glint of cold light in his eyes. The voices within the Grand Hall suddenly hushed, speaking in low tones, their words barely discernible. Moments later, the sound of the burly man's boisterous laughter echoed throughout the hall, as if he were quite pleased with his scheme. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had already returned to the hall. Gently tapping his hand upon his storage bag, a flash of black light emerged, and the 9 Nether Soul banner appeared before him, swaying and emitting a series of buzzing sounds as dark, shadowy figures surged forth. Amidst the shimmering black light, Madame Wang materialized before him. Senior Lin. Upon seeing Lin Mo, Madame Wang's face lit up with surprise, and she quickly inquired, is there anything I can assist you with? Here. Lin Mo flicked his right hand, and a streak of flowing light revealed a black jade slip, which floated before Madame Wang. This is a ghost cultivation technique. You may practice it once you advance to the core formation stage. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Madame Wang promptly accepted the jade slip, her consciousness pouring into it. Before long, She had firmly committed the technique to memory. "Thank you, Senior Lin." A look of astonishment crossed Madame Wang's face as she clasped her hands in gratitude, her eyes brimming with joy, having recognized the power of this technique. "There's no need for such formality." Lin Mo waved his hand, glancing at Madame Wang with a smile. "You are aware of my relationship with Wang Ning. Such courtesy is unnecessary." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Madame Wang chuckled. "I find great comfort in knowing that Ninger is with you." With a flick of his right hand, Lin Mo drew the 9 Nether Soul banner into his storage bag and then tapped the bag once more. A streak of black and golden light flashed by, revealing the silhouette of a 3-legged crow. As soon as its form appeared, a resounding roar echoed through the air. Suddenly, the ground trembled without warning, and even the walls of the chamber shook violently. Simultaneously, faintly, the sounds of thunderous waves emerged from outside, growing increasingly louder, as if the entire Huanglong mountain were engulfed in a tempest. Observing this scene, Lin Mo instinctively understood what was unfolding: the tribulation of the 3-legged crow's transformation. Although the array's restrictions had activated, ensuring the tranquility of the mountain where his cave abode resided, the areas beyond the array were crying out in tremors. The earth quaked violently, causing landslides on hills and slopes, while immense fissures, several yards wide, began to crack open on the ground. Flowers, grasses, and trees were uprooted in an instant. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he hastily set up a concealment array. He did not wish for anyone to witness the 3-legged crow's metamorphosis. The crow flapped its wings, which glistened like molten gold at that moment. Ascending into the sky, it hovered aloft, beating its wings and stirring up fierce winds. Above, the heavens darkened suddenly, with thick clouds rolling in. Lightning, as thick as a man's arm, descended in intersecting arcs from the churning clouds, forming a terrifying web of thunder that relentlessly struck the 3-legged crow. Opening its beak, the crow unleashed scorching flames, its wings generating a tempest. Astonishingly, the flames and winds withstood the onslaught of the heavenly thunder, remaining unscathed. The transformation's thunder tribulation continued unabated. The following afternoon, as the blazing sun hung high in the sky, a thunderous drumbeat resounded, heralding the approach of a formidable army of sorcerers, dark and ominous, drawing nearer. However, this time, their ranks were accompanied by a colossal creature, towering over 30 yards and spanning over 20 yards in length. This brown behemoth resembled a gigantic rhinoceros magnified several dozen times. Notably, it bore a magnificent blue horn, nearly a yard long, protruding from the tip of its snout, adorned in glossy black battle armor etched with flickering symbols. The creature exuded an aura of immense value. Despite its size, the beast was adept at flight, its 4 feet resting upon billowing blue clouds that allowed for astonishing agility. Devoid of any clumsiness, perched atop the beast was a young maiden, around 20 years of age, with a graceful figure and a fair visage. Yet, within her beautiful eyes flickered a hint of menace, and cold light occasionally glinted within her gaze. She donned a short, dark green outfit. Trailing closely behind the beast was the tall, slender sorcerer who had appeared the previous day, showing evident respect towards the maiden. As they approached the skies above Huanglong Mountain, the maiden's expression shifted to one of surprise, a soft gasp escaping her lips. "What is this array?" she murmured. The tall sorcerer furrowed his brow slightly. "Indeed. Something seems amiss," he replied. The maiden's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she slowly spoke. Could it be that circumstances have changed and that individual has failed? The tall and lean sorcerer remained in a state of unease, expressing his concerns. "It is not certain. You may observe for yourselves," the woman said calmly, subsequently closing her eyes and falling silent. Meanwhile, within the 9 Nations Alliance, the burly men cast their uneasy gazes towards the black-clad woman standing beside Lin Mo. This woman, exuding the aura of the Nascent Soul, had not been seen just days prior. Given the recent calamity involving the transformation of the beast, her identity was unmistakable. Chapter 150. The transformation of the 3-legged black chicken into Wu Ji. 3-legged black chicken. Strength, level 8. Species, black chicken. Bloodline power, black chicken physique. True fire of black calamity. Fire escape, golden crow fire. Possesses a trace of golden crow bloodline. Her body is exceptionally resilient, with innate demon fire within. Observing the 3-legged black chicken before him, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of delight flickering in his gaze. After her transformation, Remnants of feathers still clung to her skin, yet her face and wrists were entirely bare. Her indifferent gaze swept over the distant crowd before finally settling on Lin Mo. Her eyes glimmering with fervor. "Master, I yearn to slay," she exclaimed, her words leaving Lin Mo momentarily speechless. "Let us refrain from such bloodlust." Lin Mo glanced at the three-legged black chicken and added, "By the way, I have yet to bestow upon you a name. Now that you have transformed, it would be inappropriate to continue calling you the three-legged black chicken." Casting his eyes over the black-clad figure, Lin Mo felt a spark of inspiration and declared, "Since your true form is that of a black chicken, I shall name you Wu Ji." "Friend Lin, your choice of name is quite casual," Silver Moon's voice chimed in. Ahem. Lin Mo cleared his throat, his gaze returning to the three-legged black chicken. To his surprise, she displayed a look of delight. Her eyes fixed on him as she replied, "Wu Ji, I adore that name." Hearing her words, Lin Mo's lips curved into a smile. "That is splendid." Meanwhile, Silver Moon in his mind had nothing to say regarding this matter. At that moment, from the opposing camp of the sorcerers, several figures suddenly dashed forth. Heading towards Huanglong Mountain, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, glancing at the burly man, clearly discerning that they had taken advantage of the insider from the Spirit Master Sect, Gu Shuangpu, to orchestrate some maneuvering. As those sorcerers at the core formation stage infiltrated Huanglong Mountain, thick mist began to pour forth. Suddenly, array prohibitions materialized from thin air, the mist coiling and condensing into an array of exceptionally sharp long blades. In an instant, they descended upon the core formation sorcerers. "Ah, it's a trap," they cried out in horror. Perched upon the back of the colossal beast, the woman in green remained impassive, her gaze icy. Not even a flicker of movement gracing her brows. "Indeed, it is a snare. What a pity. Had we not compelled Gu to act, I trust he could have continued to play a more significant role in our covert operations." Observing the tragic scene before her, the woman named Lu showed no concern. "Master Lu, those inside, elite sorcerers," they exclaimed, fists clenched, their eyes ablaze as they gazed into the misty abyss. A cultivator of the Golden Core stage, who was recently leading the team, is a highly esteemed direct descendant. It was unexpected that he would fall into the enemy's formation. In a state of anxiety, he could not help but entertain the thought of rescue. However, it would be futile. With the enemy's Nascent Soul cultivators' divine abilities, dealing with several Golden Core practitioners within the formation would be effortless for them. They have likely already been annihilated. The woman in the green dress cast a glance at the tall, slender sorcerer and coldly remarked, "There is no need for futile efforts. If that is the case, Master Lu, allow me to take the lead in breaking the formation. I shall reduce the enemy cultivators within to ashes." The tall sorcerer's face turned ashen, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The enemy's abilities were formidable, especially their peculiar blue demonic flames. A moment's carelessness could lead to downfall. The woman raised her delicate brows and stated, "Master Wen, your cultivation technique is most vulnerable to close combat practitioners. My technique, the gentle wind method, will undoubtedly be outpaced by their lightning escape. Even if their demonic flames and golden arcs are powerful, if they cannot close the distance, they are rendered utterly useless." A cold glint flickered in her eyes as she spoke with a trace of pride. "Very well, this individual shall be dealt with by Master Lu." Upon hearing this, the tall sorcerer felt a sense of relief. Master Lu was indeed comparable to the celestial lady of the Sudden People, and that opponent would surely not stand a chance. Humph, celestial lady. Upon hearing her name, Master Li's previously calm demeanor darkened instantly. The tall sorcerer was taken aback by this cold snort. He suddenly remembered that Master Lu took great offense at having been defeated by the celestial lady, despising any mention of it. The tall sorcerer's expression shifted abruptly, and he found himself at a loss for words. Having misspoken and offended Master Lu was certainly not a fortunate situation. Lin Mo's figure flickered, transforming into a blue phantom as he darted towards the distant sorcerer Mulan. Lin Mo's speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he had covered several hundred zhang. According to the narrative, a formidable Nascent Soul late-stage divine master should soon appear. It would be an opportunity to witness the prowess of this divine master. Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he gazed ahead at Master Lu, saying, "I dislike dawdling. Let us commence." Master Lu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lin Mo to be so audacious. To provoke him in front of so many sorcerers Mulan was tantamount to courting death. Such a practitioner, endowed with multiple bizarre divine abilities, must be eliminated. Otherwise, unforeseen complications might arise in future battles. With a cold smirk, Master Lu displayed no fear. He directly leaped off the back of the colossal beast. Upon sensing that the young cultivator was less than 100 zhang away, the woman in green lightened her pace and halted. Although she was confident in her abilities, she was not inclined to engage in combat without understanding whether the opponent had any traps in place. Master Lu lightly tapped his storage pouch with one hand, and a fist-sized azure orb abruptly appeared in his palm. He raised the azure orb above his head and casually cast a spell upon it. Suddenly, this treasure radiated brilliant light, and countless azure strands erupted, instantly piercing through the dense fog within a radius of over 100 feet, transforming into gusts of azure wind. After a wild swirl, the mist was dispersed, and everything in the vicinity became clearly visible. Master Lu raised her delicate brow, noticing a young man in a black robe standing silently several dozen feet away, scrutinizing her incessantly, his expression devoid of any emotion. How cautious! Lin Mo glanced at Master Lu, chuckling as he shook his right hand. Whoosh, whoosh, accompanied by the piercing sound of air being sliced. Several emerald green Qingzhu Fengyun swords soared into the air. 72 Qingzhu Fengyun swords surged forward, mingling with flickers of golden lightning. Observing the formidable presence of the Qingzhu Fengyun swords, Master Li's expression darkened, and she dared not be careless. Her hands continuously formed incantations, and a flash of white light enveloped her. A pure white, silk-like magical artifact soared into the air. The shimmering white ribbon spiraled gracefully before abruptly transforming into a magnificent snow-white eagle, its wings unfurling to an impressive size of several feet, its eyes burning like fire, and its claws as dark as night. With a powerful flap of its wings, the snow eagle flickered and vanished from its original position, only to reappear above Lin Mo a moment later. With a sharp cry, the mythical bird swooped down, its talons aimed directly at Lin Mo's crown. Lin Mo remained unfazed, nonchalantly raising his right hand. Thunder erupted as dozens of slender golden arcs shot forth from his palm, morphing into a vast golden net that ascended to meet the incoming white eagle, enveloping it within. The white eagle, seeing this, flashed a fierce glint in its eyes, shook its wings, and unleashed a barrage of white wind blades from its feathers, striking the golden net head-on. A deafening explosion resonated as golden and white lights intertwined. At that moment, the 72 Qingzhu Fengyun swords had already arrived before Master Lu. Her gaze shifted slightly, and her 10 fingers spread apart, forming a lotus shape, upon which a white light orb flickered incessantly, resembling a budding white lotus slowly taking shape. Meanwhile, the golden exorcising divine thunder had already entwined around the massive eagle. It pulled the creature close, its mouth slightly ajar. A torrent of azure, Qianlan ice flames cascaded down upon the struggling giant eagle. A crackling sound ensued. Upon contact with the giant eagle, a layer of blue light enveloped its form, instantly freezing it into an icy statue, still retaining the eagle's features. The green-clad woman appeared indifferent to the giant eagle's capture, her expression grave as she quietly recited an ancient incantation. I shall see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Lin Mo felt no fear, sweeping his sleeve to shatter the ice statue before him. He gazed toward Master Lu in the distance. In contrast to the battle between Lin Mo and Master Lu, Han Li and the others were entangled in a fierce struggle against Master Mulan. Lin Mo felt utterly at ease regarding Han Li, harboring no concerns about his potential downfall. Given Han Li's prowess, even a divine master would find it challenging to retain him. At that moment, Master Lu had fully unleashed her abilities. Suddenly, a melodious sound akin to celestial music wafted from the opposite side, enveloping an area of 100 feet in a tangible veil of white light. An extraordinary spectacle unfolded before my eyes. The white lotus in Master Li's hand not only unfurled petal by petal, but also floated approximately 10 feet above her head, radiating a dazzling white spiritual light. This lotus did not appear to be a mere artifact, but was entirely a manifestation of the woman's own magical prowess. This was the spiritual art of the sorceress Mulan. Lin Mo had not acquired the methods of this spiritual technique from the 2 Nascent Soul cultivators he had previously vanquished. Perhaps Master Lu possessed these techniques. A flicker of intrigue sparked within Lin Mo as he gazed toward her, a trace of murderous intent crossing his mind. As the 72 azure bamboo swords approached, Master Lu furrowed her brows slightly. Parting her lips, she exhaled a crystalline mist upon the white lotus. Instantly, an illusory layer of lotus blossoms materialized from the white lotus, encasing her as if it were a tangible shield. The 72 azure bamboo swords sliced through the air, striking forcefully against the white lotus illusion. A sharp sound rang out as the blue light flashed, the swords crashing against the lotus. Yet, within the protective embrace of the lotus, Master Lu remained unscathed. A hint of satisfaction appeared on Master Li's face, but her expression abruptly changed. She beheld the 72 azure bamboo swords, which suddenly manifested spectral dragon figures. Upon closer inspection, there were indeed 72 of them. How could there be so many dragon spirits? Level 7 demon beasts were already exceedingly rare, and these were incredibly uncommon dragons. The sheer number of 72 was truly astonishing, leaving Master Lu in a state of shock. A crisp crack echoed as the white lotus surrounding Master Lu shattered into fragments. Her complexion paled, and a faint azure light began to swirl around her body. She swiftly transformed into a wisp of breeze, vanishing from the spot. Wind escape technique. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement in his gaze. The Qian Blue Wind Thunder Wings contained the elemental powers of ice, thunder, fire, and wind. While he possessed ice and thunder attributes, he had yet to grasp the wind attribute. Perhaps he could glean some insights from this wind escape technique. Observing Master Lu, now a blue-hued specter deftly evading the azure bamboo swords, Lin Mo smirked, taunting, "I shall see which of us is swifter, you or my Qian Blue Wind Thunder Wings." With a series of crackling sounds, a pair of blue Qian Blue Wind Thunder Wings manifested upon his back. With a whoosh, he unfurled the wings, transforming into a blue specter, rapidly pursuing her. At that moment, Master Lu felt a throbbing headache. She had initially believed her abilities would easily subdue Lin Mo. Little did she expect his strength to be so formidable. She had thought him merely a mid-stage cultivator with some peculiar skills. If she could restrain his techniques, she had assumed capturing Lin Mo would be a simple task. Only when truly confronted did he realize that it was merely the ramblings of a fool. The methods he once took pride in were utterly ineffectual. With a swift motion of the Qianlong Wind Thunder Wings, Lin Mo instantaneously appeared behind Master Lu. The exorcising divine thunder coalesced into a golden-hued lightning net, ensnaring his right hand as he reached for Master Li's shoulder. At that moment, a soft, milky white light suddenly emanated from Master Lu, and pure white lotus petals blossomed around him. A gentle sensation enveloped the air. Beneath Master Lu, a colossal lotus had unexpectedly unfurled, its white petals swirling in a mesmerizing dance. His complexion was ashen, clearly indicating that the exertion of this divine ability had taken a considerable toll on him. Trapped in his own web, Lin Mo let out a cold chuckle as the golden exorcising divine thunder erupted forth. In an instant, it completely enveloped the massive white lotus. What kind of divine ability is this? Feeling the overwhelming pressure from the exorcising divine thunder, Master Lu's face turned deathly pale as he screamed in agony. As the divine thunder continued to compress, the white lotus around him shattered instantaneously, and the golden exorcising divine thunder descended upon Master Lu. He barely had time to let out a cry before darkness consumed him, rendering him unconscious. The living Nascent Soul cultivator was worth far more than the dead. Lin Mo turned to the swiftly approaching Wu Ji and said, "This one is entrusted to your care." As he spoke, he tossed Master Lu to Wu Ji and shifted his gaze behind him. "Mulan, you ought to have arrived by now." With a flick of his right hand, a green silhouette materialized beside him. Chapter 151, The Annihilation of the Divine Master. "Lin, flee quickly. The Divine Master from the Mulan clan has arrived, and Lu has already been slain. If you do not leave now, it will be too late." A voice called from a distance. Lin Mo looked up to see the approaching elder from the Ma clan, his hair disheveled and one arm missing. Lin Mo turned his gaze again, spotting a green light racing away into the distance. Without a doubt, it was Han Li. Truly, he lived up to his reputation as Han the Swift. His speed and retreat was unparalleled. Lin Mo shook his head slightly, unable to suppress a sigh. Observing Lin Mo suspended in midair, with no intention of fleeing, Elder Ma grew anxious and shouted, "Don't just stand there, run." But at that moment, a calm male voice resonated. "It is too late. This divine master has already located your position. Sacrificing an arm earlier allowed you to escape, but now, I shall see what other secret techniques you possess." As he spoke, A silver gleam emerged from the misty sea. The silver light moved with remarkable speed, tracing an arc through the air. A massive silver hand materialized out of thin air. Reaching for Elder Ma, the silver giant hand surged with tremendous force, slicing through the air and appearing before Elder Ma in the blink of an eye. With a horrified scream, Elder Ma's escape light dissipated as he plummeted downward. Given his appearance, it was evident that his fate was grim. What amusement could possibly be found with these creatures? Lin Mo's body was enveloped in a chilling light, his cold gaze fixed upon the distant silver arc seeking death. The man within the silver arc let out a cold snort, his voice tinged with irritation upon sensing that Lin Mo possessed merely mid-stage nascent soul cultivation. In a flash of brilliance, his silver hand split into two, morphing into another hand. The two colossal silver hands lunged towards Lin Mo and the corpse demon guard. Their speed astonishing, arriving before Lin Mo in an instant, seemingly intent on crushing both him and the guard. Lin Mo remained motionless, as the corpse demon guard acted first. With a swift motion of its right hand, 72 azure bamboo cloud swords soared into the air, their blue arcs pulsating with energy. From a distance, one could discern the ethereal figures of dragon spirits manifesting above the azure swords. Crack, crack. The enormous silver hands were effortlessly cleaved apart by the azure bamboo cloud swords. Such a multitude of dragon spirits? Observing the dense assembly of dragon spirits, the master of Mulan could not help but display a look of astonishment. A flicker of disbelief crossing his eyes. Simultaneously, the silver radiance receded, revealing a middle-aged scholar emerging from within the silver glow, his expression calmly appraising Lin Mo from afar. It was Master Zhong, one of the four esteemed masters of Mulan. In the original narrative, he encountered Han Li on Huanglong Mountain, pursuing him fruitlessly for 4 days and nights. He later participated in the border war, and subsequently, the Mulan people reached an accord with the four major factions, leading an expedition into the abyss of demons to break seals, seek treasures, and engage in the fierce battles within the valley, ultimately claiming the head of a blood-flame soul. His strength was commendable, yet unfortunately, he had crossed paths with Lin Mo. Did he truly believe that a mere corpse demon could contend with me? Observing the corpse demon guard gradually transforming into a womanly form, Master Zhong let out another cold snort. This is sufficient to deal with you. Lin Mo smiled slightly, not lying in the least. To confront a late-stage nascent soul Master Zhong, merely utilizing the corpse demon guard was adequate. Meanwhile, several Foundation Establishment Mulan sorcerers suddenly emerged from below, transforming into phantoms as they charged towards Lin Mo seeking death. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he glanced at the nearby corpse demon guard. The guard's body radiated with a verdant aura, its crimson lips parting slightly. A flurry of flying swords erupted from its mouth, 72 azure bamboo cloud swords, 72 mysterious dark cloud swords, and 72 yellow cloud swords. Over 200 flying swords soared forth, slicing through the void towards the approaching sorcerers. Where the swords passed, the sorcerers plummeted from the sky like dumplings, their corpses littering the ground, drenched in blood. Lin Mo had never shown mercy to his enemies, especially not to these sorcerers. In light of this, allow me to take charge. Lin Mo's gaze shifted slightly, strands of golden radiance entwining around him. The brilliance surged, enveloping him in a layer of shimmering golden light. As the crystalline light flowed, a true dragon's phantom materialized behind Lin Mo. His incredibly hardened muscles tore through his garments, revealing a body that shimmered like glass. He was indeed a body cultivator. Sensing the peculiarity about Lin Mo, Master Zhong's pupils contracted slightly, letting out a cold snort. Buzz! Buzz, buzz! A bronze bell suddenly appeared before him. The bronze bell gently swayed, emanating powerful sound waves that were visible to the naked eye, continuously surging forth. Wave after wave struck Lin Mo's body, yet his expression remained calm as he felt the impact of the sonic assault. Scatter! With these words, a formidable reprimand erupted. The incoming sound waves were instantly dispersed. With a rustling sound, the Qianlong wind thunder wings manifested on his back, their wings softly flapping. A blue icy flame entwined around him, and Lin Mo's figure transformed into a mere shadow, vanishing from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Master Zhong. His right fist, enveloped in a shimmering glaze, unleashed an overwhelming force. Lin Mo extended his 5 fingers, reaching out towards Master Zhong. Should he succeed in grasping him, it would surely spell death for the latter, leaving no chance for survival. How could one induce such immense pressure? Master Zhong's eyes narrowed in disbelief, exclaiming in alarm. This marked the first time since his advancement to the late yuanying stage and his attainment of the title of master that he felt such a palpable sense of life and death peril. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck his waist storage pouch. Buzzing sounds filled the air as a golden jade-like shield suddenly appeared before him. As surging spiritual energy flowed into it, torrents of dazzling golden light swiftly enveloped his body. The moment the golden shield coalesced, Lin Mo's fingers had already landed upon its surface. As his shimmering fingers made contact, a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed, and an array of visible fissures appeared on the shield. Master Zhong's expression changed dramatically. Without time for further contemplation, he swiftly retreated. As he fled, the golden shield shattered into countless fragments. When Lin Mo raised his head, he beheld a multitude of black puppets emerging from Master Zhong's waist storage pouch. These puppets, humanoid in form with ape-like faces, emanated an aura that indicated their strength reached the late Jedon stage. Puppets at the late Jedon stage. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with interest. He had not anticipated that Master Zhong possessed some knowledge of puppetry. Upon a cursory glance, he counted over 20 of these black puppets. With a flicker, a 9 nether soul banner materialized before him, and as spiritual energy surged within, thick black mist began to pour forth from the banner, enveloping the sky in darkness. Suddenly, a white figure appeared before Lin Mo. It was Madame Wang. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she regarded Lin Mo, offering a gentle bow. "Senior Lin, how may I assist you?" Hearing her words, Lin Mo slightly shook his head. "The blood spirit guards will suffice." No sooner had he spoken than crimson phantoms surged forth from the 9 nether soul banner. Each of these blood spirit guards, reaching the pinnacle of the Jedon stage, radiated an aura of immense ferocity, being the vengeful souls of those who had perished at their hands. Leading them, the Thunder Spirit Guard raised his right hand. With a crackling sound, blinding lightning coiled around his hand and fell with great force upon a black puppet that faced him. A piercing scream erupted from the black puppet as a surging and formidable force of thunder power enveloped it entirely. In an instant, its form shattered into countless fragments of dark debris, cascading from the sky. Meanwhile, the Flame Spirit Guard raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of fire that ascended skyward, incinerating a nearby core formation puppet. The ordinary Blood Spirit Guards, though outnumbered by the black puppets, dominated the battlefield with their superior strength, effortlessly vanquishing their foes. How could this be possible? Master Zhong's eyes widened in horror as he realized that these core formation puppets had failed to inflict any damage upon him. Damn it! In that moment, Master Zhong produced a golden talisman, shimmering with strands of white spiritual light that intertwined around it. "You have brought this upon yourself." A fierce expression crossed his face as he bit down on his tongue, blood splattering onto the talisman. Crackle! A bolt of divine thunder materialized from thin air. Dark clouds gathering ominously. A tempest arose, with golden lightning swirling violently in the sky, resembling dazzling dragons gliding through the storm. In an instant, amidst the flashes and roars, a silver dragon of lightning coalesced and lunged toward Lin Mo. "Come forth." Lin Mo chuckled coldly, parting his lips slightly as torrents of azure blue ice flames coiled around him. They solidified into a thick layer of frost armor upon his body. He then raised his right hand, summoning 8 azure swords of flame that intertwined to form a colossal, eerie blue longsword. Was he truly intending to withstand this divine thunder spell head-on? This talisman was an ancient relic, obtained by Master Zhong from a forsaken site. He had acquired 2 in total and had previously employed one against a formidable opponent, delivering a grievous blow with a single strike. Its unleashed power rivaled that of an early-stage transformation cultivator's full-force attack. Even he dared not claim he could withstand the onslaught of this divine thunder spell. Yet, the young man in black before him was charging directly towards it with his sword. Was he seeking his own demise? Master Zhong raised an eyebrow, astonished. Just as his surprise lingered, the golden divine thunder descended heavily upon Lin Mo. The resplendent golden lightning shook the very battlefield with its clash, sending tremors through the air. The corpse puppet hovered in midair, over 200 flying swords swirling around it, while beneath lay a sea of blood and corpses, crimson blood dripping steadily from the blades. The swords had lost their original hue, now drenched in a vivid red. a pair of icy eyes fixated intently on Master Zhong in the distance. Suddenly, a sharp sound of a sword's cry pierced the tension. From within the golden thunder, a blue longsword emerged, cleaving the golden dragon in two. The chilling brilliance shattered the golden dragon, which transformed into azure ice crystals, plummeting from the sky. The golden talisman before the Master Zhong suddenly lost its luster, dissipating into the air. Cough, cough. Master Zhong coughed lightly, crimson blood dripping continuously from his lips. The exertion of activating this ancient talisman had taken a considerable toll on him. Without any means to recover, it seemed his fate was sealed. Lin Mo slowly lowered his head, gazing at Master Zhong in the distance. You. At this moment, Master Zhong was suddenly consumed by a desire to flee. It was important to note that, as a practitioner at the late stage of the Nascent Soul, he had never encountered such a predicament before. With a rustling sound, the Qianlan wind thunder wings fluttered gently, and Lin Mo's figure flickered, transforming into a mere shadow that vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood directly before Master Zhong. The Qianlan sword flame morphed into a blue ethereal silhouette, piercing through Master Zhong's chest. His eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. A frigid blue mist enveloped his torso. A streak of white light darted away into the distance. The soul. Lin Mo regarded Master Zhong's soul with a smirk and remarked, "Can you escape?" As he spoke, the corpse Xiao Wei had already materialized before the soul, its sharp black claws seizing it firmly. "It is over." Lin Mo inhaled deeply, observing the multitude of corpses, and shook his head slightly. Whoosh, whoosh. Streams of light continually surged from the ground. Numerous storage pouches were drawn into Lin Mo's grasp. With his eyes half closed, he directed his consciousness into these pouches. There were too many to divide here. Spirit stones flew from the pouches in a constant stream. Is this all? Lin Mo scrutinized the spirit stones worth several 100,000, frowning slightly. It was astonishing that so many practitioners yielded only a little over 200,000 spirit stones. Better than nothing. With a sense of resignation, Lin Mo opened his own storage pouch, collecting the floating spirit stones. Half an hour later, Lin Mo patted his bulging storage pouch, and with a slight sway of his body, he vanished from the spot. In the sea of blood, Elder Ma groggily opened his eyes. The overwhelming stench of blood assailed him, causing Elder Ma to widen his eyes in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. All dead, all dead. As he surveyed the corpses before him, his gaze froze upon the body of Master Zhong, adorned with a chilling aura. Master Zhong, one of the 4 great masters of Mulong, was dead. This was no ordinary nascent soul practitioner, but one of Mulong's most formidable forces. Now he lay lifeless here. Could it be the work of that Lin Dao friend? Just as Elder Ma entertained this thought, he instinctively shook his head. Impossible. This was a master whose strength rivaled that of the late nascent soul stage. Although Lin Dao was powerful, he could not possibly match a master. Elder Ma's face turned pale as he staggered and fled into the sky. Chapter 152. The 5-Element Spirit Infant. A blue silhouette streaked across the sky. From a distance, one could see a man seated atop the divine wind vessel, with a figure cloaked in black behind him. This harvest was indeed fruitful, and Lin Mo longed to return to the Moon Concealment Sect at the earliest opportunity. He aimed to elevate the remaining 3 nascent souls to the nascent soul stage in the time ahead. Furthermore, he intended to devise a plan regarding the Xiantian vine. Sitting cross-legged atop the divine wind vessel, Lin Mo took out a deep purple storage bag, which belonged to a late-stage nascent soul master. The storage bag of a late-stage cultivator might hold unexpected treasures for me. A faint smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he gazed at the bag, a glimmer of delight flickering in his eyes. His consciousness surged into the storage bag, and its contents swiftly materialized in his mind. The first images to appear were several translucent, high-grade spirit stones. Although the Mulan grassland was scarce in spirit stone resources, and practitioners faced a dire shortage, this did not extend to those powerful enough to reach the late stage of nascent soul. These spirit stones were worth millions. After a cursory examination of the high-grade and mid-grade spirit stones, Lin Mo quickly estimated their value. Indeed, quite impressive. A smile spread across Lin Mo's face as he plunged his consciousness back into the storage bag. Several radiant magical artifacts emerged in his grasp, all boasting considerable power, whether for cultivating the 100 refinements technique or other pursuits. However, Lin Mo was disappointed to find no trace of the ancient talisman he sought. That talisman, when unleashed, could rival a full-force strike from a god transformation expert. Even for Lin Mo, it would have been of significant assistance. Regrettably, after a brief search, he could not locate the elusive ancient talisman. It seems such a precious item was indeed the last of its kind. Lin Mo shook his head slightly after examining all the items within the storage bag. The Mulan people are truly impoverished, he mused, unable to suppress a shake of his head. Not a single golden or silver page in sight. It had been quite some time since he last obtained a golden page after acquiring the wood spirit guardian. With a wave of his right hand, he stowed the storage bag away. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the buzzing sounds echoed, wisps of pale blue cold mist enveloped Lin Mo. The speed of the divine wind vessel surged, darting swiftly into the distance. Following the battle at Huanglong Mountain, despite the loss of a master, the Mulan practitioners, with the aid of the remaining 2 masters, managed to unexpectedly advance to the foot of Tiantian City in just half a month. The unprepared 9 Nations Alliance, in a state of furious disarray, had no choice but to confront them. Fortunately, the elder of the alliance, Wei Wuyo, one of the 3 foremost cultivators of Tiannan, had just arrived in the city upon receiving word. Relying on the protective grand formation of Tiantian City, they managed to withstand the relentless onslaught of the practitioners for over a month. However, the 2 masters ultimately convened, and with the assistance of several robed cultivators, unleashed 7 or 8 colossal beasts in one fell swoop. Before long, the grand formation was breached, and Tiantian City fell into the hands of the practitioners. Thankfully, the majority of the 9 Nations Alliance's main forces remained intact, and in haste, they evacuated all cultivators to the neighboring northern Liang Kingdom of the Yu Kingdom. At that moment, reinforcements from both the righteous and demonic paths, as well as the Heavenly Tao Alliance, also arrived. The 4 major factions of southern Tian have united, successfully fending off the initial onslaught of the Mulan people after several minor skirmishes. However, both sides are acutely aware that the true battle for survival has yet to commence. Following their occupation of Tiantian City, the Mulan have immediately established it as their first stronghold for sorcerers in southern Tian, continuously dispatching large numbers of sorcerers from the Mulan grasslands. Aside from the foremost Mulan tribe, the Jinyang tribe, which is preoccupied with monitoring the movements of the Tiyu people, the elite forces of the other tribes have mobilized, placing their hopes on seizing southern Tian through a decisive battle. The Mulan await the arrival of all allied forces before launching their fight to the death. In the Hidden Moon Sect, Nangong Wan sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, her lips slightly parted as she absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. With a gentle exhale, she released a breath of turbid air and slowly opened her eyes. A smile graced her lips as she exclaimed, "Lin Mo has returned." As her words faded, she waved her sleeve, causing the door before her to swing open. Nangong Wan transformed into a streak of crimson light, soaring out of the room. Suspended in midair, she spotted a blue figure approaching from the distance. "Master." The call of Master sent a wave of warmth through Nangong Wan's heart. "You have returned." She gazed up at Lin Mo, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks as she inquired, "Was your journey successful?" "I have taken down numerous Mulan sorcerers," Lin Mo replied with a faint smile. "However, we are likely facing another fierce battle ahead." "Another fierce battle?" Nangong Wan's brows furrowed slightly, confusion flashing in her eyes. If there was still fighting to be done, why had he returned now? Yet, seeing Lin Mo's reticent demeanor, she refrained from pressing him further. Suddenly, Nangong Wan's attention was drawn to a dark figure behind Lin Mo. The young woman donned a black dress, her fair skin contrasting sharply with the black golden feathers adorning her neck. A powerful aura enveloped her, detectable even to Nangong Wan's keen senses. "What is this? An 8th-level beast?" Seeing Nangong Wan's astonishment, Lin Mo chuckled and nodded. "Consider this an unexpected gain from my journey." "Uji." At Lin Mo's gentle call, wisps of dark light coiled around a 3-legged black chicken. As the glow dissipated, a robust 3-legged black chicken appeared beside him. Suddenly, a series of sharp sounds pierced the air as streaks of light shot up from below. Lin Mo focused his gaze to discover that it was Xiling, Chen Xiaoqian, and the other women. The commotion surrounding Lin Mo's return was indeed significant. Except for Yuan Yao and Yin Li, who were still in seclusion, the remaining women had gathered before him. Lin Mo surveyed the group, ultimately fixing his gaze on Mei Ning, who possessed the body of the Tongyu Phoenix. "Mei Ning, come with me." With a wave of his sleeve, a cold light enveloped Mei Ning, whisking her away in an instant. The remaining women exchanged glances, sharing an understanding smile. Upon returning to the cave dwelling, Lin Mo turned his gaze towards Mei Ning. During this time, her cultivation had not waned. She had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the core formation stage. You shall cultivate this technique from now on. Lin Mo extended his right hand, and a flash of black light shimmered. A crystal-clear jade slip materialized in his grasp. What is this? Mei Ning inquired as she approached Lin Mo, gently taking the jade slip from his hand. The Celestial Phoenix Cultivation Technique. Lin Mo cast a glance at Mei Ning and smiled. This method is particularly suited to your constitution. This technique, created by the Supreme Sage of the Six Paths, is a dual cultivation practice suitable for yuanying stage cultivators. It primarily benefits females, while males can forcibly break through their cultivation bottlenecks at the moment of seizing a woman's primordial yin. If Mei Ning practices this technique and breaks through to the yuanying stage, the effects will be optimal. It may even be sufficient for me to ascend to the transformation stage. The 9th transformation of yuanying is exceedingly challenging, and Lin Mo had yet to devise a method for his own ascent. However, with the Celestial Phoenix Cultivation Technique, reaching the transformation stage would be rather effortless. Of course, all of this was merely a contingency plan devised by Lin Mo. Once he completed the 9 transformations at each stage, he found that the bottlenecks in his cultivation seemed non-existent. As long as he reached the requisite level, he could directly break through. Lin Mo stroked his chin, gazing at Mei Ning before advising, "Remember to practice diligently every day?" "Yes." Mei Ning blushed slightly as she glanced at the black jade slip and quickly bowed respectfully. "You may leave now." Lin Mo waved his hand gently, signaling her to depart. Mei Ning nodded earnestly and swiftly left. After her departure, Lin Mo indulged in an unusual bout of revelry for several days, practicing alongside the other women, which significantly enhanced his own cultivation level. Several days later, Lin Mo sat cross-legged alone within his cave dwelling, the air filled with a fragrant aroma, his mouth slightly agape. 3 streams of light shot forth from his lips: Earth Spirit Infant, Fire Spirit Infant, Gold Spirit Infant. Observing the yellow, red, and gold spirit infants, Lin Mo clapped the storage bag at his waist, causing an array of magical artifacts to emerge, one after another. These treasures were acquired from the Foundation and Golden Core cultivators he had vanquished during his battle with the sorceress Mulan. Lin Mo closed his eyes and focused, channeling the 100 refined technique. Streams of light were continuously drawn from the magical artifacts. As the power within these treasures diminished, their once radiant luminescence faded into dullness. Time flew by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a series of ear-piercing roars erupted, and a dense tricolored mist enveloped the entire mountain peak. A rich yellow mist, sharp golden beams, and intensely hot sparks completely shrouded the summit. Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile as he proclaimed, "At last, I have succeeded." As he spoke, Lin Mo skillfully retrieved a formation compass. As his spiritual energy surged into it, the compass whirred and soared into the air, enveloping the entire great hall, preventing the aftermath of his breakthrough to the yuanying stage from affecting the ordinary cultivators of the Tsang Sect. Simultaneously, more and more spiritual light emerged, gradually coalescing into a vast tricolored cloud. In a short while, the sky within a 100-mile radius was adorned with an endless display of 5-colored rays. As the dawn's light broke, the tumultuous sounds of wind, rain, and thunder erupted, with vibrant clouds swirling in concert with the resounding thunder. These colorful wisps converged rapidly from all directions towards a central point, forming a dazzling orb of light, a sphere of immense brilliance, its radiant glow too intense to behold. Suddenly, a thunderous crack reverberated through the air, causing the entire stone mountain to tremble violently. A surging tricolored mist enveloped the grand hall completely. From several miles away, the Grand Elder of the Hidden Moon Sect swiftly emerged from the palace, gazing at the spectacle above. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Could this extraordinary phenomenon signify that someone has broken through to the Nascent Soul stage?" Yet, no ordinary Nascent Soul would cause such a commotion. Moreover, there are 3 distinct auras. Could it be that 3 individuals have simultaneously ascended to the Nascent Soul realm? The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he pondered. Is that the dwelling of that person? But wasn't he at the mid-Nascent Soul stage? How could he possibly break through to the Nascent Soul stage again? How perplexing. Clenching his fists, The Grand Elder's expression was filled with complexity as he turned and re-entered the Grand Hall. Regardless, this event indicated a significant enhancement in Lin Mo's strength, which left the Grand Elder feeling quite unsettled. The ancient figure, Qiong, leapt upon a massive rock, gazing into the distance with a contemplative expression. Observing the mountain peak emanating such a formidable aura, he murmured, "Such tremendous power truly befits a formidable existence at the mid-nascent soul stage." Meanwhile, Nangong Wan, seated in meditation, allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips as she remarked, "This young man has made yet another advancement." A silver fox, eyes wide, gazed at the three ethereal manifestations of the nascent soul in the sky. He truly succeeded. And so swiftly, Silver Moon licked its crimson tongue, observing the three beings radiating nascent soul energy. Given Lin's prowess, only a transcendent stage cultivator could rival him. Oblivious to the astonished expressions surrounding him, Lin Mo stood slowly, his gaze fixed upon the three nascent souls, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Strength, nascent soul stage. Physique, spirit root, fire spirit root. Technique, blazing flame art. Innate treasure, none. Strength, nascent soul stage. Physique, spirit root, gold spirit root. Technique, 100 refinements art. Innate treasure, none. As Lin Mo beheld the three nascent souls before him, he did not absorb them into his being. Instead, he closed his eyes slightly, releasing two streams of light from within, one azure, the other a deep hue. The two nascent souls positioned themselves opposite the three. The power of the five elements surged through all five beings. As they manifested in the air, their energies coalesced into a singular force. A resonant hum filled the air, and the five nascent souls surged towards the center. With a deafening roar, a colossal thunderclap erupted, shaking the peak of the hidden moon sect to its core. The overwhelming sound left the sect's cultivators wide-eyed and astonished. Had the heavens truly transformed? What could possibly be causing such a commotion? What has transpired? In particular, the cultivators of the hidden moon sect, having reached the nascent soul stage, were continuously soaring from the mountains. Suspended in midair, their gazes were fixated upon Lin Mo's cave dwelling. Nangong Wan, what on earth is Lin Mo up to? The Grand Elder's eyes glinted with a trace of apprehension as he turned his gaze toward Nangong Wan, inquiring. Upon hearing her senior sister's question, Nangong Wan's expression grew complex. "I do not know," she replied, shaking her head. "However, it is undoubtedly a pivotal moment in Lin Mo's cultivation. We must ensure that no one disturbs him." Humph. The Grand Elder scoffed, but chose to remain silent. Within the cave, a resplendent, multicolored nascent soul suddenly materialized before Lin Mo. Five elements spirit infant, strength, late stage nascent soul, physique, five elements spirit infant, spiritual roots, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, techniques, Qingyuan sword art, 100 refinements technique, Xianming technique, earth yellow art, blazing flame technique, innate magical treasures, Qingzhu Fengyun sword, Xianhuang Fengyun sword, Xianming Fengyun sword. As Lin Mo gazed upon the five elements spirit infant, a smile graced his lips. Once matters had settled, he could venture into the chaotic star sea to scheme about the Yuan magnetic divine light technique and the Yuan magnetic divine mountain. With a swift motion, Lin Mo summoned the spirit infant into his body. Just as he returned to his cave, a white phantom suddenly darted before him. The Grand Elder of the Hidden Moon Sect. Lin Mo cast a sidelong glance at the woman clad in white palace attire and inquired, "What brings you here?" The Grand Elder scrutinized Lin Mo deeply and replied, "The three great cultivators have gathered in Tianyi City. I wonder if Senior Lin would be inclined to attend? Has it reached Tianyi City so swiftly?" Lin Mo's heart stirred as he murmured, "In that case, the Xiantian immortal vine must have also made its appearance." Contemplating this, Lin Mo turned to the Grand Elder and stated, "Coincidentally, I have a significant interest in these three great cultivators." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a divine wind boat materialized before him. With a flicker of his figure, he transformed into a streak of blue light, gracefully landing upon the divine wind boat. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a sharp sound of tearing through the air, Lin Mo transformed into a phantom, swiftly darting away into the distance. Observing Lin Mo's departure, the Grand Elder of the Hidden Moon Sect's eyes flickered, her expression darkening as she pondered in silence. A colossal stone city rose dramatically, enveloped by a faintly shimmering array of light, completely shrouding the entire city within. This was Tianyi City. Streams of radiant light continuously flowed into the city. Lin Mo, nestled within the divine wind boat, soared directly into the heart of the city. In the center of Tianyi City, a glimmering radiance flowed, and he murmured to himself, "It seems they are convening a Nascent Soul conference." With this thought in mind, Lin Mo hesitated not a moment longer and steered the divine wind boat toward the center of Tianyi City. Lin Mo's speed was remarkable, and he soon arrived before the central conference hall, for streaks of light swiftly zipped past the entrance. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, noticing that the gatekeepers were all at the core formation stage. Upon seeing Lin Mo, these cultivators immediately approached him. One of the golden core stage cultivators, after bowing respectfully, said with utmost reverence, "Esteemed senior, today's assembly permits only those of mid-Yuaning stage or above to attend." "And you, esteemed senior?" Lin Mo cast a glance at the golden core cultivator before him, unleashing the full might of his mid-Yuan-ing cultivation. The overwhelming surge of spiritual energy pressured the gathered golden core cultivators to retreat in haste. "In you, Sect." "Lin Mo? Ah, it is indeed Senior Lin," the gatekeeper exclaimed. His face instantly filled with contrition. "Please, enter." With a swift motion, he stepped aside, granting access to the hall. Lin Mo offered a faint smile and took a couple of steps forward when suddenly, his expression shifted. On the right side of the street, two cultivators approached leisurely. One male and one female, moving in tandem. The male appeared to be in his early 20s, adorned in a resplendent robe, with skin as pale and luminous as jade and an exceptionally handsome visage. His every gesture exuded charm and elegance. Yet curiously, the moment others laid eyes on him, they were struck by an inexplicable aura of softness and allure, reminiscent of a woman disguised as a man, truly bizarre. "Yunlu, the old demon?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, glancing at the leading cultivator, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. This individual, endowed with innate dual attributes of yin and yang, practiced the most elite demonic arts of the Hahuan sect. Renowned for his talent in the art of seduction and absorption, he referred to himself as real person Yunlu, while others dubbed him the old demon, due to either the nature of his cultivation or his inherently lascivious disposition. This old demon frequently engaged in the abduction and absorption of individuals. Regardless of whether they were handsome men or beautiful women, those who caught his eye were seldom spared. Consequently, he had made many enemies among the prominent sections. However, his profound and unfathomable prowess allowed him to navigate through life with ease, bolstered by the Hahuan sect's support, leaving others powerless against him. Moreover, he was not a bloodthirsty person. Upon completion of his pursuits, he would typically release his captives, forcing their sects and elders to conceal the truth, begrudgingly accepting the situation. Nonetheless, the name of the old demon held a fearsome reputation within the Southern Sky cultivation realm. Young cultivators, upon hearing his name, would flee in terror, while those unable to escape trembled in fear, apprehensive of attracting his attention and falling victim to his sinister designs. As for the young woman trailing behind the old demon, she was strikingly beautiful, clad in a vibrant dress, her figure enchanting and full of grace. Upon recognizing her face, Lin Mo's expression turned peculiar. Dongxianer, after so many years, she had cultivated to the mid-golden core stage. It was noteworthy that Dongxianer possessed average aptitude. Her rapid advancement to mid-golden core stage must have been aided by the old demon. Upon sighting this pair, the faces of the surrounding cultivators drained of color. One individual muttered anxiously, "I never expected the ancient demon of the Hahuan sect to appear here." Hearing the remarks of the gatekeeping cultivators, the old demon cast a sweeping glance over the gathered crowd, sending shivers down their spines. The golden core cultivators were acutely aware of the old demon's notorious reputation. Should he take an interest in them, it would spell disaster. The striking young man also took note of Lin Mo, standing at the entrance of the hall. His eyes narrowed, and suddenly he flashed a smile, revealing a hint of alluring charm. How revolting! Lin Mo let out a cold snort and waved his sleeve vigorously, unleashing a powerful azure flame that surged forth. "How dare you!" The expression on the ancient demon Yunlu changed dramatically. He had never anticipated that someone would dare to lay hands on him. What infuriated him even more was the audacity of being called disgusting. One must understand that Yunlu was a figure of unparalleled grace. Who would dare utter such words against him? As he beheld the piercing azure flames, Yunlu's mouth fell slightly agape. Tendrils of pink mist erupted forth, coalescing into form and intertwining with the azure ice flames, crystallizing into shards that scattered upon the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Mo raised his right hand, golden bolts of lightning entwining within his palm. The exorcising thunder cleaved through the air, striking directly at the ancient demon Yunlu. Yunlu let out a piercing scream, instantly transforming into a pink shadow that fled several dozen meters away, his surroundings charred, panting heavily, evidently suffering from the torment of the exorcising thunder. Should you dare cast that disgusting gaze upon me again, next time the lesson will be far more severe. Lin Mo huffed lightly, flicked his sleeve, and turned to stride into the interior of the hall. Upon entering, he soon spotted the entrance to the main chamber and hastened his pace to enter. The hall was simply adorned, aside from towering stone pillars. A vast expanse of open space featured exquisitely crafted wooden chairs arranged at intervals of several paces, numbering around 16 or 17. Seated upon these chairs were 7 or 8 cultivators, each exhibiting diverse expressions. Some cast a cold glance upon Lin Mo, others ignored him entirely, while a few were in deep meditation, all engrossed in their own affairs, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Among these cultivators, Lin Mo recognized none, and thus chose an empty chair to sit quietly and await. Moments later, the figure of the ancient demon Yunlu appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Mo, a flicker of trepidation crossed his gaze. To be forced into such a predicament by just a single move was something even his senior brother could not achieve. Could this individual's strength surpass that of my senior brother? As this thought crossed his mind, he promptly dismissed it. After all, his senior brother was one of the 3 foremost cultivators, while this individual was merely a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. How could he possibly possess power rivaling that of his senior brother? With that thought in mind, he carelessly pulled over an empty chair and sat down with an air of arrogance. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before Lin Mo. Hanli. Wasn't this the seemingly unremarkable Hanli? To his surprise, he had also come here. It should be noted that this meeting was exclusive to those of mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, while Hanli was only in the early stage. In the original narrative, he had narrowly escaped from the clutches of the Master Zhong and gained his praise, thus earning the right to attend this meeting. It remains a mystery why he was able to enter this place this time. Senior Lin. As Hanli beheld Lin Mo, he promptly stepped forward and offered a respectful gesture, his eyes brimming with delight. The saying goes that when the heavens collapse, a tall figure will bear the weight. Each time Hanli embarked on an adventure with Lin Mo, he felt an undeniable sense of assurance. Please, take a seat, Lin Mo said with a slight nod, gesturing towards the chair beside him. Understanding the cue, Hanli immediately sat down. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the hall was filled with cultivators. It is rather amusing to note that, whether by intent or coincidence, the practitioners of the demonic path predominantly occupied the right side of the Grand Hall, while those of the Righteous Alliance claimed most of the seats on the left. As for the cultivators from the 9 Nations Alliance, they seemed indifferent, taking their places freely on either side. Lin Mo, with his eyelids lowered, remained aloof, seemingly unperturbed by the surrounding dynamics. As time slipped by, after the duration of half an incense stick, 3 figures finally emerged from a side door of the hall. Instantly, the gaze of all present converged upon them. One was a man clad in black robes, another an elder with green hair, and the last a swordsman adorned with a sword on his back. Lin Mo's eyes remained steady, casting a casual glance at the trio. These 3 individuals represented the rarest of the late-stage nascent soul cultivators in all of Southern Heaven over the past millennium. The expressions of the other attendees varied, yet they all silently observed the trio, awaiting their words. The 3 figures slowly made their way to the center of the hall and came to a halt side by side. The man in black robes, whose visage bore a somewhat sinister aspect, spoke coldly. I trust that our identities need no further introduction. Even if there are those among you unfamiliar with us, you should now be acquainted. This gathering is presided over by us 3. Does anyone have any objections? His voice was chilling, and as the words left his lips, an immense aura emanated from him, casting a heavy spiritual pressure across the hall. The cultivators present felt the profound fluctuations of spiritual energy, and their expressions subtly shifted. It was evident that this individual, shrouded in dark, cold demonic energy, was the notorious Hutsai Old Demon. Yet, his appearance was far removed from what one might expect. Though referred to as the Grand Elder of the Hutsai Sect, his techniques appeared more akin to the dark arts of the Ghost Spirit Sect. In that moment, the hall fell into a deep silence, tacitly acquiescing to the words of the Hetsai old demon. Very well. Since there are no objections, I shall dispense with superfluous words. In fact, we have little time for such banter. This morning, the Mulan people dispatched envoys and delivered a challenge letter. The man in black continued expressionlessly. It states that should we refuse their terms, a death match will be executed at the border in 7 days. A challenge letter? In 7 days? Such audacity. A wave of commotion rippled through the cultivators. The Supreme Young Master stepped forward, speaking, "Let us each send forth 10 participants for combat." I wonder if all fellow Taoists are willing to represent Southern Heaven in this contest. The previously buoyant atmosphere among the cultivators shifted abruptly, their faces paling. Combat was no trivial matter. It carried the risk of life and death. These cultivators, reaching the mid-stage of the Nascent Soul, all harbored aspirations of progression. Who amongst them would willingly face demise midway? Observing the somber expressions of those in the hall, the Hetsai old demon's countenance darkened, and he let out a cold snort, the sound chilling to the bone. The atmosphere in the room shifted subtly, as the presence of the venerable practitioners was momentarily shaken. Yet none chose to rise or engage. Observing this awkwardness, the Master Zhiyong shook his head slightly, a hint of exasperation on his countenance. Determined to dispel the tension, he resumed speaking. Prior to this encounter, I conferred with my 2 companions. The stakes of this wager are indeed perilous. Should the battling practitioners emerge victorious, the rare materials won shall belong exclusively to the triumphant Taoist friend. As for those who find themselves lacking in essential materials for their cultivation, we 3 possess a modest collection. As he concluded his remarks, Master Zhiyang's gaze swept across several faces, including that of Lin Mo. I require the Xiantian immortal vine. Lin Mo declared decisively, rising to his feet and directing his gaze towards Master Zhiyang. The latter appeared momentarily taken aback. Studying Lin Mo intently before reaching into his sleeve, he extracted a slender, pale yellow object resembling a segment of a plant's root, approximately the thickness of a thumb and 5 or 6 inches in length. As it happens, I possess a piece of the Xiantian immortal vine, he stated. Upon beholding the bisected segment of the vine, a flicker of joy passed through Lin Mo's eyes. He swiftly raised his right hand, drawing the Xiantian immortal vine into his sleeve. Observing Lin Mo's initiative, Han Li also gradually stood up, addressing Master Zhiyang. Master Zhiyang, I wish to acquire some gung essence. In response, Master Zhiyang unfastened the storage pouch from his waist, gently shaking it upside down. A cascade of white light emanated as 3 pieces of pale golden stones, varying in size, burst forth. The Taoist swiftly grasped them and handed them to Han Li. His heart racing, Han Li accepted them without hesitation, scrutinizing the coveted items in his hand. Indeed, the 3 pieces were genuine gung essence, 1 large and 2 small. With these, he might infuse all 72 of his bamboo black-clad swords with gung essence, significantly enhancing their power. Thank you, Master Zhiyang. Han Li expressed gratefully, bowing slightly, his eyes betraying his elation. I shall take my leave for now. I will return on the day of the wager. With a flourish of his sleeve, Lin Mo's figure shimmered and vanished from sight. Chapter 154. Fusion of the Xiantian Immortal Vine. At Wanbao Tower, Lin Mo gazed at the familiar structure. Momentarily transported back a century in time to his first visit, vividly recalling the occasion when he purchased talismans. Esteemed senior, may I assist you with anything? Approached a young maiden clad in satin, her face adorned with a warm smile. Living in Tianyi City, she possessed a keen eye for discerning the exceptional. Although Lin Mo appeared youthful, the aura he exuded was indeed extraordinary. Unlike anything she had encountered, even surpassing that of early-stage Nascent Soul masters. Lin Mo regarded the young woman briefly before replying coolly, I have no need to sell anything. Are there any secluded chambers for cultivation nearby? A secluded chamber? Listening to Lin Mo's words, the young girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she quickly replied, We have one on the top floor of Wanbao building. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, directing his gaze toward the attic. There, the top floor was enveloped in a thick layer of white mist, swirling like smoke. His consciousness surged, rivaling the formidable strength of a peak Nascent Soul, piercing through the dense fog. Within, he discerned several chambers adorned with intricate formation arrays. Indeed, as the young girl had claimed, this place was suitable for secluded cultivation. Prepare a room for me, Lin Mo commanded, tossing a handful of low-grade spirit stones in front of the girl. As she accepted the spirit stones, A glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes, and she nodded vigorously. Esteemed senior, please follow me. With that, she briskly led Lin Mo toward the top of the attic. Meanwhile, after Lin Mo's departure, a familiar figure arrived. Dong Xianer, clad in a pink dress, gazed intently at Lin Mo's retreating form. Humph. The old demon Yun Lu snorted coldly, resentment bubbling within him as he recalled the humiliation he had suffered at Lin Mo's hands. For someone like Yun Lu, who had never endured such disgrace, it was unbearable. Were it not for Lin Mo's formidable power, he would have sought to annihilate him. On another front, Lin Mo, guided by the girl, reached the 7th floor of Wanbao building. This is the Jiazi room. The girl produced a bronze key from her pocket and handed it to Lin Mo. Simply press the key against the door to control the entire chamber. Lin Mo nodded slightly, accepting the key and turning to place it against the stone door. With a resonant hum, the key emitted a dazzling light, accompanied by a series of thunderous sounds. The stone door swung open, revealing a modest stone chamber. I shall take my leave now. The girl smiled sweetly and bowed to Lin Mo before stepping back. Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement and entered the room alone. Once inside, he waved his sleeve, causing the stone door to close behind him. A flash of emerald light appeared as the corpse guard landed steadily before him. Without hesitation, Lin Mo drew forth the Xiantian immortal vine. Examining the vine closely, a unique brilliance flickered across his face. This was a treasure of Xiantian. In the original tale, Han Li had acquired the roots of the Xiantian immortal vine, nurturing it with rejuvenation water, eventually using the small green vial to promote its growth and yield fruit. This would become Han Li's most prized possession, the Xiantian spirit-slaying sword. Without the small green vial, Lin Mo had no intention of cultivating the Xiantian spirit-slaying sword. He slowly raised his head to regard the corpse guard, lifting his right hand. A chilling blue sword flame coalesced in his palm, slicing through the corpse guard's body, revealing its stark white skin and the crimson flesh within. Strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed forth. Go. The Xiantian immortal vine in hand transformed into a vibrant green phantom, seamlessly merging into the chest of the corpse ape guardian. As soon as the vine entered the body, the wound on the guardian's chest began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The guardian's eyes fluttered shut, and within its body, the 72 Xianin cloud swords emitted a faint blue aura. Drops of pure liquid cascaded over the Xianin cloud swords, seemingly drawn by an unseen force. Flowing into the Xiantian immortal vine, the once dry tendrils of the vine flickered with a strange hint of green. Radiance surged upon the Xiantian immortal vine, vanishing directly into the guardian's form. With a slight smile, Lin Mo remarked, if the Xiantian immortal vine can be integrated, my corpse ape guardian may undergo some extraordinary transformation. Corpse ape guardian. Strength, late Yuan Ying. Physique, Xiantian 5 elements. Spiritual roots, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Techniques, Qingyuan sword art, 100 refinements technique, Xianin technique, earth yellow art. Blazing flame technique, spells, corpse poison, withered wood revives, would spirit escape. Divine abilities, true form of the corpse ape, body restructuring. Rebirth of severed limbs, innate treasure, Qing bamboo cloud sword, Xian Huang cloud sword, Xianin cloud sword. Upon observing the changes in the guardian's attributes, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Lin Mo's eyes. The physique had altered. The original 5 elements Yuan Ying was now transformed into the Xiantian 5 elements, bearing a certain connection to the Xiantian immortal vine. May it bring me an astonishing surprise, he mused, gently touching the smooth skin of the guardian. Lin Mo smiled and said, perhaps during the upcoming border conflict, I can allow the corpse ape guardian to take action. After casting a glance at the guardian, who was meditating before him, Lin Mo stood and left the room. The guardian immersed itself in its cultivation, strands of spiritual energy swirling around it, exuding immense vigor. Fortune smiled upon him. As soon as he stepped outside, Lin Mo spotted the girl who had escorted him, waving her hand gently. Senior, I am Xiuhua. May I inquire if there is anything you require? Lin Mo regarded Xiuhua intently and replied, I am in need of fire and metal divine wood. Ideally, the Tiansang divine tree or the golden magnet spirit wood. Lin Mo surveyed Xiuhua and directly inquired, might your Wanbao building have such items? This may require me to consult our shopkeeper. Xiuhua responded with a bright smile. Please wait a moment. I shall inquire immediately. Very well, Lin Mo nodded. Watching as Xiuhua hurried down the stairs, he took his time descending as well. Not long after, within the span of a brief tea ceremony, Xiuhua returned with a look of delight. We do not have the golden magnet spirit wood, but we do have a Tian Sang divine tree available. Behind Xiuhua, a graceful woman clad in a golden robe approached leisurely. Her captivating eyes swept over Lin Mo, and her ruby lips parted as she spoke. I am Feng Yuchen, the shopkeeper of the Wanbao building in Tianyi City. Esteemed guest, do you seek the golden magnet spirit wood? Indeed. Lin Mo nodded. May I inquire how much you possess? Hearing Lin Mo's words, a smile of delight graced Feng Yuchen's face. The price of the golden magnet spirit wood was considerable, and selling it would yield substantial profit. With a graceful wave of her sleeve, Feng Yuchen conjured a magnificent golden vine before them. Strands of dazzling golden light entwined around the vine, its brilliance captivating all attention. This exquisite piece is merely 300,000 spirit stones, Feng Yuchen remarked with a charming smile. Upon hearing such an astronomical figure, Xiuhua gasped in astonishment. It was her first encounter with such an exorbitantly priced spirit wood since arriving at the Wanbao building. What left Xiuhua even more astounded was Lin Mo's demeanor. His expression was calm, as if the sum of 300,000 was trivial. Even a formidable Nascent Soul elder would find it challenging to produce such an amount without a moment's hesitation. As Xiuhua marveled in disbelief, Lin Mo waved his sleeve, and a series of radiant inner elixirs descended before Feng Yuchen. These dragon inner elixirs were worth at least as much as 300,000 spirit stones. As he spoke, Lin Mo slowly raised his right hand, and an invisible force instantly drew the golden magnetic spirit wood into his grasp. The entire golden magnetic spirit wood, more aptly referred to as a vine, was substantial enough to forge not only 72 golden magnetic becloud swords, but also leave some excess. Thank you, esteemed elder. Feng Yuchen's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at the dragon inner elixirs. These were rare treasures, and if auctioned, they would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. I shall take my leave. Lin Mo nodded slightly and transformed into a blue shadow, vanishing from sight. Returning to his secluded chamber, Lin Mo retrieved the golden magnetic spirit wood, his eyes gleaming with joy. Beside him, the corpse monkey guard had its mouth slightly ajar, and a golden stream of light erupted onto the golden magnetic spirit wood. The five-element spirit infant within radiated an astonishing brilliance, enveloping the corpse monkey guard in a cascade of golden light. With its mouth agape, golden infant flames continuously surged forth. As the golden light intensified, the corpse monkey guard opened its mouth, releasing a slender thread of pale golden infant flame that struck the golden magnetic spirit wood. With a crackling sound, a faint golden magnetic radiance appeared on the surface of the spirit wood, unceremoniously isolating the infant flame and preventing it from approaching even a step closer. Although the infant flame consumed considerable spiritual power, it was merely a triviality for a late-stage nascent soul corpse monkey guard. 3 days passed, and the pale golden glow on the surface of the golden magnetic spirit would finally faded as its inherent spiritual energy was exhausted. With no obstructions, the pale golden infant flame directly scorched the essence of the golden magnetic spirit wood. Days later, signs of melting began to manifest on the surface, with certain areas glimmering and oozing a multitude of tiny liquid droplets. After a continuous span of more than 10 days, the golden magnetic spirit wood was entirely purified of impurities, transformed into a fist-sized mass of pale golden viscous liquid, appearing exceedingly thick. The corpse monkey guard's fingers twitched slightly, and strands of spiritual power promptly descended upon the golden magnetic spirit wood liquid. Under the manipulation of the spiritual threads, the liquid began to swirl and morph. A stream of golden liquid detached from the main body, gracefully floating in the air nearby. Subsequently, a second and third piece followed suit. Once the final piece had separated, there appeared 72 equally sized droplets suspended in the atmosphere. This marked the pivotal moment, as radiant streams of light began to penetrate the 72 droplets. With a speed visible to the naked eye, they coalesced into sword shapes, resembling the Qingzhou Fengyun sword, but with a delicate golden hue. Months passed, and under the searing heat of the infant flame, 72 pale golden flying swords finally hovered before Lin Mo, the golden magnetic Fengyun sword. Gazing upon these swords, shimmering with golden magnetic brilliance, a slight smile graced Lin Mo's lips. The 5 elements spiritual sword had coalesced into form, with the golden magnetic spiritual wood being one of the finest spiritual woods in the mortal realm. Though it may not belong to the 3 supreme spiritual woods, it was scarcely inferior. Known as the falling treasure tree, it could generate golden magnetic radiance, bestowing weight upon its wielder and countering gold attribute artifacts. Lin Mo beamed at the 72 resplendent flying swords before him. Should he acquire the Tian Sang divine tree, his 5 elements spiritual sword would be complete. Meanwhile, as Lin Mo engaged in his secluded cultivation, Tianyi City mobilized entirely within a matter of days. All cultivators and sects, great and small, were made aware of the imminent life and death battle with the sorcerers. Following a wave of commotion, all cultivators emerged from their abodes, forming regiments of sorcerer warriors, each bearing solemn expressions as they proceeded to the border encampments. Everyone understood that this confrontation would either result in the defeat of the Mulan forces or the fall of Tiannan into the hands of the sorcerers, leading to the loss of heritage for countless sections. Consequently, morale was naturally high without needing to be roused. Rumors regarding the 10 betting matches circulated wildly. To prevent any Mulan spies from leaking the names of participating cultivators, the identities of Lin Mo and others remained confidential, known only to a few, primarily the ancient ones in the Celestial Hall. Thus, the identities of these 10 Nascent Soul cultivators became a topic of fervent speculation among many, as they attempted to predict the outcome, knowing it intertwined with the survival of over 1,000 cultivators. On the 5th day, Lin Mo, having agreed to participate, was unwavering in his commitment. Moreover, the challenge posed no real danger to him, as the adversaries were merely mid-stage Nascent Soul cultivators, hardly a threat. Coincidentally, he was in need of some spiritual stones. I could use a bit of luck, Lin Mo murmured, slowly rising and transforming into a blue ethereal shadow, departing from his location. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished from Tianyi City, darting towards the border. In recent days, along a section of the border between the northern Liang Kingdom and Yugua, sorcerer cultivators, arriving from both sides several dozen miles apart, descended from the skies wielding their magical artifacts. They methodically established expansive camps at existing strongholds. Overnight, imposing and formidable formations emerged in rapid succession, creating an atmosphere of tension and anticipation. In this remote locale, the winds surged and ominous clouds gathered, infusing the atmosphere with a palpable sense of menace. A small contingent of cultivators and sorcerers ascended into the sky, vigilantly patrolling the periphery of the encampment, anxious to thwart any potential surprise assaults. As the days unfolded, an increasing number of practitioners congregated, with various defensive barriers erected along the borders, intensifying the gravity of the situation. A great battle loomed on the horizon. Chapter 155, The Gamble. In this tense milieu, a squad of over 10 cultivators traversed the skies at a leisurely pace, situated more than 20 miles from the encampment. Leading the group was a strikingly beautiful young woman, in her 20s, possessing mid-stage golden core cultivation, followed by companions of foundation establishment level. With the impending conflict, these individuals remained vigilant, despite their routine patrol duties, glancing around with keen awareness. Only the leading lady exhibited an air of composure, her senses extended to their utmost, attuned to any anomalies in the vicinity. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she halted mid-flight, gazing intently into the distance. The other cultivators, taken aback, turned to follow her gaze, bracing themselves for potential danger. However, their lower cultivation levels prevented them from perceiving any discernible oddities. "Senior Mu, is there something amiss?" inquired a blue-robed cultivator, his tone laced with uncertainty. Yet before he could finish, a brilliant blue light streaked across the horizon. A blue flying vessel soared through the sky with astonishing speed. "What remarkable velocity!" exclaimed one cultivator, astonished. "It must be a senior arriving. Nonetheless, protocol dictates we must inquire." The graceful lady's serene demeanor remained unruffled as she calmly instructed, "You stay here and wait." With that, she radiated a golden light and soared towards the blue luminescence. The remaining cultivators exchanged glances, hesitant yet respectful, knowing full well they were not of her sect and lacked the standing to voice any dissent. Having flown a short distance, the lady halted before the radiant vessel, which was enveloped in a chilling blue glow. Seated upon it was an elegant young man, shrouded in ethereal blue mist. Despite her efforts to scrutinize, the lady found it impossible to discern his features. I am Mu Peeling of the Falling Cloud Sect, paying my respects to the esteemed senior. Might I inquire your identity? I am here on a mission, and I hope you can grant me your understanding. The beautiful woman greeted, her voice melodic despite the surprise she felt within. Lin Mo cast a glance at Mu Peeling, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he gently waved his sleeve. Instantly, the blue mist dissipated, revealing his visage. So familiar. Upon recognizing Lin Mo's countenance, a flicker of astonishment crossed Mu Peeling's eyes. Lin Mo of the Concealing Moon Sect. Lin Mo regarded Mu Peeling with a measured gaze before replying. Ah, it is indeed Senior Lin. With newfound respect, Mu Peeling promptly inclined her hands in greeting. Yes, yes. Lin Mo regarded her intently, and a surge of spiritual energy flowed from him into the vessel beneath him. Buzzing incessantly, the vessel emanated a brilliant blue light, transforming into an illusory figure before vanishing from sight. As Lin Mo's figure receded from view, Mu Peeling stood with her mouth slightly agape, murmuring softly, "My memory cannot be mistaken. I must have seen him somewhere before." At that moment, several foundational stage cultivators arrived behind her, maneuvering their flying artifacts. They gazed at Mu Peeling and inquired, "Elder Mu, do you recognize this senior?" Mu Peeling nodded slightly, remaining silent and disregarding their presence. Lin Mo continued his flight for some time until he soon arrived before an immense, five-colored luminous barrier that radiated brilliance, enveloping the entire encampment. Concurrently, a team of rotating core formation cultivators swiftly approached. After verifying Lin Mo's identity, they immediately opened a passage, respectfully allowing him entry into the barrier. Upon entering the camp, Lin Mo wasted no time and headed directly towards the center of the encampment, where he encountered the three esteemed practitioners, including the Master of Sunlight. Their satisfaction was palpable upon seeing Lin Mo's timely arrival. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they proceeded to discuss the arrangements for the impending battle. What astonished Lin Mo was that, despite having slain Wei Liqing, Wei Wuyo displayed no signs of unusual behavior. It was noteworthy that he had personally dispatched Wei Liqing in front of numerous witnesses at the Yinhua sect. Previously, Wei Wuyo had even explicitly stated his intent to deal with Lin Mo. Could it be that, for the sake of family honor, he had put aside his vendetta against the bloodline? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. However, he quickly dismissed such perplexities. After all, even if one were to conspire against him, he held no fear. With his strength at the pinnacle of the Nascent Soul stage, he could easily contend against three formidable opponents. Subsequently, Lin Mo casually selected an independent temporary stone chamber and seated himself cross-legged. He raised the Beastmaster ring, which gleamed with a red light, and a young girl materialized before him. This individual was the Master of Music, Mulan, whom Lin Mo had captured after vanquishing the Master of the Gods, imprisoning her within the Beastmaster ring. Now released, she appeared as if granted a reprieve, her large eyes fixed on Lin Mo with palpable wariness. Yet, as Lin Mo deftly gestured with his hand, a stream of light shot into the Master of Music's body. In an instant, she felt her entire being grow weak and her limbs powerless. Unable to summon the spiritual energy within her, her eyes widened, a glimmer of crimson flashing through them. Since being ensnared within the Beastmaster ring for a full 6 months, the experience had been utterly shattering for her. Now, upon her release, she glared at Lin Mo and retorted with indignation, "Whether you wish to kill or torture me, do as you please." In response to her words, Lin Mo maintained a calm demeanor, casting a glance at the Master of Music. "I harbor a certain interest in the spiritual techniques of your Mulan clan. Impart them to me, and perhaps I will consider your release." At this, the Master of Music let out a cold laugh, her gaze fixed on Lin Mo, suspicion evident in her eyes. "Do you think I would trust you? In this moment, do you truly believe you possess any choice?" Lin Mo slowly raised his right hand, a piercing azure flame coalescing into the form of an exquisitely sharp dagger, poised against Master Li's brow. "If you wish to perish, you may choose to take your own life now." Upon hearing Lin Mo's icy words, Master Li's heart quivered, his gaze fixed intently upon Lin Mo. "You, who would desire death when life is still an option?" Observing the moment of hesitation in Master Lu, a faint smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he remarked, "After your demise, I will acquire the cultivation techniques residing in your mind." Meanwhile, at a stone chamber situated several dozen miles from the Southern Celestial Army's encampment, a group of enigmatic figures gathered around a stone table, engaged in earnest discussion. Among them were 4 men and 2 women, 1 man and 1 woman cloaked in black robes, their features obscured. The 3 men included a gaunt, elderly figure with deep-set wrinkles yet piercingly clear eyes, a diminutive man standing less than 4 feet tall, and a robust gentleman clad in splendid attire. "Master Lo, how is the spirit oil preparation progressing?" inquired the elderly man, his voice calm yet authoritative. "The duration of the sacred lamp's illumination is crucial, as it directly influences the presence of the sacred bird in this realm. There can be no errors." Should Lin Mo have been present, he would have noted the striking resemblance between the woman named Lu and Master Lu, almost as if they were sisters. "Rest assured, Master Zhu," responded the green-clad Lu woman with firm conviction. "This battle is vital for the survival of my clan. I have brought forth the lamp oil accumulated over a millennium." Days later, at dawn, the opposing army of sorcerers shimmered with radiant hues, and a thunderous procession of sorcerers emerged from their camp, leisurely soaring forth, wielding their magical artifacts toward the heart of the border. The prepared cultivators swiftly dispatched their communication talismans. Moments later, a resonant bell tolled from the southern celestial army's encampment. Numerous cultivators poured forth from their tents, transforming into a myriad of dazzling streaks that shot into the sky. In an instant, the heavens were adorned with a kaleidoscope of spiritual lights, accompanied by melodious chimes and resounding howls, in stark contrast to the imposing advance of the sorceress army. It was as though 2 colossal tidal waves were converging, their crashing sounds echoing relentlessly. Yet, at a distance of over 10 miles, both sides halted mid-air, one with no avenue for retreat, determined to fight to the last, the other firmly rooted in their homeland, unwilling to permit any invasion. Though neither side had yet engaged in combat, an overwhelming aura of deadly intent pervaded the space between them. At this moment, Lin Mo appeared strikingly out of place. Sitting serenely atop the divine wind vessel, his gaze directed toward the opposing forces. Before him, the radiant light revealed hundreds of sorcerers gathered beneath its glow, extending for over 10 miles. Based on Lin Mo's estimations, the number of Mulan sorcerers present was no less than tens of thousands. However, what drew the most attention amidst the Mulan sorcerers was not their numbers, but rather the presence of a dozen colossal, savage beasts interspersed among their ranks, their forms akin to small mountains, making them exceedingly conspicuous. Numerous cultivators from the 9 Nations Alliance have witnessed the formidable prowess of these colossal beasts. Consequently, many gazes are cast upon these creatures, revealing a hint of trepidation. In terms of their beastly classification, these giants rank merely at levels 6 or 7. However, when considering their immense size and indomitable physique, only those in the Nascent Soul stage possess the capability to inflict harm upon them. On such a vast battlefield, their lethality is sufficient to rival that of multiple Nascent Soul cultivators. A single step from these behemoths could result in the tragic demise of dozens of cultivators. At that moment, a stir erupted within the ranks of the sorcerers. Instantly, 3 figures soared forth from their midst. In response, 3 dazzling streaks of light emerged from the cultivators' side, revealing the trio of the Supreme Yang Master, Wei Wuyo, and the old demon of harmony, He Huan. Clearly, these 6 individuals are formidable cultivators who have reached the late Nascent Soul stage. When they found themselves at a distance of several dozen yards apart, both sides retracted their light and came to a halt. "Dear friends, there is still time for regret. If you cede half of Tian Nan to our Mulan, we can cease hostilities," remarked a gaunt old Taoist master, casting a glance at Wei Wuyo with a cold tone. "Otherwise, regardless of victory or defeat, your Tian Nan will suffer significant losses." Wei Wuyo raised his chin, responding nonchalantly, "What nonsense. It is true that our Tian Nan's spiritual essence may be weakened, but if your Mulan faces defeat in this battle, it will lead to your annihilation." The gaunt Taoist was blunt and straightforward. It seems that further discussion would be futile. However, prior to that, a wager must be made. He likely understood that at this juncture, persuading the 3 major cultivators to relent would be an exercise in folly. At that moment, a group of cultivators and sorcerers flew forth from their respective camps, positioning themselves in the space between the 2 armies. They formed 10 distinct formations. Within merely a quarter of an hour, 10 small arrays emanating a faint white light were established. After the array masters conducted a final inspection and deemed everything satisfactory, they withdrew. 10 cultivators and sorcerers of the core formation stage then stepped forward, pairing each cultivator with a sorcerer to jointly oversee the operation of each array. Among them was a familiar face to Lin Mo, peeling from the falling cloud sect. She gracefully approached the second-to-last array, adorned in flowing white robes. From the opposing sorcerer camp, 10 figures clad in black robes emerged, each radiating an aura of dark energy and demonic force. Demon cultivators, Lin Mo murmured softly, raising an eyebrow. He then flickered and transformed into a shadow, darting forth from the cultivators' ranks. Accompanying him in this action were 9 other ancient Nascent Soul cultivators, one of whom was the familiar Hanli. Casting a glance at the sorcerers ensnared by demonic energy, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, a faint smile flickering across his visage. The figures in black robes appeared unremarkable in stature, yet their eyes glimmered with a chilling green light, fixated unwaveringly upon Lin Mo, while their faces remained obscured. It was evident that they were indeed Nascent Soul cultivators, having reached the pinnacle of the early Nascent Soul stage, but not yet advanced to mid-stage. It seems this wager battle is far from simple. Notably, the demon cultivators boast no mid-Nascent Soul cultivators among them. It is important to recognize that every participant from Tian Nan in this wager battle is of at least mid-Nascent Soul caliber. The cultivation level of these demonic cultivators is surprisingly only at the early stage of the Nascent Soul, which is indeed quite bizarre. However, in the presence of Lin Mo's formidable strength, all of this feels rather illusory. Simultaneously, the black-robed sorcerer across from him suddenly produced a storage bag from his waist. Casting a glance at Lin Mo observing this, Lin Mo also removed a storage bag filled with materials for the gambling contest. The contents of the bag were collectively gathered by the 4 major powers of Southern Tian, and their immense value stirred a hint of envy within Lin Mo. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Mo tossed his own storage bag, and they exchanged their bags. The materials within the other's bag were not as varied as those in Lin Mo's, yet in terms of rarity and worth, they certainly held an advantage. This was consistent with what was stated in their challenge letter. There was nothing amiss. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Mo secured the storage bag at his waist. The black-robed figure mirrored his actions. With both hands continuously forming seals, each cast a spell upon the formation. After a few flickers, the white barrier abruptly vanished. Lin Mo's figure shimmered and transformed into a blue phantom, slipping into the formation. The demonic cultivator across from him was evidently much slower, arriving late upon the arena. The barrier reappeared, isolating the two from everything outside. Other cultivators and black-robed individuals also entered the light barrier in pairs. Peeling's beautiful eyes brimmed with anticipation, intently focused on Lin Mo. For her, witnessing a Nascent Soul cultivator engage in battle at such close proximity was indeed a rare opportunity. If fate favored her, perhaps one day she might grasp the realm of the Nascent Soul herself. As the battle commenced, the opposing demonic cultivator suddenly intoned a deep and ancient incantation. Following this, a chilling surge of demonic energy erupted, morphing into inky black tendrils that writhed violently around him. Lin Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exhibiting no movement, quietly awaiting the secret technique of the demonic cultivator before him. He was quite curious about the methods employed by these demonic beings. In an instant, the black-robed figure's pupils turned crimson, releasing a beast-like roar. The demonic energy around him dissipated, and his form began to swell. His blood-red eyes reflected a frenzied madness, and his body visibly shrank at an alarming rate, transforming into a 3-foot-tall gnome before Lin Mo's gaze. The creature fixed its gaze upon Lin Mo, emitting a series of deranged, chilling laughs, its aura now reaching the mid-stage of the Nascent Soul. How intriguing! Lin Mo chuckled lightly, opening his mouth wide. A series of emerald-green bamboo cloud swords surged forth, slicing through the air and arriving before the black-robed figure in an instant. With a swift motion, the black-robed sorcerer waved his sleeve, producing a wailing sound as a massive, ghostly visage materialized before him. The 72 emerald-green bamboo cloud swords pierced the air, striking heavily against the ghostly face. Golden divine lightning coiled around the bamboo swords, ready to unleash their power. The golden force of thunder surged mightily, rendering the ominous, ghostly visage utterly defenseless. In an instant, it shattered into countless strands of pitch-black shadowy essence, dissipating into the ether as if it had never existed. How could this be? Observing the scene before him, the figure in the black robe underwent a drastic change in expression, clearly astonished that Lin Mo possessed such an uncanny thunderous technique. Even the magic arts he excelled in were rendered futile. At that moment, the black-robed figure revealed a series of eerie smiles, and then, with a sudden motion, struck his chest with his right hand. A resounding explosion ensued, and inexplicably, his entire being erupted. Every inch of his body transforming into a spray of blood and flesh that splattered against the barrier, showing no sign of falling away. Moreover, under the watchful gaze of the figure, the remnants of blood and flesh began to writhe grotesquely upon the barrier. Realization dawned upon Lin Mo. This demonic cultivator appeared to seek a contest, yet his true intention was to ensnare the 10 foremost mid-stage Yuanian cultivators of Tiannan within this magical barrier. Suddenly, the remnants coalesced into swirling mists of blood, rapidly spreading along the barrier. In the blink of an eye, the once pristine white barrier transformed into a deep crimson hue, exuding a nauseating, acrid scent of blood. Casting his gaze upon the barrier, Lin Mo raised his right hand, unleashing streams of golden exorcising divine thunder that surged forth like golden dragons, striking down upon the barrier with great force. Thunderous roars echoed as the barrier flickered erratically, trembling under the impact. Below, Mu Peeling's pupils constricted, exclaiming in alarm, "Not good, Elder Lin is trapped." Seeing Lin Mo within the blood-red barrier, Mu Peeling frantically paced. Unsure of what to do, Lin Mo glanced at her through the crimson barrier and reassured her, "Do not fret. This blood-red barrier may pose a significant challenge for ordinary mid-stage Yuanian cultivators, but for me, breaking through it is a trivial task." Simultaneously, the scene of the demonic cultivator's self-detonation, transforming the barrier into blood, unfolded across 10 different locations. The 10 participating Yuanian cultivators, caught off guard, found themselves ensnared within the anomalous barrier. The 10 Jedon cultivators overseeing the operation of the formation quickly sensed the dire situation, while remaining vigilant against the opposing magic practitioners. They hastily attempted to halt the formation. To their astonishment, upon witnessing the barrier turn crimson, the magic practitioners, without uttering a word, immediately turned and fled back to their own formation. Observing this spectacle, the gathered cultivators quickly grasped the implication. The anomaly of the barrier was undoubtedly orchestrated by the magic practitioners. Upon witnessing this, the Ziyang Shangren and his companions were understandably alarmed. Seeing that the 10 cultivators could not halt the formation, they could no longer contain their anxiety and transformed into 3 dazzling streaks of light, soaring toward the scene. "Stand down. This is beyond your capacity to handle." Upon reaching the sky above the formation and glancing at the altered barrier, Ziyang Shangren spoke with a grim expression. The cultivators below sighed in relief and hurriedly retreated back to their own formation. Meanwhile, within the camp of the Mulan magic practitioners, the sect leader called out, "Indeed, success has been attained. I hope the blood cloak proves to be as formidable as your esteemed sect claims, capable of ensnaring 10 nascent soul cultivators for half a day." The emaciated elder turned, casting a smile towards the man in black robes. "Once Tiannan is deprived of these 10, its strength will undoubtedly diminish significantly. Rest assured, this blood cloak is one of the 6 great secret arts of our sect. For this endeavor, we have sacrificed 10 blood corpses that have been nurtured for centuries. With such diligence, our sect leader possesses absolute confidence in this plan." The man in black glanced at the elder with disdain, sneering, "Even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would require only a brief expenditure of energy to shatter this barrier." As if to validate the black-robed man's assertion, the supreme young elder transformed into a beam of crimson light, hovering above the blood cloak. With a vigorous slash, a blinding sword aura effortlessly cleaved through the blood barrier. The blood cloak trembled ominously with a thunderous sound before returning to its original state. Witnessing this scene, the supreme young elder's expression darkened, while the other supreme young elder behind him also grew somber. The remaining Wei Wui and the HH and old demon, upon seeing this spectacle, ceased their intentions to intervene. This exchange of glances among the 3 revealed a shared grim amusement. They had initially anticipated formidable attacks from the opponent, only to realize that the adversary aimed to temporarily ensnare the 10 cultivators from the onset. This unforeseen strategy caught the 3 ancient beings off guard, rendering much of their prior preparation ineffective. Despite the peculiar sight of the duel, the army of cultivators remained composed under the guidance of their higher-ranked leaders. "We have indeed suffered a significant loss this time, but it is merely a temporary entrapment, devoid of life-threatening peril." as long as we can prolong time. There remains a chance for us to emerge and assist in battle. After a moment of contemplation, the Supreme Young Elder turned to the an old demon and Wei Wui, declaring, "However, our higher-ranked cultivators outnumber those of the Mulan. Even with the loss of 10, we shall not be at a disadvantage." The an old demon and Wei Wui exchanged glances, both discerning the comforting words of the Supreme Young Elder. Yet, given the circumstances, they found themselves devoid of alternative options. Very well. The ensuing great battle requires no further direction from us. We need only to restrain the Mulan Divine Masters as much as possible. A fierce glint flashed across the an old demon's face as he coldly gazed towards the distant Mulan sorcerers. Clearly incensed by the earlier setback in the duel, he intended to unleash his wrath upon these late-stage Nascent Soul Mulan sorcerers. Subsequently, the an old demon transformed into a shadow of black and crimson, materializing in midair, and bellowed at the opposing sorcerers. "I have long heard of the Mulan Divine Masters, whose transcendent skills are unfathomable. We, the three of ye, seek to experience your prowess. Might some of you Divine Masters be willing to engage in battle?" The an old demon's resounding cry evidently employed some secret technique, resembling a thunderclap that reverberated through the skies and earth for miles around, silencing the incantations from both camps momentarily. Even those sorcerers ascending into the air, some lacking the cultivation to reach the core formation stage, staggered slightly, nearly plummeting down. The emaciated elder sorcerer furrowed his brow, but soon spoke nonchalantly. "A confrontation with the three major cultivators of Tian Nan is inevitable. It seems I must trouble Sect leader Fong once more. Having long heard of the esteemed leader's mastery of the heavenly demonic arts, it is said that he has reached an extraordinary level, capable of wielding the formidable power of the heavenly demonic force. It stands to reason that dealing with a single adversary would be an effortless endeavor." As the gaunt elder spoke, the man in the black robe coldly replied, "Since we have made an agreement, I shall naturally take action." With that, the three figures transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the sky. The three individuals from the opposite side, known as the sun's ascendants, reacted in kind, darting upwards like startled rainbows. In the blink of an eye, the six figures vanished into the mists, leaving no trace behind. However, shortly thereafter, the nearby sky began to change in hue, shifting from fiery red to pitch black. The sound of thunderous explosions erupted, accompanied by dazzling silver flashes and vibrant clouds racing across the heavens. Meanwhile, within the blood-red barrier, Lin Mo lifted his gaze toward the void. This contest truly seemed effortless. Glancing at the crimson shield before him, he stroked his chin and murmured, "Perhaps I should wait until the sacred bird is summoned before making my move." Well-versed in the unfolding narrative, Lin Mo was aware that during this great conflict, the Murans would summon a sacred bird rivaling the late-stage Nascent Soul, possessing means from the god transformation realm as their ultimate trump card. If he could capture it and allow his three-legged crow to devour it, his creature's power would surely receive a tremendous enhancement. With this thought, Lin Mo remained unhurried, quietly observing the fierce battle between the two factions. At that moment, a woman bearing the surname Lu, surrounded by a throng of sorcerers, ascended to the summit of a mountain. Were Lin Mo to catch sight of her, he would undoubtedly recognize her striking resemblance to Master Lu, as if they were twins born of the same mother. The woman raised an ancient lamp toward the heavens. Her lips slightly parted as a wisp of white flame erupted from her mouth, igniting the lamp. With her hands forming a lotus gesture, she began to chant an obscure incantation, causing a white lotus to bloom beneath her, resembling a celestial maiden gracing the earth. The incantation resonated with an indescribable primal energy, and the copper lamp trembled, revealing 9 identical ancient lamps in a flash. After spiraling momentarily, they arranged themselves in a triangular formation, revolving gently in the air. With a delicate flick of her jade-like fingers, 9 multicolored spells were cast upon the ancient lamp, emanating a brilliant azure light. Simultaneously, 9 flames erupted from the lamp, coalescing at the center of the triangle into a ball of azure flame the size of a head. With a soft pop, the woman spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the azure flame, causing the fire to surge dramatically, dazzlingly bright. Moments later, a melodious cry resonated, and a bird roughly the size of a foot emerged from the flames. Adorned with long, azure feathers, and possessing a lithe form. Its eyes blazed like rubies, revealing itself to be a splendid azure peacock. With an air of regal pride, it glanced down at the woman below, tilting its neck slightly, and emitted a sound resembling an ancient, primal language. The woman, in a posture of deep respect, bowed thrice before the bird, uttering the same ancient tongue as they began to converse. Suddenly, she paused in her speech, and with a graceful gesture of her jade hand, produced a pink, unknown orb that exuded a fragrant aroma, an enigmatic object of delightful allure. Upon encountering the orb, the azure peacock displayed an expression of sheer delight. Its beak opened wide, and a cascade of azure mist erupted from its mouth, drawing the orb directly inside. With a resonant crackle, a halo of light enveloped the bird, followed by the emergence of azure flames, transforming it into a colossal firebird. With a piercing cry, the avian creature unfurled its wings and soared into the sky. The surrounding fire's spiritual energy became tumultuous, and the sensitivity of all fire-affiliated practitioners heightened as they sensed a considerable diminishment in their magical prowess, leaving them astounded. Upon further reflection, they realized that the surrounding fire energy surged towards the azure bird, akin to rivers merging into the ocean. In an instant, the creature's form expanded, its azure flames radiating with even greater brilliance. All practitioners within the vicinity trembled, their expressions reflecting astonishment as they gazed upon the azure firebird. For the temperature around them had escalated to unbearable heights. Even with various protective artifacts shielding them, it felt as if they were trapped within a furnace, engulfed in searing heat. In contrast to the practitioners' alarm, the mages were filled with elation at the sight of the peacock amidst the azure flames. It is the sacred bird. Master Lu has summoned the holy creature. Victory is assured. Some practitioners proclaimed loudly, launching frenzied assaults upon their adversaries, their excitement palpable. Within the protective barrier, Lin Mo abruptly opened his eyes, fixating upon the azure peacock in midair, a glimmer of joy flashing in his gaze. At last it has appeared. It has taken so long. With that, Lin Mo waved his sleeve, manifesting ethereal blue sword flames in his hands, which coalesced into a 1-meter-long ice-cold longsword. With a piercing glare directed at the crimson barrier ahead, he swung forcefully. The full might of an 8th-level Nascent Soul practitioner erupted against the barrier at that moment. Simultaneously, golden exorcism thunder entwined around the blue sword flames. The two formidable forces collided violently against the blood-red barrier. Boom! The forces surged with tremendous intensity, swiftly shattering the crimson barrier, creating a gap large enough for a person to pass through. Gazing at the opening, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with delight. In a swift motion, he transformed into a blue specter and darted through the breach. Not good. Someone has escaped from the blood barrier. How is this possible? The Divine Master had said that even he could not break the blood barrier so swiftly. Lin Mo's sudden emergence left the practitioners astonished. In contrast, the ranks of the cultivators wore expressions of joy. Mu Peeling's eyes shone with brilliance as she intently focused on Lin Mo's distant figure, her heart racing with tension. Chapter 157. Single-handedly defeating the sacred bird. Shocking the world. Lin Mo waved his sleeve, his form flickering, transforming into a streak of blue light as he ascended into the sky. In an instant, he found himself before the peacock enveloped in azure flames. The sacred bird cast a disdainful glance at Lin Mo, its beak slightly ajar, as it continuously absorbed the roaring flames within a 100-mile radius. The aura of the sacred peacock grew increasingly potent. Initially, when the sacred peacock first manifested, its strength was merely at the early stage of the Nascent Soul realm. Yet, in the blink of an eye, its power had surged to the pinnacle of the Nascent Soul realm. However, once it reached this apex, the prospect of transcending to the god transformation stage was nothing but a fanciful dream. In the later chapters of the original narrative, when Hanli returned from the spirit realm, he could only exhibit power at the peak of the Nascent Soul realm. The sacred peacock before him was no different. Its maximum display of strength was confined to the Nascent Soul pinnacle. Yet it possessed the ability to wield the elemental forces of the universe, a capability reserved for cultivators of the god transformation stage. Thus, this sacred peacock was not something that mere Nascent Soul cultivators could contend with. Naturally, these so-called Nascent Soul cultivators did not include Lin Mo observing the unfolding scene. Lin Mo remained composed, gently waving his sleeve. The Qianlong sword flame entwined and coalesced into a singular form, flowing with golden, malevolent, divine lightning. With a swift motion, Lin Mo released the Qianlong sword flame, which transformed into a blue arc of light, slicing through the air with a thunderous sound. The surging cold flames intertwined with the oncoming green fire in an explosive clash, producing a symphony of crackling sounds. As the Qianlong sword flame engaged with the green fire, Lin Mo waved his right hand, summoning 72 Xianming black-clad swords that sliced through the atmosphere, resembling a swarm of azure dragons charging towards the green peacock. Simultaneously, a sudden gust of ominous wind arose, shrouding the battlefield in heavy clouds, obscuring the sun's rays. The area below was plunged into darkness, leaving all cultivators engaged in battle momentarily stunned. At that moment, a group of individuals clad in black robes emerged from the crowd without hesitation, producing bags from their waists and reciting incantations. Instantly, thick black mist mingled with chilling winds surged forth from the bags, swiftly enveloping a vast expanse and forming a dense sea of shadowy fog, within which indistinct figures stirred, their armor glinting ominously, resembling an army concealed within. This astonishing scene did not escape the notice of the spectators, who could not help but scowl in apprehension. Soon, as the fog from the bags dissipated, the spectral army emerged, revealing their true form, a legion of gaunt, copper-armored corpses. These animated corpses staggered as they moved, their armor clattering incessantly. Yet each of these creatures glimmered with an ominous green light, their fangs bared, and possessed a cultivation level surpassing the foundation establishment stage. The three towering corpse kings at the forefront even exhibited prowess beyond the core formation stage, their gaze seemingly imbued with a spark of intelligence. How could there be so many copper-armored corpses? There must be thousands of them. Could it be that the demonic sect of the Jin Kingdom is aiding these Mulan people? As the scene unfolded, astonishment spread among the crowd, their eyes brimming with confusion. Although these copper-armored corpses were merely at the foundation establishment level, their indomitable iron bones rendered them fearless of death. Even some core formation cultivators would find them quite troublesome. Go, Lin Mo commanded, his right hand flicking, and a beast-controlling ring flew from his wrist. An ominous dark light surged forth from within the ring, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed through the battlefield. Suddenly, a silver flash appeared as a gigantic ape materialized before them. This colossal creature stood over 20 zhang tall, its fur as dark as ink, bristling like arrows. Its eyes burned with a fiery red hue, and its grotesquely large nose marked it as an entirely unfamiliar species of giant ape. This was Lin Mo's soul-crying beast. As soon as the giant ape emerged, it twisted its massive head towards the copper-armored corpses shrouded in black mist. And with a powerful thump of its arms against its chest, it let out an exuberant roar. Then, with a few mighty leaps, it closed in on the horde of copper corpses. Upon noticing the giant ape's approach, a portion of the copper corpses instinctively took to the air, unleashing streams of dark energy from their mouths and hands. The dark mist coalesced rapidly, forming into a massive black cloud that surged towards the soul-crying beast. Despite the low cultivation of these corpse creatures, their overwhelming numbers, reaching into the thousands, rendered them formidable foes, even intimidating for nascent soul cultivators. Yet, the soul-crying beast exhibited no fear in the face of this dark cloud. Without any inclination to evade, it lifted its head and inhaled deeply, its enormous nostrils drawing in the black mist forcefully. Two powerful beams of golden light erupted from the ape's nose, transforming into a radiant yellow glow that streaked towards the black cloud like lightning. In a swift motion, the black mist, akin to a great whale swallowing the sea, offered no resistance as it was consumed by the giant ape's gaping maw. The lowly intellect of the corpse creatures left them momentarily stunned by the spectacle. Seizing the opportunity, the giant ape continued to exhale, unleashing streams of yellow light that cascaded upon the remaining corpses. As the black mist dissipated, the corpses lost their vitality, plummeting from the sky and dissolving into wisps of gray smoke, vanishing without a trace. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of airborne copper corpses lost their consciousness as they were stripped of their life force. The soul-crying beast appeared exhilarated, extending its crimson tongue and gazing greedily at the remaining corpses. Meanwhile, the other cultivators and mages stood dumbfounded, astonished by the giant ape's astounding prowess. Such an enigmatic being as the soul-crying beast was exceedingly rare even in the chaotic starry sea, let alone in the southern heaven region. As the soul-crying beast dealt with the copper corpses, Lin Mo's battle with the sacred peacock had reached a fever pitch. Enveloped in the azure blue ice flame, Lin Mo exhibited no fear of the cerulean fire. However, the formidable might of the azure peacock rendered it exceedingly challenging to capture without invoking the 5 elements' nascent soul. It appeared there was no choice but to proceed with caution. Lin Mo cast a lingering gaze upon the sacred azure peacock, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. A low, resonant hum echoed continuously as strands of golden light coiled around Lin Mo's form. Suddenly, golden scales manifested upon his skin. The sound of a powerful heartbeat reverberated through the air, causing some lower-ranked sorcerers to clutch their chests, fearing their hearts might explode in tandem with that peculiar rhythm. Lin Mo gradually released the 8 azure blue sword flames he held. In an instant, the ethereal blue sword flames transformed into a ghostly blue ice flame, wrapping around him. From a distance, he appeared as a celestial being descending from the heavens, exuding an otherworldly aura. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, observing the distant azure peacock. With a sharp whoosh, he transformed into a streak of blue light, swiftly arriving before the sacred azure peacock. Taken aback by the sudden proximity, the peacock instinctively opened its beak, unleashing a torrent of searing azure flames. The inferno blazed fiercely, threatening to incinerate Lin Mo entirely. Yet, encased in the azure blue sword flames, he remained remarkably composed. With the azure blue sword flames shielding me, I am impervious to harm for the time being, Lin Mo murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the azure peacock. This is an extraordinary opportunity. I cannot afford to let it slip away. To Lin Mo, this sacred peacock likely possessed only the cultivation level of the void refinement stage in the spirit realm, with little chance of being at the integration stage. Although it was not the true form of a sacred beast, the immense fiery energy it harbored was undeniable. If he could allow his Wu Ji to absorb it, there would undoubtedly be a significant enhancement in her cultivation. As he contemplated the azure peacock before him, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. In a fleeting motion, he transformed into an ephemeral shadow, racing towards the azure peacock. Witnessing Lin Mo's rapid advance, the peacock's expression shifted, taken aback by the depth of his formidable abilities. The existence of such divine protection against flames and his seemingly indestructible physical prowess was unprecedented for a nascent soul cultivator from the lower realm. As the azure peacock grappled with its astonishment, Lin Mo was already upon it. Why venture down to the lower realm when you should remain in the spirit realm? Seeking death here? A chilling light danced in Lin Mo's eyes as his right hand, cloaked in azure blue sword flames, lunged toward the azure peacock. For the first time, the peacock experienced a flicker of fear within. With a powerful flap of its wings, emerald flames blossomed forth, but their descent was languid, akin to delicate snowflakes drifting downwards. However, the formidable power that erupted was sufficient to rival the full force of a peak nascent soul cultivator. There were nearly 10 azure flames in bloom. Excellent. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he flicked his sleeve. Suddenly, a girl appeared beside him, her cherubic face adorned with a bun. Yet, the aura she exuded had already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Swish, swish, swish. Her lips parted slightly, and nearly 300 flying swords of 4 colors shot forth from her mouth, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. They divided into 4, instantly crashing into the azure flames. Crackle. The sparks and sword light intertwined, producing an unbearably sharp sound. At the same time, the corpse monkey guard revealed its true form. The powerful body of the corpse monkey was fully unveiled at that moment, presenting a seductive and graceful figure. With every subtle movement, it exuded an irresistible charm. Its gaze turned towards the remaining 5 azure flames, and it raised both hands, tearing apart 2 of the flames. In that instant, Lin Mo transformed into a ghostly blue silhouette, charging directly towards the last 3 azure flames. Crackle. The flames erupted around Lin Mo, momentarily engulfing him completely. However, despite witnessing the technique strike true, the azure peacock saint did not display an ounce of amusement. Instead, it looked on with palpable tension at Lin Mo, who was ensnared by the azure flames. Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking air erupted. A golden phantom sliced through the flames, appearing before the azure peacock. It extended its right hand, seizing the peacock by the neck. What? The saint was captured. the Muralin saint was apprehended. How could this be? How could a nascent soul cultivator contend with a saint? The image of Lin Mo grasping the Muralin saint in one hand struck like an indomitable hammer upon the hearts of the Muralin people, leaving them in disbelief. As if he had trampled the entire Muralin race underfoot. In stark contrast to the fury of the Muralin crowd, Lin Mo was filled with immense joy at that moment. With a firm grip, he unleashed the remaining Qianlan sword flames from within, enveloping the Muralin saint entirely. The flames that continuously burned around it crystallized into ice at that moment. From afar, it appeared as a colossal ice sculpture of the saint, standing motionless. Gazing at the blue ice crystal in his hand, Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he tucked it into his sleeve. He then turned his gaze towards the trembling Muralin sorcerers below. In an instant, the entire assembly of Muralin sorcerers shivered, their spirits shattered. If even the clan's most treasured saint could be so easily vanquished, how could they possibly choose to continue the fight? Just then, a shrill whistle echoed from the sky behind the sorcerers, followed by a flash of light, as dozens of multicolored escape lights rapidly approached. Before they even approached, a loud shout echoed through the air. Several divine masters, cease at once. Something has occurred on the grasslands. The situation has changed. This individual seemed intent on ensuring that everyone heard him, employing some arcane technique to amplify his voice. Following this, the retreating lights hastened their pace, swiftly plunging into the battlefield. Both the cultivators and sorcerers clearly heard this proclamation. Most paused in astonishment, glancing in confusion at one another. The emaciated elder felt a heavy weight settle in his heart upon hearing these words. Without hesitation, he withdrew several dozen paces, casting a cold gaze at the opposing cultivators before transforming into a streak of vibrant light, advancing toward the group of sorcerers. Longhan hesitated momentarily, refraining from pursuing the other cultivators. The elder had shown no signs of defeat and was even slightly on the offensive. Chasing after them would yield no favorable outcomes. Moreover, the sorcerer who had delivered the message clearly intended for them to hear the previous announcement, suggesting that there was something amiss worth investigating further. Since the mention of the Mulan grasslands had arisen, could it be linked to the Tu people? Lin Mo stroked his chin, muttering softly. It appears the Tu have not been slow in their maneuvers. Chapter 158. The Phoenix cultivation technique is for you two female practitioners alone. As the Mulan people departed, Lin Mo flicked his sleeve lightly, transforming into a mere phantom. In an instant, he vanished from the battlefield. His earlier confrontation with the Mulan sacred bird had undoubtedly drawn the attention of many cultivators. Lin Mo preferred solitude and was not keen on entanglements with these individuals. Indeed, shortly after his departure, Wei Wuyo and his companions materialized as a streak of light at the very spot where Lin Mo had stood. By this time, however, Lin Mo had long since disappeared. Having acquired the Xiantian immortal vine, the gambling match concluded, and Lin Mo saw no reason to linger. Returning to the Moon Concealment Sect, entering seclusion for cultivation, and preparing for his grand wedding with Nangong Wan were now of utmost importance. With a sigh, Han Li struggled to break through the crimson barrier, looking up only to find that Lin Mo's figure had vanished. Senior Lin's strength is truly formidable, Han Li remarked, shaking his head in awe. Meanwhile, just after taking flight, he suddenly spotted two familiar figures, a woman from the Luoyun sect and Mu Peeling. The woman, Song Yu, was the sect leader of White Phoenix Peak, possessing a heavenly root and the ability of the clear spirit connection. Having broken through to the core formation stage at merely 100 years of age, she represented the future of the Luoyun sect. Lin Mo had met her briefly on a previous occasion. Observing the two women who appeared to have been waiting for a while, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What brings you both here?" "Senior Lin." Song Yu stepped forward gracefully, bowing respectfully to Lin Mo. "I have a matter to discuss with you." "Speak plainly," Lin Mo replied, glancing at Song Yu. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yu responded, "What I wish to discuss concerns a remarkable treasure located within the abyss of demons. A disciple of the Ghost Spirit sect inadvertently revealed information about it in my presence, which is how we became aware of this matter." Listening to Song Yu's words, Lin Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. According to the storyline, this treasure should indeed be the spirit candle fruit. The spirit candle fruit, resplendent in its fiery red hue, tapers from a slender top to a broader base, emanating a faint crimson glow reminiscent of a single red candle flickering atop a candelabrum. Once plucked, It must be processed immediately, lest it lose all efficacy. This fruit serves as a principal ingredient in the crafting of the creation pill. Lin Mo cast a glance at Song Yu and spoke directly. Speak plainly. Do not meander with your words. To Lin Mo, time was of the essence, and he had no desire to squander it in idle chatter. At Lin Mo's words, Song Yu's expression shifted slightly. He had witnessed firsthand the formidable presence of the man before him, who single-handedly contended against the sacred bird in a gamble. It was a feat that even a Yuanying-level cultivator could not accomplish. If he could collaborate with such a figure, the chances of obtaining the coveted item would significantly increase. With this thought in mind, Song Yu regarded Lin Mo with earnestness and continued, Might Lin Shu have heard of the spirit candle fruit? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This opportunity was indeed peculiar. He had been in search of the spirit candle fruit for quite some time, without success in locating the ghostly cultivator who possessed knowledge of its whereabouts. Yet here stood Song Yu, effortlessly uncovering its trace. Do you truly know the whereabouts of the spirit candle fruit? Lin Mo slowly lifted his gaze, studying Song Yu intently. Seeing Lin Mo's reaction, Song Yu's face brightened with delight, and he hastily remarked, Senior Lin must have a deep understanding of this spiritual fruit. Surely, you are also aware of the creation pill it can produce? Observing the smile on Song Yu's face, Lin Mo nodded with a calm demeanor. Each cultivator may only consume one creation pill in their lifetime, and it is exclusively for those below the god transformation stage. It is said that those who partake in this pill will experience a catalytic enhancement of their spiritual awareness, allowing them to glimpse the extraordinary transformations of the next realm for a limited time. Lin Mo stroked his chin, continuing without pause, though these sensations cannot be articulated, and experiences may vary greatly among individuals. Many cultivators subsequently break through their stagnation, despite having known the efficacy of the creation pill for some time. Song Yu could not suppress the excitement that flickered in his eyes at the mention of it. Although he was a disciple of the heavenly spirit root, possessing a creation pill would greatly enhance his chances of advancing to the Yuanying stage and beyond. This was the primary reason for his daring expedition to seek out Lin Mo. Lin Mo regarded Song Yu and stated, Should we successfully locate the spirit candle fruit, I would not mind providing you with one. Upon hearing this, Song Yu's face lit up with unrestrained joy as he quickly replied, My information is absolutely reliable. As for the method to enter the valley, I learned from a disciple of the ghostly spirit sect that they are currently researching an entrance technique, which is nearing completion. However, the specifics remain unknown to that individual. But when the next stabilization period of the Demonfall Valley spatial rift occurs, the ghostly spirit sect will undoubtedly take action. Song Yu licked his lips and continued, At that time, we can ascertain the details of this method. Infiltrating should not pose a significant challenge. However, it is said that the environment surrounding the spirit candle fruit is extremely harsh, and without great powers, one cannot approach the fruit. That is not a concern. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. There are ample treasures within the Demonfall Valley. However, what captivated Lin Mo, aside from the spirit candle fruit, was the material for refining the Arctic primordial light. Moreover, there were a total of 4 spirit candle fruits. After consuming one for himself, he promised to give one to Song Yu. The remaining 2, once transformed into elixirs, raised the question of who would benefit from them. Lin Mo stroked his chin, and the images of Nangong Wan and Yin Rian surfaced in his mind. Both women were currently at the pinnacle of their cultivation within the Nascent Soul stage. Thus, the efficacy of the creation elixir would be maximized for them. The other women, still in the core formation stage, would not be able to harness the full potential of the elixir if consumed too early. Consequently, Lin Mo had already formed a plan regarding the distribution of these creation elixirs in his heart. By the way, Senior Lin, the spirit candle fruit cannot be preserved once harvested. It must be processed into medicine within half a day. If this time limit is exceeded, its potency diminishes significantly. The same limitation applies to the creation elixir. If not consumed within a certain time frame after its refinement, it too loses its efficacy. Upon saying this, Song Yu retrieved a jade slip from her bosom and respectfully handed it over. Lin Mo glanced at her before grasping the jade slip in his hand. His consciousness, vast as the sea, surged into the slip, and as he swept through its contents, the information flowed seamlessly into his mind. This was an ancient tome dedicated to introducing ancient spiritual elixirs and herbs, containing numerous recipes and medicinal plants, some of which Lin Mo had heard of, while others were entirely unknown to him. It even detailed the 9 curves, spirit ginseng, and related recipes obtained from the elder Shin bone. From his current perspective, many of the elixirs listed would prove immensely beneficial for someone of his nascent soul level. Although the recorded alchemical materials were predominantly rare ancient spiritual herbs, it was evident that Song Yu hailed from a distinguished cultivation family. Otherwise, she would not possess such a precious jade slip. If there are no further matters, please accompany me in my departure, Lin Mo suddenly suggested, glancing at the 2 women. Upon hearing his words, Song Yu's cheeks flushed slightly as she gazed at him. Nodding earnestly, it was essential to recognize that the individual before her was far from ordinary, having reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. To travel alongside him was indeed a rare opportunity. In contrast to Song Yu's excitement, Mu Peeling appeared somewhat apprehensive. With a swift motion, Lin Mo flicked his sleeve, and a blue ethereal silhouette flickered into existence. The divine wind boat hovered before him, its visible blue aura swirling around it. Lin Mo transformed into a streak of blue light and firmly stepped onto the divine wind boat. The 2 women exchanged glances, without the slightest hesitation, swiftly following suit. With a sharp sound akin to the tearing of the air, the divine wind boat transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the sky in an instant. Along the way, only the 3 of them remained. Lin Mo and the 2 women were not well acquainted, thus no conversation transpired between them. However, as they caught sight of Tianyi City from a distance, Mu Peeling hesitated and suddenly inquired, "Senior Lin, the abyss of demons has seen countless nascent soul experts enter throughout the ages, yet none have ever returned. As cultivators at the core formation stage, is it truly possible for us to find spiritual fruits and exit unscathed?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was taken aback, his surroundings shimmering with azure light as the speed of his divine wind boat began to decelerate. He glanced at Song Yu, who, sensing Lin Mo's gaze, seemed to detect a hint of unease and promptly lowered her head. After a moment of silence, Lin Mo responded, "Considering your individual cultivation level, the likelihood of survival on this journey is exceedingly slim. After all, even the weakest among those previous cultivators were at the nascent soul stage. They were well prepared, a feat you cannot compare to. According to Senior Lin's words, our entrance is equally fraught with peril." Song Yu's delicate brows furrowed, her expression tinged with concern. Lin Mo cast another glance at Song Yu and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "That applies to you, but not to me. If an ordinary nascent soul cultivator were to venture in, it would indeed be perilous. Yet, I am no mere nascent soul. Moreover, I possess certain trump cards that Master Song Kuan had when entering the abyss of demons. As long as I remain unready and adequately prepared." Song Yu lowered her head, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Mo, with a slight upward curve of his lips, suddenly remarked, "If I were in your position, I would likely refrain from entering the abyss of demons. After all, your cultivation is merely at the mid-core formation stage, still a considerable distance from the nascent soul stage. In other words, what you should truly contemplate now is how to break through to the nascent soul stage, rather than fixating on this spiritual fruit." Upon hearing this, Song Yu fell silent, yet a flicker of realization danced in her bright eyes. "Very well, these words were not ones I initially intended to share with you. However, since you have inquired, I shall impart a few insights. Now that you have arrived in Tianyi City, your foremost priority should be to ensure you do not fall in the impending battle. That is the urgent matter at hand." As he concluded his thoughts, a hint of self-deprecation graced Lin Mo's lips. "Thank you, Senior Lin, for your guidance." Song Yu, feeling a shiver run through her heart at Lin Mo's words, quickly expressed her gratitude. "It is no guidance at all. You would come to understand this with a little reflection." At this point, Lin Mo waved his sleeve, and a jade slip materialized in his hand. "This is a cultivation technique. While the method you practice is exquisite, its efficacy is limited to the core formation stage." With a flick of his wrist, the jade slip floated before Song Yu. Her face lit up with delight as she hastily accepted the jade slip, her consciousness sweeping through its contents. The Phoenix cultivation technique, feeling the technique in her hands, Song Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but look up at Lin Mo, whispering, "This technique." The subsequent words eluded her, as the nature of this technique was indeed quite embarrassing. It was designed for the cultivation of both men and women, and fortuitously, she had yet to lose her essence, making it suitable for her. However, to unlock the full potential of this technique, one would need to cultivate alongside a male partner after achieving proficiency. Given Song Yu's pride and status as a disciple with a heavenly spiritual root, ordinary nascent soul cultivators could hardly capture her interest. Thus, if she wished to progress further, it would inevitably complicate matters with Senior Lin. Upon reflecting on this, Song Yu slowly raised her head, her beautiful gaze directed towards Lin Mo. A faint blush colored her cheeks. Observing this, Mu peeling behind her displayed a flicker of curiosity. Unfortunately, as this was a technique belonging to her master Song, she felt it inappropriate to comment further. Lin Mo glanced at Mu peeling standing behind Song Yu and calmly stated, "This technique may only be learned by the two of you." Upon hearing this, Song Yu immediately understood Lin Mo's implication. She promptly raised her hand and vowed, Song Yu, pledge once more not to divulge this technique." Listening to her, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his sleeve, the shinfeng boat beneath them accelerated, transforming into a streak of blue light, vanishing from sight. The two women exchanged glances, their thoughts shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, having gained much, sat cross-legged atop the shinfeng boat, his heart filled with joy, as the sound of Silver Moon's laughter wafted into his ears. "Lindao friend, this journey has indeed been fruitful. You even vanquished a celestial beast in the night." In response to Silver Moon's exaggeration, Lin Mo chuckled lightly. That celestial beast was of modest power. Had it been any stronger, I might have struggled. Then what do you intend to do with this celestial beast? Though this celestial being was merely a fragment of the higher realm's peacock spirit, the energy it harbored could greatly enhance the strength of his Wuji. I plan to have Wuji devour it. Lin Mo, feeling no need for concealment with Silver Moon, stated directly, if Wuji consumes it, she may very well break through to level 9, or even reach level 10 as a beast. Although Wuji at level 8 possessed commendable strength, it fell short of being genuinely beneficial to him. Thus, enhancing Wuji's power had become imperative. Despite Wuji's formidable abilities, devouring a fragment of the celestial peacock's spirit would not be a simple task. Lin Mo frowned at Silver Moon's words and retorted, "Given your extensive knowledge, do you have any suggestions?" "Shatter its spirit fragment." Silver Moon's eyes narrowed as she whispered in explanation. This way, Wuji could easily absorb its fiery energy. If so, I might have a solution. Chapter 159. 3 Great Cultivators? Let us converge. Guiding the shinfeng boat, Lin Mo journeyed forth, soon catching sight of the Yin Yu sect in the distance. "At last, we have returned," Lin Mo mused, a smile gracing his lips as he beheld the Yin Yu sect. "Now that the invasion by the Mulan has subsided, I can finally wed Nan Gongwan. However, before that, I must refine the celestial peacock. After all, being a creature from the higher realms, it was prudent to act swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications and enhance Wuji's power." Whoosh! With a flash of black light, Wuji, draped in a black robe, gracefully landed beside him. Her beautiful eyes fixated on Lin Mo, her ruby lips parting. "Master, what would you have me do?" "Follow me," Lin Mo replied, gesturing towards the nearby Yin Yu sect. "Let us proceed." Hearing his words, Wuji nodded vigorously. A veil of black mist enveloped her, presenting her as a spirit ensnared by dark clouds from afar. Whoosh! Whoosh! As I approached the array of the sect, 2 streaks of light swiftly emerged from within. Upon closer inspection, I beheld 2 remarkably youthful maidens. Their cultivation was not to be underestimated, having reached the latter stages of foundation establishment. Their commendable aptitude suggested that a breakthrough to the core formation stage would not pose much of a challenge in the future. "May I inquire as to the identity of this esteemed elder?" Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Lin Mo, the 2 maidens dared not exhibit any semblance of disrespect. They respectfully clasped their hands in greeting. "Lin Mo?" With a flick of his wrist, Lin Mo produced a golden identity token, emanating a radiant glow that enveloped the entire artifact. The shadow of the hidden moon sect flickered subtly upon its surface. Observing the token's luster, the expressions of the 2 maidens shifted, and after exchanging glances, they promptly responded, "So it is the esteemed Lin." Buzzing sounds resonated as Lin Mo's divine wind vessel was suddenly cloaked in a blue frost, accelerating to an extraordinary speed and vanishing from sight. Witnessing Lin Mo's instantaneous disappearance, the 2 foundation establishment maidens exchanged glances tinged with envy. After all, he was a venerable figure of the Nascent Soul stage, reputed to be the most powerful within the Hidden Moon sect. Following their conversation, Lin Mo deftly navigated the divine wind vessel, to a secluded canyon. Gazing ahead, he flicked his wrist, releasing a series of formation flags from his storage pouch, which soared into the air, embedding themselves around the canyon. A pale white light curtain swiftly enveloped the entire area. Observing this, Lin Mo waved his sleeve, summoning a peacock ice sculpture encased in azure ice crystals to the ground. Within, flickered orange flames that coursed through the icy form. Lin Mo licked his lips and executed a single-handed spell. At that moment, translucent spirit stones cascaded around the formation. Accompanied by piercing buzzing sounds, the peacock ice sculpture, ensnared by the azure ice flames, emitted frantic roars. As a noble celestial bird of the upper realm, being trapped by a nascent soul cultivator was a profound disgrace. Lin Mo remained unfazed, turning his gaze to the side where Wu Ji stood. With an understanding nod, Wu Ji transformed into a shadowy figure and soared into the air, hovering above the formation. This formation was the Spirit Refining Array, previously utilized for the refinement of the 5 elements nascent souls, and it could similarly refine this celestial bird, extracting its consciousness while preserving its primal power. Lin Mo glanced at Wu Ji, who, as the array operated, began to absorb streams of verdant flames into her being. This formation was indeed a marvel of creation. As he contemplated the array, a silvery white fox leapt into his embrace, its large eyes fixated on the array that continuously siphoned the fiery energy from the celestial peacock. Even Silver Moon was witnessing such an enigmatic array for the very first time. Lin Mo smiled faintly, acknowledging the formidable power of these formations. Much of his strength enhancement was significantly attributed to the Spirit Refining Array and the Spirit Seizing Array. These ancient formations greatly aided Lin Mo's ascension in power. Crackling sounds erupted as searing flames blazed forth, with tendrils of fire continuously extricating themselves from the body of the sacred peacock. The azure green flames within seemed endless. No matter how the Spirit Refining Array extracted and refined, the aura emanating from the sacred peacock remained undiminished. It appeared that the time required to fully subdue this sacred peacock would be considerable. After all, it was a divine beast from the upper realm, not merely an ordinary 5 elements nascent soul. With this thought, Lin Mo glanced at Wu Ji, who floated above the array, absorbing the fiery energy. Wu Ji, remain here and cultivate. Wu Ji furrowed her delicate brows, but nodded earnestly. Yes, master. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction, waving his sleeve as his entire being transformed into a pale blue arc of light, vanishing from the spot. At the main peak, within the cave dwelling of Nangong Wan, she murmured, "Has Lin Mo returned?" Suddenly, her eyes fluttered open, gazing towards the cave's entrance. A blue silhouette could be seen racing towards her from several miles away. Sensing it through her divine awareness, Nangong Wan's face lit up with joy. Raising her right hand and waving gently, she transformed into a red silhouette. Soaring out of the cave, upon reaching the cave entrance, Lin Mo beheld the figure he had longed for. Dressed in palace attire, Nangong Wan's skin was a flawless white with a hint of rosy hue, her exquisite visage captivating, and her sparkling eyes fixed attentively on Lin Mo. "You have returned?" she inquired softly, her lips barely parting. Lin Mo nodded, surveying her before asking, "Were there any unusual occurrences in the sect during my absence?" This inquiry was, in truth, a veiled concern for the stability of the Grand Elder of the Hidden Moon sect. "Everything has gone smoothly," Nangong Wan replied with a gentle smile, her gaze fixed on Lin Mo. "I heard this journey was perilous. You weren't harmed, were you?" At her concern, Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, a mere Mulan. "No one can harm me." Hearing his words, Nangong Wan sighed in relief and nodded vigorously. "By the way, I have set up an array at the sect. It would be prudent to assign some personnel to guard it. No one must intrude." Observing Lin Mo's earnest demeanor, Nangong Wan looked towards the distance. Noticing the array in a canyon several miles away, its lights shimmering brilliantly, indicating its formidable nature. Swish, swish, Nangong Wan raised her right hand, and a jade slip swiftly flew from her grasp. As it exited the cave, it spread out like a rainbow. Afterward, she gracefully walked to Lin Mo's side, smiling brightly. "I've given the order. Some Golden Core disciples will be on guard." "That is excellent." Lin Mo nodded, slowly approaching her. He gently lifted his right hand, brushing against her delicate jade-like hand. Feeling the warmth emanating from Lin Mo's right hand, Nangong Wan's cheeks flushed slightly, her alluring eyes glimmering as she cast a deep glance. Lin Mo responded in a low voice. There are people here. At that moment, not far away, Xiaozhen momentarily lost her train of thought. Looking around, she realized that the people referred to were none other than herself. With her cheeks reddening, she hastily turned and retreated, not daring to interrupt Lin Mo and the other's private moment. As Xiaozhen departed, Lin Mo reached out his right hand, pulling Nangong Wan into the cave abode. What followed was a joyous period of cultivation. After the invasion of the Mulan Law Masters concluded, the cultivation world in Tiannan once again erupted with excitement. Elders of the Yuanying level from various major sects suddenly received an invitation from the Yenyue sect to attend the dual cultivation ceremony of Lin Mo and the celestial maiden Nangong. The recipients of this invitation were astonished. For Lin Mo had made a name for himself in the cultivation realm by single-handedly vanquishing the sacred bird during his confrontation with the Mulan Law Masters. At that moment, another elder with the surname Ma revealed additional information. Master Zhong, also known as Mulan Zhong, had met his demise at the hands of this senior Lin. The news sent shockwaves throughout the entire cultivation community, as a late-stage Yuanying cultivator is regarded as one of the pinnacle existences in the realm. Lin Mo's ability to slay Master Zhong signified that he had indeed ascended to the ranks of the most formidable cultivators in Tiannan. Thus, with Lin Mo's unparalleled reputation, no one dared to decline the invitation. Even the three eminent cultivators of Tiannan, who had just dealt with the Mulan Law Masters, were able to extricate themselves to attend this remarkable dual cultivation ceremony, leaving the gathered cultivators in awe. It is worth noting that such an event had never before witnessed the attendance of a single great cultivator, let alone three. The thought of someone capable of defeating a fellow great cultivator such as Master Zhong suggested that Lin Mo's strength had undoubtedly reached that esteemed level. Coupled with the grand dual cultivation ceremony, it was indeed a moment of double celebration, warranting considerable splendor. It is said that in the days leading up to the ceremony, the sky over Linglong Mountain was enveloped by a dazzling array of five-colored radiance, and within the mountains, magnificent palatial structures materialized in brilliant hues. The spiritual flowers and trees throughout the mountain range blossomed in unison, creating an ethereal atmosphere reminiscent of a celestial realm. Nearby sects eager to curry favor with Lin Mo exerted their utmost efforts, resulting in a ceremony of unparalleled grandeur. In addition to the major sects who sent invitations, numerous smaller sects and notable loose cultivators arrived uninvited, bearing gifts. Consequently, during the days of the ceremony, the number of visiting cultivators at Linglong Mountain swelled to an astonishing 5,000 or 6,000, predominantly comprising high-level practitioners. This marked the largest celebration in Tiannan in over a millennium. All sects have dispatched representatives to forge connections, while high-ranking cultivators among the loose practitioners are eager to become acquainted with this new generation powerhouse from Tiannan, hoping for guidance in their cultivation or to meet other practitioners through this ceremony. Consequently, the influx of visiting cultivators, combined with the disciples from the three sects, truly merits the title of the grand ceremony of 10,000 cultivators. Lin Mo, accompanied by the enchanting Nangong Wan, made a brief appearance at the ceremony. The duo exchanged courteous words of gratitude with the gathered cultivators and partook in a cup of celebratory wine before gracefully departing. The subsequent proceedings were entirely entrusted to the venerable old monster, Xiong, of the Jianyu sect. True to his vast experience, Xiong managed to host the remaining activities of the ceremony with great fervor, despite the absence of two principal figures, ensuring a lively and bustling atmosphere. The dual cultivation ceremony spanned 3 to 4 days before concluding. As the congratulatory throngs began to disperse, a few unexpected individuals lingered behind. Lin Mo glanced towards the main hall and noticed that the newcomer was none other than Wei Wuyo, whose presence was marked by a pungent odor of poison. Lin Daoyu, you truly are a prodigious youth. I hear you have achieved mid-stage Yuanying cultivation in less than 200 years. Upon hearing Wei Wuyo's words, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, it was merely luck. He had never been fond of pleasantries, nor was he skilled in them. Wei Wuyo, however, was undeterred. With a hearty laugh, he scrutinized Lin Mo and declared, I have a favor to ask of you, Lin Daoyu. What is it? Lin Mo inquired, stroking his chin as he regarded Wei Wuyo, sensing the palpable battle intent emanating from him. I wish to spar with you, Wei Wuyo stated earnestly. It is rumored that your strength is formidable, having vanquished the Master Zhong. I have been stagnating in late-stage Yuanying for some time. Perhaps a battle with you would greatly benefit my future cultivation. As Wei Wuyo spoke, a dark shadow suddenly rushed in from afar. Lin Mo focused his gaze and saw the Grand Elder of the He-Huan Sect, draped in crimson and black, materializing before him. May I join as well? The He-Huan Elder proposed. Lin Mo slightly raised an eyebrow and turned to the nearby Zhiyang Shangren, asking, would you like to join us? Cough, cough. Zhiyang Shangren cleared his throat, looking at Lin Mo with a hint of concern. Is it appropriate for all three of us to engage together? Why not? Lin Mo chuckled lightly. Meanwhile, Nangong Wan's expression shifted with unease. 3 late-stage Yuanian cultivators against Lin Mo, despite his undeniable prowess, seemed an insurmountable challenge. Lin Mo smiled gently and patted Nangong Wan's shoulder reassuringly, saying, it's fine. No need for me to intervene. As he spoke, Lin Mo waved his sleeve, summoning the corpse Xiao Wei, which promptly appeared before him. A tender young girl stood obediently by Lin Mo's side. The moment she manifested, the 3 cultivators instantly tensed, regarding the corpse Xiao Wei as a formidable threat. The aura radiating from her matched that of the late-stage Yuanian, equal to their own. Let us engage in a contest. Shall we? Lin Mo harbored no intentions of eliminating the 3 individuals. Thus, there was no necessity for his true self to intervene. The avatar. The expression of the old monster, He-Huan, shifted slightly as he fixed his gaze upon the corpse Xiao Wei, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Although he had encountered numerous avatars, one achieving the late stage of the Nascent Soul was truly unprecedented. Chapter 160, Let Us Unite. Buzzing. Surrounding the corpse Xiao Wei were tendrils of surging green corpse energy. Even from a distance, Lin Mo could perceive the foul stench emanating from it. Glancing at the 3 individuals in the distance, a fleeting glimmer of crimson crossed his eyes. A formidable aura enveloped the corpse Xiao Wei. The 3 eminent cultivators from Tian then exchanged glances. The Supreme Sun Master observed Lin Mo deeply and suggested, given the multitude of eyes here, perhaps we should relocate? That would be splendid. Lin Mo smiled subtly and performed a respectful gesture towards the Supreme Sun Master. The corpse Xiao Wei beside him flickered and transformed into a green phantom, swiftly fleeing into the distance. Observing the retreating figure of the corpse Xiao Wei, the 3 cultivators exchanged knowing looks before morphing into 3 streaks of light in pursuit. Nangong Wan, standing by Lin Mo, glanced at him and inquired softly, my lord. Aren't you going to follow and take a look? Noticing the concern in Nangong Wan's eyes, Lin Mo smiled reassuringly. There is no need for worry. The corpse Xiao Wei is more than capable of handling it. As he spoke, several streams of various colors of light approached from behind. It was none other than Ziling and her companions. Among the women, Chun Xiaoqian was the first to reach Lin Mo's side, her eyes sparkling with excitement. My lord, I have studied the elixir formula you showed me, and I believe I can successfully refine it. During this period, Chun Xiaoqian had devoted herself to alchemy while Exine Ruin focused on array formation, both exhibiting a trend of becoming Lin Mo's right and left arms. All the women had been at the peak of the core formation stage for quite some time. Without an extraordinary opportunity, breaking through to the Nascent Soul stage would indeed be exceedingly challenging. The current method closest to Lin Mo was the creation of transformation pills, which could allow them to sense the next realm in advance. For transformation pills, Lin Mo stroked his chin, his peripheral vision drifting over the women. Chun Xiaoqian would accompany me to the abyss of demons. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Chun Xiaoqian's gaze flickered, and she nodded vigorously. Are you planning to go to the abyss of demons? In contrast to Chun Xiaoqian, Nangong Wan, being a nascent soul female cultivator, was well aware of the abyss of demons' notorious reputation. Many nascent soul cultivators entered, yet few returned unscathed. Indeed, Lin Mo nodded, turning to Nangong Wan with a smile. I have compelling reasons to go. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Nangong Wan sighed. His statement signified that there was no opportunity for retention. If that is the case, I shall accompany you. Nangong Wan waved her sleeve and shot Lin Mo an exasperated glance. Since I chose to marry you, I shall naturally follow you through life and death. Hearing Nangong Wan's words, Lin Mo felt a stir in his heart. That is splendid. He smiled gently. Not far away, Ziling and the others, witnessing the exchange, could not help but exclaim, we shall go as well. Listening to Ziling, Lin Mo gently waved his hand, saying, I am not venturing forth for leisure. This journey carries certain risks. Your cultivation levels are too low, so it would be best to refrain. A glance exchanged among Xiling, Yuan Yao, and the others revealed their shared sense of helplessness. Their insufficient strength rendered them unable to assist Lin Mo. Accompanying him to the abyss of demons would only be a burden. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air from a distance. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and looked towards the source. A crimson phantom sped towards him, emanating an aura of dominance. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the figure as Yen Riyun, adorned in a blood-red dress, exuding an overwhelming presence. With her cultivation at the initial stage of the Nascent Soul, she radiated an intense pressure, particularly palpable to the women who had yet to reach that level. Their faces turned pale, clearly struggling against the formidable aura. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and gently waved his right hand, sending a gentle breeze that alleviated the oppressive sensation from the women's faces. They quickly regained their color. Breathing heavily, "I am the lady of the Ghost Spirit Sect's young master, paying my respects to you, esteemed Lin." Yen Riyun's cheeks flushed slightly, her enchanting eyes fixed intently on Lin Mo, as if she wished to consume him with her gaze, filled with resentment. Lin Mo awkwardly touched his nose, realizing he had not informed Yen Riyun of his marriage to Nangong Wan. "Riyun," he said, glancing at her with a sheepish smile. "When did you arrive?" "I traveled countless miles upon hearing the news of your grand wedding," Yen Riyun replied, rolling her eyes at Lin Mo, her voice laced with mock indignation. "And you didn't even invite me for a cup of tea." Clearing his throat, Lin Mo swiftly transformed into a streak of blue light, appearing beside Yen Riyun. He then placed a gentle hand on her delicate shoulder, saying, "Enough of this. How do you intend to address our relationship?" Yen Riyun slowly turned her head to gaze deeply into Lin Mo's eyes. "I do not wish to remain merely the lady of the Ghost Spirit Sect. I desire to be Lin Mo's woman." At these words, the nearby Elder Cheong's expression turned awkward, as if he had overheard something scandalous. He hastily turned away and fled into the distance, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, clearly anxious and uncertain about how to proceed. If the affair between the Lady of the Ghost Spirit Sect and Lin Mo were to become public knowledge, it would certainly lead to chaos. This news must not escape. Thinking quickly, Elder Cheong retrieved a formation compass, from which dazzling arrays of light erupted, enveloping the entirety of Linglong Mountain in a radiant glow. Next, he would ensure that no prying eyes were nearby. "Are you truly willing to abandon everything for the Ghost Spirit Sect?" Lin Mo inquired, casting a glance at Yen Riyun. "Absolutely," she replied without hesitation, her conviction evident. Warmth spread through Lin Mo's heart at her response. He had always known of Yen Riyun's feelings for him, but he was taken aback by the intensity of her devotion. Gazing at Yen Riyun before him, Lin Mo remained silent for a moment before he spoke. "To marry you is no arduous task, yet the Ghost Spirit Sect is not a trifling matter for you. In my opinion, once you have fully taken control of the Ghost Spirit Sect, you may wed me alongside the other women." As he said this, Lin Mo's gaze inevitably fell upon the few women behind him. Yen Riyun's expression shifted slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded vigorously. "All right. As long as Lin Mo can marry me, everything else can be discussed." Observing Yen Riyun, Lin Mo shook his head and sighed. "The abyss of demons. You must accompany me there." "You intend to go to the abyss of demons?" Upon hearing those words, Yen Riyun's heart stirred. Currently, the Ghost Spirit Sect was planning to enter the abyss of demons, seeking all knowledge regarding it. The more she understood, the more she felt the immense peril of the abyss. Naturally, she did not wish for Lin Mo to take such risks. There exists a spiritual fruit within that can be transformed into a creation pill. Lin Mo glanced at Yen Riyun, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile. "If you could consume that creation pill, it might aid you in breaking through to the mid-stage of the Nascent Soul realm." Upon hearing this, Yen Riyun's eyes brightened. After achieving the Nascent Soul stage, she understood that each level represented a tremendous leap in power. If she could break through to the mid-stage of the Nascent Soul, it would indeed be justifiable for her to control the Ghost Spirit Sect. She could then feign allegiance to the sect and marry Lin Mo. With this thought in mind, Yen Riyun nodded emphatically. "Very well, I shall accompany you." Lin Mo was quite pleased with Yen Riyun's response. "This is splendid." Meanwhile, the Corpse Demon Guard followed the three great cultivators to a desolate mountain peak. The area was sparsely populated. This was the place. The Master of the Sun raised his head to look at the Corpse Demon Guard and spoke. "Are we prepared for battle? Engage." The Corpse Demon Guard did not waste words. simply uttering a single word. Whoosh, whoosh. As the words fell, sharp sounds of slicing air echoed. 72 azure bamboo becloud swords tore through the atmosphere, coalescing into a green dragon midair. Golden exorcism thunder lay upon it, and wherever it passed, thunderous roars resounded. The target of the 72 azure bamboo becloud swords was unmistakably directed at the Grand Elder of the Hahuan Sect, who, upon seeing this, was enveloped in a surge of blood energy, revealing a robust physique. A massive, ghostly visage materialized before him, clashing with the 72 azure bamboo becloud swords. Crack! Crack! The collision of the golden exorcism thunder and the blood-red, ghostly face produced an ear-splitting cacophony. Exorcism thunder. Observing the golden dragon, the Grand Elder of Hahuan's expression shifted, a cold huff escaping his lips. To think there are so many flying swords crafted from golden thunder bamboo. As he spoke, a flicker of trepidation flashed in his eyes. It is well known that golden thunder bamboo is a bane to demonic cultivators. The technique he practiced was of the demonic path, thus naturally restrained by the exorcism thunder. As the exorcism thunder constrained the Grand Elder, the corpse demon guard turned its gaze towards the soaring master of the sun and Wei Wuyo. Its eyes remained indifferent as it opened its mouth once more. The 72 Shin Yellow becloud swords soared forth from the mouth, enveloped in strands of Shin Yellow energy that imparted an added weightiness to them. As they traversed the air, even the atmosphere seemed to ripple in their wake. The Supreme Young Man, upon witnessing the 72 Shin Yellow becloud swords, could not help but show a flicker of surprise. Upon closer inspection, ethereal images of dragon-like beings appeared to dance upon the swords. How could there be so many dragons? His pupils narrowed. Filled with disbelief, where did you acquire such a multitude of dragons? Listening to the Supreme Young Man's confusion, the corpse demon guard had no intention of providing an explanation. With a wave of his right hand, the 72 Shin Yellow becloud swords, entwined with a purifying energy, passed by, causing the withered trees to burst forth with vibrant green branches. If the other three types of flying swords were instruments of destruction, the Shin Yellow becloud sword, due to its connection with the Spirit Eye tree, possessed a unique ability to foster creation. This purifying energy entwining the Shin Yellow becloud sword was precisely the nemesis of the poisoned adept Wei Wuyo. As the verdant poison mist coalesced around him, it was immediately dispelled upon contact with the Shin Yellow becloud sword, dissipating into nothingness. Witnessing this scene, Wei Wuyo displayed a look of astonishment. Purifying energy? Could it be that the Spirit Eye tree of the Falling Cloud sect has fallen into your hands? The corpse demon guard's lips curled into a slight smile. Naturally, as he spoke, the appearance of the corpse demon guard transformed, revealing his true form. In an instant, a thick, greenish corpse aura permeated the air. He raised his right hand, and the 72 golden magnetic becloud swords materialized before him. Crafted from golden magnetic spirit wood, this was their inaugural deployment against an adversary. The corpse demon guard gazed upon the three major cultivators, who were suppressed by over 200 flying swords, his eyes devoid of warmth. Should anyone dare to breach the assault of the flying swords, they would be met with swift retribution. At this moment, the three major cultivators exchanged glances, yet none possessed the courage to charge through the onslaught of swords. One of the corpse demon guards, bearing the 72 golden magnetic becloud swords, was immensely powerful. Even the three major cultivators could hardly claim they would emerge unscathed. After a brief span of time, the old demon of harmony could no longer endure the pressure. With a cold laugh, he waved his right hand, unleashing a dark aura that stained the clouds crimson. The inky tendrils coiled and coalesced, swiftly forming several dark, ghostly figures. These specters exuded a formidable presence, sufficient to reach the core formation stage. Whoosh, whoosh. One after another, the specters sliced through the air, hurtling towards the 72 green bamboo becloud swords. Boom, boom. As the specters neared the green bamboo becloud swords, they erupted spectacularly. Clouds of dark mist enveloped the swords in an instant. Crackle. Golden anti-evil divine thunder erupted from within the green bamboo becloud swords. The golden thunder intertwined with the blood-hued mist, producing a series of deep, resonant sounds. For a moment, the power of the anti-evil divine thunder was astonishingly subdued by the eerie blood of the ghostly figures. Without the exorcising divine thunder, I wonder how you shall stand as my opponent. The ancient demon of harmony let out a cold snort, transforming into a blood-red phantom that lunged towards the corpse Xiaowei. The corpse Xiaowei remained unfazed, as 72 golden magnetic B-swords suddenly soared into the air behind him. The golden flying swords, known for their lethal prowess, were further enhanced by the magnetic force, intertwining in golden tendrils, dazzling and resplendent. Wailing, the corpse Xiaowei opened his mouth, a torrent of surging green corpse aura enveloping him. Within his chest, a withered Xiantian immortal vine abruptly sprouted several tender emerald branches. An incredibly profound energy coiled around the corpse Xiaowei, rendering his flesh translucent. With a mere flick of his razor-sharp claws, he sliced through the air, transforming into a green phantom that charged towards the ancient demon of harmony. What sorcery is this? Observing the formidable pressure emanating from the corpse Xiaowei, the ancient demon cast a wary glance at the golden magnetic beast swords, and then at the corpse Xiaowei. A flicker of trepidation flashing in his eyes. If it were merely a corpse Xiaowei, that would suffice. But he could not discern what Lin Mo had infused into the corpse Xiaowei, for it had undergone a drastic transformation. It appeared neither human nor corpse, neither wood nor otherwise. This bizarre creature was a sight the ancient demon of harmony had never encountered in his centuries of existence. Possessing the formidable physique of a corpse Xiaowei, alongside the growth potential of a human and the resilience of spiritual wood, the ancient demon felt a twinge of envy towards the corpse Xiaowei. Chapter 161, The Great Yin Divine Monarch. Half an hour later, when the corpse Xiaowei returned unscathed, the outcome was evidently clear. Simultaneously, 3 streaks of light followed closely behind the corpse Xiaowei. The trio bore uneasy auras, their faces pale, clearly indicating the slight disarray following their confrontation with the corpse Xiaowei. The corpse Xiaowei emanated a calm aura, devoid of any injuries, and materialized as a green phantom, landing steadily before them. Gazing at the corpse Xiaowei, Lin Mo gently waved his sleeve. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the corpse Xiaowei to vanish from sight in an instant. Lin Mo then raised his gaze to the 3 eminent cultivators. Their eyes met, and a moment of awkward laughter ensued. Previously, during the competition, they viewed Lin Mo's ideas as fanciful and delusional. Yet, after engaging with the corpse Xiaowei, they realized that Lin Mo was not merely a dreamer. Each set of the corpse Xiaowei's 4 flying swords was comparable to their respective life treasures, and the rarity of each set of black-clad swords was unparalleled, especially when 4 sets were revealed at once. Nearly 300 flying sword treasures. The 3 cultivators, exerting their utmost efforts, had managed to achieve a mere stalemate. If 2 cultivators were to face the corpse Xiaowei, they would stand no chance of victory whatsoever. Indeed, Lin Dao's strength is truly formidable. Meanwhile, the ancient demon of harmony let out a hearty laugh, transforming into a red-black phantom that steadily landed before Lin Mo. He clasped his hands in reverence, acknowledging even a mere external avatar possesses such immense power. Receiving the ancient demon's praise, Lin Mo maintained a composed demeanor and nodded slightly. Observing Lin Mo's demeanor, the old demon of He-Huan momentarily fell into a trance, taken aback by Lin Mo's apparent disregard for his prestige. "This is the Ice Spirit Pearl, a gift from me." As he spoke, the old demon deftly flipped his wrist, and a blue treasure box manifested as a spectral image, soaring forth from his sleeve to hover before Lin Mo. The Ice Spirit Pearl? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, recalling how, in the original tale, the old demon had schemed against Han Li with the Wood Spirit Pearl. It seemed he harbored similar intentions. "Thank you, Elder He-Huan." At this moment, Nangong Wan, standing beside him, promptly stowed the Ice Spirit Pearl away and respectfully bowed to the old demon. "Haha." The master of Zhiyang also raised his right hand, and a jade box sliced through the air, levitating before Lin Mo. "This is a 10,000-year-old spiritual plant, an unexpected find. Consider it my congratulatory gift to you, Taoist Lin." The master of Zhiyang waved his sleeve, beaming with delight. A 10,000-year-old spiritual plant? Lin Mo's brow arched slightly, recognizing the significance of such a grand gift. Even the most ordinary spiritual herb, having aged for 10 millennia, would possess unimaginable value. Suddenly, a sharp sound of slicing air echoed from afar. Lin Mo turned to see the Grand Elder of the Yin Yu sect approaching, his expression shifting as he beheld the 3 eminent cultivators. Alarm surged within him. Even the 3 great cultivators have arrived. Lin Mo's might is indeed formidable. He must not be offended in the future. The Grand Elder's demeanor transformed. His thoughts racing as he resolved not to provoke Lin Mo. Unfazed by the Grand Elder's arrival, Wei Wuya turned his gaze toward Lin Mo, offering a slight smile as he presented his own gift. A flash of verdant energy revealed a silver needle enveloped in toxic mist, suspended in midair. This is an ancient treasure I unexpectedly acquired, possessing formidable power. Lin Mo regarded the needle-like artifact with a faint smile. Thank you, Elder Wei. With a flick of his sleeve, azure sword flames erupted, enveloping the ancient treasure in a glacial embrace before drawing it into his grasp. Please keep this. He turned and passed the needle-shaped artifact to Nangongwan. This ancient treasure could only unleash its full potential in the hands of a poison cultivator. For Lin Mo and Nangongwan, it served merely as a disposable magical tool, lacking further utility. Now, let us attend to the three great cultivators. Lin Mo then glanced at the Grand Elder of the Yin Sect, realizing his timely arrival. The Grand Elder, momentarily caught off guard, forced a smile. Yes. I shall escort these esteemed cultivators to the inner hall for rest. The three great cultivators inclined their hands in a slight bow to Lin Mo before transforming into three streaks of light, vanishing from sight. The shift in their attitudes was entirely attributable to the formidable presence of the corpse Xiao guards. If even the guards found them challenging to handle. With Lin Mo in the mix, the three knew full well that should Lin Mo desire to detain them, he could effortlessly do so. Indeed, the possibility of their annihilation loomed large. Their demeanor was a far cry from before. So, this is what the three great cultivators are like. Furrowed her delicate brows slightly and murmured, I must say, it doesn't seem that remarkable. It pales in comparison to the strength you possess, Lin Mo. Upon hearing her words, Lin Mo offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. As they were to embark on a journey to the abyss of demons soon, he suggested. For the time being, why not remain within the sect, Ru Yin? Ru Yin nodded gently before turning her gaze towards Nangongwan. Today marks your momentous occasion. It would be prudent to rest early. The other ladies, including Ziling, echoed her sentiment, urging, Sister Nangong, you should hasten to take your husband below. At this, Ru Yan's face flushed crimson. She nodded earnestly. Thank you, dear sisters. Lin Mo cast a lingering glance at the ladies, then extended his right arm, encircling the slender waist of Nangongwan. Let us be on our way. After exchanging a knowing look, the two transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from sight. Observing their departure, Ru Yin shook her head in resignation, then turned her attention to the distant figure of the old monster, Xiong. At that moment, Xiong wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating. This Lin Mo, hailing from our hidden moon sect, attracts such an array of beauties. And to think that Ru Yin is the wife of the young master of the ghost spirit sect. If this were to spread, it would surely stir quite the intrigue. Shaking his head slightly, he transformed into an ethereal shadow, materializing before Ru Yin. Taoist Yin, allow me to escort you to your resting quarters. Not daring to be neglectful, Xiong offered a respectful gesture. Ru Yin glanced at him and nodded, lead the way. After a night devoid of sleep, the following morning, Lin Mo found himself gazing at the enchanting Nangongwan nestled in his embrace, scratching his head in bemusement. Last night was truly outrageous. Just then, as Lin Mo studied her, Nangongwan's delicate brows fluttered, and she stirred from her slumber. Her gaze landed on Lin Mo. Her cheeks tinted with a rosy hue. Why are you staring at me? Naturally, it is because Master Nangong is exceedingly beautiful. As he spoke, Lin Mo gently touched her tender skin with his right hand. Calling me master again, Nangongwan exclaimed, her face flushing deeper. You always refer to me this way, and I am at a loss as to how to respond. With a light chuckle, Lin Mo replied, addressing you as master brings me joy. Clearing her throat softly, Nangongwan's cheeks were adorned with a cascade of crimson. She hastily extricated herself from Lin Mo's arms. Why are you getting up? Lin Mo queried, raising an eyebrow at her sudden movement. Surely we cannot indulge in such revelry every day. What would the other cultivators think of us if word got out? Nangongwan retorted, adjusting her hair. Moreover, the three esteemed cultivators are still within our hidden moon sect. We ought to pay them a visit. In Nangongwan's view, the three eminent cultivators represented the pinnacle of power in Tiannan, and she felt it imperative not to appear dismissive. Gazing at Nangongwan, Lin Mo smiled gently. There is no need. They have already departed. At his words, Nangongwan appeared momentarily bewildered, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. When did they leave? Lin Mo playfully tapped her delicate nose and chuckled softly. Of course, it was during our moments of joy. As soon as these words were spoken, Nangongwan's delicate features twisted in anger. Do not speak like that. All right, I shall not tease you any longer. With a swift motion of his right hand, Lin Mo donned the scattered garments that lay nearby. Before I venture to the abyss of demons, I must make a trip to the far western lands. Upon hearing this, Nangongwan furrowed her brows in confusion. What purpose could you have there? The advanced techniques of the Da Yin decision that I cultivate can only be acquired in the far western lands. Lin Mo did not conceal much from Nangongwan. But is it dangerous? She inquired, gazing deeply into his eyes. Not at all. You need not worry. Lin Mo gently patted her hair, and in an instant, his figure shimmered and transformed into an ephemeral shadow, vanishing from sight. Watching Lin Mo disappear so suddenly, Nangongwan touched her face with a smile. Her eyes filled with a dazed wonder, as if entranced. Lin Mo's speed was astonishing. He arrived at the mouth of a canyon in the blink of an eye. Outside the canyon stood several golden core stage cultivators, clearly having executed the tasks assigned by the old monster quite well. Senior Lin. Upon seeing Lin Mo, the expressions of the golden core cultivators shifted, and they hastily bowed in respect. Since I am here, you may take your leave. As he spoke, Lin Mo flipped his wrist, causing several porcelain vials to soar from his sleeves. A rich fragrance of medicine wafted from these vials. These are all elixirs suitable for your consumption. Consider them your reward for guarding this place. Upon seeing the vials in Lin Mo's hands, the cultivators' faces lit up with joy. These were no ordinary elixirs. They were valuable potions appropriate for golden core stage cultivators. Even if they wished to purchase such treasures, they would hesitate to spend so much. Little did they expect Senior Lin to be so generous, casually bestowing upon them such precious elixirs. Lin Mo transformed into a flicker of light and dashed into the canyon. A surge of intense flames greeted him, golden shadows erupting in the air. He looked up to see Wu Ji emanating an overwhelming, searing blaze. The previously grounded sacred peacock had long since vanished. Wu Ji, strength, level 9, species, three-legged golden crow, bloodline power, Wu Ji body, true black flame, fire escape. Golden crow flame, peacock flame. Possessing a trace of both three-legged golden crow and peacock bloodlines, her body is remarkably resilient, containing innate demonic fire. Gazing at Wu Ji's attributes, Lin Mo's pupils narrowed. Not only had her strength surged to level 9, but she had also inherited additional peacock bloodline traits. This signified that as Wu Ji's power grew, she would unveil some of the peacock's innate abilities. Master. Sensing Lin Mo's arrival, Wu Ji opened her mouth slightly, instantly consuming the surrounding searing flames. The intense heat radiating from her distorted the very air around her. Observing Wu Ji, who stood completely bare and unadorned, Lin Mo awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, "Manifest some clothing." Though she was a beast, she belonged to him, and he did not wish to inadvertently offer her to others. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Wu Ji pouted, waving her right hand, conjuring strands of black flames that burned in midair. The area engulfed in flames coalesced into a black gown. Compared to an 8th-level demon beast, she still bore quite a bit of stray fur, but upon breaking through to the 9th level, her skin turned fair, nearly devoid of any chicken feathers, save for a few areas that clearly had not yet undergone metamorphosis. How did Lin Mo know this? He had simply gazed a few extra times. Follow me to the extreme west. Lin Mo waved his sleeve, and a divine wind vessel steadily descended before him. Without a hint of hesitation, Wu Ji nodded vigorously, transforming into a blazing black phantom that followed closely behind. With another wave of his sleeve, a flash of silver light appeared, and a small fox, an illusion of the silver moon, materialized on Lin Mo's shoulder, its bright, watery eyes darting around. Whoosh! With an incredibly sharp sound of air being sliced, the divine wind vessel transformed into a blue phantom and vanished from the moon-covering Sect. In the extreme west, before a desolate canyon overgrown with various types of bamboo, streams of light continually zipped past. Qian Bamboo Sect, I have arrived. Lin Mo's lips curled into a faint smile. If his memory served him correctly, the spirit of the great Yin Divine Lord was currently trapped within a puppet. His power had reached the pinnacle of the Nascent Soul stage, unable to break into the transformation stage. It was indeed a pity for the great Yin Divine Lord. To create a cultivation method that could advance to the combined body stage with the strength of the late Nascent Soul was a testament to his extraordinary talent. Had he lived in the spirit realm, his achievements would have been limitless. Regrettably, he was confined to the human realm. At this moment, the most powerful leader of the Qin Bamboo sect was merely a mere core formation practitioner. Lin Mo, as if in a deserted land, soared directly into the sect, seeking the puppet of the great Yin Divine Lord. Buzzing. Lin Mo's sudden appearance caused the puppet's eyes to spin wildly. How could a mid-nascent soul practitioner arrive here? Just as the great Yin Divine Lord was astonished, a blue phantom flew directly before the puppet. Great Yin Divine Lord, I have come for the Yin Ju. Lin Mo looked at the puppet before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. May I ask if the great Yin Divine Lord would be willing to fulfill my request? As he spoke, Lin Mo clasped his hands behind his back, fixating his gaze on the puppet. Crackle. This puppet, emanating a formidable aura, had reached the pinnacle of the core formation stage. Considering the great Yin Divine Lord's powerful spiritual consciousness, even an ordinary early nascent soul practitioner would be no match. Unfortunately, he was up against Lin Mo, a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from Lin Mo, the great Yin Divine Lord's expression grew complex. Perhaps I can pass on your cultivation method. Lin Mo, however, held little interest in the great Yin Divine Lord's other methods. Chapter 162. Perfecting the Wood Spirit Guard. The puppet before him suddenly elongated its mouth, emitting human-like sounds. Who are you? And how do you know so much? The great Yin Divine Lord had languished in the puppet for countless years. During this time, no one had ever known his secrets. Why was this person so informed? Indeed, the Dayan deity was utterly astonished, particularly by the formidable strength of this individual. The powerful aura emanating from him was truly remarkable. Even a myriad of years ago, the Dayan deity seldom encountered an existence as potent as Lin Mo. That remains contingent upon whether you possess the means. The Dayan deity, a figure of great renown, would never simply resign himself to fate. Buzzing. As the resonant hum filled the air, numerous human-shaped puppets suddenly emerged from the surrounding darkness. Lin Mo focused his gaze and discerned that the aura radiating from these puppets was still at the stage of foundation building. Excellent. Lin Mo chuckled softly, waving his hand. The 9 Nether Soul banner promptly soared forth, enveloped in a swirling mist of sinister energy, accompanied by a piercing buzzing sound. Blood-red phantoms instantly darted forth from the 9 Nether Soul banner. Upon closer inspection, there were no fewer than 18 Blood Spirit Guards. Each Blood Spirit Guard exuded an immense power that had reached the pinnacle of the foundation building stage, sufficient to contend with these early-stage puppets. Whoosh! At the forefront, the Thunder Spirit Guard moved with blinding speed, surrounded by an aura of brilliant lightning, leaving a trail of white lightning in its wake. Boom! As the lightning flashed, it struck a foundation-building puppet with tremendous force. Crackling sounds ensued, and the puppet was instantly shattered. Undeterred, the Thunder Spirit Guard continued to soar into the distance. The Flame Spirit Guard, engulfed in searing flames, illuminated the surroundings with its fiery brilliance. What manner of puppets are these? Observing the peculiar abilities of the Blood Spirit Guards, the Dayan deity's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated the existence of a technique that fused corpses and spirit wood into one. It truly left the Dayan deity astounded. It seems that my countless years have been in vain. Gradually, the Dayan deity emerged from the shadows, revealing dark, gnarled tendrils upon his body. With piercing wooden eyes fixed intently upon Lin Mo. As Lin Mo attuned to his surroundings, he sensed a formidable divine consciousness resting upon him, as if attempting to penetrate his very essence. Although the Dayan deity's strength was hindered by the puppets, the cultivation of the Dayan technique had, over the passage of time, remarkably advanced. Cease your actions. The Dayan deity cast a glance at Lin Mo, slowly raising his right hand. Aware that the Dayan deity had spoken, Lin Mo understood that there was no need for total annihilation. Return. Lin Mo gestured to the 18 Blood Spirit Guards, watching as they transformed into 18 blood-red phantoms, seamlessly merging back into the 9 Nether Soul banner. You have come here for the Dayan technique, have you not? The Dayan deity regarded Lin Mo with a penetrating gaze and spoke softly. I can sense that your divine consciousness is extraordinary. You have evidently cultivated the Dayan technique to the 4th level, correct? The Dayan deity's words rang true. Lin Mo cupped his hands in respect and replied, I have indeed reached the 4th level, with only 3 more levels remaining. I hope the Dian deity will grant me this favor. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the Dian deity fell into contemplation. He scrutinized Lin Mo intently before raising his right hand once more. A stream of luminous energy suddenly appeared before Lin Mo. As he focused his gaze, he was filled with joy upon beholding the jade slip before him. The complete text of the Great Yin Decision. A slight smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he immediately grasped the jade slip in his hand. His consciousness surged, swiftly penetrating the jade slip. In an instant, the 7 layers of the Great Yin Decision were fully imprinted in his mind. At last, he had obtained it. Lin Mo's smile widened as he regarded the jade slip and then turned to the Great Yin deity, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. I have a request. Could you enlighten me on the method to craft the wood spirit guard? The Great Yin deity did not use the Great Yin Decision as leverage, but generously bestowed it upon him first. He then expressed his desire to learn the techniques for creating the wood spirit guard. Lin Mo glanced at the Great Yin deity before him and, without much hesitation, produced a blank jade slip, imprinting the entire method for creating the wood spirit guard within it. Go. The jade slip in his hand transformed into a fleeting shadow, gently resting in the Great Yin deity's grasp. The wood spirit guard was one of his greatest trump cards. Under normal circumstances, he would never divulge the crafting method to others. However, given the Great Yin deity's impending demise and his profound expertise in puppet techniques, perhaps he could enhance the wood spirit guard. The Great Yin deity lifted the jade slip, his consciousness flowing into it. In mere moments, he had thoroughly comprehended the techniques of the wood spirit guard. Truly remarkable. This technique possessed the power to transcend the natural order, endowing the wooden puppet with extraordinary abilities. Although the initial strength of the wood spirit guard was average, when fused with a corpse spirit, it wielded the powers of the corpse spirit. The Great Yin deity's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the depth of the wood spirit guard's methods. Several hours later, the Great Yin deity exclaimed softly, turning to Lin Mo, I possess a technique that may help you refine this skill. Hearing the Great Yin deity's words, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. The wood spirit guard was indeed one of his trump cards. The formidable external avatar, the corpse Shao guard, was immensely powerful. If he could discover a way to enhance this technique, it would effectively bolster the strength of his corpse Shao guard. With this thought, Lin Mo regarded the Great Yin deity with a deep gaze, questioning, Is your statement truly sincere, deity? He chuckled lightly. Have I, the Great Yin deity, ever deceived anyone? However, it is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. The Great Yin deity murmured softly. This technique is exceedingly profound. I must contemplate it thoroughly. I have ample time. Lin Mo waved his hand slightly and replied nonchalantly. As long as the Great Yin deity can assist me in refining this technique, all is well. Excellent. The Great Yin deity then sat cross-legged, falling into silence. Observing the Great Yin deity before him, Lin Mo chose not to depart, but instead lightly patted the storage pouch at his waist. A flurry of radiant lights followed. An array compass materialized in his hand, and array flags were swiftly planted around the hall. A translucent array light curtain enveloped the entire hall in a heartbeat, while thick clouds of mist completely shrouded the peak of the Qian Bamboo Sect. At this moment, a middle-aged cultivator, navigating a flying sword, arrived outside the main peak. Observing the sudden appearance of dense fog, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. What could possibly cause such an overwhelming mist? Could it be a formation? The middle-aged cultivator, perplexed, could not help but raise his right hand. An exquisite puppet materialized before him. Chapter 163. Ancient Demon. This individual was the current leader of the Qian Bamboo Sect, assuming leadership during a time of internal strife and external threats. Nevertheless, he was indeed a prodigy in cultivation, having reached the core formation stage despite limited resources. The puppet before him flourished in the wind, radiating a dazzling brilliance that emanated the power of a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Go. The leader of the Qian Bamboo Sect executed a spell, and in an instant, a stream of light enveloped the puppet. In the blink of an eye, the puppet transformed into a black-armored warrior, lifting its right hand to grasp a top-tier magical artifact. It leaped forth, soaring toward the formation's luminous barrier. As it approached, a series of resonant hums echoed. The white fog abruptly morphed into colossal white serpents, surging forth from the formation's veil. As the white mist coiled around it, the black-armored puppet was ensnared. With sharp, crackling sounds, Numerous fissures appeared on the surface of the black puppet warrior, its form swaying precariously, clearly on the verge of collapse. This is bad. The leader of the Qian Bamboo Sect's expression shifted. He had never anticipated the black-armored puppet he relied upon would be so easily overwhelmed, unable even to breach the formation before teetering on the brink of destruction. Witnessing this scene, the leader quickly clasped his hands in greeting and called out, "I am the leader of the Qian Bamboo Sect. May I inquire which esteemed individual is present?" Whoosh! At that moment, a streak of silver light flashed by. A beautiful noblewoman, adorned in palace attire, had appeared outside the formation's barrier. This was none other than the Silver Moon. Her gaze fixed upon the leader of the Qian Bamboo Sect, as her crimson lips moved slightly. "My master requires this place. You must depart swiftly. Once my master has left, this location will revert to you." The leader of the Qian Bamboo Sect gazed deeply at Silver Moon, his eyes filled with an unusual brilliance. Upon first encountering her, he perceived her cultivation to be merely at the foundation establishment stage, perhaps even not reaching the core formation stage. Yet, a thin veil enveloped her, obscuring the true extent of her power. This was the reason for the leader's hesitation. "May I ask who your master is?" The leader of the Qian Bamboo Sect gradually lifted his head to regard Silver Moon. She cast a glance back at him, her tone indifferent. "You are not worthy to know the identity of my master." As she spoke, Silver Moon's figure shimmered and transformed into a silver flash, vanishing from sight. The leader of the Qian Bamboo Sect, his face darkened, remained silent for a long while. Sigh. Ultimately, he let out a long sigh. Lacking strength, he possessed no authority to speak. Meanwhile, Silver Moon, transformed into silver light, suddenly appeared beside Lin Mo. "Friend Lin, the leader of the Qian Bamboo Sect has been dismissed." Silver Moon pursed her lips in confusion, expressing her thoughts. "In my opinion, it is entirely feasible to eliminate them. There is no need to merely drive them away. After all, they have encroached upon another's territory and yet plan to slaughter them. Such an act is truly inappropriate." Lin Mo gently waved his hand. Although the Qian Bamboo Sect was far from a virtuous faction, Lin Mo could not bring himself to commit murder and seize their land. That was simply not in his nature. Furthermore, he still needed to trouble the great Yian deity to perfect the wood spirit guard, and thus he had to exercise some restraint. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, a series of luminous streaks gracefully settled before him. A table appeared first, laden with an abundant feast of wine and meat. Following closely was a black streak of light, revealing Wu Ji, who materialized beside him. Her gaze fixated on the lavish spread. "You certainly know how to indulge." The great Yian deity, in his puppet form, glanced at the food before Lin Mo and could not help but lament, "In my past life, I too relished these earthly delicacies. Alas, now I am left with this mere remnant of a body, unable to partake in the pleasures of the mortal realm." Listening to the great Yian deity's words, Lin Mo stroked his chin, casting a contemplative gaze upon him. "If I could integrate you into the wood spirit guard and the corpse demon body, perhaps I could restore your vitality." Lin Mo was determined not to let such a remarkable talent as the great Yian deity perish. If given the chance to save his life, it would be a most fortuitous opportunity. In that case, it may indeed offer a chance for survival. The great Yian deity rolled his wooden eyes and nodded vigorously. "Please allow me to conduct some research first." As time passed, several months later, when Lin Mo reappeared in the southern heavens, he was accompanied by a venerable elder with flowing white hair. This individual was the result of Lin Mo's technique of merging the wood spirit guard with the corpse demon, with the great Yian deity seamlessly integrated within. "Young Lin, venturing into the abyss of demons is not a prudent decision," the elder cautioned. "In my day, facing the approach of my demise, I too contemplated the abyss of demons. Do you truly believe that the occasional survival of one or two individuals signifies that it is safe to enter and exit? Not to mention the ancient prohibitions within the valley, the terrifying spatial rifts. Those who have never encountered them cannot even begin to fathom their horror. Moreover, these rifts occasionally..." The great Yian deity paused, his voice trailing off abruptly. Lin Mo cast a glance at him and understood what lay within those spatial rifts. Otherworldly realms, perhaps? Hearing Lin Mo's words, the great Yian deity's expression shifted subtly, clearly surprised that Lin Mo possessed such knowledge. It is worth noting that despite Lin Mo's youth, his understanding was truly remarkable. You are not mistaken. At times, those spatial rifts fortuitously connect to pathways leading to other realms, unleashing various fiends and monsters. When encountering them, it is best to seek your own fortune. The term abyss of demons speaks for itself. Within, ancient demons traverse through those spatial rifts into the abyss. If they were merely ordinary ancient demons, it would suffice. However, some formidable ancient demons indeed pose catastrophic threats to entire realms. Without a deity of transformation to fend them off, they could truly bring about the ruin of a world. If it were not for Lin Mo's multitude of methods, he would not have dared to venture into the abyss of demons. Lin Mo is not merely an ordinary mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Even a cultivator at the transformation stage might find it challenging to subdue him based solely on his own prowess. Should he choose to fight with all his might, Lin Mo would have the confidence to contend even against a transformation stage cultivator. In a flash, a green corpse-like sentinel appeared beside him. Corpse Sentinel, Strength, Late Nascent Soul, Physique, Xiantian 5 Elements, Spiritual Roots, Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Techniques, Qingyuan Sword Art, 100 Refinements Technique, Xianming Technique, Earth Yellow Technique, Blazing Flame Technique, Spells, Corpse Poison, Withered Wood Revives and Spring, Would Spirit Escape, Divine Abilities, True Body of the Corpse Sentinel, Reconstructed Form, Regeneration of Severed Limbs. Wood Spirit, Fated Magical Treasures, Qing Bamboo B Cloud Sword, Xian Huang B Cloud Sword, Xianming B Cloud Sword. In terms of attributes, there was no significant change compared to before. However, after the modifications made by the Great Lord of Diyan, the current Corpse Sentinel had acquired a new divine ability named Wood Spirit. This ability allows it to harness the source of spiritual wood, and in the future, once spiritual wood is obtained, the Corpse Sentinel can absorb it to enhance its power. In other words, it grants the Corpse Sentinel and others, such as the Blood Spirit Sentinel, an opportunity for strength augmentation. Lin Mo was well aware that the spirit realm boasted a plethora of spiritual wood. If fortune smiled upon him, and he discovered several pieces of spiritual wood to integrate into the Corpse Sentinel, its power could be elevated to astonishing heights. Buzzing. As the resonant hum filled the air, a Xiantian immortal vine within the Corpse Sentinel shimmered with a verdant aura. Drops of ethereal liquid coiled around the vine, nourishing it. Simultaneously, the Xiantian immortal vine exuded a torrent of wood-based spiritual energy, replenishing the Corpse Sentinel's strength. This Corpse Sentinel is truly remarkable. The Great Lord of Diyan could not help but gaze at the Corpse Sentinel with astonishment. As a master of puppetry, he naturally sensed the potent aura emanating from within the Corpse Sentinel. This overwhelming presence genuinely astonished the Great Lord of Diyan. Should he fully absorb that power, perhaps a breakthrough to the transformation stage would be imminent. Hearing the Great Lord's incredulous words, Lin Mo merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. He had long prepared the means for the Corpse Sentinel to ascend to the transformation stage. It merely required the cultivation of the UNG Divine Light. The Xiantian Immortal Vine is a treasure of the realm. If he could fuse it completely, it might well blossom within the Corpse Sentinel. If the time comes when necessity demands it, perhaps he and the Corpse Sentinel could cultivate together. The thought of such double delight sent shivers down Lin Mo's spine, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. It was simply too unsettling. Lin Mo's speed of flight was astonishing, and he soon arrived outside the moon-concealing Sect, standing upon the divine wind boat. He chose not to enter the Sect, but instead produced several communication jade slips. Whoosh, whoosh. As several streaks of light flashed by, they swiftly entered the moon-concealing Sect. Are you perhaps considering bringing a few companions with you? The Divine Lord of Diyan observed Lin Mo's methods and raised an eyebrow. The abyss of demons is fraught with peril. It would be acceptable to bring along formidable allies, but if one is lacking in strength, they would merely be a burden. In response to the Divine Lord's admonition, Lin Mo maintained his composure and gently waved his hand. Rest assured, I have made my preparations. The Divine Lord's expression turned serious as he regarded Lin Mo intently. Perhaps I have worried too much. Lin Mo did not have to wait long. A series of radiant lights swiftly emerged from the Sect. Nangong Wan, Yen Rian, and Chen Xiaoqian. The trio of women flew to Lin Mo's side. Upon seeing him, their faces lit up with joy, but when they noticed the Divine Lord beside him, their brows furrowed slightly, and a flicker of confusion crossed their eyes. Clearly, they did not recognize his origins. This individual is an old friend of mine and will accompany me to the abyss of demons, Lin Mo introduced, gesturing towards the Divine Lord. His name is the Divine Lord of Dian. Although the three women could not discern the Divine Lord's true nature, they deemed it prudent not to offend him, given his association with Lin Mo. After they all bowed respectfully, Nangon Wan inquired, "Husband, when shall we depart?" "At once." As the miasma of the Wanling Mountains gradually thinned, the number of cultivators in the vicinity surged, most gathering in the area facing Yihua City. Entering the mountains from this direction was considerably closer to the abyss of demons than from any other route. Cultivators from various sects, armed with the Demonfall Order, began to arrive in succession. Lin Mo, however, chose not to enter the abyss of demons directly. Instead, he established a vast cavern just outside its entrance. "Why do we not proceed immediately?" The Divine Lord of Dian expressed his confusion at Lin Mo's actions. Lin Mo cast a glance at the Divine Lord and smiled lightly. "There is no rush. I still await one more person." The Divine Lord shook his head slightly and murmured, "Very well, I shall defer to you. In the meantime, I am rather peckish. I shall go and indulge." With that, the Divine Lord transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. Watching the Divine Lord's retreating figure, Lin Mo chuckled and shook his head. Swish! A silver light darted forth, transforming into a woman clad in palace attire, who landed beside Lin Mo. "Is there still no sign of Songyu?" Silver Moon shook her head slightly. "In my humble opinion, it is yet not time. Then we shall wait a while longer." The closest market to Lin Mo's cavern within the Wanling Mountains was established by a prominent cultivation family from the Eastern Yu Nation. This family had been engaged in this trade for quite some time. Even upon hearing the news of treasures to be sought in the abyss of demons, they remained unmoved, as if oblivious to it all. As a result of the influx of high-ranking cultivators to the Wanling Mountains, business flourished exceedingly. Some ordinary cultivators, who had no intention of entering the abyss of demons, had begun to reap rewards at the mountain's periphery as the miasma thinned. On this particular day, two slender and beautiful female cultivators flew in on their flying swords. "Master Song, have you truly made up your mind?" Mu Peeling gazed at Songyu before her. Her delicate brows furrowed as she could not help but inquire. "I possess a heavenly spirit root, as long as I proceed steadily. Breaking through to the Nascent Soul stage will be no issue. Why must we venture into the abyss of demons and take such risks?" Songyu shook her head slightly and murmured, "Once I inform Elder Lin, I shall return to the sect for arduous cultivation." Upon hearing her words, Mu Peeling's eyes flickered with hesitation. Compared to Songyu's innate spiritual root, Mu Peeling's qualifications were significantly inferior. With merely 2 spiritual roots, it would indeed be nearly impossible to break through to the Nascent Soul stage without a stroke of great fortune. Yet, entering the abyss of demonic fall was fraught with peril, which contributed to Mu Peeling's uncertainty. Elder Lin's cave should be in this direction. Suddenly, Songyu produced a talisman, glanced down, and a flying artifact resembling a silk scarf appeared before her. With a swift motion, she stepped onto the flying device. The two women soared eastward, continuing for a quarter of an hour before heading towards the vast mountain range. After delving several dozen miles in, they came to a halt before a small hill. Observing the mountain before her, Songyu noted its relative concealment. Though modest in stature, it was enveloped by several towering peaks, making it difficult for anyone to discover. A translucent barrier flickered around the summit. At that moment, the two women noticed the stone wall before them shimmering with a green light, suddenly revealing a stone door towering at 2 zhang. A voice echoed from within, "Haha, you have finally arrived. Had you not shown yourselves, I would have had to seek you out." Recognizing the familiar voice of Lin Mo, the two women exchanged glances and without a moment's hesitation, strode toward the stone door. Chapter 164, The Rift in Space. Upon entering the stone chamber, they were greeted by a beautiful woman in a white palace gown. Her pale silver eyes swept over the two women. "I am the junior, Songyu. This is Mu Peeling. We pay our respects to the elder." Although the two had never encountered Inu, the aura emanating from her was exceedingly peculiar, instilling a deep sense of reverence in them. Inu glanced at the two women and nodded slightly. "Follow me." The cave was vast, and the trio traversed a lengthy corridor. Soon, a grand stone hall appeared before them. As the doors opened, a young man clad in black brocade sat cross-legged within, surrounded by swirling spiritual mist, rendering Lin Mo seemingly ethereal. Upon noticing their arrival, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the two women. The two women, brimming with spiritual energy, were enveloped in strands of mysterious aura. Indeed, They had diligently practiced the techniques he had bestowed upon them. Songyu, since you have arrived, it is time to set forth. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Songyu's expression tightened, and she quickly stepped forward, clasping her hands respectfully. Elder Lin, after careful contemplation, I believe it unwise to recklessly enter the abyss of demonic fall. With a gulp, she continued in a hushed tone, my abilities are limited. Venturing into the abyss is truly perilous. Beside her, Mu Peeling nodded in agreement. What Master Song has said is indeed correct. Lin Mo regarded the two women, pondering for a moment before nodding slightly. Since you both have chosen this path, I shall not press you further. As he spoke, Lin Mo waved his sleeve, and an array of jars and bottles materialized before the two women. A rich fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. The two women focused their gaze and realized that the elixirs before them were precisely what they required. Should they consume these potions, their cultivation speed would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Having received news of the spirit candle fruit from you, consider this a token of gratitude. Listening to Lin Mo's words, the two women exchanged glances, and Songyu stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Senior Lin has already bestowed upon us the cultivation method, which is more than sufficient to compensate for the news of the spirit candle fruit. Did I not also receive that ancient jade slip from you? Within it lie numerous methods for concocting elixirs, which are invaluable to me. At this juncture, Lin Mo waved his hand, and the scattered vials on the ground instantly transformed into streaks of light, darting directly into the storage bags at the waists of the two women. These elixirs held no value for Lin Mo. He casually dispatched several core formation and nascent soul cultivators, as such low-level elixirs were easily acquired. Lin Mo stroked his chin and regarded the two women. Since you choose not to accompany me, you may rest here comfortably. As he spoke, Lin Mo waved his sleeve. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light erupted, and blue mist coiled around him, transforming into a blue apparition that swiftly ascended from the stone chamber. Simultaneously, the silver moon de Yin divine monarch followed suit, morphing into several streaks of light that vanished within the secret chamber. In the blink of an eye, the vast stone hall was left with only Songyu and Mu Peiling truly. This senior Lin possesses unfathomable strength, Mu Peiling remarked, gazing at the retreating figure of Lin Mo, unable to suppress her astonishment. Songyu's beautiful eyes flickered, fixating intently on Lin Mo's distant form, and she murmured, You are unaware. It is said that this man has battled against the three great cultivators, standing on equal footing with them. What? Upon hearing this, Mu Peiling's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Although she had long recognized Lin Mo's extraordinary abilities, she never imagined that his power could rival that of the three most formidable cultivators in Tiannan. A spark ignited in Mu Peiling's eyes, and she could not help but exclaim, Master Song, if we could obtain Senior Lin's assistance, our future cultivation endeavors would undoubtedly be much more effortless. Hearing Mu Peiling's words, Songyu shook her head slightly, letting out a soft sigh. Senior Lin has many beautiful admirers, each one more enchanting than the last. Hee. Master Song is not lacking in beauty either. Do not jest with me. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Mo was completely oblivious to the changes in the two women. At this moment, he stood upon the divine wind boat, transformed into a streak of blue light, vanishing from sight. Outside the Wanling mountain range, Lin Mo observed as the miasma within the mountains gradually dissipated. As time passed, the noxious vapors cleared away, revealing numerous cultivators who had been concealed at the periphery, all of whom began to soar towards the direction of the demon-falling valley. Meanwhile, others of lower cultivation or those unwilling to take risks seized this opportunity to gather spiritual herbs and search for spiritual beasts throughout the mountains. The demon-falling valley, located in the northwestern region of the Wanling mountain range, spans an impressive area of 100,000 miles. Yet, unbeknownst to many, ancient demonic cultivators had battled here, setting up layers upon layers of ancient prohibitions around the valley and in the skies above. Each of these prohibitions was extraordinarily formidable, intricately interconnected. Disturbing one would trigger the entire system, rendering it impossible to breach the barriers and enter. The only place devoid of restrictions is the entrance to the abyss of despair, a narrow passage measuring 100 feet wide and stretching for dozens of miles. This passage, once easily traversable, has become riddled with countless spatial rifts due to the ancient conflict of cultivators. Some of these rifts emit a blinding white light, unmistakably abnormal, while others are faint and elusive, and some are entirely invisible, making them perilous to navigate. The sizes of these rifts vary greatly. The larger ones can exceed 10 feet in width, capable of engulfing dozens of individuals without difficulty, while the smaller ones are merely a foot long, resembling suspended blades that instill dread. Even more alarming, these spatial rifts in the abyss of despair shift and close unpredictably over time, defying any attempts to anticipate their patterns. Such terrifying rifts have claimed the lives of countless cultivators, many of whom, including seasoned practitioners at the Nascent Soul stage, never even entered the valley, perishing at the entrance. Thus, the notorious reputation of the Abyss of Despair as the most treacherous location is largely attributed to these spatial rifts. Meanwhile, atop a lofty peak 100 miles away, a gray-robed Taoist in his 50s stands resolutely upon a boulder, braving the fierce winds as he gazes intently towards the Abyss of Despair. Behind him loom two towering figures, one red and one green, each standing at an impressive height of 2 meters. A closer inspection reveals that these figures are ghastly, expressionless automatons, resembling malevolent spirits. At this moment, the Taoist glances back at the two puppets and a satisfied expression flits across his face as he murmurs to himself. With the aid of these ancient puppets, comparable to nascent soul cultivators, his expedition into the Abyss of Despair promises to yield significant rewards. Having spoken these words, the Taoist raises his hand and casts 2 incantations. Instantly, the malevolent puppets shrink dramatically, shooting into his wide sleeves, and the Taoist transforms into a streak of red light, soaring towards the Abyss of Despair. Similar occurrences unfold frequently around the Wanling mountain range, where numerous cultivators brim with confidence about their ventures into the Abyss of Despair. Meanwhile, at a hill located over 10 miles from the entrance, Lin Mo stands upon a divine wind vessel, gazing calmly into the distance towards the Abyss of Despair. Behind him, Nangong Wan, her beautiful eyes flickering, softly inquires, "Is this the Abyss of Despair?" "It is my first time here." Yenria nods, her gaze fixated on the suddenly materializing spatial rifts, and whispers, "These rifts are indeed perilous. Should we be caught within, we would surely meet our demise." In response to the two women's remarks, Lin Mo remains composed, his consciousness sweeping over the surroundings. He observes that within a radius of several dozen miles, thousands of cultivators have gathered, all eagerly awaiting their chance to enter the Abyss of Despair. Although these cultivators may not possess the profound abilities of the 3 major sects, many among them are at the Nascent Soul stage. These Nascent Soul practitioners wield mysterious and formidable powers, not easily dealt with by ordinary cultivators. However, the true threat within the Abyss of Despair lies not in these Nascent Soul practitioners, but rather in the enigmatic demonic cultivators that Lin Mo must remain vigilant against. As Lin Mo gazed towards the abyss of demonic fall, he beheld ominous gray clouds swirling above the entrance, their ethereal energy pulsating and manifesting various unusual signs that sent a chill through his heart. The entrance spanned merely a dozen paces in width. However, as Lin Mo's consciousness delved deeper into the mouth of the valley, he was thwarted by an inexplicable barrier emanating from within, preventing him from witnessing the so-called spatial rifts. As time gradually passed, half a day later, a resonant humming sound suddenly echoed through the air. Lin Mo looked up to see familiar figures materializing before him. At that moment, an irate voice broke the silence nearby. The Mulan people had arrived. It was the Mulan sorcerers, eager to delve into the valley in search of treasures. With this proclamation, the entrance erupted into a flurry of activity. In the distant sky, a peculiar flying carriage approached unhurriedly. This vehicle was significantly larger than the ordinary flying carriages, conical in shape and over 20 paces long, its surface shimmering with silver light, inscribed with an intricate array of runes. It was evident that this carriage was no ordinary contraption. Within it stood a dozen cultivators clad in Mulan attire. Who else could they be but the Mulan sorcerers? Lin Mo's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The Mulan people were indeed attempting to stake their claim. His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he murmured softly. Although the Mulan had reached an accord with the cultivators of Tiannan, the bloodshed from the border wars had left deep-seated enmities with numerous sections. Entering the realm of Tiannan was a perilous gamble, especially if they were to encounter vengeful cultivators from that region. A sudden ambush from behind could prove extremely hazardous. Meanwhile, the enormous flying carriage reached the entrance. transforming into a streak of light as it darted into the depths of the abyss of demonic fall. Despite the demise of Wang Tiansheng, which thwarted the Ghost Spirit Sect's research into accessing the abyss for reasons unknown, the Hehuan sect had ultimately devised a formation to enter the valley and issued the demonic fall orders. Each cultivator could utilize these orders to gain access to the abyss of demonic fall. Truly, the cycles of fate are intriguing. With a wave of his right hand, several demonic fall orders appeared in his grasp. Their value was considerable, yet for Lin Mo at this juncture, they were of little consequence. Accompanied by the three women, he transformed into a streak of light and entered the formation arranged by the Hehuan sect. Through the demonic fall orders, one could be teleported randomly within the abyss. Should fortune favor one poorly, they might find themselves transported directly into a spatial rift, leading to a disastrous fate. As a wave of dizziness washed over him, when Lin Mo reopened his eyes, he found himself already within the abyss of demonic fall. Not far from him lay a vast, sunken pit, stretching 100 paces in width, surrounded by an utterly barren expanse devoid of life. It was unmistakably a creation not of nature. The three women, with slightly lower cultivation levels, rubbed their foreheads and slowly opened their eyes. Is this the abyss of demonic fall? Nangong Wan inquired quietly as she surveyed the surroundings. Lin Mo nodded, his consciousness surging as he swiftly scanned the area for several dozen miles, yet he detected no traces of other cultivators. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the deep pit before him. Standing at the edge of the concave abyss, Lin Mo scrutinized the scene before him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his visage. The deep pit lay shrouded in a grayish haze, concealing the accumulation of dust within, rendering the contents below indiscernible. Go! With a swift motion of his sleeve, a gust of frigid wind surged forth, instantly dispersing the dense gray fog that had settled within the chasm. What emerged before Lin Mo was a deep pit of dark red lava, reminiscent of the aftermath of a fire-based magical spell. The vast chasm, spanning hundreds of yards, indicated a power level that had undoubtedly reached the stage of spiritual transformation. For Lin Mo, achieving a span of over 100 yards seemed a formidable challenge, let alone the several hundred yards present here. Truly, the ancient cultivators were dazzling in their prowess. Lin Mo shook his head slightly, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Go! With another wave of his sleeve, several emerald green wood spirit guardians manifested before him. These were crafted from ordinary century-old spirit wood, each possessing only the cultivation level of the foundation establishment stage. They were perfect for scouting ahead. To employ blood spirit guardians for this task would be extravagantly wasteful. Losing one here would be truly regrettable. Now he awaited the findings of the wood spirit guardians. Lin Mo remained unhurried, turning his gaze to the few women behind him. Chun Xiaoqian nodded. Shall we first seek the spirit candle fruit? I have mastered the art of crafting creation pills. Lin Mo gently patted Chun Xiaoqian's fragrant shoulder. Smiling warmly, there's no rush. The treasures here extend beyond just the spirit candle fruit. Chun Xiaoqian nodded earnestly. What followed was a prolonged wait. An hour later, when several wood spirit guardians appeared before Lin Mo, they shimmered momentarily before merging into his brow. Lin Mo gently closed his eyes and murmured, "Come with me." As he spoke, he soared forward. After flying over 100 yards, Lin Mo suddenly halted. Before him hung a white arc of light in midair. This arc, approximately 10 feet long, was thick in the center and tapered at both ends, resembling a crescent moon. It hovered silently, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. Is this a spatial rift? Lin Mo whispered to himself, as the great Yin divine monarch shot forth with a snap of his fingers. A wooden sword soared into the air, appearing above the arc of light. With a thunderous crash, the wooden sword vanished in an instant, as if devoured. Yet the arc of light remained unperturbed, showing no signs of change. These spatial rifts are among the most perilous within the abyss of fallen demons. The great Yin divine monarch glanced at Lin Mo, offering a quiet warning. Chapter 165, The Northern Primordial Light. Thank you for the warning, great Yin divine monarch. Lin Mo replied, a smile gracing his lips as he bowed slightly to the puppet beside him, assuring, I am aware, there is no need for concern. As he spoke, Lin Mo waved his sleeve once more. The divine wind boat beneath him surged forward with the wind, and the few women behind him understood, leaping gracefully onto the vessel. With a swish, the divine wind boat, shrouded in swirling mist, transformed into a blue phantom, darting deep into the abyss of fallen demons. The abyss is divided into inner and outer valleys, with most treasures concealed within the inner valley, especially that Arctic Yuan stone, although it emanates a formidable Arctic Yuan light. The assistance of the two instruments ring alleviates any concerns regarding the threat posed by such light. The so-called inner valley is, in fact, a place further ensconced by ancient prohibitions, which have encircled a vast area at the center of the Devil's Fall Valley. However, this time, there is not merely one passage into the inner valley. A single circuit around the entire outer valley reveals more than a dozen passages of varying sizes. Yet, these passages are heavily fortified with prohibitions. To traverse them, one must meticulously dismantle the barriers, as brute force would only lead to self-inflicted suffering. Each of these ancient prohibitions possesses immense power and is utterly merciless. They remain passive until provoked, at which point they retaliate without hesitation. The once proud Master Tsongkwan, confident in his mastery of formations, devoted several days to study them before ultimately conceding defeat. While it was not impossible to unravel the prohibitions, the time it would take for him alone was simply too great. Later, through great effort and fortuitous circumstances, Master Tsongkwan discovered a hidden path suffused with Arctic Yuan light. This passage is exceedingly discreet and unlikely to be detected by others. Yet the Arctic Yuan light within it is potent enough to annihilate any unsuspecting cultivator who dares to intrude. However, with the two instruments ring now in possession, entering the inner valley should prove to be an effortless endeavor. Before a strange mountain range on the outskirts of the inner valley lies a series of over a dozen small peaks, forming a miniature mountain range spanning several dozen miles. Behind this range, a blood-red glow obscures the hazy sky, creating an eerily enchanting spectacle. This sanguine light appears to be an extraordinarily potent prohibition. Nangong Wan gazes at the crimson veil, murmuring softly. Yin Rian nods in agreement, stating, even a nascent soul cultivator would suffer severely upon contact, if not perish outright. Lin Mo, choosing not to elaborate further, steers the divine wind boat toward the space between the two mountain ranges. To the naked eye, the area is filled with verdant grass, rocky outcrops, towering trees, and creeping vines, all appearing perfectly normal, seemingly devoid of any anomalies. This area should be the entrance to the inner valley. As his consciousness swells, Lin Mo perceives a flickering formation barrier that obscures the true nature of the place. He raises his right hand, and a misty white formation compass materializes before him. With a swift motion, the compass is enveloped in swirling white fog. A beam of white light suddenly erupts from the compass, cascading heavily over the valley before him. With a resounding whoosh, wherever the white light shines, the stones and trees twist and tear apart like a fragile scroll, vanishing in the luminous haze. After a clear chime, the white light retracts swiftly, re-entering the compass, leaving no trace behind. However, what now lies before the four is a wholly unfamiliar scene. At a glance, the once lush greenery has vanished, replaced by an eerie landscape of grayish hues. Between the peaks, white stones abound, each oval and smooth, some the size of a head, while others are merely about the size of a fist. As I gazed into the distance, a vast expanse of gray mist emerged, shrouding the surroundings in an indistinct haze that obscured all visibility. However, this gray fog remained confined within a 100-zhang-wide boundary, while on either side, a blood-red radiance surged forth like an unrelenting tide, pressing inward. Yet upon reaching the edges of the mist, it was as if one had encountered a dam, rendering any advance impossible. Lin Mo uttered softly, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Within that white mist lay a colossal beast of the wild. How intriguing! With a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Lin Mo waved his right hand. The beast-taming ring instantly soared from his wrist, radiating a crimson glow. The figure of Wu Ji, clad in black, materialized beside Lin Mo, engulfed in a tempest of searing flames that crackled as they scorched the rocks in their path. Hee. Wu Ji's lips parted slightly, revealing a vivid scarlet tongue. There lurked a great serpent within. As a three-legged crow, she was the natural nemesis of serpentine fiends. With a swift motion, Wu Ji unleashed a torrent of crimson flames from her mouth, incinerating the dense white mist entirely. A peculiar hissing sound suddenly emanated from the depths of the fog. A massive serpent's tail, as thick as a water barrel, struck downward toward the flames. Its full size was obscured, resembling a small mountain in its dark, sinuous form. This python, jet black as iron, measured over 50 zhang in length, with a remarkably stout body covered in palm-sized dark scales. Its green, luminous eyes gleamed with a chilling light. Not lacking in power, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Wu Ji, and remarked with a smile, "This giant python shall be your foe." "Merely a small snake," Wu Ji replied with a graceful smile, her form transforming into a black and gold blur as she lunged toward the serpent. Wherever she passed, fiery crimson flames trailed behind her. As the searing flames approached, the massive python exhibited an astonishing agility, elongating and narrowing in an instant to evade the inferno. Despite its enormous size, its movements were remarkably swift. At that moment, the surrounding mist began to dissipate, fully revealing the serpent before Lin Mo. "This is a three-headed serpent. How could this be?" the De Yin Divine Lord exclaimed upon witnessing the black python with 3 heads, astonished. "This creature is an ancient savage beast of immense power. It may only possess the bloodline of a 3-headed serpent. Let us not forget that the true 3-headed serpent, in addition to having 3 heads, also possesses a pair of fleshy wings. It is said that the 3 heads can simultaneously unleash different attributes of divine powers. This python bears no resemblance to that." Lin Mo smiled faintly. Based solely on its displayed strength, it had already reached the 9th level. For a 9th level beast, it could not compare to the legendary 3-headed serpent. "Young lad, though you are still quite young, your knowledge is remarkably vast." The Da Yin Divine Lord observed Lin Mo with a subtle change in expression, inquiring softly. Hearing the Divine Lord's words, Lin Mo merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. The strength of the 3-headed serpent was akin to that of the 3-legged crow, both being 9th level beasts. Behold the prowess of the 3-legged black chicken. The speed of the 3-black serpent was swift, yet the black maiden was swifter still, her form blurring into a shadowy silhouette that appeared before the serpent. A surge of blazing flames erupted from her mouth, coalescing into the shape of a dragon, and lunged directly at the 3-black serpent. As the flames approached, the serpent opened its maw wide, consuming the searing fire in an instant. "Ah!" Lin Mo exclaimed softly, casting a glance at the distant flames, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Though this 3-black serpent possesses formidable strength, it is undeniably foolish. The Black Maiden's mastery over fire is truly remarkable. Even with its immense power, the serpent cannot withstand such scorching flames." Indeed, as the flames engulfed it, the 3-black serpent's expression twisted into a grimace, emitting a series of mournful cries. Its central head began to shake uncontrollably, prompting the heads on either side to open their cavernous mouths and charge at the Black Maiden. With a swift motion, the Black Maiden chose not to confront the attack head-on. Instead, she enveloped herself in black flames and retreated gracefully, reappearing before Lin Mo. The serpent was already doomed. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she turned her gaze to Lin Mo, listening to her words. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. As expected, tendrils of searing flames suddenly burst forth from the serpent's body, followed closely by an eruption of raging fire that spread across its form. The serpent writhed, emitting anguished cries. Buzzing incessantly, the demon refining vessel soared from Lin Mo's sleeve. With a swift incantation channeled into the vessel, a beam of luminous energy shot forth, striking the 3-black serpent. The serpent, colossal as a small mountain, began to shrink in the wind, drawn inexorably into the vessel. Upon entering, a dazzling torrent of bloodlight erupted from within the vessel, releasing a rich and potent aura of blood. The once massive serpent would surely yield an abundance of its essence. To think you possess such a treasure. The great god of Dian's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of astonishment flickering within them. As a being of immense power from millennia past, his discerning gaze could easily perceive the extraordinary nature of the demon refining vessel. "Huh." Lin Mo chuckled lightly, not dwelling on the matter, and waved his hand to draw the vessel back into his sleeve. The group then flew low, traversing more than 20 miles, until they came upon a grand, pale yellow stone wall before Lin Mo. The wall revealed a dark, cavernous opening, approximately 7 or 8 zhang wide. Beyond this cave lay the inner valley. Lin Mo licked his lips, gazing eagerly at the gaping maw of the cave, his heart racing with excitement. Within this cavern resided the fabled northern polar essence, a treasure he was determined to acquire. In addition to the northern polar stones, the surrounding mountains were also composed of an exceedingly rare silver sand. The material known as Gale Silver Sand is well understood by Lin Mo. He knows that by incorporating it into a magical artifact, its hardness can be significantly enhanced. In terms of effectiveness, it ranks just below the rare materials used for crystal refinement. Naturally, the material itself is extremely hard, making it challenging to manipulate for artifact creation. Its formidable hardness renders even the efforts of Nascent Soul cultivators with artifacts to be notably inefficient. Hence, it remains in this place. However, Lin Mo possesses a considerable number of devouring gold insects, which would pose a daunting challenge for others, yet for him, it is merely a matter of course. With this thought, Lin Mo gently patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Instantly, a series of golden phantoms surged forth from the pouch, swiftly descending upon the mountainside. Crack! Crack! The razor-sharp mandibles of the devouring gold insects effortlessly shattered the Gale Silver Sand. Tiny fragments of silver ore were consumed by the insects. And as the ore was ingested, a faint silver aura radiated from the insects. Purified Gale Silver Sand was continuously refined and emitted by the devouring gold insects. Excellent. A smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he waved his sleeve, summoning the 9 Nether Soul banner before him. Spiritual energy surged into the banner, and the figure of Madame Wong materialized. Lin Mo glanced at her and said, "I leave this place in your capable hands." Madame Wong's beautiful eyes flickered as she turned to Lin Mo, replying with a gentle smile, "Rest assured, Senior Lin, I am here." As she spoke, her ghostly energy flowed into the 9 Nether Soul banner, from which 18 blood spirit guards emerged, each wielding storage pouches and trailing behind the devouring gold insects to gather the exceptionally precious Gale Silver Sand. "Let us proceed," Lin Mo declared, his gaze fixed on the passage ahead, without a hint of hesitation as he strode forward. After traveling several miles, the group suddenly rounded a bend, and Lin Mo came to an abrupt halt. Before them, the passage widened dramatically. In this expansive corridor, bizarre stalactite-like stones adorned the ceiling, emanating strands of silvery white light that illuminated the entire passage. These silvery strands were peculiar. Although they were evidently formless, each light beam was strikingly distinct, as if tangible. This was the northern polar yuan light. Lin Mo licked his lips, gazing at the silver columns with great delight. The northern polar yuan light could only be traversed safely while wearing the 2-element ring. During this time, one must refrain from using any spiritual power or magical artifacts. Should any of their spiritual energy leak and be sensed by the northern polar yuan light, it would inflict harm upon them. Even Lin Mo could not guarantee his safety. Nevertheless, to seize the northern polar yuan stone, Lin Mo must confront the northern polar yuan light. While others might find this insurmountable, Lin Mo's formidable physical prowess allowed him to harvest the northern polar yuan stones without the need for spiritual energy. These northern polar yuan stones were of immense value to Lin Mo, and he could not afford to pass up this opportunity. With a flick of his sleeve, 2 dark rings materialized before him, and he extended a slender, fair finger to point at the rings, softly uttering an incantation. As the 2-dimensional ring emitted a peculiar low hum, it shot forth with great force. Upon its entry into the myriad strands of light, an astonishing scene unfolded. The straight beams of light, akin to a disturbed water surface, became chaotic the instant the colossal ring breached their realm. Amidst the flickering shadows, all silver strands, upon touching the outer surface of the ring, miraculously veered aside, as if endowed with sentience. With the 2-dimensional ring in hand, one need not fear the Arctic primordial light. Subsequently, Lin Mo beckoned with his hand, and the enormous ring soared back above his head, silently enveloping the 4 within its embrace. An opaque shield of darkness manifested around the ring, safeguarding Lin Mo and his companions. Chapter 166. The Matured Purple Patterned Scorpion. Sinel dared not exhibit any carelessness and followed closely behind. Despite having witnessed the ring's remarkable protective effect against the Arctic primordial light, he refrained from activating any personal defenses or invoking any artifacts to enter the realm of the Arctic light. As anticipated, upon their entry into the Arctic light, the beams indeed circumvented the black shield. Nangong Wan cast a sideways glance, murmuring, "This 2-dimensional ring is truly extraordinary. It can even resist the enigmatic Arctic primordial light." The Dayan Divine Monarch nodded in agreement, turning his gaze toward Lin Mo, praising, "Young Lin, you have indeed prepared thoroughly." Lin Mo smiled faintly. urging the two-dimensional ring to advance slowly. As they proceeded, Lin Mo discovered numerous fist-sized Arctic primordial stones beneath the radiant light. The formidable power of the Arctic primordial light emanated from these stones, suggesting that they could only be harnessed physically. Lin Mo's lips moved slightly as he made a swift decision. With a flicker of his form, he descended towards the ground. As Lin Mo approached, a palm-sized Arctic primordial stone swiftly appeared before him. With the proximity of the two-dimensional ring, the dazzling radiance was instantly nullified by the dark shield. Without hesitation, Lin Mo extended his right hand, seizing the Arctic primordial stone. A sudden, intense sensation of tearing surged forth. With a sharp sound, several crimson lines marred his palm, and bright red blood began to drip from his hand. Such potency! Lin Mo's pupils constricted, had he known that his physical prowess was immensely formidable. Even ordinary artifacts would have been incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. Yet, this particular Arctic primordial stone, even after the two-dimensional ring's mitigation, was still able to rend his skin. If refined into an Arctic primordial light peak, its power could be imagined. Lin Mo's heart swelled with joy as he deftly flipped his wrist, swiftly stowing the Arctic primordial stone into his storage pouch. Only those with a physique as robust as his could dare to extract these precious Arctic primordial stones. For others, attempting to acquire Arctic primordial stones without the aid of spiritual power or artifacts would be nothing short of a pipe dream, utterly futile. "You actually intend to excavate Arctic primordial stones?" exclaimed the Dayan divine monarch, his eyes wide with astonishment. Clearly, Lin Mo had not anticipated the enormity of his undertaking, as he sought to unearth these immensely powerful Arctic origin stones. A smile graced Lin Mo's lips. "These Arctic origin stones are of great value to me." As he spoke, he paid no heed to the blood that continuously flowed from his right hand, eagerly stashing the white Arctic origin stones into his storage bag. The quantity required to forge the Arctic origin light peak was considerable. Yet, Lin Mo remained calm and unhurried, diligently excavating one Arctic origin stone after another with his bare hands. Despite his hands being drenched in blood, he remained undeterred, his face illuminated with joy. Beside him, Nangong observed the blood that dripped steadily from his hands, her eyes filled with concern. "It's merely minor wounds. It's worth it to obtain these precious Arctic origin stones." Upon hearing Lin Mo's declaration, Ruyan hurried forward, prepared to assist in the digging. "Stop!" Lin Mo exclaimed, quickly halting her. "The residual power of the Arctic origin light is formidable. Your physical strength alone is insufficient to withstand it. Merely grasping these Arctic origin stones could lead to your ruin." Startled by Lin Mo's warning, Ruyan took a step back. As they progressed, Lin Mo could only collect the surface-level Arctic origin stones due to the potency of the Arctic origin light. The deeper stones remained beyond his current physical capabilities. To fully excavate the Arctic origin stones in this area, Lin Mo estimated he would need a physique comparable to that of a divine transformation phase cultivator, which would allow him to confront the Arctic origin light without fear. After an hour of tireless effort, Lin Mo had collected over 100 Arctic origin stones. His hands now a gruesome sight, bloodied and torn, revealing white shards of bone. Yet, there was no hint of pain in his eyes. Instead, they sparkled with delight. Although these Arctic origin stones could not yet be refined into the Arctic origin light peak, they were more than sufficient to forge a remarkable magical artifact. "Is this the inner valley?" Meanwhile, Nangong murmured softly, captivated by the scenery before her. Before them lay a vast mountain range, dotted with countless hills of varying sizes, stretching endlessly. Yet, it was also a kaleidoscopic world, where wisps of soft, colorful clouds floated in the air, casting a mesmerizing glow. The hues of these clouds varied, some spanning several miles like the evening glow, while others were merely a few feet long, resembling delicate veils, each more exquisite than the last. However, what astonished Nangong was not merely the clouds, but the chaotic spiritual energy that enveloped this realm. All attributes of spiritual energy were intermingled, creating an unsettling atmosphere, as if the slightest provocation could incite their wrath. Yet, the chaos of spiritual energy was not the most perilous aspect. In the distance, hundreds of feet away from Lin Mo, several elongated, white, luminous entities floated slowly in the air. These were spatial rifts. Compared to the outer valley, the number of spatial rifts in this area was exponentially greater, and they writhed like worms, moving slowly through the air, truly an eerie sight. Could these rifts actually move? Yin Ruyan exclaimed in surprise. If there had been a rift before us, and we had suddenly encountered it, it would have been disastrous. Fear not. We shall proceed with the puppets to scout the way. Lin Mo replied with an impassive expression, with a gentle motion of his hands. The bloodied wounds on his palms began to heal at a remarkable pace, visible to the naked eye. He then waved his sleeves, summoning dozens of emerald-hued wood spirit guardians that materialized before him. These guardians, possessing strength comparable to the Foundation establishment stage, became the ideal advance guard. Should they encounter any concealed spatial rifts, the wood spirits could venture forth to explore, ensuring a safe passage ahead. Let us move. Lin Mo gestured to his companions and directed the wood spirits to soar forth. As the wood spirits were limited to the Foundation establishment level and unable to fly, Lin Mo had thoughtfully crafted a substantial number of low-grade flying artifacts, which did not delay their journey. The quartet soared through the skies for half a day before Lin Mo suddenly halted before two towering peaks. "My lord, why have we come to an abrupt stop?" Nangwa Wan inquired, her expression one of surprise. "Is there something amiss with these two mountains?" Lin Mo nodded, indicating the peak on the left. "There resides a colony of sky-soaring purple scorpions, each possessing lethal venom." What? The mention of the purple scorpions startled the Da Yin god monarch, who realized the formidable nature of these creatures. The potency of those venomous insects is extraordinary. Upon maturation, each can rival a 9th-level demon beast. 9th-level demon beasts are no match for the purple scorpions. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and smiled. Perhaps only a 10th-level demon beast could hold an advantage over them. The sky-soaring purple scorpion is documented as the 14th on the ancient insect ranking in the jade slip of a core formation cultivator from the Spirit Control Sect, nearly adjacent to the devouring gold insect. If not for the rarity of their spawning, they might have ranked even higher than the devouring gold insect. Though they lack the insatiable appetite of the devouring gold insect, their exoskeleton is nearly as resilient, impervious to swords and magical artifacts. And they possess wings that enable them to dart through the air with astonishing speed, all while harboring potent venom. This alone justifies their high ranking among extraordinary insects. The purple scorpions residing on the mountain peak, having dwelled in the abyss of demons for countless millennia, had likely evolved into their final dark purple mature form. The extent of their terror is unimaginable. Given Lin Mo's current strength, confronting this swarm of purple scorpions would pose significant risk. However, with his exceptional abilities and the presence of the 10 absolute poisons at his disposal, they could potentially be subdued. Are you familiar with the 10 absolute poisons? Lin Mo glanced at the Da Yin god monarch, revealing a green vial in his palm. Could it be the green dove? The Da Yin god monarch, having lived for over 10,000 years, was well versed in these arcane matters. "Indeed, you possess great insight," Lin Mo affirmed. "This vial contains the green dove, one of the 10 absolute poisons. It is said to be distilled from the saliva of the rare avian, the green-billed dove. Not only is it remarkably poisonous." Lin Mo held the vial delicately in one hand, but its scent is exceedingly pungent, unforgettable, and adored by the world's most venomous creatures. "Lin Xiaozi, what do you mean?" the Da Yin god monarch exclaimed, a look of joy illuminating his face. "Are you attempting to lure those precious purple-striped scorpions away? Such invaluable venomous creatures, if missed, would indeed be a great loss." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a glance at the Da Yin god monarch, and offered a faint smile. In the midst of their conversation, Lin Mo had already procured several small jade vials, each receiving a drop of viscous, emerald green venom. He then sealed all the vials, and, with a gentle toss, sent them towards the wooden spirit guards. "Go." With Lin Mo's command, the wooden spirit guards flickered and transformed into ethereal green shadows, vanishing from sight. After the green wooden spirit guards departed, Lin Mo waved his sleeve, and the corpse demon guards appeared before him. According to the narrative, there were a total of 14 mature purple-striped scorpions in this area, with himself and the second avatar each capturing 7. It seemed a manageable task. As Lin Mo unleashed 14 streaks of dark purple radiance from the mountain peak, they swiftly darted in pursuit of the scorpions scattered around. Observing the spectacle, Lin Mo's face lit up with delight, displaying no hesitation whatsoever. His entire being enveloped in a deep blue glimmer, he instantaneously sped forth, chasing after one of the purple-striped scorpions. With remarkable swiftness, Lin Mo soon caught up to a purple-striped scorpion, its form fully revealed before him. These scorpions, boasting a size of nearly 10 feet, shone with a lustrous dark purple hue and possessed a pair of transparent wings, indistinguishable from ordinary scorpions otherwise. With a flick of his sleeve, a ghostly blue sword flame surged forth, racing toward the scorpion. Upon noticing Lin Mo's approach, the purple-striped scorpion halted its retreat, baring its fangs and glaring fiercely at the oncoming Lin Mo, its eyes glinting with malice. Undeterred, Lin Mo propelled the ghostly blue sword flame with blinding speed, appearing before the scorpion in an instant. Seeing the imminent threat, the purple-striped scorpion unleashed a mouthful of deep purple toxic mist. Upon contact with the ghostly blue sword flame, the toxic mist was instantly enveloped by a chilling radiance, transforming into countless bluish-green ice crystals that cascaded from the air. As the ice crystals struck the ground, they shattered, releasing a surge of deadly poison. In that moment, the emerald earth was shrouded in purple mist, turning dark and ominous. The once smooth, hard rocks crumbled to dust under the potent poison's influence. Such was the terrifying might of the toxin. With 14 purple-striped scorpions at hand, a swift resolution was imperative. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, murmuring softly. The immense spiritual power within him surged forth in an instant. 8 ghostly blue sword flames erupted from his sleeve, darting towards the purple-striped scorpions from all directions. Overwhelmed by the onslaught of the approaching sword flames, the purple-striped scorpion struggled to defend itself. In a moment of carelessness, it was struck by one of the sword flames. The surging blue radiance enveloped its body entirely, and in an instant, a blue-eye sculpture of the purple-striped scorpion materialized before Lin Mo. Seeing the scorpion under his control, a smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he shifted his form, transforming into a fleeting shadow that appeared before the ice sculpture of the purple-striped scorpion. With a swift motion of his sleeve, the purple-striped scorpion was drawn into the Beastmaster ring. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo smiled faintly and surged towards the direction of the second purple-striped scorpion. Although these creatures possessed formidable strength, they were ultimately divided and conquered. Nearly half an hour had passed when Lin Mo and his second avatar appeared before the 3 women. The Da Yin Divine Lord, observing Lin Mo's beaming countenance, could not help but inquire, "Young Lin, have you truly tamed those purple-striped scorpions?" Lin Mo nodded slightly, replying, "Fortune smiled upon me. They are all subdued." Not pausing to relish the Da Yin Divine Lord's astonishment, Lin Mo added, "There are still treasures ahead. Let us proceed." With that, he shimmered and darted towards the distant peaks. Watching Lin Mo's retreating figure, the Da Yin Divine Lord swallowed hard, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Although he was aware of Lin Mo's extraordinary prowess, distinguishing him from ordinary mid-stage Nascent Soul cultivators, it was remarkable that within just half an hour, he had vanquished 14 purple-striped scorpions, comparable to 9th-tier monsters. Such formidable strength was truly unparalleled in the Da Yin Divine Lord's lifetime. Moreover, this individual possessed that exceedingly peculiar second avatar. Undoubtedly, his future held limitless potential. The journey ahead unfolded smoothly, and after flying for a considerable time, the air gradually grew warmer. The lush greenery of the mountains, once abundant, began to dwindle until it turned barren, creating an eerie atmosphere. Eventually, the stones on the mountains took on a strange fiery hue, and here and there, one could glimpse numerous lava fissures, exuding scorching winds and pale gray ash. Before long, the 4 companions halted before a towering crimson peak, rising several thousand zhang high. The walls of the caves on either side were dark red, with flickers of flames occasionally leaping from the crevices, distorting the nearby air with their intense heat. The area spanned hundreds of zhang, but the most striking feature was a vast lava lake, its fiery surface bubbling and erupting in bursts. Fire-toad beast. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and whispered to himself. Although Wu Ji had reached the 9th tier and her strength would see limited improvement from the fire-toad beast's core, they were passing through, and it would indeed be a pity to miss this opportunity. Standing beside the scalding lava lake, Lin Mo and his companions came to a halt. In the center of the lake floated a crimson protrusion, atop which grew several emerald-green spiritual herbs, exuding a faint, ethereal aura. "Oh!" exclaimed Nangong Wan, her eyes lighting up as she remarked, "My dear husband, look." Surrounding this area, there are actually some spiritual herbs growing. While rare, they were not overly precious. The existence of these herbs in such a place indicated they were not ordinary. They were a type of fire-attributed spiritual herb known as golden sun mushroom, a top-tier material for concocting fire-attributed elixirs. Lin Mo cast a glance at the spirit grass before shifting his gaze to the center of the distant lake, where a lava mound lay. Upon it rested a creature, resplendent in fiery red, lazily flipping onto its back in deep slumber. This creature, though not particularly large, measuring about 3 zhang in width and 5 or 6 zhang in length, bore a striking resemblance to a colossal toad. Its skin gleamed like flames, exuding an air of majesty. With each rhythm of its breath, a layer of crimson clouds occasionally manifested around it, adding an aura of mystery. It appeared that this was indeed the fire toad beast. The creature was situated upon an ancient stone platform, intricately carved with various patterns and runes, though long since eroded and in a state of disrepair. At the heart of the platform lay the remains of a cultivator, swathed in a blue robe, resting quietly. The robe, simple yet archaic in design, was clearly not of the modern cultivator's fashion. Remarkably, despite the passage of years, it remained as pristine as ever, emanating a faint green light, indicating its extraordinary nature. The remains wrapped within had long since reduced to mere bones, yet these bones were remarkably translucent, resembling crystal in their clarity, an eerie sight indeed. "Perhaps there lies a storage bag beside that ancient cultivator," exclaimed Yanrian, her eyes brightening at the sight of the crystalline bones. Lin Mo smiled faintly. "Eliminate the fire toad beast and retrieve the storage bag." This fire toad beast was formidable, a creature of ancient lineage, its strength having reached the pinnacle of a 9th-level demon beast, mere steps away from the 10th level. With a swift motion of his right hand, a Qian blue sword flame shot forth in an instant. The biting frost surged forth, completely encasing the molten lava in an intense layer of deep azure ice. The chilling aura disturbed the slumbering fire toad beast, startling it awake. It leaped from the lava, its large eyes fixated on Lin Mo. With a gaping maw, it let out a thunderous croak, unleashing a blazing fireball from its throat. Initially no bigger than a head, the fireball expanded into a massive entity several zhang in size as it soared through the air, colliding with the Qian blue ice flame. A series of thunderous explosions erupted from the conflagration, coalescing into a colossal fireball of flame and ice that plummeted onto the lava below. The demon fire within the fire toad was evidently no ordinary flame, surpassing even the infant fire of a nascent soul cultivator. Acknowledging this, Lin Mo resolved to hold nothing back. He raised his right hand, and a sphere of blue ice flame materialized between his fingers. The blue flames twisted and coalesced, rapidly forming into a radiant blue lotus, resplendent and translucent. As Lin Mo prepared to strike again, the fire toad beast opened its mouth once more. Quack! A fireball, measuring 5 or 6 zhang in diameter, formed, contrasting starkly with the diminutive ice flower, which was merely a few inches across. In terms of size, there was no comparison. However, the moment the two entities made contact in the air, a startling scene unfolded. A sharp crack resonated as a fireball flickered with blue light, revealing a thick layer of azure ice enveloping its surface. A colossal sphere of ice materialized in the sky, yet at its core, crimson flames danced relentlessly. The fiery prowess of this fire toad beast was indeed formidable. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, and with a flick of his wrist, several strands of ghostly ice flames were unleashed. The chilling flames were excruciatingly cold, intertwining to form a single elongated azure sword flame, measuring the height of a man. With a piercing sound that shattered the silence, it sliced through the air, positioning itself before the fire toad beast. Upon beholding the razor-sharp azure sword flame, the fire toad beast's pupils constricted, displaying a look of astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, it pivoted and leaped towards the molten lava behind it. Attempting to flee, Lin Mo arched an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. How clever, yet perhaps it is a tad too late to escape now. As he spoke, a pair of azure thunder wings materialized behind him. With a rustle, the ethereal wings flapped vigorously, unleashing arcs of lightning. Lin Mo transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already before the fire toad beast. The abrupt emergence of Lin Mo startled the creature, leaving it momentarily bewildered. 72 ghostly green bamboo swords flew forth from his sleeves, coalescing into an immense and ethereal blue flying sword, entwined with clear, spiritual water. with a swift and piercing sound. The sharp azure sword thrust through the fire-toad beast before it. The sword's edge was lethal, penetrating the beast's body. Drip, drip. Vivid crimson blood flowed incessantly from the fire-toad beast, cascading to the ground. The surging flames fell, igniting the earth beneath, creating a cacophony of sizzling sounds as it scorched the molten surface into deep pits, a truly terrifying sight. With wide eyes, the fire-toad beast opened its mouth and let out a series of pained cries before meeting its demise. Lin Mo raised his right hand, and a scarlet inner core swiftly erupted from the beast's body, being promptly stowed away in his storage pouch. Gazing at the enormous carcass of the fire-toad beast, Lin Mo waved his sleeve, and the demon refining pot soared into the air, hovering above. Streams of radiant light enveloped the beast's form, drawing it into the pot. "Let us go," Lin Mo softly commanded, his figure shimmering as he transformed into a blue shadow, landing beside the fallen corpse. The three women followed closely behind. Lin Mo regarded the remains on the ground, sweeping his sleeve to summon a gentle breeze. A small, dark leather pouch clung to the skeletal remains at his waist. Lin Mo's face lit up with delight as he retrieved the storage pouch. His consciousness surged within, revealing several items before him. The first to catch his eye were several blocks of reddish iron, each radiating heat and appearing rather extraordinary. In addition, a few more intriguing items were also present. A white jade box, a small purple mirror, a yellow dagger, a set of emerald green flying needles, and 2 jet black potion vials. Upon seeing these items, Lin Mo squinted slightly, his expression shifting. Apart from the jade box and the potion vials, the rest appeared to be extraordinary ancient treasures. Without hesitation, Lin Mo reached out, and the white jade box swiftly flew into his hand. He then struck the box with the back of his hand, attempting to open its lid. However, the moment his palm touched the lid, a flash of white light erupted, and a layer of white mist manifested, abruptly repelling his hand. This formation proved to be intriguing. A smirk played at the corners of Lin Mo's mouth, and he summoned strands of exorcising divine thunder in his hand, reaching once more for the lid. In an instant, the golden exorcising divine thunder intertwined with the white barrier. Yet, after a brief moment, the radiant mist could not withstand the shimmering golden hand, which gradually grasped the lid. The lid then slowly opened, and the white mist dissipated into nothingness. Lin Mo focused his gaze and discovered that within the box lay an ancient jade slip, slightly yellowed with age. Without a moment's hesitation, he picked up the jade slip and immersed his consciousness within it. The 7 treasures fan. Lin Mo stroked his chin, murmuring softly, "The 7 flames fan. Master, does this jade slip truly record the crafting method of this treasure?" As Lin Mo voiced his thoughts, a voice filled with excitement echoed in his mind. "What?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, retorting, "What significance does this 7 flames fan hold?" "Master, if my memory serves me correctly, this 7 flames fan is also one of the celestial treasures, although it ranks rather low among them, almost at the very bottom." The voice quivered with undeniable excitement. "I never expected it to be a celestial treasure." Lin Mo feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "What? This 7 flames fan is a celestial treasure? I must acquire this jade slip." The elder De Yin Shinjun, witnessing the scene, immediately approached and took the jade slip, probing his consciousness into it. However, many materials required for the 7 flames fan are either extinct or exceedingly difficult to find. Yet, perhaps materials of extraordinary caliber from ancient times could serve as substitutes. Lin Mo shot a glance at De Yin Shinjun, provokingly stating, "If one could truly replicate a celestial treasure in today's cultivation world, it would indeed be a remarkable talent." "Young man, replicating a celestial treasure is no simple feat." De Yin Shinjun remained silent for a moment before snorting dismissively, then replied with pride, "I came across some information about such defiant treasures in an ancient cultivation site during my youth, which led me to understand their existence. Naturally, I grew curious about these treasures that even ancient cultivators regarded with reverence, leading me to pay closer attention to them. Unfortunately, information regarding celestial treasures is exceedingly scarce, and I have yet to make any significant discoveries." De Yin Shinjun smiled slightly and added, "However, it seems you, young Lin, have aided me in shedding that ghastly visage. Assisting you in researching the 7 flames fan is certainly warranted." Listening to the words of the great Yin deity, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction and expressed his gratitude. "If that is the case, I am truly thankful to the great Eye deity." Being well-versed in the intricacies of the narrative, Lin Mo possessed a profound understanding of the Seven Flame Fan. However, given that this artifact is a treasure of spiritual communication, the difficulty of replication remains exceedingly high. Perhaps only the great Yin deity is capable of crafting such a marvel. Yet, this is not the time to ponder over the Seven Flame Fan. Instead, he shifted his attention to the black medicinal vial. As soon as the vial was opened, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, enveloping Lin Mo in a wave of comfort that invigorated his spirit. Within the vial lay a glistening emerald pill, the ancient spirit elixir, whose effects remained a mystery. Lin Mo stroked his chin, noting that there were 2 vials, thus 2 pills in total. He could certainly use one on Wu Ji. At this thought, Wu Ji, within the beast-taming ring, shivered involuntarily. With a flicker of light, the purple ancient mirror vanished from sight. Then, with a gentle sweep of his sleeve, the scattered materials and jade boxes on the ground disappeared in a flash of azure mist. As for several ancient treasures, Lin Mo waved his sleeve to distribute them among Nangong Wan and the others. Although precious, these treasures paled in comparison to the spiritual artifacts like the Seven Flame Fan. Next, Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the translucent skeleton before him, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. This skeletal remains served as the key to unlocking the seal of the demonic cultivator. The optimal choice would be to destroy it. However, the absence of a demonic cultivator in the world would render things rather dull. Thus, he decided to keep it. With this resolution, Lin Mo waved his sleeve. Summoning the divine wind boat once more, he leapt onto the vessel, surrounded by a shimmering blue light, leading the 3 women into the distance. Next on his agenda were the spirit candle fruits. 4 of them were essential for him to acquire. A flash of blue light revealed the light silkworm robe in Lin Mo's hands. With a tearing sound, he deftly ripped the robe along one edge, revealing a peculiar material that was neither cloth nor silk. Upon its surface were rudimentary lines sketched with a carbon pen using the most primitive techniques. It was a map, could it be? Nangong Wan gasped in astonishment, gazing at the object and speculating. You are correct. This is the map of the abyss of demons. Lin Mo affirmed silently, his gaze narrowing at a conspicuous bold mark on the map. Without needing the silver moon to prompt him, Lin Mo discerned the general outline of the map, which indeed mirrored the terrain of the abyss of demons. However, the remainder of the map was rendered in a crude manner, with only the marked area depicted in intricate detail, outlining not only the inner valley's location but also the surrounding topography with precision. Chapter 168, Acquiring the Spirit Candle Fruit. The Spirit Veil Garden. Lin Mo waved his sleeve, swiftly stowing the map into his storage pouch. At present, the foremost task is to obtain the Spirit Candle Fruit, followed closely by entering the elusive Spirit Garden, which is replete with abundant spiritual fruits. Even Lin Mo cannot help but covet it. In the original narrative, the elixirs within are sufficient for Han Li to ascend from the early stage of the Nascent Soul to the mid-stage. It may even allow him to advance from the mid-stage to the late stage of the Nascent Soul. Such an opportunity is not one to be missed by Lin Mo. Meanwhile, in a basin, Wei Wuyo stands before a vast relic. He gazes upward, confronted by an endless expanse of steps that seem to stretch indefinitely. Although this altar appears exceedingly grand, it has long been ravaged by time. The steps are overrun with various weeds, and some sections are beginning to crumble. Once he reaches the summit of the altar, he will be able to trace the spirit garden's whereabouts and devise a means to enter. A glimmer of excitement ignites in Wei Wuyo's eyes as he whispers to himself. Surrounding the boundless steps is a soft yellow spiritual light, and waves of oppressive energy surge forth. Yet, the thought of the invaluable spirit garden stirs a fervor within him, rendering him indifferent to these restrictions. With a swift motion, Wei Wuyo transforms into a streak of light, soaring towards the staircase. Simultaneously, Lin Mo and his companions proceed without delay. They soon arrive at a verdant oasis concealed beneath a veil of restrictions. Beyond the barrier lies an expanse of desolate, ochre sands, a vast desert spanning tens of thousands of miles. Is the spirit candle fruit within this realm? Chun Xiaoqian steps forward slowly, casting her gaze toward Lin Mo and inquiring. Indeed, it is this fruit. Lin Mo nods slightly, his eyes drifting toward the distant green lake. Behold, a small patch of silt rises above the water's surface, where a vibrant green spirit herb thrives. This herb stands several feet tall, adorned with oval leaves the size of a thumb, and at its pinnacle, For peculiar fruits grow in solitude. These fruits are fiery red, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, emitting a faint red glow reminiscent of a candle lit upon a candlestick, exuding a rich medicinal aroma. Let us hasten and gather them before the night lengthens and dreams overtake us. Chen Shaoqian exhales deeply, her face lighting up with joy. Do not rush. Lin Mo gently gestures, his demeanor calm and unhurried. This spirit herb has remained here for many years, undoubtedly guarded by a spiritual beast. Otherwise, even with the illusionary arrays concealing it, it would have long been devoured by ancient beasts. As he speaks, Lin Mo's pupils narrow, peering through the veil of light. He notices two distinct bite marks on the top of the spirit candle fruit, indicating that two fruits have already been consumed by the guardian beast. While consuming the spirit candle fruit does not directly elevate one's realm, it does hold some efficacy in overcoming bottlenecks. This explains why the ancient beast refrained from devouring it all at once. A flicker of thought crosses Lin Mo's mind as he waves his sleeve, summoning a hauntingly blue Qianlan sword flame into his grasp. As he sweeps his consciousness across the lake, a sudden flash of blue illuminates his gaze, and his spirit sense settles at the lake's bottom, stirring a flicker of intrigue within him. How fascinating! How intriguing! As the words were spoken, the azure sword in hand ignited with a swirling blue flame, and a surge of chilling air rushed forth. Go! A gentle command escaped, and in an instant, the azure sword sliced through the air, plunging directly into the emerald lake. The sound of crashing water echoed. The cold light surged, enveloping the surface of the lake. At that moment, the verdant waters were shrouded in a mist of frost, solidifying into a thick layer of ice. Suddenly, turbulent currents stirred beneath the surface. The pale blue ice began to crack, accompanied by a series of sharp, crisp sounds. The ice shattered, and the waters roiled restlessly. A massive whirlpool, several feet in diameter, suddenly emerged at the center of the lake, followed by a deep, resonant growl emanating from the depths below. A surge of black and white demonic energy erupted from the whirlpool, within which lay an ominously shaped ancient beast. This creature was grotesque, its 6 or 7 foot long body resembling a mass of putrid black flesh, riddled with pits and irregular holes. At its center, a massive orb-shaped head, devoid of any features save for a single black eye, slightly rose. In summary, this ancient beast was utterly repulsive. Even Lin Mo, who was prepared, couldn't help but feel a wave of revulsion. Truly, this ancient beast was hideous. Beside him, the Dayan Divine Lord raised an eyebrow and remarked softly, "It is difficult to discern its origins." Even the Dayan Divine Lord, with millennia of experience, recognized the nature of this beast. Lin Mo maintained a calm demeanor and forcefully gestured towards the distant azure sword flame. With a rush, the cold radiance surged forth, transforming into a ghostly blue silhouette that lunged towards the ancient beast. Upon hearing the hum of the azure sword flame, the creature seemed to sense impending doom. It immediately contracted and expanded, ejecting an unknown green liquid from its myriad holes, aimed at the oncoming azure sword flame. A nauseating stench wafted through the air. However, the ancient beast clearly underestimated the might of the azure sword flame. Before it could approach, it was already encased in a crystalline prison of translucent green ice, plummeting downwards. The azure sword flame, undeterred, advanced directly to the ancient beast's front. At that moment, black and white energies suddenly surged forth from its body, evidently a form of protective divine power. Realizing that the azure sword flame was steadily eroding the black and white energies it had painstakingly cultivated over the years, the beast was gripped by fear and attempted to plunge back into the lake. At that instant, Lin Mo, prepared and resolute, extended a finger towards the water. 72 azure bamboo cloud swords materialized before the ancient beast. With a crackle, the exorcising divine thunder was unleashed in a dazzling display of golden light. Compared to the azure sword flame's erosion of the black and white energies, this exorcising divine thunder was like its nemesis. Upon contact, it swiftly consumed the surrounding black and white energies. With unrelenting speed, it struck heavily against the hideous ancient beast. The creature emitted a piercing wail, its body flickering with spiritual light, but it proved futile. Simultaneously, the azure sword flame followed suit, descending directly upon the beast's grotesque form. In the blink of an eye, the creature's body had vanished by more than half, its piercing cries becoming feeble and faint. At last, with a heavy thud, it collapsed onto the icy surface, utterly immobilized. With a swift motion of his hand, Lin Mo summoned a powerful force of attraction that enveloped the ancient beast's corpse. He soon found himself holding an odd inner core, black and white in hue, intricately entwined with distinct energies. Perhaps it would prove useful in the future. With this thought, Lin Mo, adhering to his usual practice, produced the alchemy vessel once more. Channeling his incantation, a radiant stream of light descended upon the vessel. In a flash of crimson light, the grotesque remains of the ancient beast were drawn into the alchemy vessel. Witnessing Lin Mo's effortless annihilation of a mysterious ancient beast, the divine monarch of Dian could not help but exclaim, "Young Lin, your abilities are truly unfathomable, effortlessly dispatching such primordial fiends." Hearing the divine monarch's praise, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, glancing at him with a smile. "This is the first time I've received commendation from a divine monarch. I am genuinely flattered. I am always pragmatic." The divine monarch laughed heartily before gesturing towards the distant spirit candle fruit. "Young Lin, do not delay. Hasten to gather it." Lin Mo nodded slightly, a cascade of deep blue light enveloping him. In an instant, he appeared above the spirit herb, revealing his form. Xiao Qian. Lin Mo did not opt to pick the fruit himself, but instead turned to the closely following Chun Xiao Qian, saying, "The next step is up to you. Take your time to familiarize yourself with the characteristics of the spirit candle fruit. Remember, you must use wooden containers. Otherwise, the medicinal properties will dissipate within days." "Thank you for your reminder, my lord. I shall be extra cautious," Chun Xiao Qian replied, suppressing her excitement, offering Lin Mo a charming smile. Without hesitation, she flicked her fragrant sleeve, and a verdant wooden box materialized in her jade-like hands. She then extended a delicate finger, slicing through the void below. Suddenly, a beam of white light flashed, causing a spirit candle fruit to tumble downwards. However, the prepared wooden box swiftly flipped, and radiant white light surged forth, enveloping the fruit and drawing it into the box. With a single hand gesture, the lid of the box closed itself. Once she completed these actions, Chun Xiao Qian exhaled a sigh of relief, carefully placing the box into her storage pouch. Methodically, 4 spirit candle fruits were entirely harvested. The next task was to find a secure location to refine these 4 fruits into creation pills. Lin Mo glanced at Chun Xiao Qian before waving his sleeve. The divine wind boat materialized steadily before them. The ladies, seeing this, swiftly boarded the divine wind boat. With a sharp sound slicing through the air, the boat transformed into a blue arc of light, racing towards the center of the nearby hill. Moments later, under Lin Mo's command, dozens of flying swords began to carve through the mountain stone, revealing a rudimentary cave dwelling. Several small flags of formation descended, casting a protective array over the entire cavern. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, Wu Ji appeared before him. "Guard the entrance and allow no one to approach." Lin Mo instructed the dark-clad Wu Ji before soaring into the cave. Upon entering the cavern, numerous storage bags flew toward Chun Xiao Qian, spilling forth a plethora of pre-prepared materials for the creation of elixirs, shimmering in the ethereal white light. Observing this, Chun Xiao Qian promptly retrieved a delicate small cauldron. Her lips slightly parted. A faint blue flame erupted from her mouth, swirling around the cauldron before engulfing it in a fierce blaze with a soft pop. Nangua Wanyan and Yin Air, seeing this, sat cross-legged, patiently awaiting the outcome without disturbing Chun Xiao Qian. As various materials were introduced into the cauldron, sudden thunderous roars emanated from within, the sound growing increasingly louder. Chun Xiao Qian remained unperturbed, her delicate brows furrowing as she altered her hand gestures, varying the speed of her movements. The thunderous echoes from the cauldron fluctuated, at times resonating high and at other times dipping low, creating an eerie ambience. Time slipped away gradually. Meanwhile, as Chun Xiao Qian diligently focused on her alchemical endeavor, Wei Wuya had finally ascended the towering altar, hundreds of feet high. One could only wonder about the intentions of the ancient cultivators who constructed this altar, for the restrictions upon the steps were exceedingly peculiar. From the very base of the altar, with each elevation gained, the weight imposed upon the climbers dramatically increased. Thus, even with his late-stage nascent soul cultivation, Wei Wuya took an entire day and night to reach the altar's midpoint. Upon reaching the summit of the altar, the previously overwhelming sensation of weight vanished without a trace. Wei Wuya did not hasten his actions, but instead surveyed his surroundings. The area spanned over 100 feet, its floor adorned with exceptionally radiant white jade bricks. At the center stood a vast offering table, crafted from jade of a deep green hue, exquisitely detailed. The remaining space was largely empty, save for 4 towering stone pillars at each corner of the altar. These pillars stood approximately 10 feet high, their surfaces intricately engraved with a multitude of cryptic runes and incantations, appearing both obscure and ancient. Atop each of these pillars perched a stone statue of a Qilin, vividly lifelike and diverse in form, emanating a faint spiritual glow that suggested an extraordinary significance. Above, the sky was awash in a crimson hue, while lower down, various shades of radiant clouds floated and swirled, revealing no other anomalies aside from the ethereal light. According to the information gleaned from the ancient jade tablet, this location should indeed be the entrance to the Ling Miao Garden. A glimmer of insight flashed in Wei Wuya's eyes as he glanced at the celestial radiance above, then slowly approached the central stone pillar, raising his right hand, for streams of light descended upon the pillar's corners. It wasn't long before the pillars began to emit a resonant humming sound, trembling slightly in response. The Qilin statues atop the pillars flickered with spiritual light, their previously dull eyes suddenly igniting with a blood-red glow, as if awakening from slumber. Witnessing this spectacle, Wei Wuya felt a vague sense of familiarity regarding the pillar's condition. Yet he could not immediately recall where he had encountered such a phenomenon, his expression deep in contemplation. Suddenly, the Qilin statues gradually raised their heads and opened their mouths, revealing a dazzling display of 5-colored radiance, as if something was about to be ejected. A beam of light flashed brilliantly, shooting straight into the sky. Subsequently, a sizable 5-colored orb, approximately 10 feet in diameter, manifested in the heights above. The space surrounding the orb began to warp and distort, and with a thunderous roar, it abruptly exploded. The blinding brilliance of the 5-colored light momentarily obscured the entire expanse above the altar, sending forth an astonishing surge of spiritual energy that surged toward Wei Wuyi on the altar like tumultuous waves. Even a cultivator of Wei Wuyi's caliber could not help but change countenance upon sensing the intensity of the spiritual fluctuations. At a distance of over 100 feet above the altar, an arc of light measuring over 30 feet appeared. This arc was white, its widest part measuring 4 to 5 feet across, resembling a crescent moon. It was indeed a rare and gigantic spatial rift, previously concealed by an unknown restriction. Could this be the so-called entrance to the Lingmiao Garden? Chapter 169. A bountiful harvest, a deep rumble suddenly emanated from within the spatial rift. In the center of the white light, a flicker of green light danced, rapidly expanding into a large dark green sphere, its brilliance dazzling, accompanied by a piercing shriek. Witnessing this peculiar phenomenon, Wei Wuyi could not help but display a hint of doubt. Let me give it a try. Wei Wuyi slightly raised an eyebrow and waved his sleeve. Several emerald-hued poisonous insects soared into the air, darting directly toward the spatial rift. Each of these insects was approximately a foot in size, exuding an aura of formidable power, comparable to that of a 7th-level demon beast. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The emerald wings flapped vigorously, stirring up fierce winds. These poisonous insects moved with incredible speed, landing upon the spatial rift. The moment the green insects entered the passage, a sudden pop echoed as they inexplicably detonated, dissipating into a cloud of green mist, leaving no trace behind. Indeed, this Lingmiao Garden was extraordinary. Wei Wuyi furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring to himself, according to the pressure from this passage, even the flesh of an 8th-level demon beast could not withstand it. It seems I must take a risk. A glint of coldness flashed in Wei Wuyi's eyes as a torrent of green radiance surged around him. His figure vanished in an instant, passing through the spatial barrier into another realm. Upon landing, he gazed at the bizarre surroundings, and Wei Wuyi's pupils constricted as he exclaimed in astonishment. This place was certainly not the Lingmiao Garden. Wei Wuyi surveyed the unfamiliar terrain, his expression darkening. This was an expanse devoid of color save for a dreary gray hue. Looking up, he saw low, dark stone piles rising to heights of several dozen feet, shrouded in gray mist. Scanning his surroundings with his spiritual sense, he estimated the area to be about 10 miles wide. However, to claim that such a place was the legendary Lingmiao Garden, rich with spiritual energy and brimming with ethereal flowers and exotic herbs, was something Wei Wuyi could not possibly accept. At this moment, Wei Wuyi's face was filled with fury. It was evident that he had been deceived by that jade slip. Rumbling. Meanwhile, a series of piercing roars echoed through the air. From a distance, thick clouds of mist surged forth. A colossal beast, towering over 30 zhang, remained motionless within a crystalline, fiery red block. This creature possessed 2 heads and 4 arms, adorned with a single horn upon its brow. Its body was cloaked in shimmering, jet-black scales, and its visage was terrifyingly fierce, with bared fangs that evoked sheer horror. It was an ancient demon. At the same time, Lin Mo found himself enveloped in a radiant light. Surrounded by a halo of colorful brilliance, the world around him appeared shrouded in a grayish haze, indistinct and nebulous. Countless tiny white dots, akin to grains of sand, danced through the air, floating erratically. With a single hand, Lin Mo gestured a spell, and a flow of spiritual light encircled him, illuminating his form with a resplendent glow. The distant white dots, resembling moths drawn to a flame, incessantly surged toward him. Suddenly, gentle breezes coiled around him, and droplets of dew fell from the heavens. As the rain coalesced, it formed torrents of water, rising from all directions. Towering waves, reaching a height of 100 zhang, crashed relentlessly toward Lin Mo. As time passed, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and then he jolted awake. Abruptly opening his eyes, all that had just transpired vanished without a trace. Lin Mo found himself seated in a secluded chamber, drenched in sweat. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo exhaled the lingering heaviness within him, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. All of this was merely a result of consuming a transformative elixir. The visions of silver light and the vast cosmos had dissipated entirely. He remained seated in the chamber, still dripping with perspiration. With a contemplative expression, he lingered on the experiences from the illusion, displaying a mix of bewilderment and contemplation. It must be said that this transformative elixir was truly remarkable. Even someone as spiritually potent as Lin Mo found himself ensnared in an illusion upon its ingestion. Reflecting on this, Lin Mo closed his eyes once more, remaining still in place to savor the insights gained from the recent vision. He sat in meditation for a considerable duration, and when he finally blinked and reopened his eyes, clarity and tranquility returned to his gaze, banishing the earlier confusion. Rising to his feet, Lin Mo shook his robe and waved his hand toward a stone door. Instantly, the door shimmered with spiritual light and began to open slowly on its own. As he stepped through the threshold, a beam of white light shot forth from the stone wall, materializing before him. Lin Mo focused his gaze and saw that it was Wu Ji. Have Nangong Wan and the others emerged from their seclusion? During the previous session, they had concocted 4 transformative elixirs, which Lin Mo had chosen to share with the 3 women. No, Wu Ji replied, shaking her head. They have yet to emerge. Hearing her words, Lin Mo nodded slightly and spoke in a hushed tone. You must keep watch here diligently and ensure that no one disturbs them. The cultivation levels of the 3 women were far inferior to his own. Thus, their experience within the transformative elixir's illusion would naturally take much longer than his. Lin Mo, unhurried, after giving instructions to Wu Ji, transformed into a streak of ethereal blue light and soared out of the cave. The Devil's Valley was abundant with treasures, and Lin Mo was naturally reluctant to miss any opportunity. Seizing this moment while the 3 women were in meditation, he intended to thoroughly explore the riches of this place. The spatial remnants surrounding Ling Miao Garden were uncertain. In the original narrative, Han Li had inadvertently entered the spatial realm of Ling Miao Garden entangled with the main soul. Thus, if Lin Mo wished to locate Ling Miao Garden, he would have to try each possibility one by one. Ling Miao Garden was ensconced within a spatial rift, making its search somewhat challenging. However, with ample time at his disposal, Lin Mo felt no rush. As he contemplated, a divine blue vessel appeared before him. Lin Mo leapt gracefully and landed steadily upon the vessel. With a sharp sound echoing through the air, the divine vessel transformed into a blue phantom and sped away into the distance. Gazing at the crescent-shaped spatial rift that materialized in midair, Lin Mo raised his right hand. Ethereal blue ice energy coalesced in his palm, forming a crystalline azure sword flame, which he grasped firmly. Consequently, a fragment of his spirit descended upon the azure sword flame. Go! Lin Mo gently waved his hand, and the azure sword flame sliced through the air, darting into the crescent-shaped spatial rift. He then held his breath, focusing intently on the fragment within the azure sword flame. Moments later, Lin Mo shook his head slightly and sighed. Alas, not here. Since there was no trace of Ling Miao garden, Lin Mo did not hesitate further. The divine vessel beneath him continued to surge forward. It must be said that Lin Mo's efficiency was remarkable. In merely half an hour, he had searched through 10 spatial rifts, yet found nothing. Just then, a spatial rift measuring 10 zhang in length appeared before him. This rift was indeed substantial. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes as he murmured, "Perhaps there are treasures within." With this thought, he swiftly waved his right hand. An ethereal blue sword flame sped into the rift. He then gently closed his eyes. The Ling Miao garden was within. Suddenly, Lin Mo opened his eyes, filled with delight. It must be said that his fortune was favorable, for he had discovered a trace of Ling Miao garden here. Buzzing sounds echoed as faint golden phantoms spiraled around Lin Mo. Golden dragon scales manifested upon his skin, and a true dragon-esque illusion appeared behind him. Feeling the immense power coursing through his body, Lin Mo licked his lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged into the spatial rift. If even Han Li in the early stages of the Nascent Soul could enter the spatial rift, how much more could Lin Mo, who was in the mid-stages of the Nascent Soul and possessed physical strength several times greater than Han Li's. Rip! As his body entered the spatial rift, Lin Mo felt a tearing sensation across his skin. Simultaneously, he sensed a complete absence of spiritual energy fluctuations around him. Blood streaks began to appear on his skin incessantly. Is this the spatial rift? Lin Mo felt the pain coursing through his body, and instead of anger, he felt a sense of joy. It had been a long time since he had sustained any injuries after practicing the dragon transformation technique. The sensation of pain did not linger for long. After a few breaths, he sensed a surge of spiritual energy within him, which flowed smoothly, restoring his magical power. A sudden flash of excitement illuminated his mind as he regained control of his body, allowing his form to stabilize in midair. Simultaneously, the nearby brilliance flickered wildly before dissipating, revealing the surroundings. Lin Mo surveyed his environment. The spatial area was not extensive, measuring only a few hundred zhang. Everything was clearly visible. The concentration of spiritual energy here was astonishing, with what seemed to be various spiritual herbs and medicines growing nearby, alongside a complete stone pavilion and a half-corridor. The walls and high ceiling of the space were shrouded in a gray haze, devoid of anything else. Compared to the Spirit Miao garden discovered by Han Li, this place was approximately 10 times larger, and the spiritual herbs found here were exceedingly more valuable. Here lay the 10,000-year wind spirit flower and the 10,000-year dragon pattern grass. Gazing at the precious spiritual herbs before him, Lin Mo licked his lips, his heart racing with excitement. The owner truly had remarkable fortune. At that moment, he suddenly heard Silver Moon's laughter in his ears. The rarity of the spiritual medicines in this place was more than sufficient for the owner to break through to the transformation stage. Listening to Silver Moon's words, Lin Mo's expression returned to calmness. It seemed that perhaps he could indeed achieve the 9th transformation of the Nascent Soul. If he could successfully reach the 9th transformation and break through to the transformation stage, he would possess 16 times the cultivation of that stage. Crossing the interface would incur no damage whatsoever. Unlike Han Li, who entered the spirit world and lost his cultivation, leaving only his physical strength, which Lin Mo found utterly contemptible. Lin Mo quickly took out several pre-prepared jade boxes. With a flick of his wrist, he placed the precious spiritual herbs into the boxes. It took him a full half an hour to completely harvest thousands of spiritual herbs. After completing this task, Lin Mo retrieved a light blue jade slip. His consciousness surged into it. This jade slip was the one given to him by the Song family woman from the Falling Cloud Sect, containing records of numerous ancient spiritual herbs and elixirs. It was thanks to this item that he could identify so many spiritual herbs and trees in this medicinal garden. There were 3 ancient elixirs for which he had all the necessary materials to refine: the Crimson Cloud Pill, the Spirit Illusion Pill, and the Snow Spirit Pill. Both of the first 2 ancient elixirs were precious medicines suitable for nascent soul stage cultivators. According to Lin Mo's estimation, consuming these elixirs would easily allow him to break through to the late stage of the nascent soul, and even reach the transformation stage was not out of the question. As for the Snow Spirit Pill, it was particularly suitable for him. Although it was not an elixir for advancing cultivation, It served as an auxiliary spiritual medicine that could enhance the cold attributes for cultivators, potentially allowing his azure blue sword flame to improve further. At that moment, Lin Mo suddenly noticed a hidden restriction deep within the medicinal garden. Observing the restriction before him, Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. With this restriction in place, could there be something valuable concealed within? Upon this realization, Lin Mo's face illuminated with joy, and he swiftly advanced. Concurrently, within a basin of the abyss of despair, an overwhelming demonic shadow pervaded the entire valley. Had Lin Mo been present, he would undoubtedly have discerned a resemblance between this being and the Duke of Nanlong. However, at this moment, the Duke had been utterly transformed into a monstrous entity with 2 heads and 4 arms. His neck extended both forward and backward, featuring one large and one smaller, grotesque head, while 4 elongated demonic arms sprouted from his shoulders, extending beyond his knees. The face of the foremost head was adorned with patches of purple scales, and a white horn, several inches in length, had emerged from his forehead. Yet, in terms of facial features and proportions, it still bore a striking similarity to the original visage. Conversely, the smaller head that grotesquely protruded from the back of his neck was a complete abomination. What was even more chilling was the narrow pupils of its eyes, glimmering with a silvery coldness, devoid of any emotion, unmistakably indicating a nature far removed from humanity. I have finally emerged. This being was none other than the ancient demon's fragmented soul, which had successfully usurped the Duke of Nanlong's body. Savoring the rich demonic energy emanating from his new form, he mused that although this body was somewhat weakened, once he consumed the yuaning cultivators in this locale, his power would undoubtedly be restored. Meanwhile, Wei Wuyo gazed upon the ancient demon's form that had manifested before him, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. This creature, with a singular horn upon its forehead and a visage of pure horror, retained a physique indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human, its skin even glistening like exquisite jade. The demon's expression was blank, its eyes partially closed, as though still in a state of slumber. Strangely, despite its tightly sealed lips, thunderous roars emanated from its belly, suggesting an immense fury concealed beneath its placid exterior. Damn it, how can there be an ancient demon here? Faced with the ancient demon, Wei Wuyo hesitated not for a moment, turning swiftly to flee into the void beyond. Trying to escape? With a thunderous sound, the overwhelming demonic essence surged into Wei Wuyo's body in an instant. His eyes widened in shock, his body stiffened, as he was engulfed by the shadow, rendered utterly immobile. Chapter 170. The Golden Pavilion and Jade Manuscript. A golden lightning bolt of exorcism descended heavily upon the barrier before him. Crackling. With a series of deafening explosions, the barrier shattered, revealing an exquisitely crafted jade box. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes as he beheld the jade box. What could be hidden here, after such painstaking effort? The antique box bore no protective enchantments, allowing Lin Mo to effortlessly open it. Before him lay a golden jade page, the Golden Pavilion Jade Manuscript. Gazing at the jade page, Lin Mo's pupils constricted, his right hand gripping the Golden Pavilion Jade Manuscript tightly, his heart racing with excitement. The Golden Pavilion Jade Manuscript was a treasure brought to the lower realms by a defector from the 100-craft mountain of the true immortal realm, consisting of 108 pages. Among these, 36 pages detailed the path of breath cultivation, encompassing various techniques, mantras, and profound transformations of mystical powers. The outer 72 pages encompass a myriad of subjects, including talismans, formations, alchemy, and crafting. The outer pages are inscribed in silver script, while the inner pages utilize golden seal script, a language of the celestial beings. Now, as I find myself in the mortal realm, seeking to comprehend such writings appears to hinge upon the celestial beast, Tianlan. It seems prudent to devise a meticulous plan. Lin Mo stroked his chin, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes as he murmured softly. With a flick of his wrist, the Golden Palace Jade book transformed into a streak of luminescence, which he deftly stored within a jade box. In an instant, he became a streak of light, soaring forth from Lingmiao Garden. Having endured the excruciating torment once more, Lin Mo opened his eyes to behold the demonic aura enveloping the abyss of demonic fall. Sensing the dense malevolence, he raised an eyebrow and spoke softly. It appears the ancient demons have re-emerged. I wonder how Nangong Wan and the others fare. With a slight arch of his brow and a wave of his sleeve, the divine wind vessel materialized before him. This venture had yielded considerable rewards, including the unexpected acquisition of the Golden Palace Jade book, rendering any further delay unnecessary. Buzzing sounds filled the air as Lin Mo transformed into a blue phantom, darting away into the distance. His speed was remarkable, the divine wind vessel slicing through the atmosphere. Swiftly arriving at a canyon, a faint glimmer appeared before him, a formation coalescing into view. Without hesitation, Lin Mo gently waved his right hand, and a stone chamber manifested before him. Suddenly, a black streak of light rushed forth. A figure clad in dark garments, Wu Ji, hovered before Lin Mo, beaming, "Master, you have returned." Lin Mo smiled faintly at Wu Ji. "Have they all awakened?" With the ancient demons now manifest, the abyss of demonic fall had become increasingly perilous. For Lin Mo, it was imperative to depart swiftly. The strength of these two ancient demons was likely at the late Nascent Soul stage. Given the peculiar methods of the demonic realm, they might even surpass the three major cultivators in power. However, in comparison to Lin Mo, they were still lacking. Nangong Wan and Yin Ruyan have awakened. Wu Ji glanced at Lin Mo and murmured, "Chun Xiaoqian's cultivation is relatively low. She may require additional time." Lin Mo nodded slightly, his form flickering as he transformed into a blue phantom, slipping into the stone chamber. Upon entering, Nangong Wan and Yin Ruyan soared towards him. "The creation pill is indeed extraordinary. Upon our exit, I might very well break through to the mid-nascent soul stage." Upon seeing Lin Mo's arrival, Yin Ruyan's face brightened with joy, her expression radiant. Nangong Wan, too, approached Lin Mo with a smile. "Is everything proceeding smoothly?" Lin Mo inquired, directing his gaze toward Nangong Wan. "Indeed." Nangong Wan nodded vigorously, smiling, like Sister Ruyan. "I believe it won't be long before I can advance to the mid-nascent soul stage as well." What is the situation in the abyss of demonic fall? Compared to Yin Ruyan, Nangong Wan's thoughts were considerably more nuanced. Clearly, the changes within the abyss of demons have been noticed. The ancient demons have returned. Lin Mo cast a glance at Nangong Wan, offering a faint smile, "But fret not. In terms of strength, they are not my adversaries." Ancient demons? Upon hearing those words, Nangong Wan's eyes narrowed in surprise, and she exclaimed, "Could it be that the ancient demons were originally sealed within this abyss of demons?" "Indeed." Lin Mo nodded. "However, this matter does not concern us. I have gained much from this endeavor, and it is prudent to depart swiftly. Having obtained a plethora of 10,000-year spiritual herbs and the golden scroll of jade, elevating his strength has become paramount." Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, a series of piercing explosions erupted, as surging azure mist enveloped the entire mountain peak. Observing this spectacle, Lin Mo's heart surged with joy. He had not anticipated that Chun Xiaoqian's fortune would be so great, as she was on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage at this critical juncture. With that thought, Lin Mo swiftly took out a formation plate. After all, they were in the abyss of demons, a place rife with peril. To prevent any disturbances, employing a formation was of utmost importance. The formation plate levitated, and a radiant barrier enveloped the entire mountain peak. From the outside, one could only see thick tendrils of white mist swirling. Simultaneously, spiritual light began to manifest in increasing abundance, gradually coalescing into a vast expanse of blue clouds. Within a short span, the sky within several miles became adorned with boundless multicolored auroras. The sounds of wind, rain, and thunder erupted from within the auroras, and the colorful clouds rolled and surged in response to the thunderous roars, swiftly converging towards the center. Dazzlingly bright, they formed a colossal sphere of light, its diameter immense, with radiant luminosity swirling within, rendering it impossible to gaze upon directly. Suddenly, a thunderous clap resounded from nowhere, causing the entire stone mountain to tremble violently. The surging blue mist completely enveloped the secret chamber. "Is this?" Nangong Wan's face lit up with joy. Could it be that Sister Xiaoqian is also about to break through to the nascent soul stage? What a fortuitous opportunity. Yin Ruyan's beautiful eyes shifted slightly. To think she would break through at this moment. Lin Mo gazed at the ethereal blue figure hovering in midair. Undoubtedly the nascent soul of Chun Xiaoqian. Whoosh! With a sharp sound that sliced through the air, the nascent soul swiftly entered the stone chamber. Soon, The tightly sealed stone door echoed with cracking sounds. A striking blue figure appeared before Lin Mo Chen Xiaoqian. As she materialized before him, Lin Mo smiled gently. Very well. Very well. At that moment, Chen Xiaoqian radiated a faint blue aura, with nascent soul energy swirling around her. It was evident that she had just broken through and was yet to master the powerful energy of her new stage. My husband. Upon seeing Lin Mo, Chen Xiaoqian's face brightened, and she hurriedly approached him. Lin Mo affectionately patted her hair and replied, "Let us tidy up and be on our way." Lin Mo had truly not expected Chen Xiaoqian to break through to the nascent soul stage. After all, this transformative pill was not one that enhanced spiritual power. Her breakthrough was largely thanks to the accumulation of these years. Before departing, Lin Mo did not forget the voracious golden devouring insects he had released earlier. These creatures were still diligently consuming the silver sand. Let us go. With a flourish of his sleeve, the divine wind boat transformed into a ghostly blue light. Appearing before him, it swiftly expanded in size, reaching several zhang in length. Lin Mo was the first to ascend the divine wind boat, leading the others as they soared back along their path. Throughout the journey, he remained vigilant, noting the occasional spatial rifts that materialized. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences upon their return. The speed of the divine wind boat was considerable, and after half a day's flight, they soon glimpsed the passage filled with the luminous energy of the North Pole. The two instruments ring flew from his sleeve, and in an instant, a pitch-black light curtain emerged, enveloping the entire group. With the protection of this dark veil, the formidable energy of the North Pole quickly dissipated upon nearing the black wood conjured by the two instruments' ring. Upon traversing the passage, they quickly encountered the blood spirit guards, who held a jade box. Lin, Sr., the 9 nether soul banner, shrouded in black light, soon materialized. Madame Wang revealed her smooth, delicate skin, suddenly emerging from within the 9 nether soul banner. Her gaze turned to Lin Mo, and she smiled. All is well. These golden devouring insects have completely consumed the silver sand here. Hearing her words, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction and slowly extended his right hand. Understanding, Madame Wang waved her sleeve, and the 18 jade boxes in the hands of the blood spirit guards transformed into streaks of light, being stored in her storage pouch. He then shifted his gaze toward the golden devouring insects. Buzz, buzz. The insects spread their wings, emitting a series of buzzing sounds as they quickly darted into the spirit beast pouch. After completing these tasks, a faint smile graced Lin Mo's lips. All is settled. It is time to depart. Return to the Moon Concealment Sect. They continued onward without delay. Along the way, Lin Mo entrusted the Millennium Herbs he held to Chen Xiaoqian. With her remarkable prowess in alchemy and her cultivation at the Nascent Soul stage, she was well equipped to refine these ancient pills. How could there be so many precious spirit herbs? All are Millennium Herbs. Upon seeing the abundance of herbs, the Da Yin Divine Monarch's eyes widened in astonishment. Compared to the other women, the Da Yin Divine Monarch possessed a far broader perspective and understood the rarity of these herbs. Millennium spirit herbs, many of which were thought to be extinct, would cause a frenzy among nascent soul cultivators if offered. I entered the spirit meow garden. Lin Mo glanced at the Da Yin Divine Monarch. Revealing little in the way of concealment, I was fortunate to harvest quite a few Millennium spirit herbs inside. You. The Da Yin Divine Monarch's mouth opened in disbelief, only to transform into an exasperated sigh. Clearly, he was at a loss for words regarding Lin Mo at this moment. Meanwhile, Nangong Wan and Yin Ruyan wore expressions of delight. With these spirit herbs, would not their husband be able to break through to the late nascent soul stage? Yin Ruyan nodded in agreement, saying, "If there are any surplus spiritual herbs, might you grant us the opportunity to enhance our cultivation?" Naturally, Lin Mo was not one to be stingy with the women. He replied directly, "These herbs are more than sufficient for me to break through to the transformation stage. The remainder will certainly suffice to elevate you all to the mid-stage of the nascent soul." Yin Ruyan's beautiful eyes flickered as she gazed deeply at Lin Mo, stating, "If that is the case, I wish to cultivate alongside you." The allure of her words was undeniable, especially as she donned a flowing red dress that accentuated her pristine, fair skin, creating an irresistible charm. Meanwhile, the distant Linglong Mountain appeared before them. Observing the mountain's protective formation, Lin Mo waved his sleeve, and a golden token descended upon the array. A resonant hum ensued, causing the formation to dissipate, allowing Lin Mo to swiftly enter the sect. I shall commence the alchemy immediately. Chun Xiaoqian, who had acquired the azure jade slip, lowered her head, her face radiant with joy. Clearly, she was utterly captivated by the jade slip that contained the profound secrets of ancient elixirs. Indeed, Lin Mo was also eager to enhance his strength, striving to break through to the late stage of the nascent soul as soon as possible. After all, to strategize for the treasures ahead, he must confront practitioners at the transformation stage. Lacking the prowess of the late nascent soul would be rather precarious. As time flowed, months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo surveyed the array of vials and jars before him, all containing the elixirs crafted by Chun Xiaoqian. This, however, represented merely a third of all the spiritual herbs available in the Lingyao garden. The remaining two-thirds, though precious, lacked the corresponding recipes within the azure jade slip. Lin Mo surmised that to utilize these herbs effectively, one must delve into the realm of the spirit world. With slightly parted lips, he ingested a spirit pill, just as a crimson phantom slowly approached from outside the room. The newcomer revealed long, smooth legs, each step radiating an enticing allure. Lin Mo stroked his chin, casting a lingering gaze at Yin Ruyan, and chuckled, "Your timing is impeccable." In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped them both, filling the chamber with its vibrant essence. This potent force also tightly encircled Yin Ruyan, elevating both of their cultivations in that very moment. Before long, 20 years had passed in a flash. The expedition to the abyss of the fallen demons 2 decades prior had become a harrowing tale of terror. Several hundred cultivators above the core formation stage from Tian Nen ventured into the abyss in search of the relics of ancient practitioners. Yet, the dangers within were extraordinary, with barely more than half of those who entered managing to return. Even worse, they inadvertently unleashed 2 ancient demons capable of devouring nascent soul practitioners. These formidable creatures were indeed terrifying. It was said that a coalition of nascent soul cultivators battled one of them, managing to vanquish it. But the other escaped unscathed from the abyss. This incident instilled widespread fear across Tiannan, as the casualties among the attacking cultivators were immense, with many renowned elders perishing in the fray. However, this abyss of demons is indeed worthy of being the burial ground for ancient cultivators. It is said that those who manage to leave this valley alive, albeit with varying degrees of fortune, all gain something from the experience. Yet, none of this pertains to Lin Mo. After a secluded meditation lasting 20 years, the chamber unexpectedly opened. Chapter 171. The Transformation of the Blood Jade Spider. Host: Lin Mo. Strength: Late Yuan Ing Stage. Constitution: Dragon's Roar Body. Spiritual Root: Ice Spiritual Root. Cultivation Methods: 10,000 Swords Spiritual Connection Technique. True Demonic Art of the Sacred Brahmin. First layer of the Dragon Transformation Technique. Spells: Water Light Escape. Fourth layer of the Great Evolution Technique. Advanced Puppet Technique. Intermediate Talismans Technique. Sword Control Technique. Breath Concealment Technique. Thunder Escape Technique. Secret Arts: Yin-Yang Attraction Technique. Body Refinement Technique in the Chamber. Yin-Yang Complementation Technique. Spirit Taming Seal. Mysterious Moon Yin Absorption Technique. Second Yuan Ing. Divine Powers. 9-Turn Reincarnation Technique. Qian Blue Sword Flame. Treasure: Yin-Yang 2 Instruments Bottle. Refining Demon Pot. Qian Blue Wind and Thunder Wings. Virtual Heaven Cauldron. Gazing at his attributes, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. His cultivation had already reached the late Yuaning stage, with only a step remaining to reach the divine transformation stage. Whether it was due to the 9-turn reincarnation technique, Lin Mo felt that he could break through to the divine transformation stage at any moment, as if there were no bottlenecks hindering him. Naturally, he was immensely pleased with this change. Although the 9-turn reincarnation technique was somewhat challenging to cultivate, the absence of any barriers made it all worthwhile. At this thought, Lin Mo licked his lips, his form shimmering as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring into the air. As he emerged from his seclusion, several streaks of escape light rushed towards him from the distance. Among them was a crimson figure, none other than Nangong Wan, who had recently broken through to the mid-Yuaning stage. Her body radiated a fierce red light, exuding immense Yuaning power. Now, apart from Lin Mo himself, she had become the most formidable cultivator among them. The other women had also made progress in their cultivation. Aside from Qin Xiaoqian, who had advanced to the Yuaning stage, only Xian Ruin among the others had reached this level. The remaining women had not found the opportunity to break through to the yawning stage. After losing her dragon's roar body, Exuding's innate talent remained exceptionally high, and given the length of time since she had reached the peak of the core formation stage, her advancement to the yawning stage was only to be expected. Lin Mo stroked his chin and turned to glance behind him. Two translucent blood jade spiders materialized before him. As soon as they appeared, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. The ground began to tremble without warning, and even the mountain beneath his feet quaked incessantly. Simultaneously, distant sounds of thunderous waves grew louder, as if the entire realm of Lioli were engulfed in a tempest. Observing this scene, Lin Mo understood what was unfolding. This was the tribulation of the blood jade spider's transformation. The commotion caused by their metamorphosis was not to be taken lightly. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, murmuring softly. Not far away, Chen Xiaoqian leaped gracefully, landing firmly beside Lin Mo, as a compass swiftly emerged from her storage pouch. In an instant, a torrent of radiant light from the formation surged forth from the compass, illuminating the entire mountain peak with its dazzling brilliance. Thunderous roars followed as brilliant bolts of lightning manifested in the sky, while the formation's restrictions safeguarded the mountain where his cave resided. The areas beyond the formation trembled in mournful resonance. The earth quaked violently, displacing mud and stones, while enormous fissures several feet wide began to emerge. Flowers and trees were uprooted in mere moments. As the lightning crackled overhead, the two blood jade spiders beside him leapt into the air, transforming into streaks of crimson light that soared upwards. Beneath the resplendent lightning, their blood-red forms appeared as if sculpted from liquid crimson, enveloped in a shroud of sanguine mist. Above, the sky was thick with dark clouds, from which thick bolts of lightning descended, intertwining to form a terrifying net of thunder, relentlessly striking the blood jade spiders within. Raising their heads, the blood jade spiders expelled crimson silk threads towards the oncoming tempest of thunder. Transformation Thunder Calamity. The nearby maidens gasped in astonishment. Although the blood jade spiders had only been by Lin Mo's side for a short time, and their ascension to the 8th level was not unexpected, what truly astonished them was that both spiders achieved this milestone on the same day. In contrast to the two maidens, Lin Mo was particularly eager to witness the transformation of the blood jade spiders. Having inspected them earlier, he was aware that both were female. Compared to the dark-hued Wu Ji, the translucent beauty of the blood jade spiders promised an even more exquisite appearance. As time passed, mere hours later, the lightning in the sky gradually dissipated, and the two blood jade spiders became enveloped in a thick mist of crimson. From a distance, they resembled two orbs of bloodlight. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, fixating on the distant figures. As the crimson glow slowly faded, two silhouettes emerged before him. The maidens, clad in red garments, exuded a bewitching elegance, their dark tresses cascading down, secured only by a red ribbon. The hue complemented their skin, which glowed with a faint rosy tint, rendering them extraordinarily beautiful with enchanting phoenix-like eyes. To Lin Mo's astonishment, the two maidens were identical, indeed, a pair of twins. Yet, as they had only just reached the 8th level, their transformation was not complete. Their lower bodies remained spider-like. This peculiar combination of human form above and arachnid form below was nothing short of extraordinary. Master. The two blood jade spiders blinked their beautiful eyes and hastened toward Lin Mo, lowering their delicate faces in a gesture of utmost respect. We beseech you to bestow names upon us. Listening to the words of the two blood jade spiders, Lin Mo stroked his chin and murmured softly, "Let us name them Ji and Juju." Lin Mo, being somewhat inept at naming, had little thought regarding the appellations of the two blood jade spiders. Given their arachnid nature, he opted for names that resonated phonetically, Ji and Juju. Perfect. Upon exchanging glances, Ji and Juju smiled and swiftly approached Lin Mo, whispering, "Thank you, master, for bestowing us our names." Observing the two, Lin Mo nodded slightly and waved his sleeve. A stream of radiant light surged forth from the Beastmaster ring, enveloping Ji and Juju within. After completing this task, Lin Mo turned to gaze at Nangongwan. "I have secluded myself for 2 decades. What has transpired in the world outside during this time?" Lin Mo inquired, casting a glance at Nangongwan. With a gentle smile, Nangongwan recounted a series of significant events that had unfolded in Tian and over the past 20 years. Lin Mo was taken aback by the sheer volume of occurrences within this span. Stroking his chin, he murmured softly. For Lin Mo, this 20-year period had indeed witnessed numerous happenings. Among them, what piqued his interest, aside from the descent of the shadow demon, was Han Li. Despite not entering the Ling Miao garden, Han Li's cultivation had remarkably advanced to the mid-stage of Yuaning, which astounded Lin Mo greatly. It is worth noting that many of Han Li's gains along his journey had ultimately found their way into Lin Mo's possession. Thus, it was surprising that he could still achieve a breakthrough to the mid-stage of Yuaning. However, in comparison to the original narrative, Han Li's cultivation remained unchanged, albeit lacking the golden devouring insect and the Qian Lan ice flame, resulting in a decline in his overall power. Truly, he was the protagonist, blessed with extraordinary fortune. Lin Mo smiled faintly and glanced at Nangong Wan, saying, I may need to venture out for a while. Nangong Wan furrowed her delicate brows and inquired softly, You've just emerged from seclusion. Why must you leave again? Hearing her words, Lin Mo responded with a gentle smile, There are pressing matters to attend to. You all should focus on your cultivation within the sect. Nangong Wan regarded Lin Mo with a deep gaze and replied, Please take care of yourself. Rest assured. Lin Mo waved his hand slightly, and a blue divine wind vessel appeared before him. In a swift motion, he transformed into a blur and settled firmly upon the vessel. Buzzing sounds resonated as the vessel's spiritual energy surged, morphing into a blue silhouette that soared toward the outskirts of Liuli Mountain. Following his breakthrough to the late stage of Yuaning, his speed of flight had increased several-fold. A silver silhouette burst forth from his sleeve, revealing a petite silver fox that gracefully landed on Lin Mo's shoulder. Its bright, expressive eyes were fixated on the distance. Over these 20 years, Inu had experienced significant growth in her cultivation, especially with ample supply of elixirs. She had reached the level of an 8th-tier demon beast and could maintain her human form for extended periods. Nevertheless, compared to her human guise, Inu preferred to manifest as a silver fox, comfortably resting upon Lin Mo's shoulder. Lin Mo extended his right hand and gently scratched Inu on the shoulder. Smiling softly, Inu, you have certainly made substantial gains in these recent days. Listening to Lin Mo, Inu shook her small head, her bright, watery eyes fixed intently on him. Thanks to her master's elixirs and spiritual energy. Covering her mouth with a smile, she replied, Without you, master, I would not have been able to advance my cultivation so swiftly. By the way, where are we headed next? Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she eagerly inquired. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, but chose not to conceal much, stating plainly, the Tianlan grassland. The Tianlan grassland? Inu's face reflected confusion as she couldn't help but respond. Isn't that place occupied by the Tu people? What purpose do we have in going there? Hee. Did I not acquire the golden tome? Lin Mo smiled slightly. No one in the mortal realm understands the golden seal inscriptions upon it. I must enlist the strength of the Tu to inquire about the figures inscribed within. Upon hearing this, Inu gasped, Isn't that rather perilous? Listening to her words, Lin Mo remained unfazed. Do not worry. Regardless of their strength, they pose no threat once they are in the mortal realm. Inu nodded slightly, falling silent. Though she harbored doubts, she could not dismiss Lin Mo's words. A caravan of over 30 individuals traversed the boundless grassland. There were few vehicles, only 7 or 8, but the horse-riding figures clad in leather, all youthful and spirited, included several children as young as 11 or 12. At the forefront of the caravan rode an elderly man, adorned in opulent attire and atop a magnificent yellow steed. He wore a fiery red fox fur hat and a tricolor silk sash around his waist, signifying his status as the leader of the Tu people. They were now in the southern part of the Tianlan grassland, a caravan of Tu people journeying to offer tribute to the sacred temple. In the air, Lin Mo stroked his chin, observing the Tu caravan below, a smile gracing his lips. The Tianlan grassland is the name the Tu people have given to the Mulan grassland, as they have long revered the legendary Tianlan beast and regard it as their guardian deity, nurturing it through generations, hence the name of the grassland. Lin Mo patted Inu on the shoulder, murmuring softly, Over the past 2 decades, the power of the Tu has developed at an astonishing pace. Originally, they only occupied the southern half of the Tianlan grassland, but after decisively defeating their sworn enemies, the Mulan people, in a battle in the central region 20 years prior, They have since claimed the entire grassland. Their power has naturally surged, leaving no rivals across the expanse. Indeed, the Tuyu tribe is vast, with countless internal clans ranging from small tribes of a few 100,000 to colossal tribes with populations in the millions, spread throughout the grassland. Furthermore, due to the many contributions during the last Holy War, numerous new independent tribes have emerged. Some of these tribes are significant, while others are relatively insignificant, comprising only a few thousand inhabitants. The Tsanglu tribe, to which the elderly man belongs, is one such micro-tribe that has diverged from a larger clan. The elder, named Lu, was once a valiant warrior in his youth. He had bravely vanquished numerous small clans of the Mulan during the Holy Wars, capturing many nobles in the process, which led to his esteemed position today. However, the ravages of time have taken their toll on him. Despite being merely in his 50s, the burdens of the years have rendered his physique frail and aged. At noon, he gazed up at the scorching sun and then turned to look at the children in the caravan behind him, letting out a deep sigh. It is customary for tribes, regardless of their size, to maintain a certain number of celestial masters among them. Otherwise, in the event of natural disasters or encounters with demonic beasts, ordinary mortals would be utterly defenseless. Yet, his nascent and diminutive tribe could not attract any celestial masters. Even the most junior of these masters would not deign to reside in such a small settlement. After all, for celestial masters, the larger and wealthier the tribe, the better, as it would provide ample resources for their cultivation. The Tsanglu tribe, where the elder resided, had no prospects of nurturing celestial masters. Thus, in times of trouble over the years, they could only afford to hire low-ranking celestial masters from neighboring tribes at exorbitant costs, often consuming half of the tribe's annual income for just a few interventions. Fortunately, the Day of Awakening, occurring once every 20 years, was fast approaching. Naturally, the ever-concerned Lu would not miss this opportunity. He immediately led several promising youths with spiritual roots to the nearest Tianlan sacred temple. Chapter 172. The Tuyu People. For Lin Mo, although there were various methods to compel the Tuyu people to summon the Tianlan sacred beast, the most prudent approach was to follow the original script. Adhering to the plot was the safest choice, and thus Lin Mo made his decision. Looking down at the Tuyu caravan, a subtle smile graced his lips as he transformed into a blue ethereal figure, vanishing from sight in an instant. What was that? A melodious voice suddenly rang out beside the elder, filled with astonishment. The speaker was named Shan, a girl of about 15 or 16 years, a junior of Lu and one of the few in the tribe identified to possess spiritual roots. Naturally, she was cherished by Lu. The elder was taken aback and quickly raised his head. Just ahead, amidst a dense thicket, flickering blue lights could indeed be seen, suggesting the presence of something within. A chill ran down the elder's spine. As the leader of the tribe, he was no stranger to the spiritual light emitted by celestial masters when casting spells. Could it be that a celestial master was indeed targeting their impoverished caravan? A sense of dread enveloped Lu, and he abruptly raised a hand, causing the caravan behind him to come to an immediate halt. The other tribespeople also noticed the anomaly in the distance, their faces displaying signs of alarm and vigilance. It must be said that Lu, as the clan leader, maintained a facade of calm, gripping the reins tightly as he surveyed the scene ahead. His mind raced, contemplating how to address this situation. After a prolonged wait, no celestial master emerged from the thicket. Upon contemplating this, Lu furrowed his brow slightly and called out, "Tu Meng, please go and investigate whether there is indeed a celestial master present." "Yes, chief." At that moment, a robust and formidable young man emerged from the caravan, dismounted with agility, and cautiously approached the thicket some 20 paces away. As he neared the area illuminated by the azure glow, Tu Meng suddenly felt a tremor within. Instinctively halting his steps, he bowed towards the thicket, stating, "Might I inquire which esteemed celestial master is present? We are from the Tsanglu tribe, here to pay our respects." Despite his rough exterior, Tu Meng spoke with an eloquence that was both refined and orderly. As his words faded, a youth clad in resplendent white robes gradually stepped forth from the underbrush, ethereal blue light emanating from him, a hallmark of a celestial master. All present, including the elder, were momentarily taken aback, prompting Lu to swiftly dismount. "I am Lu, the chief of the Tsanglu tribe, paying my respects to the esteemed celestial master. May I ask your honored name?" He bowed deeply towards Lin Mo, expressing utmost reverence and ensuring no offense was taken. The other tribesmen similarly dismounted to pay their respects. Songlu tribe? I am not familiar with it. My surname is Lin. I was just practicing my techniques inside. What brings you here? Lin Mo inquired, casting a casual glance at Ing Lu and his entourage. Ah, it is indeed you, Master Lin. We were unaware of your presence during our intrusion and sincerely apologize for any disrespect. May I inquire which tribe you serve? Ing Lu, sensing no malice from Lin Mo, breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Mo regarded Ing Lu, his gaze shifting slightly as he feigned modesty. I have only recently embarked on my journey and have yet to become a guardian of any tribe. So, you are a free spirit? Ing Lu's heart leaped at this revelation, and he replied eagerly, I presume you have come here for the sacred hall, as the day of awakening occurs only once every 20 years. Surely, Master Lin would not wish to miss it. Lin Mo glanced at Ing Lu, a slight smile gracing his lips as he responded, Indeed, I intend to visit the sacred hall. Are you also heading there to pay homage? But why is there no celestial master accompanying you? With a sigh, Ing Lu explained, Our Tsonglu tribe is but a small clan, lacking a resident celestial master at this time. Hence, at this juncture, a thought began to stir within Ing Lu. Soon, he resolved to propose. Taking a deep breath and smiling, Esteemed master, since you are also bound for the sacred hall, might I request your temporary employment? I would be willing to offer 20 spirit stones for your company on this journey. Lin Mo cast a glance at Ing Lu, dismissing the meager 20 spirit stones as insignificant. However, the opportunity to visit the sacred hall was indeed appealing. Yet, Lin Mo chose to remain coy, merely nodding slightly. As it happens, I too am on my way to the sacred hall. Ing Lu's expression brightened. Since you are also going to the sacred hall, why not accompany us? It would be an extraordinary stroke of fortune to have a celestial master alongside us. Lin Mo nodded gently, slowly directing his gaze towards the caravan behind them. Ing Lu, understanding the situation, swiftly turned around and called out to the caravan, You few, hasten to clear the finest carriage for Master Lin to meditate and rest. Move with expedience. Upon hearing the chieftain's words, the young men, who had initially been elated at the presence of a celestial master, immediately snapped back to reality and sprang into action. They quickly unloaded all the cargo from one carriage and redistributed it among the others. Lin Mo, showing no hesitation, transformed into a fleeting shadow and entered the carriage. I shall rest within. Do not disturb me unless necessary. Observing Lin Mo's reticent demeanor, Ing Lu offered a slight smile and bowed, saying, Of course. I am aware of the esteemed master's preferences. Once Lin Mo was settled, Ing Lu mounted his horse and called out to the gathered crowd. Now that we have a celestial master among us, we can travel with peace of mind. Everyone mount your horses and let us depart. After issuing his commands, Ing Lu rode over to Ing Shan, casting her a meaningful glance, and instructed, Ing Shan, stay close to the master's carriage and attend to any requests he may have. Ensure the master's comfort. Though still young, Ing Shan was quite mature for her age, and upon hearing this, she immediately grasped her elder's intent and cheerfully agreed, promptly making her way to the rear. The other young men urged the caravan forward while frequently glancing back and whispering among themselves. Although the tribe had previously invited a few celestial masters, they had always departed immediately after their duties, leaving no opportunity for a closer encounter. The proximity to Lin Mo sparked their curiosity. Inside the well-draped carriage, Lin Mo sat cross-legged, his figure utterly still. Suddenly, a small silver fox leapt before him. In a flash of silver light, a girl clad in a white palace gown appeared before Lin Mo. She fixed her gaze upon him and remarked with a smile, Master, these two you people are rather intriguing. Hearing Silver Moon's words, Lin Mo nodded. Indeed, their customs bear some resemblance to those of the Mulan people, but their strength far surpasses that of the Mulan. Throughout the journey, Lin Mo proceeded with confidence, commanding the golden devouring worm with ease. He successfully attracted the attention of a mid-stage yuanying cultivator among the 2U, and after eliminating him, deliberately retained his yuanying to send a signal. Thus, Lin Mo found himself within this caravan, quietly awaiting retribution. Heavenly beast of Lan, I have awaited you for long. Lin Mo licked his lips with a faint smile. Master, do you have confidence? Silver Moon's beautiful eyes flickered as she gazed deeply at Lin Mo. He nodded slightly and replied with a smile. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Have no worries. The subsequent 10 days unfolded without incident. It was unclear whether it was his good fortune or the caravan's luck. They not only encountered a wild sheep herd in the canyon, securing ample prey, but for the next half-month, the caravan remained entirely undisturbed. Moreover, the members of the Tsanglu tribe outside the convoy exhibited a keen interest in Lin Mo. However, under the sage counsel of their chieftain, Lu, they refrained from disturbing Lin Mo's cultivation, thereby averting a myriad of troubles. Simultaneously, an abrupt cacophony of piercing sounds pierced the air above, compelling Lu to instinctively glance upwards. He beheld a blinding flash of white light, within which a figure appeared, both discernible and elusive. This spectacle incited a flurry of excitement among the other young members of the Tsanglu tribe. The elder furrowed his brow, his mind swirling with contemplation. Drawing upon his past experiences in the Holy War, he recognized these luminous streaks as the escape lights of high-ranking celestial masters traversing at low altitudes, an uncommon phenomenon indeed. Typically, such exalted beings soar high above, their presence seldom perceived by mere mortals below. Yet, if his memory served him correctly, this marked the fourth instance of witnessing such low-altitude escape lights within a few days. With a sense of perplexity, he felt a surge of reassurance regarding the journey ahead. As long as these high-ranking celestial masters were patrolling the area, they should remain safe for the time being. Pondering this, Lu called out to the rest of the convoy, urging them to hasten their pace. Unbeknownst to him, the white streak that had passed overhead had been darting around at low elevations for quite some time, never pausing for a moment, yet ultimately yielding no results as it headed southward. Shortly thereafter, another red escape light came rushing in from a different direction. The two streaks of light converged. As their brilliance diminished, a man in his 40s, clad in a light yellow leather coat with an unremarkable visage, stood opposite a woman, seemingly in her late 20s, radiating a faint glow and possessing a degree of beauty. "Esteemed Xiao, I have found nothing on my end. How fares your search? Have you uncovered any trace of that individual?" The middle-aged man inquired with a smile after performing a respectful salute to the woman. "Brotherly, do I appear to you as one who has made a discovery?" The woman in court attire replied, her countenance reflecting a less than favorable mood, tinged with indifference. Over these past few days, I have scoured every inch of the surrounding 2,000 miles and found not a single clue. Either that person is not here, or possesses a remarkable ability to conceal themselves, beyond my current prowess to detect," the middle-aged man responded, displaying a hint of urgency. The two young figures soaring through the air could not evade Lin Mo's spiritual awareness. However, these cultivators, whose abilities were merely comparable to the Golden Core stage, did not pique Lin Mo's interest. Thus, he chose not to alert them, instead settling into a meditative posture, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. In the ensuing days, the convoy journeyed without incident. On the second day, at noon, while immersed in the contemplation of his mantra within the carriage, Lin Mo finally sensed the designated location of the sanctuary from afar. He lifted the curtain of the carriage to behold a 30-zhang high wall, constructed from a haphazard mix of stones, remarkably austere in appearance. Behind the wall, a cluster of towering tents, favored by the populace, intermingled with some rudimentary wooden houses, while a steady stream of ordinary folk moved in and out, lending an air of disarray to the scene. Amidst the multitude of tents and wooden cabins, one could faintly discern several grand stone halls and lofts, constructed entirely of massive azure stones, scattered sporadically throughout the area. Occasionally, one or two uniquely garbed cultivators would enter these edifices. This locale is what is referred to as the encampment. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, gazing into the distance, where he observed several colossal stone pillars beyond the surrounding walls. These pillars, resplendent in appearance and as thick as a person could embrace, towered to a height of 20 or 30 zhang, evidently indicating that the Celestial Lawn Sanctuary had established a large-scale magical formation here, enveloping the entire city within its protective embrace. Notably, there were no cultivators soaring through the skies above the encampment, suggesting that this formation also imposed restrictions on aerial movement. Concurrently, the members of the Kangluo tribe began to erect tents in this remote corner. At this juncture, Lin Mo stepped down from the carriage. Directing his gaze towards the nearby Yingshan, he slowly raised his right hand. "Master Xianshi, do you have any instructions?" Yingshan, who was consuming something resembling a piece of dried meat, turned crimson upon seeing Lin Mo emerge and hastily cast aside the food, respectfully bowing to him. Having traveled together for such an extended period, it was the first time Lin Mo had exited the carriage on his own. causing the young girl to feel a twinge of anxiety. "It's nothing. I merely wanted to stretch my legs after meditating in the carriage for some time," Lin Mo replied, his gaze shifting from the girl's youthful visage to the stiff morsel of food, speaking gently. Not far off, the various tribesmen had ignited bonfires and were preparing roasted meats, such as sheep and cattle. Observing the slender silhouette of the girl, Lin Mo felt a stirring in his heart, allowing a subtle smile to grace his lips. Moments later, the girl returned to Lin Mo's side, slightly breathless, holding a water pouch in one hand and a piece of roasted meat in the other. With a hint of shyness, she offered both items to him. "Master Xianxue, the roasted meat tastes delightful. Would you like to try some?" she inquired earnestly. "Very well. It has been many years since I last indulged in such fare," Lin Mo replied with a faint smile, not declining her offer. Upon hearing this, the girl's round face brightened with an endearing smile. "You are preparing to participate in the opening spirit ceremony, aren't you? It must have been quite tiring for you to linger by my carriage all this time. Extend your hand. Let me see how your spiritual roots fare," Lin Mo said after taking a bite and casually setting the roasted meat aside. "Thank you, Master Xianxue," Shan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by his words before her excitement became palpable as she extended her delicate arm. Chapter 173, The Golden Flame Stone. As flecks of blue light descended upon Shan, wisps of faint crimson light began to emerge from within her. Following closely were ethereal, pale yellow shadows, flickering in and out of visibility. "Excellent, excellent," Lin Mo remarked, nodding slightly as he observed Shan, a smile gracing his face. "You possess dual spiritual roots of earth and fire." Upon hearing the term dual spiritual roots, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Shan's eyes, her expression radiating joy as she exclaimed, "Lin Xianxue, am I truly?" Her voice quivered with palpable excitement, revealing her profound exhilaration. Indeed, with Lin Mo's current cultivation, discerning Shan's spiritual root aptitude was indeed a trivial task. As he gazed at the young woman before him, a faint smile crept across his face. With a flick of his wrist, a delicate crimson porcelain vial materialized in his hand. A gentle breeze swept through, effortlessly lifting the vial to hover before Shan. The girl received the small container, her expression one of bewilderment. Although it was not a precious elixir, it had the capacity to enhance her innate qualities, potentially aiding her progress on the path of cultivation in the future. While Lin Mo spoke with an air of nonchalance, to Shan, it was a significant boon. Such a potion, capable of refining the essence of low-tier cultivators, was far beneath Lin Mo's notice. However, in Shan's hands, it was a treasure of immeasurable value. "Thank you, esteemed master," Shan exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy as she hurriedly bowed in gratitude. "Rise," Lin Mo replied. "Your future journey will depend on your own efforts. By the way, this river appears remarkably expansive. Could it be a tributary of the heavenly water river traversing the southern region?" Lin Mo gestured dismissively, his gaze drifting toward the distant river, and suddenly addressed the young woman. With exuberance, Shan carefully stowed the vial and replied, "Indeed, esteemed master, this is a branch of the heavenly water river. If we proceed for another 100 miles, we shall reach the main channel, which is the true heavenly water river." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo absent-mindedly stroked the silver fox nestled in his arms, falling silent, yet deep in thought about everything concerning the heavenly water river. If memory served him correctly, the heavenly water river was the largest river on the Tianlan Prairie, connecting at one end to the Shun River within the Dejin territory, forming an upstream and downstream relationship. Suddenly, Lin Mo looked up, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "How intriguing." He then turned to Shan and instructed, "Inform your clan leader that something is approaching. He should prepare accordingly." Shan, taken aback by his words, nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grains, before hastening towards the riverbank where the leaders of the Yinglu awaited. Moments later, a commotion erupted along the riverbank as everyone hurriedly took flight back to their vehicles. However, most had yet to reach their transport when a green light flickered on the horizon. Soon, a deep, ominous rumble echoed, heralding the arrival of a massive bat emanating a verdant glow, growing larger as it approached. Its terrifying visage sent shivers down the spines of the mortals within the caravan. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, his gaze not fixated on the bat itself, but rather on the figure atop its back. Despite the distance, with Lin Mo's advanced cultivation at the later stage of the Nascent Soul, he could discern the appearance of the individuals clearly. There were 8 in total, 4 men and 4 women. The men donned luxurious robes, while the women wore white garments and golden sashes, their attire distinctly uncharacteristic of the local populace. However, the cultivation levels of these 8 were modest. The 2 leading figures were at the core formation stage, while the others were at the foundation establishment stage. As Lin Mo pondered this, the enormous bat, measuring 5 to 6 zhang, soared overhead, casting a shadow over the caravan. With a powerful flap of its wings, it abruptly halted in midair. A fierce gale surged towards the convoy, instantly overturning several vehicles in its path, scattering bags, boxes, and other items that burst open. The number of mortals knocked to the ground by the raging wind was considerable. A man in his 40s atop the giant bat surveyed the convoy below and spoke coldly in a harsh dialect. This man was one of the Nascent Soul practitioners, accompanied by a young woman in white, who, despite possessing some beauty, bore a countenance as frigid as ice. Who among you is in charge? Step forward and speak. Upon witnessing this, Lu's heart sank, and he instinctively turned his gaze towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo offered a faint smile and gently waved his right hand, signaling him not to worry. He slowly approached, fixing his gaze on the leading man, and smiled lightly. What? Are you here for me? Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, a glint of cold light flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged leader, who scrutinized Lin Mo closely. It was his true form, not that of the traitor. After a moment, the man's icy demeanor softened as he spoke to the Nascent Soul woman beside him. She nodded in response and glanced at several practitioners of the peculiar race nearby, then similarly shook her head. Only then did the man turn to Lin Mo and say indifferently, Do you have any companions? We are searching for someone we suspect may be hiding among your convoy. Once found, we will take our leave. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the distance. The remaining 6 Nascent Soul practitioners on the giant bat swiftly darted out, hovering above a particular vehicle, clearly having identified their target. Meanwhile, the 2 horse-drawn carriages remained eerily silent. The others dared not even breathe. Golden flame stone. If Lin Mo's memory served him correctly, there was an opportunity in this vicinity. It was one of the materials for crafting the 7-flame fan. This was the reason Lin Mo had been so conciliatory. Otherwise, annihilation would have been the immediate course of action. Observing the stillness within the carriage, the man atop the giant bat could not help but sneer. With a flick of his palm, several fist-sized fireballs materialized. With a gentle toss, all the fireballs hurtled towards one of the carriages. Just then, a resigned voice emanated from within. Captain Gu, I have escaped to the Tianlan grassland, so far away. Why must you pursue a total annihilation? Do you truly wish to force me to my death? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the entire carriage erupted in an explosion, and a wave of icy mist surged towards the fireballs, instantly extinguishing them. A robust young man, around 27 or 28, appeared at the scene, clutching a crystal-clear orb, his expression fluctuating between hope and despair. Upon witnessing this, the practitioners on the giant bat were filled with joy. Jiang Jianying, the snow crystal orb is indeed in your possession. The palace master instructed you to bring this orb to seek Elder Bei Xian from Beihan Mountain. Yet you dared to abscond with it. The man's expression darkened, his joy replaced by malice. If you know what's good for you, return with us obediently. Perhaps we will spare your soul. Simultaneously, the 6 foundation-building cultivators shifted their forms, effectively blocking the path on both sides and behind the brawny youth. To summon the Elder Xianbing, was it merely a guise for me to become a sacrificial offering? Do not presume I am unaware of the intentions behind assigning me this task. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Jianying, in a fit of rage, began to laugh mockingly. Is it not simply because I possess the ice spiritual root that I am deemed suitable to serve as the vessel for that northern Shintian demon's refinement of this orb? If I do not flee, I would undoubtedly meet a gruesome fate. The ice spiritual root? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, casting a penetrating gaze at the young cultivator. The snow crystal orb, however, was no ordinary artifact. It was forged from 10,000-year-old Shen Jade and could indeed be considered a treasure. What of it? Let us not forget, your current cultivation and realm have all been amassed through various spiritual pills and elixirs provided by the palace. Otherwise, decades ago, you would have merely been a beggar, long turned to a pile of bones. Another female cultivator at the core formation stage coldly interjected. Nonsense. It should be said that had I not possessed the ice spiritual root, the palace would not have taken me in. With my extraordinary spiritual root, even without the palace's support, I would have inevitably become a disciple of a prominent sect. Jiang Jianying retorted with a disdainful laugh, and without hesitation, he lifted the pristine snow crystal orb in his hand. As his spiritual energy surged within him, a white mist billowed forth from the orb, enveloping him in a frosty haze that expanded to over 20 zhang in diameter. Do you truly believe that this snow crystal orb can contend with us? Such delusions. The woman spoke expressionlessly, waving her hand as the 6 foundation-building cultivators simultaneously raised one hand. A crimson flag materialized in their grasp, which they swiftly launched, merging into 6 blazing crimson flames that coalesced into a massive fire cloud spanning an acre, gradually descending upon the frosty mist. Ever since the young man revealed himself, these individuals had begun conversing in the Great Gene language. The other outsiders remained utterly bewildered, unaware of what was being said. Only Lin Mo, who had studied the Great Gene language beforehand, understood it clearly. Although the outsiders could not comprehend the language, they sensed the dire situation. The mortals had long since stealthily retreated, seeking refuge. Lu moved swiftly to Lin Mo's side, whispering, "Master Lin, should we depart before things escalate?" For the mortals, the peril was indeed palpable. As the fire cloud collided with the frosty mist below, the mingling of heat and cold generated waves of chilling steam that swept in all directions. Any slightest leakage of spiritual energy would result in immediate demise. With a flick of his sleeve, Lin Mo summoned a subtle spiritual barrier that swiftly enveloped the group of outsiders behind him. In Lin Mo's perspective, the conflict among cultivators was beneath contempt when it involved mortals, even if the Tian Nan and the outsiders were at odds. Lin Mo believed they would not endanger the mortals. The snow crystal orb, while extraordinary, was wielded by Jiang Jianying, a mere foundation-building cultivator, who lacked the capacity to refine it properly. Thus, he was incapable of wielding it effectively. In a sudden clash, the frosty mist began to dissipate, quickly finding itself at a disadvantage. Before long, the icy haze began to recede gradually. Jiang Jianying desperately infused magical energy into the bead, yet he could not withstand the relentless erosion of the fiery cloud. In a fleeting moment, it shrank to the size of a mere 10 feet. "Captain Gu, it is time for you to take action. He still holds some value. He must be captured alive." The woman in the core formation stage suddenly turned to the man and said. The man, with an air of indifference, nodded slightly. "Rest assured, this matter will be handled by me." He then leapt into the air, transforming into a white rainbow that shot into the cold mist. The 6 foundation establishment cultivators, seeing this, hesitated not for a moment and retracted the crimson cloud. The cold mist churned violently, followed by several resounding booms. Gradually, the mist receded, revealing the scene within. The man stood there proudly, one hand gripping the unconscious youth and the other holding the snow crystal bead. With the opponent's cultivation severely diminished, the man, wielding his core formation power, effortlessly secured his prize. The woman in core formation observed this with a satisfied expression. "Keep a close watch on him." At last, this trip has not been in vain. With a flick of his wrist, the man tossed the youth to one of his subordinates, issuing instructions. His gaze then shifted to Lin Mo and the others, his face reflecting deep contemplation. "Do not meddle," the woman admonished, her brow furrowed. "This is the Tianlan Prairie, not our 9 Immortals' palace." In response, Lin Mo cast a glance at the group and remarked coolly, "Can you leave now?" As he spoke, Lin Mo slowly approached. Behind him, Lu felt a tremor in her heart as she saw Lin Mo heading towards the formidable celestial beings. In her view, it was best to let these immortals depart without incurring any risk. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the 2 core formation cultivators, and a slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Who are you? Do you seek death?" Upon seeing Lin Mo step forward, the leading middle-aged man's expression turned cold, and he immediately unleashed his power. A torrent of surging spiritual flames surged towards Lin Mo unfazed. Lin Mo merely glanced at the advancing inferno and waved his hand gently. Chilling tendrils of blue frost descended upon the flames. In an instant, the inferno was enveloped, crystallizing into ice that fell to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the man's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. He never imagined that his full-force strike could be so effortlessly neutralized. The surging frost did not dissipate. Instead, it swiftly formed a wall of ice before the onlookers. In that moment, everyone stood frozen, paralyzed by the sudden turn of events. Simultaneously, Lin Mo's consciousness swept across the battlefield. He noticed a semi-transparent, oval stone lying on the riverbank not far away. This firestone had been exposed during the skirmish, revealing itself to Lin Mo's eyes. Otherwise, he would have been oblivious to its location. The golden flame stone was quite peculiar. Its exterior was crystalline and transparent, while within, a fiery golden light flickered erratically, emanating a unique radiance. The stone's surface was largely dirty, rendering it inconspicuous at first, but after being cleansed by the recent steam, it revealed part of its original appearance. This was a critical material required for the crafting of the imitation 7-flame fan. In the distant realms of Tian-Nan, long lost to the annals of time, the certainty of discovering such treasures within the Great Gene remains elusive. Suddenly, with a swift whoosh, a flash of golden light erupted as the golden flame stone ascended into the air without warning, shooting forth at an angle before landing directly in Lin Mo's grasp. Holding the golden flame stone, Lin Mo examined it meticulously, while the others remained oblivious to its significance. The expression of the core formation man darkened instantaneously, his face turning ashen. "Hand that over to me, or else my 9 immortal palace will not show you mercy," he proclaimed ominously, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Mo. It was evident he recognized his own inferiority in strength compared to Lin Mo, hoping instead to instill fear through the formidable reputation of the 9 immortal palace. However, how could Lin Mo possibly tremble before such a trivial institution as the 9 immortal palace?